44-year-old South African man has confirmed receiving his remains following the successful repatriation from Russia to KwaZulu-Natal. Sihle Makaye's remains arrived at King Shaka International Airport yesterday. He was one of 13 South African men agents had allegedly lured to Russia and promised them employment opportunities in December last year. Some of the men returned to South Africa earlier this year, but Makaye did not make it home alive. And finally, the Home Affairs Deputy Minister Njabulo Nzuza says some displaced foreign nationals in Durban have opted to be reintegrated in the communities they lived in. Last month, several foreign nationals fled their homes and communities amid alleged intimidation linked to protests against undocumented migrants. Some foreign nationals had fled to makeshift camps. Nzuza, alongside his colleagues who sit on the Interministerial Committee on Migration, addressed the media in Pretoria yesterday.
Just on the update on the situation in Durban, we did offer that they integrate back to communities, and we made it very clear that there can never be, personalized SAPS presence for them. SAPS is responsible for all citizens, and we made it clear that those who do not want to integrate will then move them to Lindela. I can confirm that none have actually opted for the option of going to Lindela.
Recapping the top story, the US and Iran have announced they've reached a deal to halt their war. Posting on social media, the US President Donald Trump said he has authorized the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SFM sports headlines, let's go to the Soccer World Cup, where the Bafana captain Ronwen Williams says the team will improve when they face the Czech Republic in their second FIFA World Cup group match. And in road running, George Cush and Helder Steyn delivered record-breaking performances at the 99th Comrades Marathon. We'll have the details at around 6:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A very good morning. Much lighter volumes across the country, noticeably in all major cities. We check the Midrand run coming out of Pretoria down to Joburg. Lighter volume than you will be expecting. No major problems. There is a crash going north around New Road from a little bit earlier this morning, but again, no real impact on that. If you're heading up through Buccleuch to Pretoria, just slow down approaching the sea, but you'll get through in good time. Breakdowns around Bedford this morning. One on the N3 south at Van Buren, one northbound just before you get to Van Buren as well. Durban, Peter Marisburg, we'll keep an eye on the volumes coming out of Durban. Maybe some post-Comrades competitors returning this morning. We saw some really big traffic going back into Durban last night after the event, so a lot of that will be turning around and driving back today. Some may stay and only go back tomorrow afternoon. It is a long weekend. Recreation Road in Durban coming off the M7 onto the M4 Southern Freeway. A little bit of an obstruction there causing some delays. And talking of lighter volumes, you can certainly see that along Cape Town's N2 corridor through Khayelitsha. You're normally fairly busy at this stage of the day, but this morning much lighter. N1 in from Belleville looks okay as well. There is a crash that we're keeping an eye on. It's on the N2 inbound at Hospital Bend with some queuing traffic just arriving into that from Lisbeck Parkway side. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
50 years ago, young South Africans changed the course of history. Today, a new generation asks a different question. What have we inherited and what must we build next? This Youth Day, SAFM joins forces with South Africa's leading campus radio stations for a series of powerful national simulcasts. The National Briefing and Voice of Vets, exploring education, employment, and economic opportunity. The Daily Discourse and Northwest University FM, examining democracy, leadership, and active citizenship. The Full Circle and Radio Turf, reflecting on identity, culture, and social cohesion. Students, communities, leaders, and listeners. One country, one conversation. 50 years after June 16. Join SAFM and Campus Radio as we explore where South Africa has come from, where we are, and where we need to go. Youth Day 2026. 50 years later, only on SAfM. SAfM, South Africa's national meeting place, and still leading the conversations that move us. The National Briefing on SAfM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 6 o'clock. A very good morning to you. Welcome, welcome. This is the National Briefing. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. It is Monday, the 15th of June. Welcome to the start of a brand new day and, of course, a brand new week. I know many people are treating this as a long weekend of sort. Tomorrow, of course, is the public holiday, the youth, the 16th of June. And so a lot of the developments that have been unfolding over the weekend will bring you up to date and up to speed with in the next hour. Well, we'll start off with this. Government revealed that more than 40,000 undocumented foreign nationals have been arrested since January. 143 people have been arrested for allegedly inciting anti-foreigner violence. And in KwaZulu-Natal, communities, diplomats and political leaders are racing against a June 30 deadline. This is for non-documented nationals to leave the country. So we'll bring you an update on all of the developments around the migration matters in the country. And then President Cyril Ramaphosa has gone to court to stop an impeachment process linked to the Phala Phala scandal. The Speaker has refused to pause the process. The opposition says accountability cannot wait. However, the presidency is urging due process through the legal review in court must take place before Parliament can hear the matter. We'll touch on that story in the second hour of the show. And of course, then overnight, the United States and Iran declaring an end to hostilities with the Strait of Hormuz set to reopen. We'll find out if this is a true deal that will bring peace to the Middle East. All of that coming up on the show over the next 3 hours, of course. Rob is standing by with your traffic. Zai has your sport, and Ntauleng, your latest market update. You can get in touch with us on 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfM 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfM, leading the conversations that move us.
All right, it's 14 after 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at what is on the front pages of your newspapers this morning. The front page of the Business Day, the headline reads, "Braced for anti-immigrant fallout across the continent." SA firms get consular support because brand South Africa is hurting, says Minister. Now, the government says consular services are being expanded. This is in particular for South African companies that operate on the rest of the continent and are facing fallout from tension over anti-immigrant protests that have swept across the country. Now, part of the government's response includes coordinated efforts through the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, and it involves direct engagement with South African companies operating elsewhere on the continent. So we are seeing really the impact and the repercussions of the protests and of the victimization that has been leveled, especially against undocumented migrants in the country. There is backlash for South African companies and for South African individuals. The minister yesterday also spoke about how artists who perform in different parts of the continent are now not able to do that. In fact, let's play this clip of the minister who are speaking about part of the backlash that we're seeing across the continent.
Majority of South African artists perform on the continent, and many of them are seeing their gigs being cancelled. So that's another impact. They perform on live performance events and everything. One artist did reach out to me to say all her gigs were cancelled on the continent. This is an income lost by a South African.
So as you can hear there, absolute backlash to what is unfolding in the country. And so there are expectations that this could well continue and that South Africans must brace themselves. On the front page of The Citizen, "White money, not migrants," reads the headline there. And just perhaps to take a closer look then, that is the problem that needs to be addressed, says EFF leader Julius Malema. Instead of targeting migrant-owned spaza shops, he says South Africans should fight for control of mines and strategic industries, accusing foreign powers of shielding white monopoly capital. That's the front page of The Citizen. And also on the front page, a picture of George Kushka celebrating with his family after winning the men's race at the Comrades Marathon at Scottsville Racecourse in Pietermaritzburg yesterday. A very happy George alongside his family. And then the front page of the Sowetan, it says Soweto uprising 50 years on. And again, some iconic pictures, right, from those protests in 76. And then the big story there, government talks tough on migrants. Authorities intensify border security, arrests and deportations while warning against acts of vigilantism and impact on immigration backlash felt by South African companies operating on the continent and local artists. So we're certainly going to continue to hear more of this backlash and this fallout from these protests.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
All right, it's 18 after 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at your weather for today. There are 0 weather warnings. There is an advisory, however, that has been issued. Very cold conditions are expected over the southern parts of Namakwa of the Northern Cape, as well as over the Witzenberg municipality and central Karoo district of the Western Cape. Starting off in Pretoria, the weather's fine, a low of 8, a high of 22. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. Johannesburg, fine, a low of 6, a high of 20. Vereeniging, fine, a low of 7, a high of 21. Mbombela, fine, a low of 10, a high of 23. Polokwane, fine, a low of 8, high of 20. Mahikeng, fine, 8 and 21. Vryburg, fine 7 and 23. Bloemfontein, fine 6 and 20. Kimberley, fine, becoming partly cloudy by the afternoon, 7 and 22. Uppington, partly cloudy, 5 and 21. In Cape Town, morning fog patches, otherwise cloudy with light rain in the morning, becoming partly cloudy from the afternoon. Wind light and variable, becoming moderate southeasterly from the afternoon, 12 and 16. The expected UVB sunburn index is low. In George, cloudy, becoming partly cloudy from the afternoon. Wind moderate northwesterly, becoming southwesterly in the afternoon, 9 and 15. In Gqeberha, partly cloudy, becoming cloudy with showers of rain in the afternoon. Wind fresh southwesterly, 12 and 18. In East London, partly cloudy, wind fresh southwesterly, 13 and 18. In Durban, fine, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon with isolated evening showers and rain. Wind light to moderate southwesterly, becoming fresh in the afternoon, 16 and 23. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. Richards Bay, fine, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon with isolated showers and rain. Wind moderate northerly to northeasterly, becoming moderate southwesterly in the afternoon, 15 and 24. And Pietermaritzburg, fine, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon with isolated evening showers and rain, 9 and 20.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend?
It's my way, Jomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month.
My Way insurance?
Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket. Even though hubby switched to My Way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way.
Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Catch Top Billing this Youth Day Tuesday evening at 7 as vlogger Snigiwe Sneem Mhlongo finds her mom the best travel companion. Designer Tina Ngokolo marries Xhosa tradition with modern styling. And Geordie and Debbie Osler plant a forest, then build themselves a treehouse of a home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
All right, it's 6:22. Looking at the global briefing, the war between the United States and Iran may be over. Late last night, President Donald Trump declaring the deal complete and saying it's an end to hostilities, the lifting of the U.S. naval blockade and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, joining us for more on the story, Mbasa Mvenene is a political analyst and politics lecturer at University Walter Sisulu. Good morning to you, Mbasa. Thank you so much for your time this morning. All right, when one reads the headline, it seems almost too good to be true. How seriously is this? Iran has also confirmed what the U.S. is saying. They're set to meet in Switzerland on Friday for the official signing, but it feels a bit surreal.
Yeah, definitely. And thank you for having me. I think both parties involved here, Iran and the U.S., have come to realize that this war and its elongation is not helping either side. And I think that Iran was really smart in terms of their blocking of the Strait of Hormuz, because it created a global ripple effect that really made Trump look bad for even being involved in this war. And it really depleted all justification for the elongation of this war. But I just hope that between now and Friday, there is no change to what we see on that particular headline.
Who do you think would be credited ultimately with being able to let the countries reach this point? Does it mean that the negotiations, right, around achieving peace have been not only ongoing behind the scenes, but have been perhaps more successful than what we as the public were able to see?
Yeah, well, I think what was really giving us mixed messages as the public was what we hear from the US, the Secretary of State, and what we'd hear from Iran, which were at times completely two different stories. And I think either side, US or Iran, were willing to kind of withdraw from the war or accept defeat. And I think it is actually Trump who actually started to see that the war isn't really helping him in his presidency any longer. But I think we should credit the negotiating team. I believe that Pakistan played a very critical role there. And I think countries within the Gulf region as well had a very strong interest in seeing this war come to an end.
Let's turn our attention then to Northern Ireland, where we're seeing anti-migrant protests that have turned violent. How much of it is about the immigration, and how much has to do with economic frustrations? I guess the situation very much similar to what we're experiencing here in South Africa.
Okay, so this, I believe, is a textbook case of far-right networks weaponizing fear. And they do this primarily through digital mobilization, where an individual criminal's accountability is conflated with collective punishment of ethnic minorities or foreign residents. So from my perspective, it looks as though that one incident where the fellow, I believe from Sudan or South Sudan, stabbing a citizen was then weaponized to to create this anti-immigrant protest movement that we are currently seeing. But I believe that this far-right anti-immigrant sentiment is not only observable within Ireland. I think there's generally through Europe, there is this rise in this anti-immigrant sentiment and this view that immigrants are the cause of everything that's going wrong within those particular countries.
And perhaps then, just to wrap it up, in Latin America, the U.S. is saying that it's killed the leader of a feared Venezuelan gang. At this point, of course, those reports, to some extent, not completely verified. But what does it mean? How significant is the reported killing of Hector Guerrero?
Well, I think this really shows, from an IR perspective, the U.S. projecting military power within not only Venezuela but Latin America. And so, of course, they've dressed it up in the language of terrorism and security. But in essence, Venezuela is a sovereign state, and therefore, if they have sovereignty, then they have a monopoly over the legitimate use of violence within their own territory. Meaning, in plain English, they have the capacity to manage their own affairs without an external actor or another state interfering in order to help them with their security or terrorism. But Venezuela's cooperation must also be understood as strategic. I think at the moment, their primary concern in Venezuela is regime survival and improving diplomatic relations with the U.S. But that's my reading generally. It's the U.S. projecting power into Venezuela.
Mbasa Mvenene, let me thank you for your time. He is a political analyst, giving us a roundup of the global brief. All right, Zai is standing by with your sport. We're going to be hearing more from her on the other side of the 6:30 news headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, shares have surged in Asian markets and oil prices have fallen following the announcement of a deal between the US and Iran. The price of Brent crude oil was initially down nearly to just under $84 a barrel. The Gauteng government says it views the allegations against the Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba in a very serious light. It confirmed the placement of Mashaba on precautionary suspension yesterday. And a 45-year-old media personality is expected to make his first appearance in the Germiston Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg this morning. The media personality was arrested after a shooting incident involving an e-hailing driver in Edenvale east of Johannesburg. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good morning. We start with the crash on Joburg's Mike 1 North at Monday. If you're coming off Uncle Charlie's, coming through Deepcliff onto the N12 and then down Uncle Charlie's to return onto Mike 1, which a lot of traffic does every morning. Going to hit some delays from Uncle Charlie's up to the crash scene just before the Xavier Street exit at Monday. Very heavy mist is the call again this morning around the Ochis and Emelathleni area. Please drive carefully. There is traffic already queuing on the N12. That is either you can't see where you're going or there's been a crash there. That Ochis Emelathleni section treacherous in mist and foggy conditions like this morning, so drive carefully. But it's not only the N12, multiple routes southern side of Emelathleni in that part of Mpumalanga really badly misted up today. We'll watch Durban traffic. Durban coming out towards Pietermaritzburg through Marion Hill might be a little bit of extra volume today with some returning Comrades participants. Maybe spent the night in Durban and take today to go back inland. And Cape Town pretty light. The N2 at Khayelitsha normally jamming this time of morning. No sign of any jams there. The N1 inbound Belleville through city centre looking clear as well. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, a very good morning to you. So we've got Ronwen Williams. He's vowing to fight on after the World Cup opening defeat.
Yes, Kathy, that's the spirit. Hey, we've got to go with that and hope that that this is a World Cup. You know, it's just not a one-episode kind of series. There's still a lot of games to play. We've got a big match coming against the Czech Republic on Thursday. And let's look ahead to know that this is going to be an important one for the Bafana squad. Our captain, Ronwen Williams, is giving us a sneak peek into the mindset at the camp, and he says that the World Cup dream still alive despite that opening 2-0 loss to Mexico. Williams says the squad has learned valuable lessons from facing the host Mexico and believe the team will be much improved when they take on the Czech Republic in that must-win Group A encounter come Thursday. We also get to hear from Ricardo Goss, the goalkeeper as well, that's in the Bafana squad. And this is what he had to say.
We played a really good side. And I think now we can just learn from the previous game and just take the lessons to the next game against Czechia. And like you say, it's now what's under the bridge. I think in a game of football, you lose, you draw, you win. This is a loss. We're not used to losing. So, yeah, but I think it's lessons learned and you go into the next one and try to get all the points.
More action from the World Cup. The 4-time winners Germany, they beat Curacao 7-1 in their Group E encounter, and that took place in Houston. The win matched Germany's famous 7-1 semi-final triumph, and that was over Brazil in 2014. We also have the Ivory Coast. They snatched a late win over Ecuador, and the score there 1-0 in their first match of the 2026 World Cup. We also have rugby news. The Cheetahs overturned a 17-point deficit to stun Georgia's Black Lions 47-31, and that was in the Toyota Challenge Clash. And we also have the Greek Wars. They thrashed Portugal's Lusitanos 67-7, while the Pumas, they beat Romania A 46-26. And let's go to some running news. So we've got great news from George Kush and Helder Steyn. The South Africans delivered a record-breaking day at the Comrades Marathon. Kush shattering the uprun course record to claim the men's title, while Steyn stormed to a historic 5th consecutive victory in the women's race. Yes, Helder Steyn.
I think that's an amazing achievement. To have two South African champions, what more can we ask for? This race means so much to us. Not just the runners, but also the supporters, the people who watch it on TV at home, on the roads today. It's an inspirational event and something that is so resembling of our nation and how we come together and work together and suffer together, and then to come away with two South African champions is just amazing.
And finally, we've got tennis action. USA's Ben Shelton claiming his maiden grass court crown with a thrilling victory over compatriot Taylor Fritz at the Stuttgart Open final yesterday. Shelton edged the contest 6-4, 2-6, 6-4 in 1 hour and 50 minutes. And this news, Lewis Hamilton claiming his first victory for Ferrari with a commanding drive at the Barcelona Catalunya Grand Prix, ending the team's 20-month wait for a win. The seven-time world champion took advantage of a virtual safety car to pit and emerge ahead of Mercedes duo George Russell and Kimi Antonelli. And the Mercedes admitted Hamilton's pace on the fresher tyres meant that he was going to beat them regardless. That's your sport. Red, the colour of success this morning for Ferrari. We'll catch you with more sport here at the top of the hour.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, a happy Monday morning to you. We'll start off with what hopefully will remain the good news. Oil is falling on tentative US-Iran peace deal talks.
Good morning, Kathy. And to be exact, Brent is down 4.6% this morning to around $83 a barrel. The move, of course, comes after the US and Iran announced a preliminary agreement aimed at ending the conflict that has disrupted global energy markets for more than 3 months. Now, the move reflects growing optimism that supply disruptions could soon ease as tensions in the region begin to somewhat subside. The deal, expected to be formalized in Switzerland on Friday, includes plans to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and end restrictions on Iranian ports. Under the draft agreement, the strait could reopen within 30 days, helping to restore oil flows and reduce the geopolitical risk premium that has supported higher crude prices in recent months. Some analysts, however, have flashed warning signs saying that we've heard of news like this before, and one can only be sure once an agreement has officially been signed. And then moving over to company news, China's ByteDance is exploring new partnerships with chip makers as Beijing's push for AI self-sufficiency gathers pace. Now, Reuters reports the TikTok owner is in talks to buy AI chips from Illuvator Core X and is also considering products from Baidu's chip unit, expanding its pool of domestic suppliers beyond Huawei and Cambricon. Chips would primarily be used for AI interface, the process of generating responses to user queries, as ByteDance scales its Daobao chatbot platform. The potential deal is significant that is, beyond China, highlighting the country's growing ability to develop alternatives to Western-made AI chips. As Chinese firms reduce reliance on foreign suppliers, the move could reshape competition in the global AI infrastructure and chip markets. Then lastly, in equities, it's green across the board as investors welcome both SpaceX's successful market debut and signs of progress when it comes to the US-Iran war. Wall Street ended last week on a positive note, with that momentum carrying through to Asia, where markets opened higher today. Back home, sentiment also improved, with the JSE all-share rebounding 2.2% in trade on Friday. In currency markets, the rand strengthening this morning alongside broader emerging market assets as easing geopolitical tensions boosted risk appetite. The rand is currently trading at 16.15 to the dollar, 21.72 to the pound and 18.75 to the euro. And that's a wrap of your market brief this hour. Catch you back just after 7:30 with more market moving news.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
You're listening to
Clientele is here to.
You're listening to the national briefing. It is 6:40. So let's get then into the Africa in Focus. Refreshing morning, Advocate Mantula.
Refreshing morning, Sis Kathy, and Jumbo Africa to our listeners on the eve of Soweto Uprising Day and the Day of an African Child in terms of the African calendar.
Let's turn our attention to Kinshasa, and we're seeing there that there's rallying against the constitutional change plan, and that has become violent.
That is quite true. They are calling themselves the C64 coalition, led by the opposition leader Martin Fayula and Prince Epenge. There was a confrontation in the capital seat of DRC, Kinshasa, on Friday on this issue of the constitutional amendment by Felix Tshisekedi. You'll recall that Felix Tshisekedi's term is ending in 2 years, in 2028. Now, there was a protest towards the parliament, and there was tensions that even the opposition leaders, Martin Fayula and Prince Epenge, were slightly injured in that clash where it was marked by stone throwing. If you have been to the DRC, whenever you have tensions, they are using the stones, and they have to face the bullets and the rubber bullets from the police. That's how fun it is when you find confrontation on the constitutional amendment of Tshisekedi. Is either going for the third term or still insisting that he can amend the constitution through the front door or the back door, as we'll always say. Constitutional referendum and the issue of termism, when called the term limits of president, it is always becoming chaotic, always in the African continent.
Look, and we're continuing to see just the impact, right, of the economic situation, not only on the continent, but in other parts of the world. In Nigeria, we saw protests, right, against poverty and insecurity.
Nigeria, every 12 June, they celebrate what they call Democracy Day in the sense of Musudi Abiola. Now, on Friday, as they were marking Democracy Day, they raised the issue of the rising living cost, crumbling security in some of the regions of that country. But President Bola Ahmed Tinubu calling for unity, calling for the Nigerians to believe in their own democratic institutions. But like we know, Nigeria has been having challenges, even if it's a superpower in West Africa and Ghana, but they're having challenges. Even if they celebrate democracy, there is still a long way to go, because in their sense, democracy also, there has been a voter apathy. If you look at their elections, democracy barometer, there's been apathy in that country. But as they were celebrating on Friday, it was all about lamenting on the state governance.
Well, it seems South Africa is not the only country having to deal with deportations, repatriations. In Germany, just over 1,300 Gambians have been deported back to their home country.
Jesse, if you look at the latest reports that came from one of the migration research institution studies, they've looked at the patterns of how Germany has been relating with the Gambians who have been in that country since 2018 until now. At this moment, they have now repatriated almost 1,369 Gambians to the Gambia since 2018. And this has been done because both the countries had relations that they will legitimize you, they will document, they will give you visas to settle, they will allow you to bring families. But it seems that there have been also tensions between Germans and the Gambians, those who have been asking for asylum, others are economic migrants. But we see this pattern. As we have said it before, this is a global pattern. It's going to affect the regional integration. There's going to be fragmentation, disintegration. And I wonder in these 2 weeks' time, what Cairo summit of the AU, how will they navigate those waters of understanding migration also as a human security threat,
and also as an economic survival mode. And how do we navigate it? When you look at what has been happening, you recall last week I spoke about Tunisia also chasing African migrants in that area. So these patterns are growing as part of what others might say. Is it the emergence of right wing? Is it the emergence of foreign external influence? Is it the pressures of economy? But you look at how Europeans, they travel in Africa freely in most instances, and they're sometimes not becoming targets. And when Africans are becoming targets, how do we resolve it? Because it has tended to bring relations back to what we have seen in 1969, Nigeria and Ghana. What happened and what were the after effects economically?
So getting then into our historical archive, Advocate Mantula, we're looking at the 15th of June, 1960.
It is almost 56 years when the Organization of African Unity, by then, it was not yet formed, it was still the All Africa Conference that met in Addis Ababa, had a resolution calling for sanctions against the then apartheid South Africa. This was very important because there was a conference in Ghana in 1958 that called for economic sanctions to be imposed against the then Union of Apartheid South Africa. 1960, they met in Addis also, emphasizing that. And that shows the pressures that were used by the liberated African countries during that time to put pressure on an apartheid system. I don't know what will happen now, Sisketi, as we have seen how sanctions have been used now lately in the 21st century. Do they have a force? Do they have an impact? Asante sana Sisketi, as was leading the conversation, SAFM observing the Soweto uprising.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good morning. Just a reminder, very heavy mist around Emelefeni again this morning, south of Emelefeni on those busy routes down towards the mining areas. The N12 also has a crash, which is not unusual. The speed that motorists travel through that mist is something else. So it is not unlikely or unusual that we get crashes. We've got at least one. It's between Black Hill Road, the R555 and Ochis. There looks like there's probably another one just south of Vartamea Street, or more on the Emelefeni side. So the N12 is under pressure. Not only the mist, but also crash scenes. But just looking at the live traffic feed that I monitor every day, I can see some very slow traffic right through that region. And it's not volume, it is just motorists unable to see where they're going and having to slow down and all bunch up. So if you've got to go south of Emelefeni, right through the sort of Secunda, Leandra Kinross area, please drive very carefully, but particularly south of Emelefeni and especially along that N12. Crash on the R21 coming away from Pretoria, just down by Nelmapius Drive. No real big impact there. Also crash on the M1 northbound at New Road. All lanes are basically open. Traffic's flowing through there. We had an earlier smash on the Mike 1 north at Ormonde. Traffic is just busy, sort of starting to move through that area. So coming off Uncle Charlie's, you'll probably bunch up, but you're in and out of it pretty quickly. Durban, the N2, just starting to fill up on that run through the roadworks at Westwood Mall. Volume a lot lighter this morning. You can see that. The traffic is jamming through Spaghetti Junction, but nowhere near the volume or the delay that you'd normally experience this time of the Monday. Peter Maritzburg to Durban, always worth checking. That looks fine this morning. And if you're driving Cape Town, appears to be an issue on Robert Sobukwe, Valhalla Park area, just on the eastern side of Valhalla Drive. There's some slow-moving traffic there, and a crash right in the heart of Newlands on Main and Dean Street. Also, the N7 north up to Four Trekker Road. That's fairly busy into the long-term roadworks. Not much going on there, but single-lane sections both ways between Four Trekker and Viking Way. It's the northbound side that's jamming heavily. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
50 years later, Youth Month. The Voices.
How did the struggles of the 1976 generation impact on you?
Impacted greatly in terms of also one, getting involved in politics, wanting to be part of keeping the democratic project alive, but also taking inspiration from that generation in terms of confronting injustice to ensure that we live in a just society, so that we live in a safe South Africa that is prosperous and that ultimately we can get to unite South Africa behind.
From the class of 1976 to the generation of TikTok, AI, and unemployment, the conversation continues on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
All right, it's 6:49. You're listening to the National Briefing. Now, last week we spoke to KZN Premier Tamintuli about the roundtable discussions that he's been hosting in his province as part of dealing with the issue of undocumented migrants. He's also met with the Pakistani High Commissioner to South Africa to discuss the concerns ahead of a June 30 deadline that has been given by organizers of March and March. Premier Ntuli joins us on the line. Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Good morning, Kate, and thank you for having me, and good morning to the listeners at home.
So let's begin with the outcome of the meetings that you held last week. What would you say is the current state of affairs after having consulted with the multiple stakeholders that you have?
Well, I can say the meetings were quite progressive for both the people of the province of KwaZulu-Natal who were part of the roundtable, and also the high commissioners that I had a meeting with both Pakistan and Kenya, and also the United Nations High Commission on Refugees. It was quite progressive because we're in agreement that we are dealing with a complex matter. On the roundtable, we were focusing on the two issues. The first one being the problem of the presence of the undocumented foreign nationals, and the second one being a call which was made for the 30th of June to clarify the issue of uncertainty with the intention of what is it that was actually meant, because the leaders of the civic organization that made those announcements were also present, of which they clarified that no, they did not mean any instability or any attack to anyone, but to them they meant a demonstration. I'm hopeful that they will be able to communicate and emphasize that to the people that they've called onto the streets. And for the high commissioners, we agreed that they must also come on board to address the issue of the undocumented foreign nationals from their countries, to assist them as they want to go back to their countries. We agreed also with the United Nations High Commissioner on the Refugees that we need to set up a team that will be for government in the province and also leaders of the other countries that are having offices in this province, so that they will monitor closely this process of those who are leaving, because we are seeing them now living in numbers from the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
So, Premier, did you at any point get to understand this deadline that has been issued and the ultimatums that have been issued around the 30th of June? And I wonder what kind of accountability you were able to get on that matter.
Yes, we did engage with the ones who made that ultimatum. In fact, what I understood was that they were giving pressure to government, that government address this issue. And I'm hopeful that it will stay as such, because I also raised the concern that, you see, when you make such a call, other people, they will receive a message in a different way and do what you did not intend to do. I cited an example of looting that took place in one of the small towns in KZN recently at Escort, in the shops of the foreign nationals. That was a very unfortunate thing to actually happen. And I emphasize that if such things happens, the police must arrest people who are actually involved. Even when the leaders of foreign countries were complaining about the issue of element of criminality, which the foreign nationals were reporting that they're experiencing, I was categoric in explaining that crime is a problem in our country and even in our province. It affects both the people of South Africa and also the people who are
Premier,
foreign nationals.
what kind of commitment were you able to get then from the organizers of these protests? And I'm assuming here that you met with March and which other organization?
Insizwa nomsizwa.
Okay.
Yes, in fact, they made a commitment that their call was only about the pressure, and they even insisted that they are engaging with police in order to ensure that they are also present to safeguard any unfortunate behavior, and they are engaging the people that there should be no unfortunate behavior during that day.
So effectively, you're saying that you're satisfied with the answers that you receive. What then does the deadline, June 30th, mean to the province now?
Well, the intention, if it will stay as such, I'm satisfied with the explanation. But the uncertainty will be that you'll never know how people receive messages, as I've said. As I've said earlier, and as I've also warned them, that what will be unfortunate will be how people receive your messages, and it's important that you keep on emphasizing to them what you actually meant, so that no one will subject himself or herself to any criminal activity on the day.
The unfortunate thing, though, Premier, is that even as things stand, Durban is facing an exodus of migrants. You know, one of the local newspapers there is putting it at about 10,000 people that are fleeing from Durban. So this is not just about miscommunication. It is about a message that has been very clearly sent from the organizers of these protests to residents. And listening to you speak, Premier, I'm not sure that there's it seems to me that there's a disconnect between what it is that you hear the organizers of the marches to be saying to you in meetings versus what's actually happening on the ground.
Well, Kate, the migrants who are in Durban, they are not only from around Durban, they are from across the province. They are moving to that place so that they are assisted to live. And the information so far I have in the main are those who are actually undocumented. I know that there are quite a number of them who are still the foreign nationals who are documented, who are still within our communities, and they don't have a problem living there with various communities. But we need to continue working together, as we are hosting even the bigger meeting on the 25th of June, before the 30th of June, because we want to ensure now that all the regional leaders and all municipalities, station commanders, and all sectors of our society, they are in fact in a position to ensure that on the 30th, there will be no disruption that will be taking place.
Okay, KZN Premier Tami Ntuli.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
Good morning, Kathy. Yes, it's Mr. Suleiman. Nobody can trust Trump, Kathy. He is saying this so he can get the Hormuz reopened, so they can quickly reorganize themselves and then go back to war with Iran, stating that Iran is aggressor from 1953, 1979, 1989. They are the aggressors, so they want to sort them out and steal all the oil and the gas forever, ever and ever. Thank you. Bye.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, markets cheer US-Iran peace agreement and Gauteng Traffic Police Chief Inspector placed on suspension. Good morning. Shares have surged in Asian markets and oil prices have fallen following the announcement of a deal between the US and Iran. The price of Brent crude oil was initially down nearly to just under $84 a barrel. The BBC's Jonathan Josephs reports.
A new week of trading on global oil markets began approximately half an hour after President Trump announced a deal had been done with Iran. Despite the lack of details, oil prices fell, reflecting traders' belief that global supplies will increase as a result of the agreement. The president's post ended by saying, "Let the oil flow." How quickly that will happen remains to be seen, given shipping companies are concerned about the safety of their crews and ships.
In other news, the Gauteng government says it views the allegations against Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba in very serious light. It confirmed the placement of Mashaba on precautionary suspension yesterday. This is pending the conclusion of a formal disciplinary process. The decision to put Mashaba on precautionary leave follows his testimony before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. He made admissions related to conduct that the Gauteng government says could constitute serious breaches of the Public Service Code of Conduct. Provincial spokesperson Elijah Mhlanga.
The Chief Inspector of the Gauteng Traffic Police, Mr. Samuel Mashaba, has been placed on suspension. The precautionary suspension follows his admissions at the Matlanga Commission last week during his evidence, and there emerged allegations of a serious nature which the provincial government of Gauteng has noted with concern. As a result, he has been suspended from his duties. He will have to undergo a disciplinary process, the outcome of which will be made public at the time when all processes would have been concluded.
A 45-year-old media personality is expected to make his first appearance in the Germiston Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg this morning. The media personality was arrested after a shooting incident involving an e-hailing driver in Edenvale east of Johannesburg yesterday morning. Police say the e-hailing driver had transported a female passenger to a residence in Edenvale when the suspect confronted him and accused him of being involved in a romantic relationship with his girlfriend. The suspect is facing charges of kidnapping, unlawful discharging of a firearm in a public area, and defeating the ends of justice. Gauteng Police spokesperson Tinswalo Sibeko.
The suspect allegedly forced the e-hailing driver into the vehicle and prevented him from leaving. During the incident, the suspect reportedly discharged a firearm in the direction of the driver. The e-hailing driver managed to escape unharmed and immediately drove to a nearby police station to report the matter. Police acted swiftly and arrested the suspect shortly after the incident Investigations are ongoing. The suspect is expected to appear before the Germiston Magistrate Court on Monday, 15 June 2026.
South Africa is set to take centre stage in shaping Africa's democratic future. This as it hosts the 19th Conference of Speakers and Presiding Officers of the Commonwealth Africa region in Kempton Park from today until Saturday. The conference will bring together parliamentary leaders from across the continent. They will tackle pressing issues of governance, sustainable development and political stability. Speaker of the Gauteng Legislature, Morekane Musupia.
It is a historic moment. It has never happened before in the history of the CPA. A branch at our level is allowed. After many meetings, which were graciously chaired by the Secretary, we were allowed, the chairperson also was part of those meetings, to be hosting this in conjunction with the NCOP, because the matter is embedded in our constitution, so we had to respect our constitution.
And finally, Kosovan authorities say they've arrested 5 Serbian nationals. They are suspected of being involved in one of the worst massacres against ethnic Albanians during the war of the late 1990s. Prosecutors say the former members of Serbian special units are the first to be detained in connection with the killings. The BBC's Abiona Boja has the details.
At least 40 ethnic Albanians were murdered in the town of Rechak. They were marched up a hill and shot point blank in the head, and their bodies lined up. The international outrage was huge. The thought of marching these innocent civilians was unfathomable, and Serbia actually responded by saying that these people had been members of the Kosovo Liberation Army, a claim which was then debunked. It was revealed that these were actually just civilians, although the bodies of 9 KLA soldiers were found in addition to the bodies of the at least 40. The estimates vary of how many people were killed.
Recapping the top story, shares have surged in Asian markets and oil prices have fallen following the announcement of a deal between the US and Iran. The price of Brent crude oil was initially down nearly to just under $84 a barrel. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Outsurance knows that when it comes to insurance, trust isn't built on clever advertising and promises. It's built on how fairly an insurer pays claims. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Make today the day you switch to Outsurance, where you always get something out. Call 08 600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headline. Good news for Africa at the World Cup. Ivory Coast have opened the continental account with victory. And we also bring you news from Formula One. Lewis Hamilton, the 7-time world champion, securing his first victory in Ferrari colours. The details around 7:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. The crash on the Mike 1 North at Omonde, just south of Joburg, has been cleared. It's released that traffic that's now queuing into Crown. So from Boys into the Crown's all bunched up. But apart from that, the crash is out of the way. We do have what's being described as a major crash event on the N14, Ben Schoeman, northbound at Jean Avenue. If you're on your way up the N1 through Brockfontein onto the Ben Schoeman, you might want to not do that and just stay on the N1, go up the Polokwane section and off-ramp at Boerta Avenue or the R21. Get into Pretoria that way. The N14 northbound towards Jean Avenue, badly backed up. Durban, lighter than normal on that run up through Spaghetti Junction. So there's a bit of a result. You're in and out of that traffic pretty quickly this morning. No joy. Ottawa through to Phoenix, still with the roadworks there on the R102 route coming out of the Ottawa area down towards Straitseta Junction. So that's all backed up. Cape Town, a crash on Robert Sabukwe at Valhalla Park, just north of the N2 highway. That's causing quite a backlog of traffic in both directions. And also a crash on the M5 South, just after the Kuba interchange. Left shoulder is closed, but there is a bit of slowing traffic arriving at that scene. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 9 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A very warm welcome to you. If you've just tuned in, I'm Kathy Mutlatlana as we bring you clarity, context and conversation. Well, coming up in this hour, President Cyril Ramaphosa has headed to the courts in an attempt to halt Parliament's impeachment process, arguing that it should not proceed while aspects of the matter remain before the courts. His opponents, however, say accountability cannot wait. We'll be unpacking that within this hour of the show. We also have the Interministerial Committee on Migration revealing that more than 40,000 undocumented foreign nationals have been arrested since January, with more than 7,000 arrests taking place just in the past month alone. So we'll unpack all of that in the next hour. We'll, of course, also introduce our contributor for this week on the reality check. As always, we'd love to hear from you. The numbers to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107.
We asked rugby legend Frans Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. Frans, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Well,
there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
Oh, yeah, Club Soweto. In 1976, you just switch her on. And for 50 years, the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. I got.
We've all had the anxiety of wondering if our insurer will pay out our claim. But with Outsurance, you've got peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. So switch to Outsurance, the insurer that consistently delivers on what you need insurance to do. Call 08 600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAfmRadio.
It's 13 after 7 o'clock. Let's get into our big story then for the morning. President Cyril Ramaphosa has gone to the Western Cape High Court. This is to stop Parliament from impeaching him over Phala. He's arguing that the inquiry shouldn't even begin until the courts rule on his challenge to the Section 89 panel report. While this has set him right on a collision course with the Speaker, Togo Didiza, who has declined his request to pause that particular process. Joining me for more on this story is Zama Nchona, who is the spokesperson for the African Transformation Movement. Zama, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So we know and have seen the president's affidavit in this matter, right? He's arguing that any process that unfolds before his review matter has been finalized, that would in fact be jeopardizing him, that it would be an unfair position for him to be in. What is your position on this matter?
Good morning to you and the listeners. Well, for us as the African Transformation Movement, the only thing that was said by the independent committee was that there are areas, gray areas, that need clarity. And the president has always maintained that he is innocent. So now, how would a process that seeks to find truths behind what transpired be prejudicing him? Because he'll be given an opportunity to clarify himself. So we truly are struggling with an individual who wants to clear a cloud that is hovering over his head, and that has been there since the advent or these news surfaced. Who would now feel that he would be prejudiced by a very system that would exonerate him should he present a strong case? So for us, this is only about a president who wants to protect himself from scrutiny and accountability more than it is about him thinking that he will be prejudiced by an open process where facts would be placed on the table.
So then you don't think that the president's request that his review matter be heard and finalized is a fair one?
For us as the African Transformation Movement, we believe that the matter was concluded we had the report as early as 2022. If the president truly believed that the outcomes of that particular undertaking needed a review, we had 3 years, more than 3 years, it's actually 4 years now that we're at 2026. I mean, why didn't he do so? That's number one. And number two, the issue of this matter now, when we are at this stage, being explored by the president. Also, look at the modus operandi of the president to understand why we are in this quagmire as a party. Number one, when the president needed to declare his other businesses on this matter or establish a blind trust so as not to violate Section 96, subsection 2A on other paid work, he did not do so. When it came to issues of the declaration of the dollars, he did not do so. Came to reporting of the crime, he did not do so. And you would go on and on, even used parliament to try and... His modus operandi has always been to evade. This is why we can't trust that at the end of the process, he would suddenly regain consciousness and run away or move away from his modus operandi, which has always been to evade. He must allow this process to unfold. He claims he's innocent, then he must bring the facts on the table. Let the country see, are you innocent or not?
There will, of course, be a lot of attention paid to the Speaker of Parliament and how she manages this process. You would have seen the front page of the Sunday Times yesterday really talking about the collision course that this has set both the President and the Speaker on. What are you going to be looking out for in particular?
We're looking out for impartiality, especially that when the matter in 2022 was brought to a vote, the Speaker of Parliament, at that time she wasn't, but the Speaker voted in a particular way. So we'll be closely monitoring how she moves, because we do not want partisan individuals. We do not want a Speaker that is going to plead allegiance and pledge allegiance to a president of a party. She's a Speaker of Parliament. She must be neutral. She must be objective. And we would want to see a Speaker who can put her foot down when necessary, even against that president. Because at this stage, technically, that president is not a president from the party line, is the president of the country, and she must assist us to hold him accountable.
Let me thank you for your time, Zama Nchona, the spokesperson for the African Transformation Movement. Well, let's unpack that story further. Bophelo Seleke is an independent legal analyst and joins me on the line. Bophelo, let's talk about the legalities here. This interdict that the president has sought, how far is it going to be able to go, especially when we think about the separation of powers? Is the court being pulled into something that it would rather avoid here?
Good morning, Kathy. Not at all. Courts in South Africa have developed a clear doctrine on this, that judicial interference with parliamentary proceedings is constitutionally permissible but requires exceptional justification. You'll remember that the National Assembly's power under Section 8(9) is not an administrative action. It is a constitutional function assigned to a co-equal branch of government or state, if you will. When a court is asked then to interdict that function, it must weigh the applicant's right to judicial review against the constitutional architecture that assigns it accountability to Parliament. So effectively, sorry, the president's papers do not engage with this tension adequately, or as you pose it, Kathy. The urgency affidavit focuses almost entirely on harm to the review application. It does not seriously grapple with the separation of powers cost of granting the relief, and that, in my view, is a gap that opposing counsel will have to exploit.
There's been talk about how the speaker is going to manage this, whether she actually opposes this in court or if she leaves it up to some of the members of the opposition, as we've heard, who will likely do that anyway. What do you think the speaker here is going to be mandated to do, regardless of the fact that she, of course, comes from the same political home as the president?
Well, legally, I think the speaker would have to give heed or give credence to the application that's before the Western Cape High Court, and allow the court to apply itself to the facts that are before the papers, and then come to a constitutionally sustained judgment in as far as what the president's assertions are in the papers. I'm not anticipating an opposition on the part of the Speaker of Parliament. I do think the parties that are cited as respondents will put up a fair and sufficient opposition to the president's papers. But in as far as the role of the Speaker, I don't think there will be an application to oppose what the president has already put before the Western Cape High Court.
Do you think they should be, though?
I don't think so. And the reason that I don't hold that view is we have to look at the president's papers and the relief that the president seeks. In his own papers, the president, or the relief that the president seeks, is to the extent that pending the determination of his review, he is asking the court to not pause, but to suspend, or at least put into abeyance entirely the impeachment inquiry process under Rule 129M of the National Assembly rules. And that is the broadest relief available that the president can ask for, and it's contained in his papers. And it must also be noted that courts do not grant this relief lightly, especially when the process being stopped is a constitutionally mandated accountability mechanism.
Do you think that we're going to need to have deadlines in place? I mean, I'm just thinking about members of the opposition here, and what they could argue is that they don't want to see Parliament sort of being put into the state of inaction indefinitely while this review matter is being heard.
I don't think timelines are necessary. We'd have to look at, again, the papers that the president has filed would have the guiding light in as far as what can come out of them. So before any court looks at the merits, it must decide on the issue of urgency. You'll remember that the president has filed papers for an urgent interim interdict. But this is where, in my review of it, the president's application was most exposed. The president, in paragraph 131 of his own founding affidavit, identifies the urgency trigger. He says that the chairperson, according to media reports, intend to start the committee's work before the end of June. Now, let's underline that. Media reports, not a formal notice from the National Assembly, not a letter from the chairperson, Makashule Ghana, not a program of proceedings issued by the committee, media reports. And what we know is South African courts have consistently held that urgency constructed on media reporting rather than formal institutional notice is a weak foundation. And if the chairperson, Makashule Ghana, decides to do the characterization of his intentions, then the president's factual basis for urgency collapses at the first hurdle. There's a second urgency problem, Kathy. The Constitutional Court ordered the revival of this process, and that order was not a surprise. The constitution of the impeachment committee was not a surprise on the part of the president. The president's legal team knew the parliamentary term ends in 2026. The question of the judge president will ask, if you knew that the revival at the time of the Constitutional Court's judgment would revive this process, when you filed the review application, why did you not see it fit to also file an urgent interim interdict, so as to run the same process at parallel? And that's what the president has to answer.
We'll leave it there for this morning. Bophelo Seleke, an independent legal analyst. Yeah, I wonder then what you make of the president's latest move. It seems that it was always going to end up here. There were suggestions last month in several media reports that the president was going to interdict the process. At the time, the presidency denied those reports, but seemingly it looks like they were right with the benefit of hindsight.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Morning, Kathy. I can easily say to you, majority of these people you are seeing, Durban, these illegal immigrants who are just now want to be deported, they are illegal. Majority of these guys who are legal in this country, we are with them in townships. I'm living in Guamashu. The tax shops are still open and we don't have any problem with them because we know the guys, we've been with these guys for more than 15 years. They are legal in this country. But those who are illegal, they are running away. It's anonymous in Durban.
Morning, Kathy. KG here from Ekurhuleni. Kathy, as a South African, we deserve the backlash. No matter how frustrated and angry we can be at an issue, we have no right to harass people. We have no right to take people's property. We have no right to beat people. We have no right to burn people's properties and cars. We have no right to beat people, and all of those things. That is supposed to be done by law and order. We cannot break the law and order to fix something that we think is against the law. We deserve the backlash and it must come, Kathy. Thank you. This is Kechi from Ekurhuleni.
This is Kathy and SAfm listeners. Yeah, the problem with from Mr. Ntuli is that they don't see any problem with this. The problem is only us South Africans who comes with the act of vigilantes and so on, or xenophobic. That's how they put it. But let me rest my case because action needs to be taken. Elections are coming. ANC must move.
All right, those are just some of the WhatsApp voice notes you're sending through to the show. Let me go to Matlosana. Tabang, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Casey. How are you, my sister?
Yes, sir. Doing well.
Yes, Samuel. Kathy, I agree with President to take this matter to court to stop Parliament to proceed with this impeachment because of I see ATM is not happy about this thing. And even CIC, Julius Malema, he did so after he's been sentenced 5 years. He take this matter to court to review. So why, if President do so, they feel like President, they want something like special? And I know, Kathy, the worry is one. If they impeach President Ramaphosa, who's going to be our next president? Because of even GNU is going to collapse. It's going to be GNU of MK, ATM, and EFF, even the ANC. So we must forget about service delivery.
Okay. Tabang out in Matlosana, that's Tabang's view there. And he says that the president is right to seek an interdict in this matter. It's 7:30, time for your latest news headlines. Anne Musa is standing by. Anne, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, the case of alleged underworld kingpin Vusimuzi Matlala and 4 co-accused is expected to resume in the High Court in Johannesburg this morning. Civic organisation March and March Movement says government doesn't seem to have a solid plan to deal with undocumented migrants in the country. This after the Interministerial Committee on Migration briefed the media in Pretoria yesterday. And shares have surged in Asian markets and oil prices have fallen following the announcement of a deal between the US and Iran. The price of Brent crude oil was initially down nearly to just under $84 a barrel. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. What to avoid if you're on your way to Pretoria this morning is the N14, the Ben Schoeman Highway. A crash at Jean Avenue, a very heavy backlog into that scene just after Brockfontein. If you're on the N1 or the N14 Krugersdorp Highway heading to Pretoria, just get through Brockfontein, go out to Botha Avenue or the R21. They are much better options to get into Pretoria and avoid the Ben Schoeman towards Jean Avenue. That's a heavy backlog. Durban, a breakdown. N2 running north before Gateway, so all of a sudden traffic parking back towards Komashu Highway. Roadworks continue on the R102 between Ottawa and Phoenix, and that's pretty heavy again this morning. And Cape Town, a crash on Robert Sobukwe at Valhalla Park. That collision between Borchers Quarry and Valhalla Drive, a section of Robert Sobukwe is closed with diversion, so a bus involved in that one. Quite a big crash in that section of Robert Sobukwe there in that Valhalla Park area. Very slow going. And of course, reminder about the heavy mist around Emeletheni this morning out in Mpumalanga. There is a big crash in the middle of that between Emeletheni and Ochis as well. So very heavy on that N12, but all the local routes in that area south of Emeletheni are heavily mist and fogged and very poor driving conditions. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
All right, it's 7:32. Zai Khan, good morning. Oh, finally some hope for us as a continent. The Ivory Coast being the country to open the African World Cup account, as it were.
Yes, finally, Kathy. Africa's World Cup bank account has a deposit, right? So
hey, minimal as it might be.
We'll take it. We're officially on the board. And I think that's Ivory Coast. Yeah, they did leave it late last night just to keep our blood pressure interesting. They snatched a 1-0 victory over Ecuador. The match looked headed for the tournament's first goalless draw before Manchester United winger Amad Diallo struck in the 90th minute to seal all 3 points. They now join Germany on 3 points at the top of Group E, and we saw the 4-time winners Germany. They beat Curacao 7-1 in their opener that took place in Houston. The other match, Daichi Kamada scored off a header of Koki Ogawa's corner kick in the 88th minute, sending the Samurai Blue fans into a frenzy, giving Japan a 2-2 draw with the Netherlands in their World Cup opener. Let's bring it back home to netball action, where the Western Cape Tornadoes, they clinched the Telkom Netball League Division 2 title with a 47-46 victory over the Kingdom Queens in Pretoria. In Division 1, the Southern Stings, they claimed bronze with a 55-45 win over the Gauteng Jaguars, marking the Jaguars' lowest finish since the league's inception in 2014. Division 2 bronze went to Sonoblomo, who defeated the Limpopo Baobabs 62-44 to secure their best ever finish. Tennis action, Britain's Emma Raducanu missed out on her first title since the 2021 US Open after losing the Queen's final to Croatia's Donna Vekic. Raducanu was beaten 6-love, 7-6, and Vekic, a lucky loser, ranked 76th, holding her nerve to claim the trophy. On to women's golf, and Gina Kim and the 19-year-old Yenna Wilson captured their maiden Ladies PGA Tour victories with a superb final round 62 to win the Dow Championship team event. The American duo combined for an eagle and 6 birdies in the best ball format to finish 17 under 263, 2 shots clear of South Korea's Choi Ye-jin and Kim Yo-jo. And finally, motorsport, Lewis Hamilton won his first race since joining Ferrari 2 years ago, while Formula One leader Kimi Antonelli broke down at the Barcelona-Catalunya Grand Prix yesterday. Hamilton increased his haul, and that's the wins to 106 career victories, with his first since the Belgian GP in July 2024. And that was when he was still with Mercedes. The 7-time world champion took advantage of fresher tyres and superior pit stop strategy by Ferrari to overtake the pole-sitting George Russell, who finished second. Antonelli had passed his Mercedes teammate Russell when his car came to a stop on the track with just 4 laps to go. Here's Hamilton.
I really feel like my fans really rescued me last year. My family also, and friends that stuck with me through it all, and started into a new season, a new year where lots and lots of changes enabled in the background enabled me to get to this position I'm in today. And I just feel a lot of gratitude, a lot of pride, and very, very proud of the people that I work with. They're so passionate.
We're so passionate this morning as well. We'll come back to you with that passion at the top of the hour with more sport on the National Briefing. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Good morning again, Ndauleng. So we're seeing ShopRite. They're surpassing the store expansion target as it's now leading market leadership.
That's right, Kathy. Now, this is important because ShopRite is actually South Africa's largest corporate employer, and it's exceeded its store opening plans for the financial year, further underlying the scale and momentum of its expansion in the local grocery market. Now, the retailer opened 258 stores in its supermarkets RSA division in the first 11 months, well ahead of its 223 store target across banners including ShopRite, Checkers, USave, and Liquor Shop, as well as new formats such as Pet Shop Science and Unique Clothing. Now, the pace of expansion highlights both strong demand for value-focused retail and the group's strategy of deepening its national footprint. Beyond market share gains, the rollout is significant for employment and economic activity, with new stores supporting job creation while reinforcing ShopRite's dominance in the country's formal retail sector. In terms of what to look out for this week, all the attention locally will be on the inflation print due on Wednesday morning. Economists expect a further rise in consumer prices in May, driven largely by higher fuel costs following global oil volatility linked to geopolitical tensions. Now, economists say the reading is likely to push inflation closer to or above the upper end of the SARB's target range, reinforcing concerns about a renewed inflation cycle after April's jump to 4%. Now, if realized, this would increase pressure on policymakers ahead of the July Monetary Policy Committee meeting, where another interest rate hike is still on the table. However, recent easing in global tensions following a tentative US-Iran peace deal has softened oil prices and is likely to reduce imported inflation pressures. That in turn may limit the extent of further monetary tightening if fuel-driven price shocks begin to unwind faster than expected. And then sentiment ahead of the inflation print is upbeat, with the JSE expected to start the week in positive territory, although trade may be muted ahead of tomorrow's public holiday. Globally, attention remains fixed on the US Fed as policymakers prepare for their latest rate decision, keeping futures in the green, while Asian markets also trade firmer this morning. Locally, when looking at currencies, the rand strengthening, supported by softer oil prices following a tentative peace progress that has pushed Brent down to around $83 a barrel. The local unit currently sitting at 16.15 to the dollar, 21.73 to the pound, and 18.76 to the euro. And that's where I leave things with you. I'll be back tomorrow morning with your market update. I'm Ntauleng Lechela for the National Briefing.
Sanmoran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Mahlangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanmonani, hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Awafani. Catch Amalanga Awafani on SABC 1.
Do yourself a favor, tune in
every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1.
That's for sure.
OUTsurance knows insurance isn't tested on promises, it's tested when it's time to claim. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OUTsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. The question is, are you with the insurer that treats their clients the fairest? OUTsurance delivers when it's time to claim. So why don't you switch for peace of mind? Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer NFSP TCs and information online.
50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
We have experienced June 16th to some extent, and remembering June 16th every year. The generation that is to come, they need to know what June 16th means. So it's up to us to actually, educate them about it so that they understand the importance of it and that this is the reason why we are here today. And because of where we are now, for me personally, it changes my life completely. So I like it when on that day we are dressed in school uniforms. I think I don't want my kids to look at it as a sad day. It's a day to remember. It's our history. It is also our future.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later, only on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Hi, morning, Kathy. Simbo again from Bloemfontein. You know, Kathy, the president must account. And the other thing that I want to say is that I hear a lot of people, they're worried about who's going to be the next president. There will be a president. We will elect another president. So it's not like Mr. Ramaphosa, he was actually qualifying to be a president. No, he wasn't. So anyone can be a president as long as South Africans that we are happy about the candidate, we can elect anyone. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, Kathy. I think Zama is being very disingenuous here. Does he know an old man called Zuma who said the same thing but is now fighting the cause for almost 30 years? Does he know another young man called Julius who professes innocence but is at the moment in the courts trying to make an appeal? He would do the same if he was in trouble with the law, this Zama guy. So he must come with stories that an appeal is nothing strange. It's part of democracy. This is Jack from Amaskral.
Morning, Kathy. How do you strike a balance in relation to what is happening in this country? Illegal immigrants and the retaliation of African countries. As much as we can go to the other countries illegally and open spaza shops or occupy those non-essential sectors or sectors that are reserved for their residents according to their laws. Why can't we implement it? Because we are crying for a simple thing. Those who are illegal, they must go back home. Simple as that.
Yeah, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes. And unfortunately, the backlash that we're seeing on the continent is not only concerning, but there are worries that it could well continue with time. And that is why consular services are being activated in different parts of the country. Let me take some of your calls. Sianda, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Good to talk to you on this morning side of the show. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sianda.
All right. Kathy, Parliament, you would expect Parliament that it is a place where laws are set and are made, and it is the best place to teach people in following the law to the letter T. All the president is doing is to exercise his right, notwithstanding whether he's right or wrong in terms of the merits of the case. But what he is doing is teaching us as South Africans that what is written in the law, everyone has rights, and it must be applied to the letter T. That is all. These guys, the ATM and others, when it was President Zuma, because the ATM is very much close to President Zuma, they never saw anything wrong with what he's doing. Anything that is done by President Ramaphosa, they would go out and make a noise about it. And this thing, it must come to a stop. We don't expect anything else from them because they are a opposition party, but at least what they should be teaching the people of South Africa is that what the president is exercising, that which is in the constitution, and let's await the outcome. He's not saying we should not do this, but also let's also allow him the due process. He will be held accountable in the end. Thank you.
All right, Sianda in Kareja, we'll leave it there then for this morning.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation.
SAfm traffic with momentum. Just as you plan your route, only 15% of households plan for retirement. Plan yours today. Speak to a Momentum accredited financial advisor for advice that meets your context.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Heavy delays now on the N12 out at Mpumalanga. We've been warning about the heavy mist and the expected crash scene, and it's arrived. It's a big crash between Orchies and Emelethani. In fact, there may well be two, looking at the traffic flow, but it is very heavy. If you don't fancy it, travel later once that mist and fog and the crash backlog has cleared through. And of course, it's not only the N12, but multiple routes, particularly the R555 that runs south of Emelethani from the N4 down to that N12 Orchies Cities area. That's all heavily backed up, and other routes south of the N12 also backed up, just going slow because of the heaviness of that mist and fog this morning. But the big takeaway really is the N12 and that crash and very heavy backlogging going on there. Driving up in Victoria, earlier collision on the N14. That's the Ben Scrimmon Highway at Jean Avenue. That's still heavy. Get to Brockfontein, then split up the N1, take Buerta Avenue or the R21 as your options into Pretoria this morning. You'll move freely on those roads, but the N14 has got you backed and stacked quite heavily through there. The rest of Gauteng Highway is very light, which is generally what we're seeing across the country without the obstructions. One of the obstructions is Durban's N2 North. That's reasonably heavy this morning as you sit between KwaMashu and the breakdown going through towards the Umhlanga exit. And Cape Town, a very serious collision involving a bus, and we're hearing multiple fatalities on in Valhalla Park. So the crash is on Robert Sobukwe between Borchard's Quarry and Valhalla Drive. That section of Robert Sobukwe currently closed if you're trying to get through to the M2, and quite heavily backed up if you're trying to get up towards the sort of Bell side. So some real pressure there. The highways around Cape Town are open and free flowing, which is pretty much what we're seeing this Monday morning across the country. Drive safely though. If you're driving through mist, there is plenty of it, particularly around Mpumalanga. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized FSP and registered credit provider.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, they say. But my toaster isn't broken exactly. It just lands my toast on the kitchen floor. You see, some things only kinda never work. Like a financial plan based on generic advice. That's why Momentum accredited financial advisors take the time to understand you and only then apply their expertise. Advice meets your context. Momentum, your journey to success. Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized financial services and registered credit provider.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, I'm taking some of your calls. Then the number to dial for our studio line 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. Andres, you're in Protea Glen. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Kate.
Yes, sir.
Whether the president is right or not, to me, he's playing games with us because of at that time when he had ample time, plenty of time to take this to review, he should have done that irrespectively. The parliament has shut it down with the vote. Because if he believed the report was had flaws, he should have just continued even whatever the parliament has done. He should have just continued to clear what he believes. Then he's playing a game with us. That's the problem that I have only. Not that he's got a right or not. That's only my problem. Yeah.
And the idea, Andres, that at the time that he decided not to continue with the review application, he pretty much thought that the matter was done and dusted. Do you think that that's a sufficient reason for him having withdrawn?
No, it's not sufficient reason that was done and dusted. He believed himself that the report was flawed. Then the fact is that it was not tested. It was just voted down. Because he believed, he should have continued with his belief to say, this has got flaws, not to stop it because of it has been shut down. It was not tested. It was just shut down. You see? He should have continued with his belief. Yes.
All right. Andres, let's leave it there.
Thank you.
Musa in Pretoria, good morning.
Katie, good morning to you.
Yes, good morning, Musa.
Yeah. You know what, Katie, I'm a bit worried here. After the briefing of yesterday on this immigration issue, you had the provincial manager saying we can't count these people. We don't know how many they are. But on the other hand, we've got a minister who says, no, most of these people are documented. This concern worries me because it gives an indication that we are not ready for that 31st or 30th of June. Something's going to happen like it happened in 2021. I don't feel we are ready, you see. So I think we need to get some government spokesperson who's going to tell us how far are they with their readiness. Because I'm concerned that 2021 is going to reoccur. I promise you. If we are not prepared, if we've got no plans in place? Because my feeling is that there is no plan there.
Yeah, and I guess also the sense of urgency around some of these matters, right?
Yeah, no. It's concerning, Katie. Let's get the government people reassuring us that they've got this thing on, in their control, under control. Because what I heard yesterday, Minister saying, I don't think we are ready. I don't.
Okay, Musa out in Pretoria. And I guess it's also another thing when the organizers of these protests say one thing behind closed doors during meetings, and yet the situation on the ground mirrors something else. I think that also too is something to watch. Khotso, you're in Maluti, Apofung, good morning.
Goeiemorgen, Kathy Mosafana. Who handed out, Kathy?
Good,
Kathy,
go for it.
Kathy, why we have to come out only with the negative things? When are we going to come with the positive things? Even if it's too late, but we have to talk about it. The dissolvement of Mwate municipality by AfriForum in Free State, for us as a resident of Free State, it was not a surprising thing, Casey, because we know who is behind and we know who orchestrated the dissolvement of Mwate municipality. But on other side, Casey, you can't say it's a dissolvement, but you can say it's a celebration. The AfriForum was celebrating the legacy of the leader of Afrikaner Weerstandig, Eugene Terreblanche, when he was saying that you put the black people on the position, you put a dirty fact, because the people who orchestrated the development of Mwate municipality, it's him who destroyed Free State. Now he mobilized the white people to intervene on the ANC government because of his failed this money when he was a premier in Free State. Even if it's too late for the MEC of COPTA to act in Free State decisively against the gangsters. But we applaud the High Court for dismissing the AfriForum case in Free State, Casey. We'd like to say thank you very much, Casey.
Okay, all right. Khotso out in Maluti Apofung. We'll certainly follow up on this story in as far as the dissolution of that municipality, get the latest from there. Let me go to Poch. Shasha, good morning.
Morning, Catherine, that was born a few years ago, not many. Kath, I also want to weigh in this thing of Ramaphosa, even though I want to put it differently. You see what these people who are in court now, this is just diverting the truth because those people, I can assure you, those people who were paid to go to court, to be arrested, all of that, only just to take the truth away from the people's eyes. That's how I see it. So this Palapala thing, Ramaphosa is nothing innocent. He is guilty, and guilty. That is why he's using those foreigners, those Namibians, he's using them to come go to court as if they were arrested, as if they have stolen. There's nothing like that.
Shasha, he's guilty of what, according to you?
I mean, about these dollars, that money, there's nothing innocent about that money, because, Catherine, I can't see that people come with money into a country and that money is not declared where it should be declared. So there's nothing innocent about this money. That's why I'm saying to you, after a year or 2 or 3, it is going to come out that what was that money for.
Okay. All right,
Yes.
Shasha, let's leave it there. And it's about the reason, right, that is put on the record for why the president was in possession of that money in the first place.
Good morning, says Kathy. You know, our president is playing how to get away with murder. Sadly, he proves that he's unethical, corrupt, unaccountable leader. History will judge him.
Good morning, Sis Kathy and your team. This is Sakile Nsugwini from Wantlabyalinga. You know, Sis Kathy, apparently the South African justice system was designed to serve only the politicians, because whenever there's a court judgment against them, they rush to appeal and they are allowed to do so. Thank you.
We all we all agree that the president should be accountable, but it is his right to take the independent panel report on review. To say anyone can become the president should he be impeached, it's easier said than done. The president has managed to bring stability to South Africa. This country is stable today because of this man. Thank you.
All right, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes and text messages. We're edging towards 8 o'clock, and Musa standing by with the latest news update.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, Matlala and co-accused back in court, and markets cheer US-Iran tentative peace agreement. Good morning. The case of village underworld kingpin Vusimuziket Matlala and 4 co-accused is expected to resume in the High Court in Johannesburg this morning. Matlala is accused of orchestrating the failed attempt to kill his former girlfriend, Tebogo Tobejane, businessman Josie Banyoni, and music producer Sienki Mukubung. Session Naidu reports.
Vusimuzi Matlala, together with his co-accused, are expected to once again return to the dock this morning for the resumption of their case. The defense teams are expected to make a formal application to compel the state to hand over outstanding evidence. It's understood that the defense wants the state to provide a statement allegedly made by a state witness to IPID. They also want the automatic vehicle location records of police vehicles used during the arrest of Matlala.
The state in the trial of village underworld crime boss Nafiz Modek is expected to continue the cross-examination of one of the accused, Ziyad Pool, today. The Western Cape High Court postponed the matter on Thursday last week after another accused, Taufik Brown, took ill. Brown caused chaos last week when he and 3 co-accused walked out of the courtroom hurling profanities in the presence of the judge. The evidence of the state using his wife's name aggrieved him. Brown is among the 14 accused in trial. Modek is facing more than 100 charges, including money laundering, racketeering, extortion, and the killing of anti-gang unit detective Charles Kania. The Forum for South Africa has become the latest civic body to call for President Cyril Ramaphosa's immediate resignation. This comes after Ramaphosa filed an urgent interdict in the Western Cape High Court on Friday. He is seeking to halt the start of an impeachment inquiry using his separate review appeal against the Section 89 Independent Panel's report. FOSA's leader Tebogo Mashilompane has accused Ramaphosa of using judicial appeals and state resources to avoid accountability.
We don't have a problem when people exercise their own rights, but without abusing state resources, because the outcome is clear from Section 89. They said there's a prima facie evidence here that the president should account for something. And then if indeed the president is not guilty or is feeling morally okay, he should allow the process to go on because he knows that he'll be vindicated. But because he knows exactly that whatever that happened he's guilty of, that is why he runs to the courts. And then with whose money? With the taxpayers' money. That's why we've got a problem. He abuses the taxpayers' money.
Civic organization March and March Movement says the government does not seem to have a solid plan to deal with undocumented migrants in the country. This after the Interministerial Committee on Migration briefed the media in Pretoria yesterday. The movement's leader, Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, says the committee did not outline how government intends to trace foreign nationals with expired permits.
We have a number of issues that cause this influx. The most obvious one of them all, which I think should be the quickest one to solve, is the entry into the country. You're allowing people to come in with passports and get stamps or 90-day stays in the country for a stamp. But when the people are at the border, they're not required to provide proof of where they're going, and how long they're going to stay, and how they can be traced. This is the problem that we're complaining about. We didn't get a tangible solution to things that are that easy to combat.
And finally, shares have surged in Asian markets and oil prices have fallen following the announcement of a deal between the US and Iran. The price of Brent crude oil was initially down nearly to just under $84 a barrel. The BBC's Jonathan Josephs reports.
A new week of trading on global oil markets began approximately half an hour after President Trump announced a deal had been done with Iran. Despite the lack of details, oil prices fell, reflecting traders' belief that global supplies will increase as a result of the agreement. The president's post ended by saying, "Let the oil flow." How quickly that will happen remains to be seen, given shipping companies are concerned about the safety of their crews and ships.
Recapping the top story, the case of alleged underworld kingpin Vuzimuzi Matlala and 4 co-accused is expected to resume in the High Court in Johannesburg this morning. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185.
Outsurance knows that when it comes to insurance, trust isn't built on clever advertising and promises. It's built on how fairly an insurer pays claims. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Make today the day you switch to Outsurance, where you always get something out. Call 0800 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm sports headlines, we'll hear from the Bafana players who are unhappy with their performance at the World Cup. And we have the Springboks. They are facing fly half and lock selection dilemmas ahead of the Barbarians opener. We'll have details for you at around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Still a big backlog on the N14, the Ben Schoeman Highway towards Pretoria. If that is your route this morning, either off the Krugersdorp Highway or the N1 Highway through Brockfontein, get onto the N1 and go up to Botha Avenue or the R21 exits. Use those routes into Pretoria this morning and avoid the N14. Quite a heavy clog up into that scene. Durban, a breakdown between Kwamashu and Gateway. That is being cleared. That traffic on the way to the airport starting to move off again. Pietermaritzburg to Durban looks fine, but if you're going up into Pietermaritzburg from Ashburton, there is a queue around a breakdown stationary vehicle in that roadwork section just before Market Road, 1 lane open, and the resultant queue quite heavy. Don't forget, big crash and big delays. Emalafeni through Ockies on the N12 in very heavy mist. We were expecting a collision this morning, and right on time we've got it. There's always crashes when the mist is as heavy as it is this morning, so if you don't fancy the poor driving conditions or you don't fancy sitting in traffic along that N12, travel later. And the mist not only lying on that N12, it is right across that region south of Emalafeni. Very poor driving out that side this morning. Also Cape Town, a fatal collision on Robert Sobukwe between Borchard's Quarry and Valhalla Drive. It's closing a section of Robert Sobukwe heading towards the N2 highway, so delays and diversions through that Valhalla Park area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the show if you've just tuned in. It's Monday, the 15th of June. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. Pleasure to be in your company until 9 o'clock as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. Coming up in the next hour, we'll get into our briefing debate. And this one, of course, is one that splits dinner tables and WhatsApp groups. Pit bulls, are they a loyal family dog? Are they a breed of a loyal family dog, or a public danger that should be banned? That's the conversation we're going to be looking at coming up in the next half hour of the show. And then, of course, we'll end things off in the final hour with Built in Mzansi. And we'll look at a campaign, literally turning heartbeats into music. Before we get to that, though, we'll also make time to take your calls. The number to dial for our studio line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer, or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Guys, we're always posting, commenting, and clapping back. But opinions don't count. It's your ex that does. So come 20 and 21 June, get up, show up, and register to vote. Call 0800 11 8000. Visit elections.org.za or WhatsApp 060 880000 for more info. This message is brought to you by the IEC.
Mom, million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
All right, it's 12 after 8 o'clock. Let's get into our briefing debate. The question that we're asking this morning, should South Africans stop keeping pit bulls as pets? And of course, it comes as the country continues to have families that are bearing children in particular after horrific attacks, and the danger then that this particular breed of dogs poses in our communities. Joining us for this conversation, Lehanda Reader, spokesperson for Pitbull Federation of South Africa. Lehanda, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and to all the listeners.
Sizwe Kupelo is a patron and founder of the Sizwe Kupelo Foundation. Sizwe, good morning to you.
Morning, Kathy, and morning to the guests there and the listeners.
So, Sizwe, let me start perhaps with you. You've been making a case for why pit bulls need to be banned. You've even gone as far as running a petition that had more than 139,000 signatures supporting the cause for this ban. Tell us a little bit more about why you feel so strongly about this matter.
Well, thank you, Kathy. Ours was based on scientific evidence before us. The death of innocent children and mainly elderly people in the country. So we said we've got a right that is enshrined in our constitution, a right to life, which is being threatened by this animal. So we made a call for government to take steps and ban this animal as it continues to kill. Our campaign started in 2022. We met government in 2023, handed over the petition. But now it's almost 4 years on, nothing has happened. What we see is the continued carnage in the country because we have lost even more people. Still, there are no consequences. And we were not brutal in our call. We wanted the government and all those involved to come together and not kill the animal, but instead put control on the existing, sterilize, and also go beyond this particular animal. Our call also looked at other power breeds to say there is a need for a basic training. There is a need to regulate all these power breeds to ensure that they are in the correct hands. Because what we've also identified by meeting with those who are involved in breeding animals is that in some instances it happens that the animal falls in the wrong hands. But we said the animal, it is not just a danger to the public. Some of the victims are the people who actually owned the animal, are the neighbors to those who owned the animal. And we're still convinced, Kathy, that we were correct, that the animal should be banned. But another issue, if you look at the regulations and the laws, the Animal Matters Act of 1993 as amended is also a problem when it comes to the public safety around the dogs in general. So we also called on government to look at amending that act. But what we heard from government in 2023 was the referral of that act to the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Government also shocked us when they said in South Africa they do not have a breed called pit bull. So in other words, they were saying there's no pit bull in South Africa. So what they told us was that they were engaging that time on a scientific research to identify the aggression that is in this particular breed. What is this breed called? They don't know because in their database they don't have it in South Africa. But we still call it a pit bull because they never came back to say our conclusion is that this particular breed is whatever that they would have identified. You asked me what is our position now. We feel that there's been the dereliction of duty, and we feel strongly that maybe pit bull victims, those who survived, and I'm talking about people who lost limbs, who lost livelihood, who cannot contribute anymore towards the growth of the economy of this country. We feel that there is a case for them to launch civil claims against government, because government is well aware of the danger that has been disrupting lives in the country, but they're doing absolutely nothing.
Lehanda, this is a debate that you would very well be aware of. Let's talk about then what the position of the Pitbull Federation of South Africa is.
Yes, Kathy, that is quite right. The Pitbull Federation of South Africa, first of all, are deeply saddened with all the tragic incidents involving animals, and our condolences always goes out to the families affected and the communities. Public safety must come first, so that is always been that is utmost for us. But you have to remember that owning a pet in South Africa is a privilege. It's not a right. So if you decide to own a pit bull, an American pit bull terrier, or a pit bull type dog, or any other power breed for that matter, there comes a huge responsibility with that. And first, people must remember that owning a power breed, it's not for everyone. You need to be knowledgeable, responsible as an owner. Your household has to have the experience and the lifestyle and the facilities to be able to own that type of animal responsibly. And that is where a lot of the problems come in. So what the Federation has always said is banning a particular breed will not solve the problem. Because it is not a particular breed that is a problem. It is the ownership of powerful dogs, whether it is a purebred dog or whether it is mixed breeds. If you talk about mixed breeds, you cannot determine exactly what type of traits and behavior comes with that animal, and that is the problem. So the education of people wanting to own powerful dogs, that is very important. People need to be knowledgeable when they decide, I want to own a powerful dog. And that is the most important part for us.
Lehanda, given the fact that that seems to be what is not happening, because if it was, we wouldn't have the high rates of incidents and attacks that we do. Is that not reason enough to then have the ban? Because ultimately, even the people who are taking ownership of these dogs don't really know how to manage them.
But if you ban one animal, you have to ban all of the power breeds. Because if you, the problem is not the breed, the problem is the ownership. So you cannot ban one particular breed because an irresponsible owner will just move on to the next breed that he can own, which is not banned in our country. So the problem is not the animal that are being kept as a pet, but the owner. And that's why the Federation has always said that educating responsible ownership across the board and regulating that is where we need to start. Because responsible ownership is definitely the way to go. That is, I mean, it's like people driving cars, people owning firearms. If you do it responsibly, that is a good thing. But if you're irresponsible, carnage on the roads is happening on a daily basis. Firearm incidents is happening on a daily basis. So you cannot, that is why we're saying you cannot ban one particular animal and think that you're going to stop the problem. That is not the problem. You see, in our social environment in South Africa today, people own powerful dogs for security and protection. So they teach their dogs to be aggressive towards humans. And that is where the problem starts. You teach your pet to be aggressive and that your community must be afraid because your dog is protecting you. But you cannot handle or manage that animal that you have taught to be aggressive. That is where the problem comes in.
I want us to deal with this issue of crossbreeding, Lehanda, because it seems to me that it's another big problem that's contributing to what we are facing nationally?
Yes, correct. Crossbreeding is a huge problem. Backyard breeding. People breeding dogs to be aggressive. They put two different breeds together so that they can have a more powerful, more aggressive dog. And that is all for what the community wants or what the people wants for security purposes. The minute you start crossbreeding, you do not know what behavior that animal will end up with. And you irresponsible or not knowledgeable people, not general household people that wants a pet, is not necessarily knowledgeable to keep an animal that is bred for aggression, because that takes knowledge and experience to handle such an animal in a family environment. The Federation have always said that an American Pit Bull Terrier is a powerful animal, but you can manage it properly if you have the correct knowledge. So now you take an American Pit Bull Terrier or any Pit Bull type dog, which is a powerful animal, it's got stamina and agility, and you breed it with a Boer Bull, for instance, which is a massive dog. You end up with such a big, powerful machine that you cannot control. You've got behavior of two powerful animals, and you're an ignorant owner. And if I say ignorant, is you don't have the knowledge to manage that animal properly in a family environment. And that is the problem. People contain the dogs without socialization, without proper teaching the dogs how to interact in a community environment. They do not take the responsibility for dogs coming out, so they're not properly contained.
Sizwe?
And that is the problem.
Keve. Yes, the issue of crossbreeding is a problem, but it is a secondary problem to what the country, South Africa, is facing. The issue is that people are dying, and you can count the statistics. It points to this particular breed, which we convinced is a pit bull. The issue of training, yes, it's also important. Hence, we called on government to look at regulating all power breeds. You see, the stories that we've had during our campaign, and we continue to hear. By the way, we're still inundated with calls from communities that are afraid, that are confronted with these animals, sometimes stray animals roaming around their streets. The issue is if you look at crossbreeding and you characterize that as a real problem, then that would be a diversion from what we are facing. The pit bull, we are convinced, is a problem. In all the people that have died in all the provinces, particularly in the Western Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, all the deaths are attributed to this particular power breed pit bull, not any other breed, not a Boer, not a Rottweiler, or any other breed, power breed. It's only a pit bull across the country. So we still feel and insist that government has to ban the breed, has to regulate the ownership of all other power breeds in the country so as to ensure the safety of our citizens.
Do you think that bringing in some form of licensing around ownership of pit bulls may help to deal with the matter? So let's say you need to get certified before you can actually own one of these animals.
Partly yes, because we are saying power breeds need to be regulated. That's exactly what we expect government to do. Subject would-be owners to a basic training. They can use the same method that is used with regards to gun ownership. Because if you look at all these breeds, you can categorize them. And also, if you come with that kind of regulation, you will also contribute in job creation, because there would be people that would be responsible for academies to offer trainings, and so you will end up doing, assisting communities with other opportunities.
Okay.
But also beyond that, the role of municipalities in implementing their bylaws around dogs in general, because another problem here is dogs that are roaming the streets. In fact, in the rural areas and rural towns, what we had when people realize that they are keeping dangerous animals, they just release those animals into the streets. And when you trace if a person has a problem, or there's been a bite or a lethal bite to a person, the owner will just say, no, I got this from so-and-so who found the dog on the street. So that points to this issue of lack of training, lack of regulation.
All right. Let me thank you for your time. Leanda, I don't know if you want to add anything to that before we wrap things up.
Kathy, yes, I would just like to add one thing. The term pit bull is an umbrella term that the general public uses for various types of breeds, and that is one of the problems. So if you refer to a pit bull, it is not the purebred American pit bull terrier. It is a conglomerate of breeds together the breeds that looks similar, and that is the problem when if they talk about banning the pit bull, you're going to talk about five, six different type of dogs that you would like to ban. The problem is not a specific breed. It is crossbreeds, because there's a lot of dogs out in the street that are being bred for 200 and 500 rand to be sold to the public, because there is such a big demand for it. People are making money out of it, and the breeding is unregulated. And that is one of the problems why our rescue organizations are flooded with unwanted dogs and pit bull type dogs. They're not purebred animals. They are all crossbreeds.
Okay.
So that is definitely a huge problem that needs to be addressed.
Lehanda Rieder, spokesperson for the Pit Bull Federation of South Africa, and Sizwe Kupelo, patron and founder of the Sizwe Kupelo Foundation.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, buses have arrived at Durban Sherwood Hall Playground to begin repatriating thousands of displaced Malawian nationals to their country of origin. The group had sought refuge at the site after targeted threats from anti-foreigner groups forced them to flee their communities. The case of alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Matlala and 4 co-accused is expected to resume in the High Court in Johannesburg this morning. And the Forum for South Africa has become the latest civic body to call for President Cyril Ramaphosa's immediate resignation. It comes after Ramaphosa filed an urgent interdict in the Western Cape High Court on Friday. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good morning. Seriously, it's worth considering delaying any travel along the N12 between Emelefeni and Ochis. A couple of major crashes in amongst some very thick mist and fog this morning. You're not going to get through. We got queue times there of about an hour, both directions. Just avoid it. You'll just sit on the highway in very heavy fog. Difficult to see where you're going ahead. You want to avoid that. You can use the N4 between Emelefeni and Pretoria. That's an option. Some of those link roads that link you from the N12 through the N4 locally, just south of Emelefeni, like the 555, they are badly backed up and badly fogged and misted as well. So just delay travel. Go a little bit later this morning if possible, or aim for the N4. Pretoria and Emelefeni would be the option there. Crash on the N14 at Jean Avenue. That scene is being cleared. That traffic towards Pretoria is starting to move through. If you're going out of Durban on your way to Pietermaritzburg, maybe returning from Comrades yesterday, if today's the day to go back, very heavy backlogs between Ashburton and a broken down truck just before the Market Market Road exit into Pietermaritzburg. Just a single lane open and a big queue to work through there. And Cape Town, a very serious collision with fatalities. It's involving a bus. Son Robert Sobukwe. Robert Sobukwe effectively closed between Borchers Quarry and Valhalla Drive for motorists going down towards the N2 highway. There will be some diversions, possibly for some time, around that scene. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Oh, Zai Khan, I guess the team needed a couple of days to take it all in. And now they're speaking about the loss to Mexico and generally unhappy about how that World Cup opener went.
Yeah, Kathy, they are as unhappy as the fans. And I think that's where recovery usually starts, right? And I also think that if a Monday morning teaches us anything, it's that one bad day doesn't define the whole week. So Bafana will be hoping that comes true on Thursday when they take on the Czech Republic. They're reflecting on their disappointing World Cup opener against Mexico. They take on Czech Republic come Thursday, with Tapelo Maseko saying the focus is now firmly on learning lessons and moving forward.
It's something we spoke about, and yeah, the entirety of the team was not really happy about the result, but we oath and we talked about it, and yeah, we want to improve. As much as it's a big tournament and there's very big teams participating, but we must showcase our talents and don't let down the people of South Africa.
Let's go to other results now from the World Cup. Sweden had a convincing 5-1 victory over Tunisia in their World Cup Group F opener. Took place at Estadio Monterrey. Ivory Coast snatched a dramatic 1-0 victory over Ecuador. Japan had a 2-2 draw with the Netherlands in their World Cup opener. Rugby, the Springboks begin their international season this weekend with opportunity and selection headaches in equal measure. Rassie Erasmus is set to name his side tomorrow for Saturday's clash against the Barbarians in Gqeberha, with fly half and lock emerging as the key pressure points. With Henry Pollard involved in the URC final and Sasha Feinberg, Ngome Zulu and Jordan Hendricks are sidelined through injury, Mani Libok is currently the only fit specialist fly half available. The second row picture also stretched. Ibn Etzebet, Achis Neyman and Salman Murad injured, while Ruan Nokia is still with the Bulls. But the shortage could open the door for a few rising stars, including junior Springboks captain Riley Norton. Let's go to cycling, where Mexico's Isaac Del Toro won the 2026 Tour Auvergne Rhône Alps with a solo victory that was in the 8th and final stage. The 22-year-old UAE Team Emirates rider, who also won Saturday's penultimate stage, adds a third stage race win of the year to his successes in the UAE Tour and the Tirreno Adriatico earlier in the season. And Nicolo Bulega won the race 2 of the 2026 Emilia-Romagna World SBK for his third win out of 3 races of the season. Bulega finished 5 seconds ahead of Iker Lecona, with Yari Montella completing the podium in the bike race. And finally, we're celebrating Lewis Hamilton winning his first race since joining Ferrari 2 years ago, while the Formula One leader Kimi Antonelli broke down at the Barcelona-Catalunya Grand Prix yesterday. The 7-time world champion Hamilton took advantage of his fresher tyres and a superior pit stop strategy by Ferrari to overtake the pole-sitting George Russell, who finished second, with McLaren's Lando Norris in third. That's your sport in the national briefing. You can check back with John Gerika. He'll be in the fast lane around 12:30. I'm Zai Khan.
In 1976, youth switcher on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
"50 years ago, young South Africans changed the course of history. Today, a new generation asks a different question. What have we inherited and what must we build next? This Youth Day, SAFM joins forces with South Africa's leading campus radio stations for a series of powerful national simulcasts. The National Briefing and Voice of Vets, exploring education, employment, and economic opportunity. The Daily Discourse and Northwest University FM, examining democracy, leadership, and active citizenship. The Full Circle and Radio Turf, reflecting on identity, culture, and social cohesion. Students, communities, leaders, and listeners. One country, one conversation. 50 years after June 16. Join SAFM and Campus Radio as we explore where South Africa has come from, where we are, and where we need to go. Youth Day 2026, 50 years later, only on SAFM. SAFM, South Africa's national meeting place, and still leading the conversations that move us.
Stay tuned to SAFM coming up.
The world changes, revolutionaries die, and the children forget. The ghetto is our first love, and our dreams are drenched in gold. We don't even cry. We don't even cry about it no more. Are the beautiful ones really dead?
Thandiso Mazwai reminding us of the fact that we stand on the shoulders of giants, especially as we think about tomorrow marking Youth Day and remembering 50 years since the 1976 protests. All right, I'm going to open the lines and take your calls. The number to dial for our studio line 086 000 2032, and on the WhatsApp voice note line you can send those voice notes and text messages to 0614 104 107. Temba, you're in Limpopo. Good morning.
Yes, Katie, how are you?
Good, go for it, Temba.
I'm okay. Morning to you and the listeners at home. No, Katie, I think what we need to really look into is the root cause of all these problems. Because what I strongly believe in is that the problem that we are having as a country with regard to this palapala and most of other things is the ANC as the organization. Because this president is the president of the ANC. And the ANC, they've got the integrity committee. They've got your step-aside rules, all those things. Why are they not utilizing those things in making sure that they protect us as a country? Because right now, ANC, they are protecting their own comrades. We have a speaker who's supposed to be neutral, but seemingly she is not neutral. So basically here, the problem we are having is we are having a president who's dishonest. We are having a president who's full of empty promises. We are having an unethical president. You know, I remember during the inauguration of him there in Pretoria, was it Loftus Fresh? He made promises there. He told the nation that he has identified a piece of land in Dunkeld West where he will build the local houses for people. And I have relatives in Alexander. I remember even telling them that, hey, you guys are going to stay in Rosebank and all that, because the Dunkeld West is just on that young smart going to Zoo Lake and the Joburg Zoo. But where is that development in Dunkeld West for people who are living in the shack? There is no such. Because that development that he promised, it's a development which is more like your Cosmos City, your Savannah and whatnot. Okay. But we are still waiting because we have a president who's not trustworthy. So we should just, when it comes to local government elections, we must just vote out this ANC. Fortunately, in Johannesburg, we have heavyweights like your Helen Ziles and your Herman Mashaba. So ANC won't see the light of day. They must just move out. We are tired of ANC.
Okay.
The problem is the ANC here.
Temba, let's leave it there. Spongiseni, you're in Umlazi. Good morning.
Hi, Kate. How are you?
Go for it, Spongiseni.
I'm well. I'm okay. Kate, I just want to speak about this illegal immigration. You know, I didn't want to call, but I had to call because I'm seeing different voices. And the way they portray this thing now is like it's ethnicity. It's like we as like the Zulus don't want other people who speak other languages. You see, if let me make an example. Just now in Ireland, there was an asylum seeker who step someone there who belongs there. He's an asylum seeker, but when he goes there, he commits a crime. Where is likely to be today? I can mention many, but you find Julius Malema, Thabo Mbeki, they speak because you know why? Because they've got security, they drive with big cars, they've got high walls. If they think that illegal foreigners should come in the country, why don't they send them to Sentin? Let these illegal foreigners stay in Sentin and see what happens. Let them stay on their high walls. Let them stay on their own homes and see what will happen. You know, I find it very strange and very annoying. They tend to speak English. They speak big English when they're on TV. They speak big English, but then they don't want those people on their yards. Why don't they stay on their yard?
So
why don't they stay on their yard?
Yeah, you know,
let them stay in Kowe, let them stay in Camps Bay, let them stay on their own homes and then see what will happen.
Spongiseni, I I haven't seen, anyone that says that non-nationals that are not documented should not be documented or having that be advocated for. I have not seen that at all.
No, thank you.
But what has been there is, of course, the speaking against the violence that accompanies the protest that we are seeing, and the fact that there needs to be a better way.
Katie, that is where the problem. They are now portraying this thing as violent. We are tired. Other countries are chasing away. Germany, just now Germany supported Gambia's national. Why? Amnesty International, why they don't speak against Germany when it comes to South Africa? Because of our constitution. No, it's wrong, Katie. It's wrong when you're sitting on your high wall there in the suburbs, in Four Ways, in Camps Bay, in Umhlanga Rocks, in Palito, and then you want to say no, we are being violent. No, it's wrong.
Okay.
If someone
Okay, Sibongiseni, we're going to have to leave it there. Tsepo, you're in Winterveld. Good morning.
Kathy. Yeah, I'd like to speak about how capitalism was one of like the backbone of like fighting apartheid. Because like when capital is affected, that's when you see people start standing up, or like change is really happening. So like right now, also like in this March and March, this capitalists like will always favor money. They will always like money doesn't have any race, so they will always favor money. So that's why like, you see them going towards like cheap labor, and like anybody else, we're always doing that. Like it doesn't matter if like it's somebody like you're calling a pro, like capitalist and whatnot. But then we're always doing that. When you're hiring people in your yard, trying to do some work, garden work, or just like a project that you have, we're always looking at somebody cheaper. It's not like abnormal to look for somebody cheap. So like what we need now is that the government let us down by not protecting the system, by letting like people small jobs like in restaurants and whatnot. There was this complaint. We've been complaining about it for more than 15, 20 years. Like that, like we're losing jobs in the catering business and hospitality and agriculture and whatnot. And these people like will always like, we can't blame the capitalists. So I'm saying that like if government does that job and do serious like inspection in those companies and like hospitality businesses, then we will see. Like personally, I don't have an issue with foreigners, and I know a lot of millions of South Africans. They don't have. We've been living with foreigners like in our community for years and years. There's not been any problem. The problem is now that like the resources are more and more less. That's when we start looking after or the chart in different ways. But
okay, that is Tsepo out in Winterveld, and he says, change the economic system, and maybe we can have different outcomes.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a pretty light volume. Good run across Gauteng this morning. No major problems. Highways are open and flowing. Can't say the same for Mpumalanga, the area just south of Emelefeni. Still badly backed up. We're advising two options. If you need to go between Benoni and Emelefeni using the N12, just avoid travel until later. There's been a big crash in very heavy mist. Visibility almost down to zero this morning. In fact, I've heard a report from an EMS guy that said he cannot see a meter in front of him. So big crash, big delays, about an hour's worth of queues both ways on that section between Ochis and Emelefeni. The R555, the alternative Black Hill route to and from the N4 and N12 south of Emelefeni, that is badly backed up as well. Mist is a problem on other routes in that region, but it really is that N12 that is a no-go at this stage. Use the N4. You can do the N4 between Pretoria and Emelefeni, and that comes in as an option, as an alternative route. But really, if you don't need to be in it, please don't put yourself in it. Durban side this morning, morning looking quite nice as well. There is an exception if you're going from Durban to Pietermaritzburg. A breakdown before Market Road, one lane open, very heavy backlog to clear through Ashburton. I think that truck is just being cleared, but there's an enormous backlog of truck and vehicular traffic in that Ashburton area. Bit slow, Cliffdale down to Key Ridge if you're on the way to Durban this morning. And Cape Town, Robert Sobukwe is closed and probably will be for some hours still to come. A fatal crash involving a bus this morning, closing that road through Valhalla Park. So if you come from Borchard's Quarry side, you can't get directly along Robert Sobukwe down towards the N2. You'll have to divert. And there's just been a crash going into town on the N2 at Hospital Bend. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
We all we all agree that the president should be accountable, but it is his right to take the independent panel report on review. To say anyone can become the president should you be impeached, it's easier said than done. The president has managed to bring stability to South Africa. This country is stable today because of this man. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, Kitty. Hoping you well this day. Kitty, there's an outbreak of Ebola here in Congo, right? And out of all these people that are illegal in this country, we just don't know how many of them that actually spread the disease in South Africa. And this is very, very dangerous. Thanks, Kitty.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to SAFM. The American president cannot claim victory. The Strait of Hormuz was wide open before all of this. All that is doing now is damage control. That's all. Thanks. This is Luzugo in the Eastern Cape.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
Well, of course, we cannot leave you without bringing you some of the voices of those that are building this country, whether by innovation, impact, projects that they are running. Our guest today is Dr. David Jankalo, who is the SA Heart Pass President and Media Committee Chair. Now, Dr. David is going to be telling us about the work that they have been doing, in particular in trying to address the high rates of cardiovascular diseases. And this is within the South African community, but most importantly, targeting taxi drivers. David, good morning. Thanks for your time this morning. Tell us about this campaign.
Yeah, good morning to you and good morning to all your listeners. Thank you very much for having me. And this is a project that we're really excited about. It makes us all happy. So the project is called Check My Beat, and we rolled this out 2 years ago. It's a novel primary cardiac screening program using artificial intelligence to screen the heart health of South Africa's minibus taxi drivers. So why did we choose taxi drivers? There's approximately 600,000 minibus taxi drivers. They move approximately 17 to 18 million people every single day, more than any other transport system. They take the workforce to work, and they take children to school, and they really keep the wheels of the economy turning. So if they had to shut down, the economy would shut down. But these taxi drivers, they have long hours, high stress, smoking, obesity, hypertension, diabetes, lots of cardiovascular risk factors that put them at risk. So we need to keep them healthy. So we used on World Heart Day in 2024 and 2025 a novel AI system just by looking into a camera which would actually measure all the vitals. We also did finger prick testing to measure random cholesterol and sugar, and we also measured their body mass index. We gave exercise advice and dietary advice, because their diet is often really, really bad, often fueled by sugar and carbs. And we want to change the narrative. We want to change the healthy heart habits of these 600,000 taxi drivers. And we also want them to spread the word amongst their own communities. So we used AI to use the screening, but our wonderful creative team that has partnered with us, and this is called the Nahana Foundation, when they stood back and looked at the taxi industry, because they have such long hours, they listened to a genre of music in their taxi in isiZulu called Maskandi. And what we did is we gathered the vitals using the artificial intelligence, measured the cholesterol and the glucose, measured their body mass index, but we also gave them a questionnaire about their motivations to stay healthy and to continue to work, whether they exercise, do they eat fruit and vegetables. And we asked them questions like that. And we used a second AI, an AI music generator, which combined the screening parameters plus the questionnaire, and they were able to create their own Maskandi song, but with a positive heart health message, and we gave them those songs. The top songs were actually played on the radio, and we created a competition. So we made it really culturally meaningful and personal, and it was really a fun thing to do. I said that we did this on World Heart Day. The South African Heart Association is a member of the World Heart Federation, and every 29th of September is World Heart Day. That is to remind the world that heart disease is the biggest killer in the world, and that people need to be screened for risk factors, because, as we all know, prevention is better than cure.
All right.
So at two of the major hubs in Johannesburg, we screened just less than 550 taxi drivers and commuters, and for some of them, it was their first ever heart health screening.
Sure.
We created the songs and we created the competition, which made it really fun and, as I said, culturally meaningful. And we gave exercise and dietary advice. Now, what did we do? Our sports science partners from Wits University created a little infographic, which is in the screening booklet, of simple exercises that can be done at the vehicle, at the taxi, and at the rank. They don't need a gym membership to do this. And we call this taxi exercise.
Dr. David, it sounds incredible. Unfortunately, we're completely out of time. You said a mouthful. He's the SA Heart past president and media committee chair. Let me thank you all for your time. Up next is the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
In our top stories, buses arrived to begin the repatriation of Malawian nationals, and Matlala and co-accused back in court. Good morning. Buses have arrived at Durban Sherwood Hall Playground to begin repatriating thousands of displaced Malawian nationals to their country of origin. The group had sought refuge at the site after targeted threats from anti-foreigner groups forced them to flee their communities. Vulnerable children and the elderly were exposed to harsh winter conditions. Humanitarian groups, including the Gift of the Givers, have continued to provide emergency relief while authorities coordinate the repatriation process. Gift of the Givers spokesperson Bilal Jiwa.
The Malawian government as well as the South African government are working together. Buses have arrived and they've begun the repatriation process. Those that are documented or undocumented have been given documents validating that they can depart and leave the country. And Gift of the Givers, we were there giving those that are boarding the buses their hygiene and water for their long journey back. The estimate number is between 4,000 and 6,000. As the numbers are decreasing with the buses that are leaving, I think when we were there yesterday at 6 p.m., I think there was about 4 buses that were full and left. But there are more people coming in daily.
Earlier, the civic organisation March in March movement said the government did not seem to have a solid plan to deal with undocumented migrants in the country. This after the Interministerial Committee on Migration briefed the media in Pretoria. The movement's leader, Jacinta Ngubese Zuma, says the committee did not outline how government intends to trace foreign nationals with expired permits.
We have a number of issues that cause this influx. The most obvious one of them all, which I think should be the quickest one to solve, is the entry into the country. You're allowing people to come in with passports and get stamps or 90-day stays in the country for a stamp. But when the people are at the border, they're not required to provide proof of where they're going, and how long they're going to stay, and how they can be traced. This is the problem that we're complaining about. We didn't get a tangible solution to things that are that easy to combat.
The case of alleged underworld kingpin Vusimuzi Cat Matlala and 4 co-accused is expected to resume in the High Court in Johannesburg this morning. Matlala is accused of orchestrating the failed attempt to kill his former girlfriend, Tebogo Tobejane, businessman Josie Vanyoni, and music producer Sienki Mukubung. Sashin Naidu reports.
Vusimuzi Matlala, together with his co-accused, are expected to once again return to the dock this morning for the resumption of their case. The defense teams are expected to make a formal application to compel the state to hand over outstanding evidence. It's understood that the defense wants the state to provide a statement allegedly made by a state witness to IPID. They also want the automatic vehicle location records of police vehicles used during the arrest of Matlala.
The Forum for South Africa has become the latest civic body to call for President Cyril Ramaphosa's immediate resignation. This comes after Ramaphosa filed an urgent interdict in the Western Cape High Court on Friday. He's seeking to halt the start of an impeachment inquiry until his separate review appeal against the Section 89 independent panel's report has been finalized. Fosa leader Tebogo Mashilompane has accused Ramaphosa of using judicial appeals and state resources to avoid accountability.
We don't have a problem when people exercise their own rights, but without abusing state resources, because the outcome is clear from Section 89. They said there's a prima facie evidence here that the president should account for something. And then if indeed the president is not guilty or is feeling morally okay, he should allow the process to go on because he knows that he'll be vindicated. But because he knows exactly that whatever that happened he's guilty of, that is why he runs to the courts. And then with whose money? With the taxpayers' money. That's why we've got a problem. He abuses the taxpayers' money.
And finally, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance has hailed a deal between the U.S. and Iran to halt their war. U.S. President Donald Trump announced the agreement on his Truth Social platform, saying the deal was complete and he was authorizing the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. He also says the U.S. will lift its naval blockade of Iran. Iranian state media says the agreement also includes the end of the war in Lebanon. Vance spoke to Fox News in an interview.
If the Iranians comply with this deal, it is going to fundamentally transform the Middle East for the next 50 years. It's going to end the war. It's going to make the Middle East more investable. It's going to mean a lot of prosperity, lower energy prices for the American people. This region of the world has been a basket case for my entire life and longer than that. And what the president has really set us to do is to certainly eliminate the nuclear threat of Iran. That's done.
Recapping the top story, buses have arrived at Durban Sherwood Hall Playground to begin repatriating thousands of displaced Malawian nationals to their country of origin. For SAfm News, I am Ann Musa.
SAfm 106.2 FM in Tohoyandou.
That's
into cards. Love it.
Let's clear your card when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from My Way, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
Oh, yeah, Club Soweto. Fit point sure. In 1976, the youth switcher on, and for 50 years, the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, the courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure. The source of youth courage. My gosh.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome. Great to be with you this morning as we kick off a brand new week. Thank you for joining us. The team is with you, Genewe and Melissa, producing the show and taking your calls. Zelma is on sound. Junior is behind the camera today. Remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814 or go to our website. You can also listen live there. We are streaming our broadcast if you would prefer to watch, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. If you're joining us from another place in the world, good morning and welcome. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcasts onto our website, so you can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. And remember, we start the show with an open line every day, so we love to hear from you. Our number 086 000 2032 is our studio line. You can chat to us there. And I'm going to ask you to please keep those calls short and sharp, because we are running out of time and we're often unable to take the number of calls we would like because some people are just speaking for too long. So just please keep it short and sharp. Make your point and give someone else a chance to engage us as well, please. And then our WhatsApp line, 0614 104 107. We're doing a lot better on the WhatsApp line with short, sharp, audible messages. And I'd love to hear some of those coming through. And I'll read your texts out from that line as well. So do make use of that. All right, let me tell you about what's coming up in the next hour also here on the Daily Discourse. We're going to Pietermaritzburg, where we're going to talk about the issue of the strike that's on the go there. We know that municipal workers are on strike. I mean, the pictures that I've seen of Pietermaritzburg at the moment are quite bad. I mean, they suggest that that the city is in a bit of chaos at the moment, with the streets not having been cleaned properly, with the water and electricity being compromised due to the strike. There are all sorts of faults that have been reported but can't be attended to at the moment. If you are living in Pietermaritzburg or surrounding areas, give us a call. Tell us if you are in the Msunduzi municipality in particular, what you're experiencing there on the ground. Do you have water? Do you have electricity? I understand that some areas have been doing without it for anything between 2 to 3 days to up to 12 days. It really sounds awful, and it's not clear to me whether there is kind of a resolution that is on the cards at the moment. I know that the officials are meeting the South African Municipal Workers Union this morning, holding thumbs that something will come out of that, but we really don't know at this stage. We're going to be speaking to a couple of people, a residents association, a caucus leader as well from one of the political parties to tell us what's going on there. And then a little bit later on, this is after 10 o'clock, we're speaking to the Public Service Association. And I'll tell you why, and I want to hear from you on this one, please. The Public Servants Association is, with good reason, suggesting that public servants actually
start working from home as much as possible. They're asking for a hybrid system, right? They're not expecting to spend all their time at home, but they're hoping that they can mix it up a little bit, that they can spend a few days in the office and spend a few days at home, because the cost of living has risen to the point where petrol and other issues come into play, and they're really struggling to, it's eaten into their income, and they're struggling to get to work, ensure that they can put petrol in their vehicles, diesel as the case may be, and they're suggesting this as a possible solution. But as an ordinary South African, I'm wondering, how will this work? How will this work for people who are not able to engage their public or civil servants that they deal with on a daily basis? And if things are already slipping in the public service in terms of service delivery, is this not going to make it worse? Or do you see this as perhaps they'll be more productive if they're at home? Let's talk about it and see what the options are for them. Government is looking at it now. It's just a proposal that's been made, but we'll talk about more of that in a moment. And then we're also talking about the millions being stolen from the economy through illicit trade, right? A lot of goods, including cigarettes, clothing, alcohol, come across our border illegally. They are smuggled into the country. And, as a result, people are not paying taxes to bring them into the country. But it's got so bad, and we're speaking to the University of Cape Town about this, it's got so bad that because government is not able to get the revenue from it, and items like cigarettes are being brought in, that the actual cigarette factories operating from here, one of them is at least is closing their doors, which means a whole lot of people are going to lose their jobs, because most of the cigarettes in circulation at the moment are coming into the country illegally, which means they're very cheap because no taxes have been paid on them. And it means that South African people are going to lose their jobs as a result of this kind of behavior. And it's not just cigarettes, it's alcohol, it's clothing, it's a whole lot of other items as well. So let's talk about that. What can we do to ensure that, and it looks to me this is organized, right? These are syndicates that are bringing it in. How do we take them down? Then we're also talking about the issue of sex work. And this is a complicated thing, right? Because we always bring our morals to the party when we have these arguments. But later this year, government is going to be looking at this. This is going to go to the Western Cape High Court, and they're going to look at the issue of criminalisation. You've got organisations like Sweat calling for sex work in its entirety to be decriminalised. They say that'll make it a lot easier for women who are the primary number of sex workers in the country to be protected. And then you've got others who say, no, actually, this should not be the case. Sex work should be decriminalised in one aspect. The people buying the actual product are the ones who ought to be criminalised. That's what Embrace Dignity is saying. We're speaking to Nazizwe Rutledge a little bit later on in the programme to find out exactly what their take is on that, and what the international precedents are for it as well. How do you feel about it? I mean, sex work has been around since the dawn of time. What do you think should be the surrounding legislation? Should we have a sex work industry that is protected? Or should part of it be criminalised? Should the entire thing be decriminalised? What are your thoughts on that? I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. And I think it's best that we find the most optimum way of dealing with it if it is going to be around indefinitely. So give us a call on any of those issues. Right, I'll take some of your calls right now here on the Daily Discourse. Dwaisa in Ezingolweni is on the line to us. Good morning, Dwaisa. You want to talk about the President and the impeachment hearings in Parliament? Good morning.
Yes, good morning to you, Joanne, and to the SAFM listeners. Straight to the point, Joanne, I'm of the same view that some MPs who are making the impeachment committee are playing cheap politics, especially those from ATM, EFF, and MK, and the rest. Why I'm saying this, and I strongly believe that the president is right. He took a very right, good decision to try and file papers to interdict the filing urgent application to interdict the impeachment committees from going ahead. Why I'm saying this, Joanne, firstly, let's remind ourselves that the judgment from the Constitutional Court stated clearly that the impeachment committee can only be stopped by another court judgment, right?
Yes.
And if we all know that the president has already filed the papers to take the reports on review, right?
Yeah.
Now, if we are, according to my understanding, if taking any matter on review and appealing any matter is one and the same thing, and once that leave of appeal or taking any matter on review is granted, everything stops, right?
Well,
So
we
therefore,
thought it would. I mean, I spoke to a few lawyers who said it would bring it to a halt, but clearly, not necessarily.
But okay, and if we agree on that particular principle, right, then the impeachment committee can go ahead with anything. So for that, it can at the same time we agree that everything stops, right, and the impeachment committee goes ahead and proceed with its work. It doesn't make sense because the president has taken the matter on a review. Or quickly, without wasting time, let me make a very quick example. Joanne, by now, if it was not for appeals, former President Jacob Zuma should be serving time in jail by now, or having been acquitted of his armed steel corruption charges. Malema has been convicted yesterday for charging the firearm in public. But what he did, he took a legal step, his legal rights, utilizing his legal rights by appealing the sentencing. That's why he's not in orange overalls.
Yeah, no.
Then what is wrong, Johan and the SFM listeners, if the president is doing exactly the same thing?
No, he's allowed to. That's his legal
what is right?
right.
What is right for EFF, Zoma, and anybody else is also right for the president.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Exactly. And thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Dwaisa. We'll talk more about this. I also want to, with a fine tooth comb, look at the issue of the grounds for the president's interdict. Once I have a good understanding of that, then I think we'll be able to have a better discussion. But I think we need a legal mind to actually fill us in on that. 9:20, a short break. When we come back, we'll take more of your calls.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Topco Media presents the 25th Annual Top Empowerment Conference in partnership with Nedbank, taking place on the 17th and 18th of June at the Sandton Convention Center. This is the year that South Africa's empowerment rules get rewritten, with both the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of Finance and 800 of the leaders shaping what comes next. To secure your seat, head to Quicket, search Top Empowerment, and use the code SABC for 20% off. Book today before the codes change without you.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Right, we're taking your voice notes and your calls at this hour. Let's listen to our first voice note right now, and this is on the issue of the Public Servants Association proposal.
Yes, good morning, SAFM listeners. And I think the request by PSA is a valid one. Remember, there are people who will just drive to the office to go and join an MST meeting, which is something that they can do from home, or type a memo, or a submission, or an email. So I think it's a valid one. And the other issue is not only about the cost of living. If you take into consideration the congestion on the roads, take Pretoria for example. They have these national departments. So you have got a lot of officials who are driving, there's a lot of traffic on the road, just for them to be in the office and do something that they can do from home. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. You've just given me a good idea to ask my boss if I can work from home. All right, let's listen to this one about Operation Dudula.
Joanne Joseph, I'm Takatayo in Mangwevini land, Ixofimvaba. It is annoying to hear Minister Mamuluka Kubai saying that no South African citizen is allowed to go and check that someone is legal in the country or having permit or all those illegal things they are doing in our locations. To me, it's like they are not appreciating the fact that Operation Dudula of Zandile Dubula and March and March of Jacinta, Azuma, Ngobese, they've helped the country to make sure that all these illegal activities that are done by the illegal immigrants are being now kept. But now she says that no South African citizen must do that. Really, that is not.
No, it is on, actually, because legally we had a lawyer on this show last week that explained to us that a citizen's arrest is different to vigilantism, right? And absolutely no ordinary citizen is allowed to come and ask anyone they suspect, even of not being a citizen, for their papers. And there has to be the rule of law in doing this. Otherwise, I can come to you, I can walk up to you and say, I'm not sure you're South African, show me your ID. Who am I to do that? I don't have the right to do that. You know, it's completely out of order for me to do that to you. So we have to respect the rule of law. And let's also be clear, March and Operation Dudula have not put a stop to crime in the country, as you imply there. They have flagged the fact that there are lots of undocumented migrants in the country. And they've certainly, I think their action is definitely, you're right on one thing, they've galvanized the government into action. But to say they're putting a stop to crime, I think is stretching it a little bit. France in Northwest is on the line to us. France, good morning. You want to talk about June 16th?
All is well, Joanne. I just want to talk about the guys who fought against Afrikaans language in 1976.
Go ahead.
Yes, those guys were prepared to be maimed to get rid of Afrikaans in their school. But right now, they will fight and kill to get their grandchildren back into Afrikaans speaking school. The second thing that I want to talk about is the youth of today. The youth of today, always they say they are building on the legacy of the previous guys. They must make their own legacy. They face a mammoth task of drug abuse in South Africa, which destroys everything. If it hasn't affected your family, very soon it will affect your family. Stand up, guys. Do your own legacy. Get rid of the drugs and make South Africa a fertile soil for investigation, because drugs is the drugs is a springboard for any type of crime. That's all I want to say today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that call. And I think what you're saying about drugs is a huge thing, France. We see so many of our youth caught up in that. Mustafa in East London is on the line to us. Mustafa, good morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Joseph and your team and the SAfm listeners, Mrs. Joseph. Yes.
What's on your mind, Mustafa?
Mrs. Joseph, as the resident of Buffalo municipality in East London, thank you. We've got a water crisis here, and it has been an ongoing crisis. I lost the complaint within the municipality, even through Human Rights Commission and Public Protector. What the both chapter institutions, based on their findings, they are saying that according to municipality feedback is saying that there is a vandalism on the infrastructure, on the water infrastructure. That is it. Right. There is no amicable solution. So they both chapter institutions, they are failing to perform their constitutional duty. Yes. Now they left the case hanging. I did approach Ms. Casey, your colleague, when she was doing the program. She referred me to Mr. Lebo to follow up with the municipality. But I emailed Mr. Lebo and I CC Ms. Kanya. They didn't acknowledge. my
Okay.
issue.
Well,
So I don't know
let
if the
us try and
Commission are
follow up on this for you, Mustafa. There's a lot going on in that area that we need to follow up on. But thank you for flagging it with us, and we will do our best to follow up on that. Thank you. And I'm sorry, because I know water disruptions are just, in a way you can manage without electricity, but water disruptions are the worst. Tsokolo in Harrismith is on the line to us. You want to talk about March and March. Tsokolo, good morning.
Good morning, John. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. Go for it, Tsokolo.
I'm good. Yeah, John, at least I'm happy because you did explain some of the important issue regarding this foreigner who are selling cigarettes in our country. And most of the companies in our country are going to be closed, and our fellow South Africans are going to lose jobs. But I was so surprised and I was so disappointed yesterday. One of their colleagues who were busy talking about this March and March leader, asking them about why can't they go to the white and ask them about their paper. So my question was how many white foreigners who are in jail committed crime in South Africa? So unfortunately, yesterday I wanted to get in and ask them. I didn't. So it was disappointing because look, why must they discuss such things? Because now they are giving us a confusion. Really, I was so disappointed, Johan, as now you're explaining that these people are selling cigarettes and most of our companies in South Africa are going to be closed. So because of them, they are working. It's nice to them. So these people, they are wrong by doing that. That was not right, Johan. That was not right.
But
really.
Tsokolo, I didn't hear that interaction. So it's a little bit difficult for me to comment on it. But I think the point that was being made was that it's not. If you look at the people who are being targeted specifically by March and organizations like that, Dudula and so forth, they're not looking at people of all races. They're looking at fellow Africans in particular. By that I mean black people in particular. Is that not in any way problematic? Are we to assume that every person of every other color, like Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, Indians, whites from other parts of the world, etc., that are we to assume that all of those people are documented? Because I'm not seeing the same level of backlash against other races.
That is why I wanted to ask them that how many white foreigners that are in jail that are committed crime in South Africa? How many blacks that are in jail committing crime? So that is why I was saying these people they are misleading people. Yesterday, really, I was so disappointed to hear that. At least if they can at least stop discussing about it, because now that was really
we can't do that. Tsokolo, we can't. This is talk radio. We talk about the most difficult issues, and it's okay to be disappointed by what people say, and to come on and have your say. But we can't stop asking the questions. That's our job. Okay, thank you for that call. 9:31 on the Daily Discourse, and Musa standing by with your latest headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, police say a prominent media personality who was due to appear in the Germiston Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg this morning will now appear on Wednesday. The suspect was arrested in Edenvale yesterday morning. Lobby group AfriForum's private prosecution unit has accused police of helping to organise weekly street races in Pretoria. It follows a fatal street race crash on Steve Biko Road. 22-year-old Philip Zedino died in the crash last year. And buses have arrived at Durban's Sherwood Hall playground to begin repatriating thousands of Malawian nationals to their country of origin. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
SAFM is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
9:32 on the Daily Discourse. Let's listen to your voice notes. This one is on sex work.
Good morning, Joanne and your team. This is Sakilin Win from Mklabelingana. You know, Joanne, I believe under no circumstances should sex work be legalized. Otherwise, it would put our communities into a deeper moral decay. Thank you.
Joanne, morning, man. Flores from a beautiful Western Cape. Joanne, we need something positive. The ladies, cricket ladies, also World Cup, which we seem to forget because we're all focusing on the soccer, lost very badly against Australia. At least 2 South Africans in record time won the Comrades Marathon. So all we need now on Thursday night is for Bafana to win. We cannot afford to draw, and we should come out guns blazing, beat these checkies with speed. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
That's lovely. Thank you so much. No, we can't give in. I agree with you. We've got to keep the faith, and we've got to keep sending them the positive vibes. And I think it gets to them. Messages get to them. That we are supporting them. So we have got to. You're right. We've got to stay positive. In regard to sex work being legalized, do you agree with that or don't you? I'm interested to know because sex work is not going to stop. Selma and I were actually just chatting about this in the break. Sex work is not going to stop. There's always going to be some kind of demand for it. The question is, can you stop it by decriminalizing the people who buy it? Can you do it by decriminalizing the entire industry? How do you do it? And are there advantages if you formalize the entire industry? Is it possible that you could, gain from a tax point of view, for example, if you start bringing any kind of informal industry into the more formal sector? One of you says, "Hi Joe, Small Street in Joburg CBD is known to be the center of counterfeit goods. Nothing is done. In this country, we like to talk and no action. Guess who gets to compensate for the tax shortage? The middle class. Crazy, we have to pay around 40% in tax, wherein the country can generate tax which could alleviate the burden on residents. Thanks." I don't know whether it's AB or AB, but I agree with you there. There's ample opportunity to bring so many informal industries into the formal sector and increase the tax base, and this should be looked at very, very seriously indeed. We'll talk more about that a little bit later on. I'm going to take you to Pietermaritzburg next, where the Witness has been keeping us up to date on the continuing municipal workers' strike there. It says the industrial action has delayed critical repairs to power infrastructure across Pietermaritzburg, and that has meant residents and businesses in several suburbs have had to go without electricity for days or more than a week, as the case may be. We did reach out to the municipality. We also reached out to the South African Municipal Workers Union. We haven't had replies from them yet, but there are two gentlemen who've made themselves available. Anthony Waldhausen of the Msunduzi Association of Residents, Ratepayers and Civics, and I want to speak to him first. Mr. Waldhausen, good morning to you. Thanks for making the time to speak to us on the Daily Discourse. Please just give us a sense of what it looks like on the streets of Pietermaritzburg right now.
Hi, good afternoon. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. Well, it's very bad at the moment. As you mentioned, we've had the strike on for a week now, and we've had also the interruptions with services as well too, with regarding to water and electricity outages can be actually repaired due to the strike, and it's completely unfair to the residents. We have to sit without electricity for about a week or more. And not only that, is actually affecting them personally in respect of having to throw away some of their food because it's actually gone off. So it's very negatively affected the residents, and we're very concerned that the protracted negotiations are not actually resolving the issues as well too.
So let me ask you as well, Mr. Waldhausen, from a business point of view, I understand businesses are really struggling to keep their doors open. What are your ratepayers telling you about that?
Well, I think it's actually especially in the CBD, the businesses are actually suffering more there because it affects their businesses as well too. Because we had the actual strikers, the workers that went on strike, actually last week when they went on the march, and that they actually threw litter all over the CBD and really turned it into a pigsty. So that affected the actual functioning of the CBD itself. And we're finding a lot of challenges that the businesses are experiencing, especially in the CBD. And where you're finding a lot of businesses are actually closing shop and moving out of the CBD.
Tell me about the communications from the municipality. How are they communicating with you as residents to keep you up to date on what is going on in regard to the talks or in regard to services?
Well, I mean, their communication as usual is always poor. We haven't received any communication whatsoever. We have to rely on social media or the press to give us some updates. But overall, the communication is very poor.
All right. Thank you very much for speaking to us this morning. Anthony Waldhausen of the Umsunduzi Association of Residents, Taxpayers, Ratepayers and Civics, rather. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we will speak to a councillor in that municipality.
Guys, we're always posting, commenting, and clapping back. But opinions don't count. It's your ex that does. So come 20 and 21 June, get up, show up, and register to vote. Call 0800 11 8000. Visit elections.org.za or WhatsApp 060 8800 00 for more info. This message is brought to you by the IEC.
In 1976, youth switch on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure, the source of youth courage. My gosh.
More million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by SAfmRadio.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAFM. Leading the conversation.
20 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse. We're continuing our conversation about what is happening in the Umsunduzi municipality, where workers have downed tools, and the municipality, based on what we've been told, appears to look like it's in quite a mess, with the Ratepayers Association telling us that they simply have had no communication from the municipality, and their power outages, their water outages, there are all sorts of faults that haven't been dealt with. Let's bring into the conversation Councillor Ross Strachan. He's the DA caucus leader of the Umsunduzi municipality. Mr. Strachan, good morning to you. Can you give us a sense of this? I mean, we've got a picture right now of a city that is in disarray based on what we've just been told by the Ratepayers Association. Which areas have been affected by prolonged power outages, and for how long in general?
Good morning to you and your viewers, and thank you for having me on your show. Yeah, look, this is not a movie we haven't watched before. Umsunduzi has been on the headlines for various reasons of collapsed government over the years, and this is just one of the symptoms of the collapse, and it's obviously intensifying and getting deeper, as well as the fact that we've got a leadership that simply doesn't care and has their heads in the sand like ostriches, and this is the result where residents and the private sector have to come to the rescue where leadership has failed. So obviously we've been experiencing a municipal workers' strike over the last week, which has intensified over the days. Unfortunately, it took place on the greatest stage of all, the international stage where we hosted the comrades. Luckily, we didn't have any interruptions there. But the fact of the matter is that Umsunduzi is in crisis and its residents are suffering from a lack of service delivery due to intimidation, threats, and internal sabotage. Yes, we do agree that the unions have legitimate concerns which haven't been heard, but this is just a symptom of a failed leadership and a collapse of government even at the provincial level where COCTA has intervened a number of times and they still fail to intervene and provide capacity where necessary.
Well,
So
that was what.
we've got,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry. That was what I was going to ask you about next. I mean, I understand you've spoken to the municipal manager. You asked for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to step in. Is there any likelihood they will actually do that this time round?
So provincial governments are willing to step in, but it's up to the political leadership to welcome them. And unfortunately, we've got a mayor that's missing in action. And that's the hardest part that we have to face. We've called for a local state of disaster. I mean, we need to treat this with urgency. While we sit here with the residents and businesses without electricity, our economy collapses on an hourly basis, not even an hourly basis, every single minute. Right now, I'm standing in the middle of the street waiting for contractors to come and assist. And the private sector and security companies are having to protect those officials that are wanting to work. And yet our leadership is remaining quiet and opposition parties are having to stand up. So Msunduzi is in great trouble. We need a definite change of leadership and political will to deal with its issues. And yes, the unions play a massive part in the local economy as well as the municipal structures. And they must be recognized, because if you leave them, this is the result of a complete collapse and anarchy throughout the city, which is seeing no end in sight, because the political leadership just don't want to compromise and they don't want to be seen. So other people are having to step in and do their jobs for them.
I believe you also suggested that the municipality declare a state of disaster. What would the benefit of that be?
So when you declare a local state of disaster, which we've attempted to do a couple of years back, you get capacity in from the province. Whether the province has capacity or not, at least they could send technical experts or a technical task team just to come and navigate and assist where there's capacity shortages, call in the experts, bring in the private sector. I believe this local government can only be fixed if we all join hands throughout all platforms, and private organizations also come to the party and be welcomed in to assist. But that's just not happening, because the decision makers are not answering the questions and they're not taking responsibility.
You've spoken as well about the security risks and intimidation that are on the go. Just tell me about the security situation there, please.
So obviously, I'd say 80% of our staff force, our workforce has taken strike throughout all technical departments, even within our public safety, which is our security component. And at the moment, no officials can trust anyone, because the strike is so forcefully implemented that if anyone goes against what the unions are saying, they will be followed all the way to their homes and intimidated. That's how serious the issue is. We even had a conversation with the provincial commissioner, the SAPS commissioner, under General Mkwanazi. We asked for extra capacity over the comrades, and we asked them to bring his attention to Msunduzi and the situations that we have here. And we cannot take this criminality lightly. We have to engage, and we have to arrest where there are crimes that are being executed.
So did the police commissioner respond positively? Did he say to you that there would be extra police on the ground, or was there any kind of resolution that was offered from a security point of view?
So obviously they had to throw in the capacity over the comrades weekend. But they did ensure that they are aware of the situation and they would be throwing extra capacity into Msunduzi. I only believe it's going to get worsened. This is a political year. It's an election year, and I do believe there's a lot of political agendas at play. We're in the province of KZN. We've got a history of violence. We went through the July unrest, and there are key role players that cause anarchy within this city as well, which the police need to monitor and be aware of. But not only the police, we call on all our law enforcement, even the private companies who are doing a fantastic job in the city. We all need to join hands and make sure we bring dignity and stability back to Msunduzi. But I'm sure the SAPs are aware. We will continue our pressure in terms of making them aware through our structures within the province and our national structures as well.
All right. Thank you very much for speaking to us this morning. Councillor Ross Strachan, he's the DA caucus leader in the Msunduzi municipality. I want to take a short break. When we come back, we'll speak to the union itself.
50 years ago, Young South Africans change the course of history. Today, a new generation asks a different question. What have we inherited and what must we build next? This Youth Day, SAfm joins forces with South Africa's leading campus radio stations for a series of powerful national simulcasts. The National Briefing and Voice of Vets, exploring education, employment, and economic opportunity. The Daily Discourse and Northwest University FM, examining democracy, leadership, and active citizenship. The Full Circle and Radio Turf, reflecting on identity, culture, and social cohesion. Students, communities, leaders, and listeners. One country, one conversation. 50 years after June 16. Join SAfm and Campus Radio as we explore where South Africa has come from, where we are, and where we need to go. Youth Day 2026, 50 years later, only on SAfm. SAfm, South Africa's national meeting place, and still leading the conversations that move us. 50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
The wanton destruction of property, the killings, and violent demonstrations are not only totally deplorable, but in the final analysis rebound to nobody's advantage. In a situation of lawlessness and total confusion, even dialogue, which in fact is and should be the origin of redress to genuine grievances, is rendered fruitless.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa. 50 years later, only on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
We're heading for 10 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and we're going to hear from the South African Municipal Workers Union now. I mentioned they weren't available earlier, but they've kindly availed themselves for a conversation this morning. Bongi Gule, the Samu Mafika Mshengo Regional Secretary, is on the line to us now. Mr. Gule, good morning to you. Thanks very much for making yourself available. What is the status of the strike? Oh, sorry. I apologize. It is Bongiwe Gule. And so this is a woman who is in charge of that area, the Samu Mafika Mshengo Regional Secretary. Ms. Gule, please tell me what the status of the strike is right now.
Good morning and good morning to the listeners. What is happening currently is our members are continuing with the strike due to the fact that we have nothing that we have agreed upon on table with the municipal leadership. So currently we've started this strike in last week Thursday, which is June 11th, and then we are still continuing even today. We still trying to negotiate with them, even though we've been disturbed, because while we are on table, the leadership of Msunduzi, or the municipal manager, is continuing with interdicting the strike instead of resolving the issues that we are putting on table.
All right. So before we get to the interdict, let's talk about your demands. What are your demands right now, Ms. Gule?
We've got so many demands, but I'll just give you a few of them, because there's 26 items that we have put on table. Wow. One of our demands that's at Msunduzi, there's alleged maladministration and irregular decision making. Number two, there's failure to implement agreed resolutions and collective agreements, unfair treatment of workers and job grading disputes, lack of accountability against officials accused of wrongdoing, mismanagement of municipal resources, while frontline workers are expected to carry the burden of the service delivery. We also demand the employment of candidates who are not where we have a problem with the candidates who are not fit to lead the departments. One of the examples, one of the senior managers who do not have qualifications. So basically, those are the demands. There's a lot JDs that are not done. The grading, which is incorrect. So there's a lot. Those are quite few.
Right. Okay, Ms. Gule, I mean, I'm listening to the sum of the demands that you've explained to us. And this all seems to point to what you are alleging is poor leadership and potentially corruption in the municipality. Am I correct in understanding it that way?
Yes, you are correct. There's a lot that is wrongdoings in this municipality.
So are there any monetary demands that you are adding to this?
Yes. We've got members, especially the ones that are been complaining about the salary grading, the salary level.
Oh, right.
We've got our members who are working more duties and are getting less pay. And you'll be able to see even in our demands where we are talking about the C grade 3 and C grade 7. We have our members that are working on the ground. They are giving more tasks. They are doing overtimes. Others are on standby. But when it's come to compensation, the municipal manager or the municipality leadership denies their salaries or their compensation for those extra duties.
I mean, there must be a framework for that, right? That says if you work a certain number of hours overtime or if you exceed your job description, that there's a certain amount of money that's paid to you for the extra work that you've done. Do you mean to say that the municipality is just not respecting your contracts as workers?
Speaking about contracts, recently we've received a notice from the leadership, which says our members must come and sign. We're talking about the people who have been employed like 15 years ago, 10 years ago. We found that only now that they discovered that these people don't have contract with them, and our worry is that how were they paying them all these years? What about their benefits?
Yes.
That belongs to them. So we have such a huge problem with the management of Msunduzi, and this tells you that the management of Msunduzi is poor, and the managers of Msunduzi don't know what is expected from them.
So tell me a little bit about this court interdict. I understand the municipality is trying to end your strike using legal means. How far is that court action as far as you know?
We've got 2 interdicts that the municipal manager have tried. He's, instead of solving the issue, he's trying to stop the strike, and there is no tangible or evidence that he's putting on the table when he's interdicting the strike. So we've won two cases now. When he was trying to interdict the strike, and we have a problem as workers of Msunduzi. There's a problem because the strike itself is not about. It shouldn't be viewed simply as labor disputes. It is a reflection of broader governance failures that workers have consistently highlighted. The disruption experienced by the resident is regrettable, but also serves as a reminder that the sustainable service delivery depends on accountability or accountable leadership, respect for workers, and the elimination of maladministration and corruption within the municipality. Some lessons that we have seen, or some lessons have drawn from the strike, is that under the leadership that is currently leading the municipality, either political and administratively, it's been becoming a den of types who only think from themselves. Because we've been trying and speaking to them, we've been sitting with them for quite some times now. This started last year. We started to negotiate or started to put these demands on table last year. September 17, we had, at that time, we had 17 items, 17 demands to the municipality. And then we also had another picket trying to meet them, trying to speak to them. In March this year, we had a march. Still demanding, and in this month this year, the number has escalated of the demands because they keep on doing wrong things. We ended up having 26 items that has to be resolved in the municipality. So instead of them trying to solve this, they're trying to stop the strike, of which it will not assist our residents, it will not assist the employees, it will not even assist them as the leadership of the municipality.
All right. A couple of quick questions because I'm running out of time. Firstly, the city managers and SAMRO are supposed to hold further talks today. Do you hold out any hope for that?
What I can say is that there is no hope. Yes, we will meet them today, but the reason why I'm saying I have no hope is that the municipal manager have done this twice now. We've been trying to sit and resolve the issues, but while we were on the table, he kept on sending lawyers to courts to interdict us. So you cannot negotiate or resolve things while somebody is busy at the other side doing another thing. Okay. So it's twofold. So there's no trust at all. As municipal workers, I can say that we do not trust the leadership of Msunduzi at all.
All right. Just a last question about intimidation, which the DA caucus leader told us about. We're told that some of the workers are intimidating those who are trying to get the city cleaned up. Is that true, firstly? And if so, what do you intend to do to clamp down on that to make sure that your members don't fall foul of the law?
I will not confirm that. I think we've also spoke about that on Saturday. There are those allegations about our members. I can't say it is our members because we've never seen them. We've been guiding the strike by all odds, but we haven't seen them trying to escape. In fact, what happened in Triple AS chatting, where they are saying we've been trying to disrupt. When we were there last week, when we were launching our strike on Thursday, our offices are also there as SAMRO. So we went there to take our black cards in our office, and we found out that the gates were closed. And then we, as SAMRO members, who were asking the questions, why are the municipal offices are closed? Because that time we wanted to get in, and then we were told that the management of Msunduzi has instructed the traffic police, not the traffic office, but the security guards to lock all the gates. We even spoken to the security head of Msunduzi, and he came to us. He's the one who was escorting us to our office to take our belongings. Not that it's us. It's the management who gave instruction that the gates must be locked.
All right. We'll leave it there. Thank you for speaking to us, Bongi Gule Sambu Mafika Mshengu Regional Secretary. 10 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse, and Musa has your latest news bulletin.
In our top stories, bus crash claimed 4 lives in the Eastern Cape, and media personalities' Germiston court appearance postponed. Good morning. 4 people have been killed and several others injured in a crash involving a bakkie and a bus on the N2 in Pedi in the Eastern Cape. The crash happened this morning. Provincial Transport spokesperson Unati Bingoshe.
It's said to be one of these bakkies that ferry people from nearby villages to the CBD for shopping. It collided with one of these long-distance buses. There are multiple injuries, and the scene is still very active. Our rapid response teams remain on the scene, attending to the injured while keeping the scene safe. Why calling on road users, motorists in particular, to approach that stretch with extra caution.
Police say a prominent media personality who was due to appear in the Germiston Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg this morning will now appear on Wednesday. The suspect was arrested in Edenvale yesterday morning. This after allegedly forcing an e-hailing driver into his vehicle and preventing him from leaving. It's alleged the e-hailing driver had transported a female passenger to a residence in Edenvale. The suspect then confronted him and accused him of being involved in a romantic relationship with his girlfriend. The e-hailing driver managed to escape unharmed and reported the incident to a nearby police station. Lobby group AfriForum's private prosecution unit has accused police of helping to organize weekly street races in Pretoria. This following a fatal street race crash on Steve Biko Road. 22-year-old Philip Bezuidenhout was killed in the crash last year. A video of the incident went viral on social media. AfriForum spokesperson Perry Bateman says they've submitted evidence to police on 2 officers they suspect to be involved in organizing the races.
We got involved when his mother approached us, saying that she'd like to see justice for her son. But Philip Bezuidenhout was a passenger in a car driven by Mr. Billy Momberg. He was the driver of the maroon Honda Ballard that collided with a white Renault Kwid. And it's the Kwid driver that's being charged or is being investigated for culpable homicide. So the mother approached us of Mr. Bezuidenhout saying that she believes there's a cover-up because they want to shift the blame from the person who's driving the car that her son was in to the Kwid driver, who was an innocent motorist on this particular road. And the mother has done exceptional work in trying to find out what's going on, and she has provided the information to us.
Buses have arrived at Durban Sherwood Hall Playground to begin repatriating thousands of displaced Malawian nationals to their country of origin. The group had sought refuge at the site after targeted threats from anti-foreigner groups forced them to flee their communities. Vulnerable children and the elderly were exposed to harsh winter conditions. Humanitarian groups, including Gift of the Givers, have continued to provide emergency relief while authorities coordinate the repatriation process. Gift of the Givers spokesperson Bilal Chiwa.
The Malawian government as well as the South African government are working together. Buses have arrived and they've begun the repatriation process. Those that are documented or undocumented have been given documents validating that they can depart and leave the country. And Gift of the Givers, we were there giving those that are boarding the buses their hygiene and water for their long journey back. The estimate number is between 4,000 and 6,000. As the numbers are decreasing with the buses that are leaving, I think when we were there yesterday at 6 p.m., I think there was about 4 buses that were full and left. But there are more people coming in daily.
And finally, Bafana players are not happy with their performance in the opening match of the 2026 FIFA World Cup against co-hosts Mexico last Thursday. Keeper Ricardo Gos and forward Apelo Maseko say the team will have to improve in their 2 remaining group matches if Bafana are to progress to the second round of the tournament for the very first time. He also says the game against the Mexicans is in the past.
We're obviously disappointed with the results, but I think the performance was good, like the coach said. We played a really good side. And I think now we can just learn from the previous game and just take the lessons to the next game against Czechia. And like you say, it's now what's under the bridge. I think in a game of football, you lose, you draw, you win. This is a loss. We're not used to losing. So, yeah, but I think it's lessons learned and you go into the next one and try to get all the points.
Recapping the top story, 4 people have been killed and several others injured in a crash involving a bakkie and a bus on the N2 in Pedi in the Eastern Cape. For SAfm News, I'm Anne Musa.
SAfm 105 FM in Pietermaritzburg.
Missed your favorite SABC education program on SABC Radio? With SABC Plus, you can catch up on all your favorite SABC education programs anytime and anywhere. On your phone, simply open the SABC Plus app, tap on demand, select radio, find SABC Education, select the podcast of your choice, and press play. Or if you're on your computer, visit the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Click on demand, choose radio, scroll to the SABC Education podcast section, select the podcast of your choice, and press play. It's simple, convenient, and always available when you are. Brought to you by the SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in our second hour. I'm Joanne Joseph. Great to be with you as always on this Monday morning. It is going to be quite a packed hour once again. And I'd love to hear from you, first of all. If you live in that Msunduzi municipality, tell us after the last half hour exactly what is happening there. As everybody who spoke to us alleged, is there a state of complete wasteful expenditure, poor management, alleged corruption, everything else that seems to be dogging the municipality based on what we were told? I'd love to hear from you on that. But there are many issues that we are going to tackle in the next hour. Our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. We have added another interview in the last few minutes. We're going to be speaking to an immigration attorney on the issue of this fine that the president announced. As you're aware, 10,000 more labour inspectors are going to be put out onto the streets, and they are going to be scrutinizing the issue of the undocumented migrants and whether they're being allowed to work in businesses and homes unlawfully. So we're talking about the legalities around that. And then a little bit later on in this hour, we're speaking about the proposal for public servants to work from home. Should they be allowed to work from home? Should they be allowed a hybrid environment in which they work from home some days and are in the office on other days? Do you believe that would be positive or negative for you as someone who is receiving services from them? And in the second half hour of the program, we're talking about the issue of all these illicit goods that are flooding into South Africa, costing our economy literally billions upon billions of rands, and now also starting to cost us jobs. So it is a very serious situation indeed. And, if you've been buying those cheap cigarettes that come across the border without any taxes paid, without their having passed any health restrictions, then you're contributing to the problem essentially. So this is the kind of behavior that we need to put a stop to, because clearly it impacts on all of us as a country. All right, 10 past 10. Let's get straight into this interview. 10,000 more labour inspectors on the streets. What does it mean for businesses and residents who are perhaps employing migrants at this time? Do you know whether the people working in your home or in your business are fully compliant with the law? Do they have all the papers required? And let's find out what government is actually allowed to do in terms of ensuring that this law is respected. We're going to bring into the conversation Stephanie Desadi Darbandi, immigration lawyer at DSD Immigration Attorneys. Good morning to you, Ms. Sadi Darbandi. Thank you for making the time to speak to us. So I want to start with this sort of informal deadline that has been given by groups that are marching in favour of migrants being removed from the country. The 30th of June, they say, is a red letter day for them. But from a legal point of view, is there anything that South Africans, whether your businesses or residents, need to have achieved by the 30th of June from a legal point of view?
Good morning, Joanne.
Have we got you with us, Ms. Sadi Darbandi? I'm struggling to hear you. All right, we've lost you, unfortunately. We're going to try and get you back on the line, but I will take some of your calls on this. Perhaps we will try her on a different line so that we can we can get a clearer line to her. But I think this is an important thing. If you own a business, right, or if you are employing someone in your home, listen very carefully, because we're about to give you some real decisive answers on the issue of how you can go about employing that person, or whether perhaps you shouldn't be, due to your respect for the law. Let's bring Ms. Desadi Darbandi back into the conversation. I hope we've got a better line to you now, ma'am. As we were saying, well, to start off with this June 30th deadline, is that a real deadline, or is that something that's just been informally set by groups involved in the migration issue?
Good morning, Joanne, and it's Stephanie. Thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what happened earlier. But so it's not a legal deadline. It wasn't ordered by court. No law created it, and government didn't set it. It was created rather and set by a private group, which has no legal force. I think, a lot of the proposed changes that the president spoke about, the employment law changes in terms of the fines, these actually predated a lot of the marches that's been taking place. A lot of what the president spoke about, for example, was already accepted and approved in the white paper on the proposed changes for immigration and citizenship law. I think what's created the confusion was probably the timing of the president's address, nation's address. I think it was necessary and it was good, and I think he said a number of things that needed to be said, but I think that address should have happened a lot earlier and not when it did, because I think in a way it almost verified or validated the groups that are calling for, things to happen by the 30th. One of the things that they're calling for example, is that there's a halt in the issuing of asylum seeker or refugee permits to foreigners. Now, firstly, we cannot do that. South Africa is party to a number of international treaties, and we have a legal obligation to do that. But also in doing so, it actually helps regularize people and gives them a status to be here legally and to work lawfully.
All right, that's important to note. I just want to ask now, we all know that South African residences and businesses should not be falling foul of the law in terms of this, that, you've got to check on your employees' papers. Correct. And make sure that they are absolutely compliant with South African law in regard to the, the compliance issue, for example. Yes. But let's talk about this issue of 10,000 in additional labor inspectors hitting the streets. I think many people imagine that they're going to hear their doorbell ring, and whether they're a business or a residence, they're going to be asked on the spot for permission for labor inspectors to enter their property and carry out that work. From a practical point of view, when a labor inspector says to you, I'm from the Department of Labor and I'm here to check on your employees, how does one legally respond?
So firstly, the duty to check is already in law. You have there's an obligation on employers to make a genuine good faith effort to confirm whether someone working for them has the right to work there. And part of that process is in contacting Home Affairs to verify permits. Now, this is something I do every day, all day. And I often consult with employers that will say to me, I have tried reaching out, I have sent emails, I haven't heard anything, what more can I do? So a lot of the times it's not that people aren't making the effort, it's that they don't have a reply and life goes on and people carry on working. Secondly, it's your private dwelling, no one can come to your home or force you to allow them inside without a warrant. That's in a private dwelling, so that's your home. Also, just before I actually continue with that, no person other than Home Affairs or a police officer can request to see your visa or permit status, and usually they can only make that request if there's a suspicion in terms of the type of status that you have. So it's only a Home Affairs official or a police officer, no neighbor, no group or nothing. And then secondly, no one can enter your home without a warrant. A business is different. Immigration officers and generally labor inspectors can inspect business premises without a warrant. Usually there's a legal basis for the raids, and usually they will let you know, or you can ask them, what the purpose of the visit is. It must still be conducted in an orderly, calm fashion. And also, whether you're illegal or not, you still have the right to dignity. So it's important to ensure, rather than to stop them from coming in, but just to work with them, ensure that everything is, you document everything, you take down the names, you find out their positions, why are they there, make copies and notes of everything that is taken or removed from the premises. And that also, approaching this deadline, we don't know what's going to happen. In law, nothing is meant to happen, technically. Also, just to say that, and I've written an article about this, it's a criminal offense to incite public violence. So we don't have to wait for violence to happen for something to take place. Things should be happening at the moment to prevent whatever may take place on the 30th. But the point is, for businesses and people to have their documents ready. If they have emailed Home Affairs, print those emails, activate read or delivered receipts, keep them in a file that's easily accessible. But the point is, no, they cannot simply just knock on your door, especially at home, and enter the premises. And if it's businesses, as I said, a little bit different, but it's more just to inspect documents. The issue of being fined up to 100,000 or more, or rather 100,000 to 1 million, is not law yet. That was in fact only tabled in Parliament towards the end of May. So we're nowhere near that being law. The current Immigration Act does provide for penalties if someone is here illegally or employing someone illegally, and the fine varies. So it does depend on the courts and the prosecutor, but the fine is usually anywhere from 2,000 to 10,000 Rand per person. And of course, there are higher fines for repeat offenders.
And I just want to ask you for some clarity. You spoke about police personnel or Home Affairs officials entering your space, and if it's a business, they're allowed to do that. What about labour inspectors, Stephanie?
So usually not. It's a separate jurisdiction. But what happens is there are gaps between the various governments with Home Affairs, Labour, Employment, etc. And we're trying to fix those gaps. It's the same thing with social development when it comes to undocumented minors. So it's a good thing that they are trying to bridge gaps. But ordinarily what would happen is that Labour would report to the Department of Home Affairs. It's the same thing with these proposed changes in terms of the Employment Services Act. It's usually the DG that will instruct the labour courts to impose the fines of up to 100,000 or more. So Labour generally would either visit the premises with Home Affairs officials, or after they've received whatever documents they've requested, share those with Home Affairs officials.
And let me just ask you, there's a bit of a fine line here because many people have started working from home, especially as of the dawn of COVID. If you're working from home and you have employees there, that seems to me that it might be a grey area in terms of whether an official can actually access your home/business or not.
Correct. We don't have precedent for that yet, and I'm sure it's something that will need to be ironed out. And I suppose it will depend as well if whether the residential address is operating as a business. But for individual people working from home, it's still a private dwelling. The fact that you're choosing to work from home, or you're allowed to work from home, doesn't give Home Affairs the right to simply have access without a warrant. But I'm sure these things, especially with more people working from home, are going to be dealt with in future regulations or law that will be passed.
All right, very interesting talking to you, and thank you for clarifying so many of those issues for us. Stephanie Desaudi Darbandi, immigration lawyer at DSD Immigration Attorneys.
SAFM is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
20 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. We are powering through these issues. The Public Sector Association proposing that civil servants be allowed to work from home for part of the time. The PSA says the rising cost of living is putting increasing pressure on workers, and the public service ought to give particular workers the option of a hybrid working model. Let's speak to PSA spokesperson Ruben Maleka, who's on the line to us. Mr. Maleka, good morning and welcome to the Daily Discourse. Why does the PSA think the hybrid model would be a good idea?
Look, this is a proposal. It's a proposal that we think it would benefit the state as government. It would benefit the citizens and public servants. Public servants in this way. Firstly, we know that we are currently in an economic crisis where majority of public servants can't afford even taxi fares due to high petrol prices. Secondly, it will also make sure that on the part of the state, they will save on electricity, consumables, water, and more importantly is that the state currently is lacking and suffering due to non-compliance with occupational health and safety. Many of departments' offices do not comply with health standards. So this is an opportune time to cut on rental, to repair those offices for those who are essential and needed to be in the offices. So this is a very progressive proposal that would benefit each and everyone in the sense that when the state saves, then it means the money saved can also be diverted to essential, filling of vacancies, because we know that we do not have enough police officers, we do not have health workers. So the money instead can be diverted in those areas so that they can work. We are proud to say that at this point in time, all of us, we can see progress that has been made by the state. There are various institution departments that are starting to work, are being redeemed. NPA is redeemed, SIU, border management, Home Affairs is coming to the party. We can see what is happening in the police, that in the near future we'll see the police that can work. So we are looking forward to see also the Department of Health, hospitals being redeemed and being able to work. So it's a progressive proposal to say, let's work together to resolve our own problems as public servants, as the citizens, and as the state.
So you've got some interesting ideas there, but I want to ask you to which sectors and job descriptions you would like this to apply, because you've spoken about hospitals, but I don't see how most of those workers would be able to work from home given the type of work they're doing.
Absolutely. Those that are obviously frontline workers, those that on daily basis they have to serve the public directly, would not be able to work from home. But we are saying that there are departments that can contribute to the part of saving, such as policy departments. We know of departments that are national that do not have a direct contact with the public. So those are departments that, or institutions that can work from home. Already, we know that there are some institutions and departments that are working from home. For argument's sake, we've got public service administration. They are working from home because their building does not comply with health standards.
All right.
So, but at the same time, we already know that they're capable of delivering services. In fact, we have learned through COVID that people that work from home are actually more productive than most of the time than even those who go to the office. Going to the office is a time. Time is a factor because you have to travel. Secondly, there's office, talk and gossip and, walking around the offices. But while you are working from home, you don't have that opportunity. We are faced with a situation where you have to deliver because you are just at home. And it also assists because me and you, Johan, we know that from time to time, you can even be flexible. You can say, look, to your supervisor, look, I'm going to work from 7:30 until 1 o'clock. From 1 o'clock to 3, I'll take a break because I'm taking my kid to, there's a sports at my kid's school. For 2 hours, I'll be there. But when I come back from 4 o'clock, I'll continue to work until 6:30. So there's a lot of flexibility and adaptability that allows employees to work actually the required time and sometimes even excessive. We are not promoting excessive hours, but ultimately the employees are able to deliver because they are more flexible and suitable to even accommodate their personal life and family life.
So there are ongoing discussions about the inefficiencies of certain public service workers owing to ineptitude, lack of training, flagrant idleness. Surely these are not the types of workers you'd want away from the office when they can't be monitored, Mr. Maleka?
Look, the fact of the matter is that we can never eliminate, those people at any point in time, whether they're in the office or they're working from home. We just have to implement systems that can be able to eliminate those that will not be able to deliver from home. In fact, we are saying if Ruben or Maleka has been working from home and is not delivering, there's nothing that precludes for the employer to recall Ruben and say, we're given opportunity to work from home. We don't see any production from yourself. From next week, you are going to report to the office. So it's another way of creating discipline to say, you know what, I'm losing benefit of being able to work from home if I don't deliver. So it's another way of control. So there are many means and controls. And today, Joanne, let's agree, the AI has taught us that there are also other means to monitor people that can actually be in front of the laptop. You know, you can never cheat nowadays because they can simply say that, no, switch on your camera. And if you're not there, it's one of those things that can be regulated to say that is part of not being able to perform. Therefore, you must report to work.
All right. Thank you very much for putting us in the picture, Mr. Maleka. Please let us know when you have a response from government as to your proposal. 27
We'll
minutes.
keep updated.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ruben Maleka there. He's the spokesperson of the Public Service Association. 10:27. I'm looking at some of your messages that are coming in on this. One of you says, good morning, Joanne. Working from home for public officials is a definite no until they have performance management systems in place and leadership that is not scared of their staff. Thanks, Zalia in Cape Town. So, I mean, that's an important thing. You've got to have a manager as well who is going to monitor productivity. I think that's quite important. One of you talking about police accepting bribes.
Hi, Johan and the SAfm listener. Johan, you know, these mini roadblocks of 4 to 6 police standing there, it's just taking the bribes. After that, just after they leave in that scene, you will never even come in with any suspect or anything. I mean, it mustn't be allowed where like the police, they just decide to take in the state cars and then going at the corner or at the road and start doing some roadblocks, which doesn't even like coming back fruitfully. It's just them there to take in the bribe so that they can push in their life at the home.
Right, thank you for that. And then one of you is talking about those who are going after illegal immigrants, not participating in community policing forums.
Hi, Joanne. You know, our fellow South Africans that are suddenly obsessed with hunting down illegal, undocumented foreigners themselves, the very same South Africans who fail to participate productively in their local CPF, the same South Africans that fail to report the average crime around the street, around the corner, at the taxi rank, yet they want to hunt down illegals. I said it once and I say it again, Joanne. Once they're done with illegals, they will turn to those who look and sound like you and I. Anonymous, Cape Town.
Thank you for that. Tell me if you agree or disagree with these. There's also one on the issue of Msunduzi, and you say that there is looting in that municipality.
Good morning, Joanne, and morning to the SAfm listeners. It's Mfunda from Durban. You see, what we're witnessing in Msunduzi isn't isolated at all. If you go to the Tiwini municipality, you have the same modus operandi. You've got 4 companies milking over 6 billion rand of irregular expenditure. So it's looting to the maximum based on the fact that they know that they're not a government that is going to be voted back into power. So they're doing all that they could right now to milk the coffers.
Okay, and let's take this one on the issue of the DA as opposition.
Good morning, Joanne. Joanne, I'm sending this voice note as a worried listener. My sense is that DA has been made the opposition, even though it's not. DA is not the opposition for as long as they are part of this GNU. They are not the opposition. And my sense is that MK and EFF, they are being neutralized deliberately. Because you don't get to get their views on this radio station, not unless they are found wanting. I just wonder why. Thank you. This is Luzuga in the Eastern Cape. All I'm asking for is fairness. Because these parties, if you follow them in parliament or you go through their social media pages, you could see how effective on some of the critical matters that are burning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So we're not trying to neutralize anyone on this station. We give everybody an equal chance to answer, and we have had people from the MKP on the channel, on the station, I should say. But I mean, the one interview that I conducted with the MKP, where it was directly relevant to the story that we were running, it was their former spokesperson who just behaved so badly on the program. He was rude. He was he's just aggressive, and so
So we made a decision that, we were not going to have him back on, and then he was moved out of that position. The EFF we actually book fairly often for interviews, by the way. Unfortunately, not many of them actually show up for interviews. So at the last minute, we will either get a cancellation from them, or we'll phone them when we're meant to, and they just won't answer their phones. It's very difficult indeed to get hold of them. We did have someone on from the EFF last week who actually honoured the commitment, which we were very grateful for. But we have found repeatedly with the EFF that they just don't answer their phone when you call them, or they let us down at the last minute. So that has made it a little bit difficult. All right, just after 10:30, and Musa is on the show now with your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the Correctional Services Department says it's still studying the judgment of the High Court in Johannesburg. In the judgment, the court has set aside the department's bid to appoint a temporary manager for the Mangaung Correctional Centre in Bloemfontein. Police say they are conducting further investigations into the case of a Gauteng-based prominent media personality. The suspect, who was arrested yesterday, was supposed to appear in the Germiston Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg this morning. And 4 people have been killed and several others injured in a crash involving a bakkie and a bus on the N2 in Pedi in the Eastern Cape. The crash happened this morning. I'll have details on these and other stories at 11.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
Catch Top Billing this Youth Day Tuesday evening at 7 as vlogger Snigiwe Sneem Hlongo finds her mom the best travel companion. Designer Tina Ngogolo marries Xhosa tradition with modern styling. And Geordie and Debbie Osler plant a forest, then build themselves a treehouse of a home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
10:34 here on the Daily Discourse, and IOL's reporting that the government is losing hundreds of billions of rand to counterfeit goods coming into the country. Now, the South African Revenue Service and other government organs are stepping in to put a stop to it. Just recently, SARS swooped on 245 million rands worth of counterfeit items in the northwest, confiscating over 100,000 products being brought into the country illegally. We're going to start the conversation with Dr. Nicole Velios. She's a senior research officer at the University of Cape Town's Research Unit on the economics of excisable products. Good morning to you, Dr. Velios, and thanks for your time on the Daily Discourse. I know that you have been looking into the research, the facts and figures around this. Just how serious is this problem in our country?
Hi, Joanne. Thanks for having me on the show. The cigarette illicit problem is massive in South Africa. Currently, around 60% of the market consists of illicit cigarettes. And that works out to a lost revenue of about 18 billion a year. And that's from 15 billion in excise tax and then about 3 billion in VAT. So it's not only a massive loss to revenue, it's also that people are smoking more because cigarettes have become more expensive. So in addition to the fiscal losses, we also have a massive public health crisis on our hands, where around 24% of South Africans are smoking, whereas a couple of years ago it was around 20%.
And I mean, I don't know about the nature of the products being brought in, but are they meeting safety standards in terms of what is required of South African tobacco manufacturing companies?
Yeah, so illicit cigarettes often have the reputation of being more dangerous than legal cigarettes. At the end of the day, they're all really bad for health. So a lot of the products that are entering the market, what makes them specifically illicit is that excise tax is not paid at the point of production, and that is why they're considered illicit. In terms of what contents are in the cigarettes, it seems that they're pretty similar to legal cigarettes, and we can assume that because before the COVID-19 sales ban, a lot of people were still smoking legal cigarettes, and during the sales ban, many of those smokers switched to illicit cigarettes. And one would have thought that after the sales ban ended, which lasted for 5 months, they would have switched back to legal cigarettes.
Yeah.
So if they tasted a whole lot worse, if they made your throat extra sore compared to legal cigarettes, we would have seen more people moving back to the legal market. But that is not what we've seen. And we're now at the stage where 60% are illicit, and that's been for the last 5 years.
And of course, there's obviously a clear price difference between the legal cigarettes and the illicit ones. What is that price difference per box?
Yeah, so there's quite a range in prices. So currently the excise tax on a pack of 20 cigarettes is 23 Rand 58, and to that one needs to add VAT. So any cigarette pack that's selling for less than 27, 28 Rand, you still need to add on, what the actual pack costs. Anything that's below around 28, 29, even 30 is considered illicit. But because these manufacturers are not paying excise or VAT, they can sell cigarettes for 15 Rand a pack, 20 Rand a pack. So I'd say that the price difference, it's difficult to give you an exact amount because there's such variety in the market. But a legal pack would go for 50 or 60 Rand, and an illicit pack would go for less than 30 Rand.
Right, so that's a huge marker. But tell me, who is bringing these across the border? And tell me how they're doing it, please, Dr. Velius.
Yes. So our research indicates that the majority of illicit cigarettes are being made in the country. So it's not the case that most of these cigarettes are coming from Zimbabwe and, there's a border problem. We know exactly where these cigarette manufacturers are. They're in South Africa, they're making cigarettes, and they're just not paying SARS the amount that they're supposed to. There is, of course, some smuggling that comes across the border from Zim and our neighboring countries, but the market itself, the cigarettes are made in our country.
So if you say that we know where they are being manufactured, what is stopping us from clamping down on the manufacturing of these cigarettes?
Yeah, so that's a great question to ask to SARS.
Yeah.
In 2019, they had implemented a plan to install a track and trace system. They had sent out a tender because it's quite a sophisticated process, and they would need to hire a company. They had started that process in 2020. They stopped the process from happening, and only now in 2026 have they reinitiated a plan to track illicit products. They're not only looking at cigarettes, they're also going to be looking at alcohol as well as pharmaceuticals. So they're kind of grouping the problem products together and trying to find a way to monitor them.
All right. Thank you so much for those insights, Dr. Nicole Velius, Senior Researcher at UCT's Research Unit on the Economics of Excisable Products. A good time to bring SARS in. Spiti Speko is not with us yet, unfortunately, but I was really hoping that we would be able to ask him some of the questions that are being posed. I mean, why exactly would it take you 5 years as SARS to introduce a system, this track and trace system? Why do you start the process, the tendering process? Why do you put that on hold for 5 years, the 5 years in which the smoking of illicit cigarettes has increased drastically, the buying of those cigarettes has increased drastically? How exactly do you counter that? I mean, it's a huge thing. I mean, I imagined that in the past, a lot of these cigarettes were actually being smuggled into the country. And I think that was the convention a number of years ago, to bring these cigarettes into the country illegally. Having said that, it seems that, it's really difficult to get a sense of what is happening there, and I wonder if we can get an answer from SARS on that. We're struggling to get a hold of them now. Our SARS spokesperson is not answering his phone right now. Let's give him a little bit of grace and take a short break. When we come back, I'm hoping that we can put these questions to SARS.
50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
The court or judge hearing the appeal shall not set aside the decision against which the appeal is brought unless such court or judge is satisfied the decision was wrong.
Briefing to me was like an initiation. I appreciate the opportunity.
The youth of 1976 has afforded us so many privileges, and we are in a time where we are required to fight for more, also for the next generation and ourselves.
From the class of 1976 to the generation of TikTok, AI, and unemployment, the conversation continues on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
It's Powerball Jackpot Tuesday time. This Tuesday, you have a chance to win over 160 million rand in the total Powerball estimated jackpot. Catch the live draw this Tuesday at 9 p.m. on SABC2. You could become South Africa's next multimillionaire. Yes, you. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekaya.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
10:42 here on the Daily Discourse, and we're continuing our conversation about the government losing hundreds of billions of rand due to counterfeit goods coming into the country, or, as the case may be, being manufactured in the country. So the research officer at UCT looking into this told us just a short while ago. We're joined on the line now by the SARS spokesperson, Sipiti Sibeko, who is going to explain further. Mr. Sibeko, good morning to you, and thank you so much for your time on the Daily Discourse today. So for starters, we're being told by the experts that most of these illicit goods are not necessarily being brought across the border. They're actually being manufactured in the country. How is it that you, working with law enforcement and various other government organs, are not clamping down on this more efficiently?
Good morning to you, Joanne, and to your listeners. Indeed, the challenge of the illicit economy is very complex. It's multifaceted. It is true that some of these illicit goods are manufactured locally, and some of them come across the borders. So I don't want us to take a unidimensional view to it. Now, if, for instance, you'll just recall, not so long ago, SARS went to court at the insistence, of course, of the some tobacco manufacturers who had argued that SARS, by installing TV surveillance cameras in their places of work, were almost encroaching into their privacy. But the objective of SARS doing that was to ensure that, among other things, we want to believe that whilst there is illicit work that goes on, there is also an illicit work. So that is ongoing. So that is why SARS felt that we needed additional measures and mechanism to try and look quite closely at these matters in some of these manufacturing plants. So, of course, without entering into the legal merit of the judgment and the follow-on thereon, but that is just to demonstrate one aspect that we are engaged in, to try and see how do you disrupt this illicit manufacturing internally. And of course, you're correct.
Yes, sorry to interrupt there. I just want to ask you another question on that before you move forward. So what was the outcome of the judgment? Did the court say that you are not allowed to use cameras to monitor these companies?
currently, as the matter stands, yes, the
All
court
right.
agreed that we had gone beyond the limits, and of course, the matter, as I say, is sub judice because obviously there are still other processes underway. But that just illustrates the extent to which we are trying to disrupt these illicit activities.
All right.
Indeed, it is true that whilst some of the manufacturing goes on in the country, but if you compare that to what you get from other countries where the production, I mean, a suit lands in South Africa at 40 rands. I would imagine that the local manufacturers, even if they are engaged in illicit activity, they would still pale in comparison to what you still get from outside. So that is why we are focusing quite extensively on particularly in textile, in footwear, in textile clothing. There's a lot that is illicit that is coming in. I mean, the 245 million that the colleagues managed to get previously as they conducted their own investigation and searches proves to us that whilst you must look internally, undoubtedly, but indeed you must also keep a keen eye on what comes in and ensure that you deal with misdeclaration. This takes a variety. Misdeclaration, people tell you that this is they classify things incorrectly, deliberately, to try and not to pay the necessary duties. So, as per the president's program, this disrupting program to disrupt illicit goods is quite extensive, and as I said earlier, is multifaceted, but let it be known that we are doing something about it.
All right. So I'll come to the president's program in a moment. I just want to ask you, in terms of these illicit goods coming across the borders, are they largely coming across land borders or through the ports?
Largely through the ports, because those would obviously be coming through through as you say other areas, say from Southeast Asia. So those will land largely through through our ports. Sorry, our harbors. But that's not to say the land borders aren't as well as porous in terms of these illicit activities. Like, for instance, I mean, there are countries that manufacture the seeds, the process that is used for manufacturing illicit cigarette. Those come across through our borders because countries not far from us are known to be the growers of the necessary ingredients that forms part of that tobacco. So, as I said, it's you're fighting battle from all fronts, and none of them you want to underemphasize. But you do know where disproportionately a bigger burden sits, and you're focusing your resources there. What you also do, of course, ensure that in other areas you are also tightening your own security as well.
So let's talk about that, exactly what you've just mentioned. Is the fact that so many illicit goods are coming through the ports partly due to the fact that your security is not tight enough at the ports?
I beg to differ that it's not tight enough. Let's start here. That you have scanners. You do have. Okay, let's begin by saying that you would not almost so you need risk assessment in order to be able to better target, because it does not mean that each and everything that flows through the ports in and by itself is illicit. So you've got to try and have a measure of facilitation of trade by only a better targeting with a risk assessment. Over and above that, you have scanners where things do go through that we are able to. Those are intrusive inspection. So you are able to see through what comes through in those big carriers that carry a lot of products. So you do have a targeted approach, and I want to believe that. Of course, no security is ever 100%, but you must have seen. Not only did we get we're getting clothing and illicit goods, but we also, over and above that, we just did the drugs the other day, the pure cocaine and all of that. So it's as I said, it's a diverse and a broad areas, and under the circumstances, I think, like working with law enforcement, we are doing the best we can. And that's not to say it's always 100%, but I want to believe that we are doing quite much better than just sitting back and allowing things to come in freely into the country.
All right. Please stay with us, Mr. Spiti Sibeko, SARS spokesperson. We'll continue our conversation with him in just a moment.
50 years ago, young South Africans changed the course of history. Today, a new generation asks a different question. What have we inherited and what must we build next? This Youth Day, SAfm joins forces with South Africa's leading campus radio stations for a series of powerful national simulcasts. The National Briefing and Voice of Vets, exploring education, employment, and economic opportunity. The Daily Discourse and Northwest University FM, examining democracy, leadership, and active citizenship. The Full Circle and Radio Turf, reflecting on identity, culture, and social cohesion. Students, communities, leaders, and listeners. One country, one conversation. 50 years after June 16. Join SAfm and Campus Radio as we explore where South Africa has come from, where we are, and where we need to go. Youth Day 2026, 50 years later, only on SAfm. SAfm, South Africa's national meeting place, and still leading the conversations that move us. "50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices."
In 1976, we, the class of 76, threw stones against apartheid, and we saw it falling into pieces. Now, fellow South Africans, I'm particularly referring to you young people. There is no more time to be throwing stones. It is time now to be gathering stones so that we can build a South Africa that we want, and the South Africa that will be owned by you as young people. Time to be gathering stones, South Africa.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa. 50 years later, only on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
7 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse. We're talking about the issue of the government losing billions upon billions of rand to counterfeit goods coming into the country. The SARS spokesperson, Spiti Sibeko, is on the line to us. And I want to take a couple of our calls, please, Mr. Sibeko. Our listeners are listening into the conversation. Parks in Cape Town is on the line to us. A quick comment from you, Parks. Good morning.
Good morning, Joanne. The issue with illicit goods in South Africa is that there's a policy and political issue. The Commissioner for the BME, Mr. Mosiapato, has highlighted some of the efforts that they've tried. However, there needs to also be the Department of Transport with regards to the coastline borders as well as the land borders by investment of the scanners that will be able to scan what is the consignment that is being carried by either vessels or the trucks. And then secondly, you also have an issue whereby the departments that are crucial to eliminate illicit goods coming to the country are not working collaboratively.
Ah, interesting. Parks, lovely call. Thank you so much. What is your response to that, Mr. Sibeko?
Well, we are trying. I mean, under the president's program, for instance, all the relevant department that Parks referred to obviously have a clear line of march from the president. And as I say, on a case with law enforcement agents, our colleagues exceptionally well with them. That's not to say you would have challenges here and there, but broadly, I think we are moving away from silo mentality more into an integrated approach. And he's correct. I mean, South Africa has one of the longest shoreline, and it's difficult to have to secure that shoreline, particularly when you have a region to your left that is almost flooding you with all sorts of the illicit goods, not even goods, drugs and all of that. So to have to manage and monitor the shoreline is a major challenge. That would mean that your Navy, your also colleagues that have those capabilities work with us. And of course, it's correct that we have to dip in integrated approach to try and deal with the problem of the illicit economy generally, because then you add on drugs, as I said earlier.
All right, thank you for that. And then May in Benoni is with us. What's your question, May?
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. Go for it, please.
Mr. Fudego, I just want to ask a question. Okay, we are happy that you are doing a good job now. But what were you waiting for? Because this thing has been happening for quite some time. The illicit good has been coming to South Africa for quite some time. Companies has been closed. Cigarette companies has been closed. The drugs are everywhere in this country. Every time there's drug dealers. So why now? That's my question. Why now? We've been waiting for March and March. We were waiting for General Mkwanazi. Why now?
All right. The answer to that, Mr. Sibeko?
It's entirely untrue that we haven't been doing this. If you go back a number of years, SARS has been, together with the law enforcement, has been at the heart of dealing with the issues of illicit goods, issues of drugs. It's not just an issue that should be politicized. I think this is an issue which is much broader. It affects South Africa. It affects the future of our country. What the generations that will come and take over the country, they need to find a country that is secure, the country that functions. And I think to us, this has been an ongoing call. We at SARS, we have what we call a higher purpose. A higher purpose is to ensure that we leave our country in better hands and ensure that it's fully functional. So to us, that has been an ongoing call.
But let me ask you a question. I think the elephant in the room, of course, Mr. Sibeko, is the issue of corruption, right? That the people monitoring what is happening along our borders or even in the country could potentially be corrupt. There's nothing to suggest otherwise, given the level of corruption that we have seen in law enforcement in this country.
That's true. I mean, that's true. I think that's if there's any ailment or sickness that we have as a society, is that this is just a microcosm of a society that perhaps has not been hard enough on criminality. I mean, people who are corrupt could be our own officers as well. I mean, we had been suspending many of them, terminating many of them, and laying criminal charges precisely because members of our own communities themselves are involved in these activities. I mean, for every corrupt police officer or a customs officer, there's an ordinary South African who he himself or herself engages themselves in this corruption. So it is critical as a country that we just do not look on the other side. We also look at the mirror and look internally at ourselves, what it is that we can do to try and not only do away with these things. There's no easy way to riches, no easy way to wealth. You need to work very hard at it. And this corruption that we see all over the place reflects on all of us, and all of us must work together to try and eradicate it.
Just a last quick answer from you on this, please, Mr. Sibeko. The track and trace system, the tender was put out in 2020 and it was put on hold for 5 or 6 years. Now it's back in play. What went on there?
Well, insofar as SARS, that our colleagues are now are doing exactly that. Our colleagues at NCC are engaging with all of that. We ourselves are obviously looking at innovative solutions. I mean, technology has allowed us, for instance, to be able to trace a product from birth right up to its demise. So perhaps, yes, trace and trace would be one of those many products that would be used, but technology is much more broader. And indeed, if track and trace becomes part of that, a bouquet of products that will be used, we would indeed are looking at every possible technologies to try and stamp out these illicit activities.
All right, thank you very much for speaking to us at this hour. That was the SARS spokesperson, Sipiti Sibeko. 11 o'clock, here's your latest news on the Daily Discourse.
In our top stories, Correctional Services studies High Court judgment and media personalities court appearance postponed. Good morning. The Correctional Services Department says it's still studying the judgment of the High Court in Johannesburg. In the judgment, the court has set aside the department's bid to appoint a temporary manager for the Mangaung Correctional Centre in Bloemfontein. This after G4S, the company that was running the facility, took the department to court to request it to review and set aside its decision to appoint a new manager. The action was in response to the escape of convicted rapist and murderer Thabo Bester in May of 2022. Police say they are conducting further investigations into the case of a Gauteng-based prominent media personality. The suspect, who was arrested yesterday, was supposed to appear in the Germiston Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg this morning. The suspect's case is in connection with an alleged shooting incident involving an e-hailing driver. Horisani Sitole reports.
The musician and TV personality was arrested in Edenvale on Sunday morning after he allegedly forced the e-hailing driver into his vehicle and prevented him from leaving. The suspect allegedly accused the driver of having an affair with his girlfriend that he had transported to the celebrity's place. Police spokesperson Dinjalo Sibeko.
A 45-year-old suspect will appear before the Germiston Magistrate Court on Wednesday, 17 June 2026. Investigations are ongoing.
The e-hailing driver escaped unharmed.
4 people have been killed and several others injured in a crash involving a bakkie and a bus on the N2 in Pedi in the Eastern Cape. The crash happened this morning. Provincial Transport Department spokesperson Unati Bingoshe.
It's said to be one of these bakkies that ferry people from nearby villages to the CBD for shopping. It collided with one of these long-distance buses. There are multiple injuries and the scene is still very active. Our rapid response teams remain on the scene attending to the injured while keeping the scene safe. We are calling on road users, motorists in particular, to approach that stretch with extra caution.
Iran's World Cup team has entered the US from Mexico ahead of the game against New Zealand this evening. They made the short flight to Los Angeles from their base camp. They moved their base camp from a sports complex in Arizona to Mexico late last month. The BBC's Shaima Khalil reports.
The team faced visa problems and was forced to move its World Cup base camp to Mexico. And when Iran takes to the pitch here in LA, many in the city's large Iranian community won't be there to watch. Some are planning protests against FIFA's ban on the pre-revolutionary line and sun flag, while others see the team as representing a regime they want gone. The players insist they're here to unite Iranians and focus on football. But for this squad, politics has been impossible to escape.
And finally, the 2026 Sardine Run has officially kicked off on the KwaZulu-Natal South Coast. Huge crowds gathered at the weekend, marking the start of the highly anticipated annual migration. Authorities are now urging beachgoers to remain cautious as an influx of fishermen, tourists and marine predators are expected along the coastline in the coming weeks. Angler Adam Kamda.
The Sardine Run 2026 is officially on. The first nets were pulled in Port Edward on Saturday. The pilot shoals were driven up the coast by a frontal system with low temperatures and big sea swells. These conditions made it treacherous to be at sea, and nets were swept sideways in the currents and damaged on the rocks. The smallish catches fetched as much as 1,200 rand a crate wholesale and 50 rand a dozen on the streets.
Recapping the top story, the Correctional Services Department says it's still studying the judgment of the High Court in Johannesburg. In the judgment, the court has set aside the department's bid to appoint a temporary manager for the Mangaung Correctional Centre in Bloemfontein. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
5 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. We're into the final hour of our show here, and I'd love to hear from you on the issues we've been speaking about. Really interesting conversations on illicit goods, on the issue of what is going on in the Msunduzi municipality we spoke about earlier. Also a question around the proposal that the Public Service Administration has, association rather, has made to government that public servants be allowed to work from home. And tell me if you agree or disagree with that. Our lines remain open. Our studio line 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. I want to take some of your voice notes at this hour. Let's listen to this one on migrants who are in the country undocumented.
Good morning, Joanne. I'm Ruben from Limpopo. You see, the people who are to be arrested in this case of illegal immigrants is the government, lawmakers and the leaders, because they have allowed the so-called illegal immigrants, which are criminals, of course, to roam our streets. Why do they uphold the law? They should be criminalized. They should be arrested, because if they were not to have let these people in our country, we could not employ them. Where could we find them? We'll employ the legal ones. So they must be criminalized and arrested. My name is Ruben. Yes.
Good morning, SAfm. The reason why these people who are selling cigarettes that is not supposed to be in the country, the reason why they are not getting arrested is because they are sponsoring political parties. And even people that are working for SARS, they vote at some stage. They vote for their political parties. So they will never arrest people who are sponsoring their political parties. As we're going to elections, those cigarette people, they know exactly who they should give money to. They know exactly who they should sponsor. So there's nothing going to happen to those people. Anonymous, thank you.
Morning, Joanne. I'm so sick and tired of people scapegoating with corruption. Everything they do wrong is corruption. The gist of the matter is who brings these illicit goods from outside? Who brings it into South Africa? Who wants to destroy our country? That's the biggest question you need to answer, and why they want to do that. Why they want to do that, and who brings it? Regardless of that, they're going to find somebody who's corrupt there at the border, but who's bringing it into South Africa? Why is that person bringing it to South Africa? Of course, foreign nationals, because they want to destroy our country. That's as simple.
Good morning, Joanne. Well, government is dragging its feet on combating counterfeit because they are benefiting from it, and also those who are advocating for an open border policy. We know that they want their acquaintances to smuggle illicit tobacco and counterfeit good. Thank you.
And then one of you says, hi JJ and team, regarding illegal cigarettes, has the enforcement against them largely stopped? I've noticed that since the pandemic, illegal cigarettes have remained widely available. The shop I purchased from appears to serve a broad range of customers, including people who work in law enforcement, and there doesn't seem to be much interest in investigating or addressing the issue. Is there any information on whether enforcement efforts have been reduced or deprioritized? Actually, we're hearing the opposite. Apparently, this new policy that government has is supposed to work at reducing the harm in regards to this, right? So it's supposedly it's going to be an operation at the borders, it's going to be an operation across departments and so forth. But let's see if anything comes of it. You know, South Africa is fantastic at creating policy, seeing it through and implementing it, not so much. All right, as we head towards 10 minutes past 11 here on the program, we're talking about the issue of sex work. And I would love to hear from you on our voice note line or on our studio line on this issue. The issue of sex work has been a controversial question for some time in South Africa. Independent newspapers has reminded us that the issue is going to court later this year. Sex Workers Education and Advocacy Task Force, SWET, is going to challenge the Justice Minister and others, demanding that they decriminalise sex work in the country. Embrace Dignity and other organisations will also be joining the fray, but they're taking a slightly different stance. Executive Director of Embrace Dignity, Nosizwe Madlala Rutledge, joins us now. Ms. Madlala Rutledge, good morning to you and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse today. There are so many different stances on this issue. Can I ask you to please start by explaining to me where government stands on this issue right now and what the law says in regard to the status of sex work in the country?
Good morning, Joanne, and thank you so much for creating this platform for us to have a conversation. South Africans are talking, and we now want them to talk about this issue. At Embrace Dignity, we don't call it sex work, and I'll explain in depth later on why we don't use the language of sex work. Rather, we call it the system of prostitution, because in fact it is embedded in systemic oppression. It is embedded in inequality between men and women. It is embedded in male entitlement to women's bodies. So we don't call it sex work. We call it the system of prostitution. So coming to the case, in October of this year, there will be a very, very important case in our country, and we think everybody should be interested. This is a case in the Western Cape High Court, which has emanated from the Sex Worker Education and Advocacy Task Force, as you have mentioned, taking our government to court. And essentially what SWET is asking the court to do is to determine the constitutionality of the buying of the restriction on the buying and selling of sex.
All right. Ms. Madlala Rutledge, I'm so sorry to interrupt you here, but we're struggling with your line. We're not hearing you clearly at all, and what you're talking about is very important. So what I want to do is put you back to our producers, and we're going to call you on hopefully a clearer line, and let's see if we can hear a little bit better what you are saying. Remember, the studio line remains open at this hour, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614104107. And an important question that I'm putting to you out there as you listen this morning is, do you agree with what Nosizwe Madlala Rutledge is saying in regard to the issue of sex work? Should it, as she is implying, not be called sex work? Should it be called prostitution because it's a kind of exploitation? That is the opinion that Embrace Dignity is advancing, and I'd love to hear from you on that. So we're going to try to give Ms. Madlala Rutledge a call on this and just see exactly where they stand on this. There are very different opinions on this issue, right? There is an opinion that says sex work ought to be decriminalized in its entirety. SWET has been arguing for that, and because SWET has an entirely different opinion about this. They believe that sex work is not necessarily entirely just about operating in an exploitative system that is harmful to you as a sex worker. They believe that some people actually choose this as a profession. And if they choose to do it, it should be legalized and it should be brought into the formal economy. And, it should be, since it is going to always be there, that it should be treated as a sector on its own, a recognized sector on its own. And then you have other NGOs and organizations that have entered the fray and say something completely different. Embrace Dignity, for example, is saying the opposite. And they're saying that prostitution is what they call it, because it is harmful, it is exploitative, and that there are no exit pathways for people who actually want to leave this industry and go and work in another industry. And they feel that 90% of the women who are actually involved in it are being forced into it. And because it is an industry that largely draws women into it, you end up with a situation where women end up being exploited by what they call a patriarchal system. So I'll take your messages on that. I'll take your voice notes and your calls on that. And hopefully we will be able to hear from you on your varying opinions regarding that. Going back to some earlier issues that we have covered on the show at this hour, one of you speaking about the Mzimkhulu municipality needing help. Let's listen to that.
Hi, SAFM, and you too, Juan. Umsunduzi municipality is a routine municipality, same like Mzimkhulu municipality. We need to intervene to Mzimkhulu municipality. There's something happened there. Thank you.
Good morning to you, JJ and Mamonozis. I believe the oldest profession in the world should at least be decriminalized, regulated, and rebranded. Similar to how you have cannabis coffee shops, so-called coffee shops there when they actually supply cannabis. You can have something like that with prostitution, like massage parlors, rebranded and given, some kind of legitimacy. That is my view. Thank you, I'm Soviet.
Hi, Joe, and yes, I totally agree with the lady from Embrace Dignity. Yes, this is a patriarchal system which has been forced on women for countless generations. I don't blame the women who have to do this in order to survive. We have to blame men and the patriarchal society for forcing this. While we cannot have a society where people can just feed and house and give to women what they need, instead of having to force them to debase themselves, which I'm sure the vast majority of them feel that they have debased themselves in order to do this, but they are forced to do this in order to survive. It's such a sad situation.
All right, thank you for those great voice notes. We will continue our conversation right now with Nosizwe Madlala-Rutledge, the Executive Director of Embrace Dignity. And I'm sorry that we were rudely interrupted by technology there, Ms. Madlala-Rutledge. You were actually, when we were cut off, you were speaking about the issue of your stance on this issue as Embrace Dignity.
Yes, our technology did indeed fail us. And I heard you outlining what the other position is. Interestingly, Joanne, we do agree that women who sell sex should be decriminalized because we think, in fact, the criminality should shift from those selling sex, because most of the time they are doing it out of desperation, out of poverty, out of the situation in our country where there is high unemployment. But more importantly, it emanates from gender-based violence, and it is a part of gender-based violence. So we don't see how the sex trade itself can be decriminalized as a solution to unemployment, because indeed it is inherently harmful. It is based on a gender reality, on a gendered reality. Most of those buying sex are men with power, men with money. And most of the time they target the most vulnerable, because those are the people you can control, people you can tell what to do and how to do it, something your wife or your girlfriend won't do. So because of that reality, we think that the criminality should shift to those with power. We want the criminal justice system to understand this, and the police to understand that when they arrest and harass the women, they are in fact re-victimizing them. So that is where there is agreement. But also, just to say, where there is disagreement is that men have a right to buy. And this is our main point. Our main point is that we should address the basic conditions in our country that drive vulnerable women and girls and other marginalized people into this industry, into the clutch of this industry.
All right.
And among those who are vulnerable are illegal migrants in our own country. Right now there's this talk about illegal migrants, but no one is talking about the fact that they get targeted by pimps, they get targeted by sex buyers, particularly because they don't have a right to be in the country legally.
I mean, this is interesting. I take it that everything that you're telling us about most women being exploited, many women wanting to exit the industry, and the migrants you've just spoken about, is based on some kind of research available that tells us how sex workers themselves perceive the industry and how many wish to exit the sector.
There's a lot of research available. In fact, Embrace Dignity, right from the start, wanted to know exactly what these women go through and what they would like to see change in their lives. And we went into the streets. We interviewed 100 women in the streets of Cape Town. This was around 2010. And they came back saying 90% of them wanted to leave. They wanted support to get alternative forms of employment. And what they were doing was simply to put food on the table. And they wanted more choices. They wanted support in terms of employment, in terms of housing, because many of them are homeless. I mean, there are many who left their homes because of the difficult relations they have with their families. So because of that, they become homeless. We found many who live in brothels because that's basically the one place where they can go, but that's where they are abused. Their money is taken away as rent. Their IDs are taken by the brothel keeper. All of these things are really traumatizing them very deeply.
And this is a bit of a catch-22, isn't it, Ms. Madlala Rutledge? Because on the one hand, I mean, you're arguing, based on your research, that sex work violates the constitutional promise of dignity, equality and freedom. But if that industry were to disappear overnight, you'd also have a kind of unemployment that would occur that would likely lead to poverty and other types of exploitation, which would indeed violate the workers' rights to dignity, equality and freedom too. How does one balance this? I mean, if you are arguing that the sex industry, or the part of the sex industry in which people buy sex itself, it has to be decriminalized, and that therefore then ends up destroying the industry in the long term. But clearly, we can't just leave it there. We've got to find alternatives for the women who then lose their jobs as a result.
Definitely, we must find alternatives, and we can. And we have examples of countries that have chosen the equality law, which in fact does provide alternatives. But if we were to think in the manner that you have just outlined, we would argue that slavery should not have been abolished. It should have stayed because it was providing income or some form of
slavery was not providing income, Ms. Madlala Rutledge. Which is why it was slavery. Indenture was providing income. Slavery was not. There's a difference.
Okay, I think they were fed. The people were fed who were taken away forcefully from their homes. Similarly, somebody might argue that prostitution is putting food on the table. We also want to say that it's not inevitable. How can a government such as ours, which believes in all of these rights, give up? Because that's basically what has happened. Our government is not even opposing this case in the High Court, and we're saying to ourselves, the government ought to protect the most vulnerable. Instead, they are allowing a situation where they will be taken into a system that violates them already. You can't say because something that is already harmful, that is exploitative is providing an alternative, then it must be allowed to happen. And you can't regulate it. You can't make it safer. We know this from countries that have tried legalization. And in any case, when we talk about decriminalization of sex work, what is the example that you are putting forward? You are putting forward New Zealand, a small country with more sheep than people. And I don't know if we can, South Africa, with all our problems that are deeply entrenched, you can say New Zealand is our solution to this problem. Also, just to say, the system of prostitution and the sex trade are closely linked to our history. A history of racial oppression in our country. If you look at the majority of those that we are calling sex workers, look at their color, look at where they live, look at where they come from. It's all linked to racism and our past. And if you look at, for example, where did it come from? Did we ever have a situation in our country? I know you said it's an old system that's been around, but did we have a system in our country where the only choice women had was to sell their bodies?
I'm wondering. Yeah, I mean, you're raising important sociological factors, but I'm wondering if we decide to go your route, isn't it a slightly naive stance in a society where sex is bought and sold on a regular basis and has been for as long as we can remember? Is it really believable that this will wipe the industry out altogether? Won't it simply go underground, as many of these types of activities do once they become outlawed in particular ways?
In fact, it comes above ground, and we know this from countries that have taken a bold stand. These are not countries that are naive. Sweden, France, Ireland, there's a growing number of countries that are taking the stance. Canada, countries that believe in women's rights, countries that believe in gender equality. Why I say it comes out into the open, when the women know they can go to the police and the police won't arrest them, they will be able to point out exactly where the crimes are happening. They'll point out the pimps, they'll point out all of these violent men who are buying sex, and they'll know that the criminal justice system is on their side. There's nothing naive about that. Right. But if you let prostitution become normalized, then you're sanitizing a very harmful institution that women, over 90% have told us they don't want to stay there. So why would we want them to stay there? And I've said it can't be made safer. That we know certainly. If we look at where the equality law has been implemented, as I said, an example is France. You find that they've been able, in fact, to help over 10,000 women get out of the system of prostitution, providing work, more safe and sustainable work, and providing housing. You will ask me where the money comes from. They get the money for this by penalizing the buyers. Because if these buyers have got money to exploit women, why not be punished and let that money be used instead to help the women out of this misery? Yes. So we want South Africa to look carefully at this model that we'll be presenting in the court in October and make their judgment. Currently, South Africans have not been exposed to the truth of the harms of the sex trade. They think it's a job like any other. Prostitution can never be a job like any other.
All right. Let's take a couple of calls, Ms. Madlala Rutledge. Nhlanhla Buthelezi, the president and founder of the People's Revolutionary Movement, is calling in. Mr. Buthelezi, good morning. What's your stance on this?
Good morning. It's not my stance. Good morning, Mamuno Zizwe. How are you?
Good morning. I'm happy that you are calling. I'm particularly happy when I hear men calling.
Yes.
Mr. Buthelezi, tell us what your thoughts are.
Yeah, the thoughts are those of the People's Revolutionary Movement, the PRM. We stand against prostitution. We really would like to communicate with Mamuno Zizwe because government is failing to provide jobs for South Africans and want to destroy women. And they want to destroy the culture of marriages. And definitely sure, the officials in government, politicians, leaders would not like their children to be prostitutes. And they won't promote that. That's why they educate and they make sure that their children get better jobs. And that's why most of the children of the leaders in South Africa are not prostitutes and are not. They won't promote that in their families. But poor women who become the source of abuse by men are allowed to do that. They make laws, they say it's human rights when it's not dignified. That human right does not provide dignity. I would like to have an interaction with Mamuno Zizwe if I can get her number.
Right. We'll try and put you
please
in
give
contact
her my number
off air.
so that we are able to talk more about this.
All right.
And we want
you.
to support them.
Thank
on their
you.
action.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Buthelezi. And
Thank
Joseph.
you.
Joseph is on the line to us in the Northern Cape. A quick one from you, please, Joseph, before we go to the news.
UN, how are you?
I'm well, thanks. A quick one, please, Joseph.
UN, I also disagree with the lady there. I support that previous caller. You know what's happening? If it means to be a sex workers, I think it's bad thing. So I think if she can do that because of desperate, which means also allow me, I must sell drugs because of desperation of, and no difference there. To do bad things, if you know it's bad, and then you say it's because of desperation. Men and women, all of us, we are looking for job. We are desperate, which means allow me to sell the drugs. Amen.
All right, thank you for that. Any response to that, Ms. Madlala Rutledge?
First of all, I really thank the People's Revolutionary Movement, and I look forward to engaging with you. In fact, you remind me of Thomas Sankara, a leader that was murdered by those who want to conquer Africa. I really like that there are men like you who are prepared to defend our country, because we are being recolonized. We are recolonized with drugs. We are recolonized with all of these things. Our nation is being lost. Our children are dying very young. We've seen in the Madlanga Commission how even the police are corrupted by these systems of exploitation. I really think that this is an important conversation, and we must continue to have it.
Thank you.
Particularly during this month of June. We thank the young people who sacrificed their lives so many years ago, 50 years ago. I don't think they were sacrificing their lives. They were sacrificing their lives so that our people can be free. Our people can have an education. I'm able to speak like I'm speaking because I have a choice. Because my mother struggled and gave me an education. This is what the youth of 76 were struggling for.
All right,
and we can't stand aside and let our country be taken over by drug lords.
Thank you so much for speaking to us today, Mrs. Madlala Rutledge, the Executive Director of Embrace Dignity. Just after 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, Joalane Tulengwepe is standing by with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. Good morning. Making headlines. The Gauteng government has detailed the reasons behind the precautionary suspension of Gauteng Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba. It announced the decision yesterday following Mashaba's appearance before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry last week. The Correctional Services Department says it is still studying the judgment of the High Court in Johannesburg. In the judgment, the court has set aside the department's bid to appoint a temporary manager for the Mangaung Correctional Centre in Bloemfontein. And finally, the death toll in the crash that involved a bakkie and a bus on the N2 near Pedi in the Eastern Cape has risen to 5. 4 of the deceased were occupants of the bakkie. I will have details on these and other stories at noon.
SAFM is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Interesting conversations here on the Daily Discourse. It is 11:32, and we're talking about the issue of sex work. That's what we have been chatting about in the last few minutes, and we had Embrace Dignity on the line telling us they are not in favor of the sex industry, or sex work industry rather, being decriminalized as a whole. They would rather specifically decriminalize the individuals, or the conduct of the individuals who actually buy that sex work. And that's a very interesting discussion indeed. They were talking about international precedents, but also some local research they've done in which they say 90% of the women working in this industry have told them they would love to exit it, but the conditions are such, the economic conditions are such that they cannot afford to do so. So we'll take some more of your calls on that in a short while. Earlier we spoke about the issue of the manufacturing of illicit goods and how they're entering the country or being manufactured in the country. Let's listen into this.
Good morning, Joanne and SAFM listeners. Joanne, I don't understand when people refer to illicit goods. Illicit goods, does that implies only to clothes and things that are being sold by Pakistani or Bangladeshis? Because, Joanne, if you go even to major retailers today, go to your Pep, go to your ShopRite, go to your Spar, go to clothing, and see if you can find, maybe you can find 1 or 2 clothes with labels that are made in South Africa. The rest, they're coming from China. No one is talking about that. Go in all these towns, see how many China malls are erupting every day. No one is talking about it. So how is gonna the clothing industry come back when everything, including even a toothpick, is now coming from China? Thanks, James.
Very good question, isn't it? And so we need to distinguish between the goods that are coming from other countries like China, where taxes have been paid and they've been brought legitimately through our borders. Obviously, if it's coming from China, it would more likely come by sea. But essentially, what has had to happen there has to be a deal in place where people are actually paying taxes to bring those goods into the country. They cannot be smuggling them into the country, and they have to have paid SARS, the South African Revenue Services, its due, so that that they are coming in legitimately. So it doesn't mean that everything from China, everything being brought in, is illegal. Not at all. It means that if you have not paid to have those goods enter into our borders, then those goods are considered illicit. Even if they're manufactured within the borders and the tax and the excise has not been paid for that, then you've got a problem there as well. So then it's not only goods that are necessarily coming in from outside, it's even people who are manufacturing illegally within the country. And it can be clothes, it can be cigarettes, it can be pharmaceuticals. There's so many different types of goods that enter the market without those taxes being paid. We're getting back to the issue of sex work with our calls at this hour on our studio line, 086 000 2032. Temba in Limpopo is on the line to us. Temba, good morning. What's your stance on the sex work issue?
Yes, Joanne, how are you?
I'm well, thanks. Go for it.
Thank you so much, and morning to your viewers at home. Now, the issue of sex work, I think we are underplaying it. It's that thing. It's business. Anyone can identify a business opportunity and tap into that business opportunity. So these women, they've identified a business opportunity that there are men who need this service. There are men who need pleasure out there, and they are willing to pay for that. So that's a business opportunity. So government, they should not put a red tape on this business opportunity, because people are benefiting from it. People are making a living out of it, and also I hear the argument that it's discrediting women. People are taking advantage of women and everything. Of course, every business has got levels. If you are on the street there, you are targeting truck drivers. There is a risk in that. If you are in a tavern, you are targeting people that they buy you 6 Savannas, they go with you. There is a risk in that. But also, again, there are women who will be in the guest houses on a full-time basis, or your B&Bs. There's also risk there, but they make money out of that. There are women who will be targeting people who are going to hotels. They make good money out of that. Again, there's women who are also on the internet. You can request them on the internet, like your Ubers of this world. They make good money. The money that you cannot make working at Pick and Pay as a cashier or as a packer.
Temba, so you're introducing an interesting idea here. I mean, I think Sweat would probably agree with you. They'd say there's some women who choose to do this. They choose to make a profession of it. They choose to maybe own a brothel and have other women working for them, and it's their right to do that in a free society, in a democratic society. So, I mean, I'm undecided as to what I think about this, but I'm interested in listening to all the different opinions on this. Sello in Mokopane is on the line to us. Sello, good morning.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you for having me. Look, Temba is 100% correct. We must not. I was listening to, I think, the guy who talk about marriage and culture and something like that.
Yes.
And the fact is, Johan, there have been marriages in 18th centuries before us and most of us here. Sex workers were still there. In the Bible, we have them. And this notion to say the marriage will be maybe scared or something, whatever that guy's reason was, I don't buy it.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop people from getting married.
Precisely.
Yeah. And nor do I think the government is trying to destroy marriage. I mean, I think it's weighing these things up.
Yes, and you wanted to suggest that drugs and sex workers are on the same level, that's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, they don't go on. It's an apple and bananas to compare them. So the government really need to come to the table to try to protect these women so that they can have their business legally, and they can be protected. We cannot deny the fact that there are families who are living out of sex workers. Kids are going to school and so forth. By the way, and then most of them are not being forcefully doing this kind of job. They're willingly doing that.
That's Silo. That on that, I'm not sure, because Ms. Madlala Rutledge said to us that the research shows that 90% of them don't actually want to do it, that they're not doing it by choice, and they're looking for a way to get out of it. If that is true, they did some of the research, but I think I need to certainly read on a much wider basis all the research that has come out about this, because if that's the case, that skews our argument a little bit, and I think one needs to look at how actual women in the industry are responding to this and what they're telling us about their lives. So that's what makes it so tricky. Is there somebody out there who is a sex worker who'd be prepared to? You can use a pseudonym if you'd prefer, but I'd love to hear from the horse's mouth on this. How do you feel about this? Is this something that you choose to do? Is it something that you found yourself doing simply to make a living, to put food on the table, to feed your family or to feed yourself? And would you like a way out? And do the women that you work with in the industry tell you that they'd also like a way out? Or are they telling you that they would just like the industry regulated because they want to continue doing this for a living? And of course, no judgment here whatsoever. We just want to hear your opinion so that we can start seeing it from your point of view as well. All right, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will continue our discussions on this and many other issues.
50 years ago, young South Africans changed the course of history. Today, a new generation asks a different question. What have we inherited, and what must we build next? This Youth Day, SAfm joins forces with South Africa's leading campus radio stations for a series of powerful national simulcasts. The National Briefing and Voice of Vets, exploring education, employment, and economic opportunity. The Daily Discourse and Northwest University FM, examining democracy, leadership, and active citizenship. The Full Circle and Radio Turf, reflecting on identity, culture, and social cohesion. Students, communities, leaders, and listeners. One country, one conversation. 50 years after June 16. Join SAfm and Campus Radio as we explore where South Africa has come from, where we are, and where we need to go. Youth Day 2026, 50 years later, only on SAfm. SAfm, South Africa's national meeting place, and still leading the conversations that move us. 50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
Why do we have a police protection?
When I took the initiative, therefore, to say, what about communicating with the then Minister of Bantu Education to say, can you explain, what are you trying to achieve? But he decides to send the police to come and arrest us.
We realize that the ugly head of apartheid is showing itself once again. Now, from the statement that the university released last night, there is no difference from that statement and the statement that was released by F.W. de Klerk in October 1989.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
11:43 on the Daily Discourse, reading out some of your texts that have come through. Hi, Joanne. Why punish the client and not the service provider? One of you asks on sex work. What is the logic there? Why does the government want to prevent women who want to sell sex as a service? It's their bodies and their lives. Thanks, PFM. And one of you says to call sex work prostitution doesn't stop it from happening. Sex work should be economic empowerment for women who choose it. Patriarchy has got nothing to do with it. Safety and places for doing sex work are paramount, says one of our anonymous listeners from Soweto. Bonakele in Cape Town is on the line to us. Bonakele, you're calling me so late in the show. Maybe you'll be one of those to have the last say on the show instead of the first say as you normally do.
No, the thing is this, I was down the road. I was driving at that time. But
Excuses,
even with
eh?
this topic of sex workers and all that stuff.
Yes,
But I'm
yes.
not going to be long on that one.
Mhm.
You know, you said something very important here. They're making a living for that. So who are we to judge them if they're going to do it in a correct manner? And those who wants to support them, they're going to support them. So who am I to criticize them, so to speak? So
Yeah,
it's
who's
entirely
any
up
of
to
us, eh?
them, you
Mhm.
understand. But the point I wanted to talk about is about the youth of 1976.
Yes.
They are comparing 1976 youth to today's youth. It's something that's not going to be, how can I put it? The youth of 1976 compared to the youth of today is a completely they are different, so to speak. You understand?
Well, yeah,
Remember,
would you say their
the youth
struggles
of
are
97
different?
Come again?
Would you say their struggles are different?
Yeah, no, I'm talking in terms of those of 1976,
Mhm.
youth of 1976. It was a apartheid regime, remember?
Yes.
Even the way they grown up, it's totally different.
Mm.
So and it's something that when I look at this, it's something that is not gonna be, it's not gonna work. We can have this topic now. We'll have this topic next year, and talking about the very same issue, but totally two different. What you call? It's a huge difference between
Yes.
those two,
No.
so to speak. You understand?
Agreed,
So,
Bonakele. No, thank
Come
you.
again?
Thank you for that. No, I agree. Their struggles are different. And in fact, you've led me up to my next voice note, which will probably be our last on the show, about the fate of youth living during this time.
Morning, Joanne. This is Mandy from Pietermaritzburg. It's a pity because nobody seems to address the elephant in the room when it comes to youth issues. We as the youth, we are brilliant, we have all ideas, but then what happens on the ground is that our own leaders are the ones that stumble upon us, that shut us down. So no matter how much we try, it's still that elephant in the room that needs to be addressed, that the youth tries to rise, but at all costs keeps on being stumbled down.
Well, Mandy, thank you for that. And thank you for everyone who's communicated with us over the course of the day. I always feel a bit bad that we just don't have the time to get through everybody's calls and voice notes, but we really try to hear you, to listen to you, to understand you as much as possible. That is where we wrap it up for today. We're going to the book reading next, after which the wonderful Bongiwe Zwane will be standing in for Sakina Kamwendo on the update at noon. We'll catch you tomorrow, same time, same place, June 16th. Bring your thoughts on that. We'll hear from you then. Take care. Bye-bye.
SAfm 107 FM in Kroonstad.
SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book The Unfair Way, the untold history of South African black golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
Lindani Ndwandwe. In the first year after turning pro, I struggled over time. My performance improved. I was making the cut. I played with John Mashiko, Semi Daniels, and Noel Mart, who were already seasoned campaigners in the Sunshine Tour. Lindani is working at the Beachwood Golf Course. He explained, I had to stop playing in my prime due to lack of sponsorship and support. Playing in America, from dream to reality. Mohulatsi, Stanfield, and Rademane were young men who had an opportunity to go to America. I organized these trips to expose them to a different and more competitive environment after identifying them as they were very good and promising youngsters. Going to America and playing in a tournament with their American counterparts who were surprised at their knowledge of the game was a dream come true for them. Based in Oakland, California, for the duration of their stay, the trio played in the Don White Invitational Golf Tournament, named after its founder, Don White, and who, together with his wife, Lillian, and son, Michael, also played host to the trio, spoiling them with a treatment they greatly appreciated. Don White is an African-American philanthropist who had become interested in promoting the welfare of blacks in the new South Africa. Having visited the country on numerous occasions since 1994, in addition to business and related financial investment in the country, he also facilitated the visit of young black South African golfers to America. I met and established a rapport with Don during one of his trips to South Africa when he was playing at one of the golf courses in Johannesburg. During the friendly encounter, I'd soon learned that he had been a member of the prestigious Sequoia Country Club located in Oakland, California, USA, and which he had been the first African-American person to secure membership in 1987. 6 years later, in 1993, Don began to host the Don White Invitational Golf Tournament to raise money for local sports programs located in the Bay Area. He said the program included Rebel Youth Basketball Team, the Lake Chapot Junior Golf Academy, and the first tee golf program located at the Oakland Metropolitan Municipal Golf Course. In 1995, he and his wife Lillian started the USA NSDA NSA New South Africa Athletics Foundation so that they could support sports programs in Africa. The foundation became the host for the Don White Invitational Golf Tournament, with all the proceeds going to the USA programs listed above and sport programs located in South Africa, including the Milan Soccer Team and the Johannesburg Golf Development Trust, located in one of the townships in SA, and the Ghana Amateur Golfing Association, located in Ghana, Don told me. According to Don, the USA NSA Athletics Foundation hosted the Don White Invitational Golf Tournament for 10 years, during which time, in addition to funding sports programs in the US and Africa, the foundation had the opportunity to host 3 youths from South Africa to play in the tournament. In 2000, as part of the foundation's program to promote and expose golf to youth in the US and Africa, Joseph Mohulatsi, a young and promising South African golf player, became the first beneficiary of the sponsored trip by the USA NSA Athletic Foundation. He played in the Don White Invitational Tournament. Stanfield and Rademane were the next beneficiaries the following year, and I accompanied them. For Don and his foundation, the purpose of the sponsorship sought to accomplish 2 objectives. Firstly, to expose golf in the U.S. to the South African youth. According to Don, each of the youth who attended the tournament, this was their first time traveling to the U.S. and the first time they would play golf in the U.S. Don believed that this was a lifetime experience they would never forget. The second objective, Don said, was to expose the youth in the U.S. to young golfers from Africa and to give them the opportunity to play golf with each other, learn from one another, and promote the game of golf. The last Don White Invitational Golf Tournament was held in 2003, and Don last visited South Africa in 2007. Speaking of his fondness for the country, Don said, "In 1994, I had the privilege and pleasure of attending a conference in South Africa for the first time, with a delegation from major pension funds located in the United States. I was invited because I was the treasurer for the Alameda County, the 10th largest county in California, USA, and a member of the Alameda County Employees Retirement Association, ASIRA. The purpose of the conference was to educate U.S. pension funds on emerging markets in Africa and to reinvest in companies doing business in South Africa post-apartheid. The business meetings were held in Johannesburg. After the meeting, as part of the conference, we had an opportunity to fly to Cape Town to visit Table Mountain and to play golf. I fell in love with the country and especially with the golf courses. After the conference, I recommended and convinced the ASIRA Board of Trustees to invest $20 million into the publicly traded companies listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. The investment in the South Africa Johannesburg Stock Exchange was our largest in Africa. Joseph Mohulatsi. Joseph Mohulatsi's home is on the same street as the old Pimville Golf Course, which later was renamed Soweto Country Club. He used to cross the street to practice chipping at the nearby 8th hole green. He attributes that practice to his good shot game. He started by caddying. He later joined the club's junior ranks. His rise in the junior ranks was meteoric. He represented his club in junior leagues and he competed provincially. He was offered a trip to play in Australia. This did not materialize as his parents were apprehensive and not comfortable with him embarking on such a trip given his age. He did not lose hope but continued to work on his game. This resulted in him being identified by one of the coaches named Martin Wicha, who would also stay with him in order to increase the contact as well as mentoring. It was not long before another opportunity presented itself. I set out to identify talented youth to take to the United States, as mentioned earlier. Once more, his parents did not support the idea of traveling abroad. Fortunately, this time around, with the assistance of his coach, his parents relented and he would travel to America. He stayed at the home of his coach, Martin Wicha. By this time, all his expenses were left taken care of by the USA NSA Athletic Foundation, the host of the Don White Invitational Golf Tournament. Following this trip of the US 6 years later, in 2006, Mohulatsi turned pro and played in the Sunshine Tour for a further 3 years from 2006 to 2009. But the going soon got tough as he no longer had a sponsor. Looking back at that point of his golfing career, and which transformed his continued engagement with the sport, Mohulatsi said, "I was forever thinking about where I was going to get money to play in the next tournament. This is not good for golf. I was thinking of my financial difficulties. I had to decide to quit playing in the tour. I opted on playing tournaments nearby where I could find myself. I told Johnny Simons, who had been assisting me financially, about my decision. This is when I decided to become a full-time caddy." Of course, little did Mohulatsi bank on being an international caddy, yet the opportunity came knocking anyway. While caddying at a tournament here at home, I was approached by a golfer from Ireland who asked me to caddy for him as he was impressed with the way I was helping the person I was caddying for. His name was Gary Halley. He asked me to come and caddy for him in Ireland. But this trip did not come off because of the difficulty in getting traveling documents at short notice. A year later, he came back to South Africa and he contacted me. He again asked me to caddy for him overseas. This time around, he gave me his schedule for me to make the necessary traveling arrangements in good time. Noted Mohulatsi. Hereafter, Mohulatsi became a well-known caddy with his services being in demand in several countries. Mohulatsi is still working as a caddy, but no longer traveling abroad due to COVID-19 pandemic. With regards to that first trip abroad to the US in 2000, Mohulatsi still ranks it as a major highlight of his career. It was wonderful being acquainted to American golfers and playing on their beautiful golf courses. We met friendly people with whom we were at ease. We participated in tournaments with the local youths with whom we struck a good relationship. We went to many sightseeing places around California. In terms of the status of golf among black youths, he blamed this on their absence of development. According to him, there was no one to offer encouragement to the youngsters, except for a few individuals such as Mawonga Nomwa, whom he described as one professional who was committed to assisting the youths.
There was another episode of The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. The book is available at the Bridge Bookstore. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patal, read by Simpiwe Kwana, production by Wiseman Manele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuruma.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
It's 12 o'clock Monday, the 15th of June 2026. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. My name is Bongi Wazwane, standing in for Sakina Kamwendo, coming up this hour.
We are glad to announce that the mortal remains arrived yesterday, and the family at least will get closure when the funeral takes place.
The body of Sihle Makaye has been returned to KwaZulu-Natal from Russia.
They are expecting more buses later on today, but if the buses come in the evening, the next batch of Malawians will leave South Africa, or they will board the bus tomorrow.
The repatriation process of thousands of displaced Malawians nationals to the country of origin continues, and John is here with sport.
The first African nation wins at the World Cup, and more African representation happening tonight. And I'm also going to tell you about Lewis Hamilton.
Cannot wait. Love Lewis. Love him. All right, so let's of course get started. Share your views. 41391. Keen to hear from you, and that's our SMS line. Find us on X at SABC News_radio. Use the hashtag #UpdateAtNoon. Find us of course on WhatsApp as well. 082-692-3909. We're also a call away. 086-000-2032. But first, the latest news. Jolano Tulongwepe is on standby. Thanks, Bongiwe. Top stories. Asawa. The Gauteng government details the reasons behind the precautionary suspension of Samuel Mashaba, and the death toll rises in the Eastern Cape collision. Good day. The Gauteng government has detailed the reasons behind the precautionary suspension of Gauteng Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba. It announced the decision yesterday following Mashaba's appearance before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry last week. Mashaba is accused of conduct that may constitute serious breaches of the Public Service Code of Conduct. Provincial Government spokesperson Elijah Mhlanga.
Well, there are three main admissions that he made. The first is the misuse of official powers given to him in terms of the law. The second one is the misuse of the equipment that is given to him to do his work. And based on the evidence that he made, it became very clear that it was not used appropriately. The third is the acceptance of compensation from a member of the public. If you are in a position of that level, you know that you get paid by the state for the work that you do. You cannot be taking money from members of the public.
The Correctional Services Department says it is still studying the judgment of the High Court in Johannesburg. In the judgment, the court has set aside the department's bid to appoint a temporary manager for the Mangaung Correctional Centre in Bloemfontein. This after G4S, the company that was running the facility, took the department to court to request it to review and set aside its decision to appoint a new manager. The action was in response to the escape of convicted rapist and murderer Thabo Bester in May 2020. The High Court in Cape Town is hearing an application that retail store Cape Union Mart has brought. The store is seeking an interdict against the Palestine Solidarity Campaign and its allies. The legal matter follows ongoing protests outside Cape Union Mart stores nationwide. The PSC has accused the retailer of funding Israel, saying this makes it complicit in the genocide in Gaza. Shamila Fisher reports.
Two groups have gathered outside the High Court here in Cape Town. One is in support of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. The other is here in support of Cape Union Mart. Palestinian and Israeli flags are being flown as both groups chant in support of the side they are supporting. The legal matter has been set down for 3 days. Shamila Fisher, Cape Town.
The death toll in the crash that involved a bakkie and a bus on the N2 near Pedi in the Eastern Cape has risen to 5. 4 of the deceased were occupants of the bakkie. The 5th person succumbed to injuries, while the 6th is in hospital in a critical condition. Several passengers on the bus, which was travelling from the Eastern Cape to Cape Town, sustained minor injuries, while the driver was treated for shock. The provincial transport spokesperson, Unati Bingose.
This is a devastating crash that has claimed 5 lives, leaving 1 person critically injured. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families that have lost their loved ones in this untimely manner. And the MEC for Transport in the Eastern Cape, Mr. Kolengata, is calling on road users to be extra vigilant, extra cautious at all times to help us prevent these accidents that continue to claim so many lives on our roads.
In another crash on the Cape Flats, 2 people have been killed. The crash involved 4 vehicles, including a bus, on Robert Sobukwe Road near Bishop Levy's this morning. One of the deceased, a pedestrian, was on his way to work. Police spokesperson FC Van Wyk says several people were injured and taken to nearby medical facilities. Van Wyk says police are investigating a case of culpable homicide. Recapping the top story this hour, the Gauteng government has detailed the reasons behind the precautionary suspension of Gauteng Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba. It announced the decision yesterday following Mashaba's appearance before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry last week. For SAfm News, I'm Jolani Tulo-Webe.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Thank you very much, Jolani. Okay, let's get through some of the stories we are tracking today. Internationally, there is a big story, of course, that has developed overnight, and that's the US and Iran announcing that they've reached a deal to halt the war. And you, if you are on Truth Social, you would have seen that post by US President Donald Trump that, in fact, they've now ended the war, but big concerns, of course, about some of what is contained in this particular agreement and how much, does then, the war, this agreement hold, especially given what has been, the upping and downing when it comes to this particular story. So saying that this great deal, according to the U.S. president, will bring peace and security to the whole region. Many presidents have tried to make peace with Iran and all have failed. Before him, of course, that's what he's saying. But when you look at even the conversation around the fact that this particular deal also talks about the opening of the Strait of Hormuz upon signing of the deal on Friday for purposes of mine removal. Oil will flow on both ends again for the region. And that, if of course it's done, correctly and in the manner that is sustainable, can also speak a lot about what happens then around the region, especially given the surge in some of the prices that we've seen. So we'll get some analysis on this latest move. Also, the family of Sihle Makai and KwaZulu-Natal MEC of Human Settlements are expected to have a joint media briefing after receiving the mortal remains of Makai following the repatriation process from Russia to KwaZulu-Natal. And you'd remember, according to his wife, Sbonile, Ndwandwe, that is the wife, she says that the husband, Sihle, was lured there under the guise of a lucrative employment opportunity specifically receiving training as a bodyguard, and also saying reports though indicate that it was a botched recruitment scam. You did see some of those who would have gone with Sihle come back into the country, as we saw them returning, but unfortunately Sihle not able to make it out alive. We'll get an update on that. And also buses have arrived in Durban at Sherwood's Hall, and this is set to begin the repatriation process of thousands who have been displaced from Malawi to their country they're being taken back to their country of origin. You would have seen them taking refuge just outside the Sherwood Hall in Durban last week, and saying that they are in fact fleeing what is currently happening in their communities. A lot of anxiety that many of them were speaking with, and you would have seen children and elderly people. And this can only, just raise a lot of concerns, even around the harsh winter conditions. What does this all mean now? We'll speak to Gcinoguhle and get a sense, an update from her as to what exactly is going on here. And then the case against alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Ket Matlala and with his co-accused expected to resume in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. We'll bring you an update on that particular story. Also, hoping to check in with the Northern Cape. The crime statistics are being, delivered in that particular province. What do things look like as far as that particular province as crime is concerned, goes, and we get to see the numbers and whether or not are they winning the war against crime. And also, of course, on the eve of June 16th, we'll also, have some commemorative, packages and also just conversations for you.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
MEC for Transport and Human Settlements, Siboniso Duma, says government working with international partners successfully repatriated mortal remains of Sihle Makanye from Russia after a 69-day process. He says remains travelled via Istanbul before arriving in South Africa, and when handed over in KwaZulu-Natal. The funeral is expected to take place on Saturday under the Umvoti municipality, with logistical support provided there. Earlier, addressing the media, MEC Duma had this to say.
Once again, we express our deepest appreciation to the President of the Republic, His Excellency President Matamela, and the Minister of International Relations, Laurent Adlamola, for the support, and Deputy Minister Alvin Bottas. Equally, we want to thank President Vladimir Putin and his government for the support. We pause to salute the DECO team that worked with our team on this difficult assignment. The sanctions against Russia and the language barrier made the work very difficult. I'm sure by now you know that. However, they worked efficiently for 69 days in service of the Makai family, and they are thanking the role that has been played by the state. On Friday evening around 10 p.m., we received the good news that the mortal remains were on their way to South Africa. I mandated the team to track the movement of the cargo from Vnukovo International Airport in Moscow, Russia, to Istanbul in Turkey. Flight TK01412 Turkish Airlines departed from Russia at 1 a.m. and arrived in Istanbul at 5 a.m. The mortal remains moved from Turkey and arrived at OR Tambo International Airport on Saturday before 11 a.m. Important, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday the family received the mortal remains around 1 p.m. at the Dube Tradeport Cargo Terminal. It was indeed an emotional moment. There has been a long agonizing wait, as you know, the issue when the loved ones have departed. On the issue of the funeral preparations, ladies and gentlemen, the family has informed us that funeral will take place this coming Saturday on the 20th in the area called Vugapansika, Ward 6, Kranskop, under Umvoti local municipality. The mortal remains will depart from Durban on Friday, arriving in Vugapans at 16 hours, which is 4 o'clock for a night vigil. We wish to start expressing our appreciation to the President, combined to show for the role that they've played as well. They joined the family yesterday. They received the mortal remains at the Dube Tradeport. The association, which is called CNA-FPA, has offered to ease the burden of bereavement by assigning Dalega Funeral Service to provide the following: handling the collection. Yesterday, the death certificate registration. Sihle Makanye only has a death certificate from Russia as we speak, but they are going to ensure that by Wednesday that has been finalized as well. the storage and preparation of the mortal remains, the grave preparations and the burial. We salute President Shangas and all members of association for ensuring that this becomes a reality for the family. Our Department of Transport ambassador is responsible for eThekwini region, Pastor Nkululeko Khumalo, is also present. Will work with you and my team over the next few days in ensuring that there is a proper communication. The head of department, Maxim Billion, continue to lead the team as we prepare for funeral services. I've already outlined. The family will receive all the necessary logistic support in order to bury their loved one with respect. We do value what has transpired since the beginning. I do want to thank you, Mkhulu Shobela, for ensuring that you give the comfort to Madam. And we do want to thank you so much, Tombazwite, for ensuring that you liaise nicely with the team and you've complemented the team, ensuring that you complemented each other. Even the tribulation period, you've managed to ensure that the sanity always prevails. We want to express our gratitude to the friends, neighbors, community leaders, and ordinary members of society for offering support. This is what we call the true spirit of Ubuntu, which is a cornerstone of our values in South Africa. Our hearts are with the whole Makai family, especially the following children who have lost their father. Utalente was 23 years old, Samgielo was 9 years old, Mkokri 10 years old, Nalate is 26, Liseti is 19. Conclusion, once again, as the people of KwaZulu-Natal, we are called upon to dig deep from the soul of our very being to provide support to the children, the wife, and the whole family. In this regard, the family has requested that we announce that I and Msweli will help coordinate any support from each and every one of you, good people of KwaZulu-Natal and the Republic, if you want to contribute to the family. I do want to thank you, and I want to be emphatic on the point that when it comes to the issue of recruitment purpose, at this point in time, there is a delicacy. And please don't raise such questions as we are not in a position to reflect on it. Let us just take into cognizance that the family is still in the mourning period. If we can just be sensitive on all matters. And as the time grows, I'm sure even in the near future, the national, with that interest, is going to deal thoroughly with that matter. I want to thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let's stay with the story and speak to the spokesperson for the MEC for Transport and Human Settlements, Ndabe Zintle. Sibia, Ndabe, thank you so much for your time. Perhaps we start with just the family. How are they coping with everything that has happened? They now have the mortal remains, but of course one gets the sense that it's been quite a difficult time for them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wan, and good afternoon to the listeners. You are quite correct. We are quite correct. This has been agonizing, as MEC Duma pointed out in that press briefing. Very traumatic. The wife, has really suffered. It's been very difficult. We have been with the family from the 8th of April. Every day we've been talking to the family, but the part that is really, difficult, to, manage is when you get calls, you get WhatsApp messages, you get voice notes, the wife crying in the, wee hours of the morning, midnight, just after 12 in the morning, around 2 a.m., crying and, sending WhatsApp messages. So it's been very difficult, but thanks to the MEC sponsor Duma, who guided us, obviously working with other leaders. He singled out President Cyril Ramaphosa, Minister Ronald Lamola, who have really provided, that much needed support and assistance. The team, Ms. Zwane, that was deployed, the team at Derco, amazing team that worked with us. We're quite happy that we are here today.
And in terms of the funeral, I know the funeral is expected to be this weekend, but what kind of support are they receiving as a family?
Well, for now, what we are trying to do at the level of human settlements, obviously to work with other departments, social development, so that we get social workers to intensify, counseling, as we witnessed in the press briefing, the wife crying uncontrollable. She could not really finish, what she wanted to say, but at least she managed to express her appreciation to the people of KwaZulu-Natal, thanking them for the support, and we are still appealing to the people of KwaZulu-Natal and the whole country to support the family through Ayanda Msweli, because we've got children now growing up with no father. They are supposed to go to school. They've got no food, nothing, because Sihle was a breadwinner. His mother died, so Mandwandwe is the only surviving elder in the family, looking after the four children. So there's nobody else. So she has been left alone. Obviously, we appreciate the fact that Unkulu Makaye supported Mandwandwe and the brother, who was also part of the press briefing. But over and above that, what is needed now moving forward is to provide that support to the family. We are doing, all the necessary preparations for the funeral in terms of the logistics, because Kranskop is a far-flung area, hundreds and hundreds of kilometers away from Durban. So we are appealing that, through Ayanda Msweli, those that would want to donate, any kind of assistance will be appreciated.
As a final one then, I know that the MEC of course speaks about the fact that we shouldn't be raising the conversations around, the recruitment, etc. But it's important, I suppose, that, accountability is seen to be done in this particular matter so the family can also rest. But two, Ndabe, while you answer that, there are young people who are being recruited every day for different, means and ways. And I suppose we do want to caution people out there from accepting just anything, because we have been seeing quite a lot of disturbing reports, even around other recruitment things, that where we then see young people coming back and narrating very difficult stories. What has government, what are you saying to that as the government of KwaZulu-Natal?
You are quite correct, Ms. Wane. It is important that those questions are asked. Yourself as a media practitioner, you can't really do a story without really asking such a question, because as we move forward, we must ensure that, as citizens, we are, aware of, cybercrime. We are aware of unscrupulous and rogue elements that are, misleading our fathers, our uncles, our desperate mothers, our desperate, aunts and sisters. We are saying to, young people out there, please be careful. We're very lucky, Ms. Joanne, that South Africa is a leading country in terms of representation in, foreign land. We've got, embassies all over the world. And we are advising, young people, before you sign anything, before you go anywhere, you need to interact with, the Department of International Relations and Cooperation under the leadership of, Minister Ronald Lamola. And in your province, there are, CG's office, Consular General's office. You need to report to the such offices so that we are aware of your movements. You need to verify some of the information that you receive before committing, because we don't want, to see the repeat of what, we have witnessed. It has been very difficult. MEC Duma was correct, in saying for more than 60 days, almost 69 days, we've been talking to the family almost every day. In the evening, the conversation was so traumatizing because the wife often cried uncontrollable. With your loved one in a foreign land, the elders, everybody is asking a question, and you are the only hope in the family, the extended family, uneducated for that matter, many of them. You are the only hope, and the wife just doing an expanded public work program, not earning much, having to sacrifice, having to be at home, for a longer period, and she had to go back to work because this thing was really getting prolonged. But anyway, we're happy that we are where we are now.
Yeah, thank you so much for speaking to us. A difficult time for this family, definitely. And Ndabezinhle Sibia, the spokesperson for the MEC for Transport and Human Settlements in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, speaking about the mortal remains of Sihle Makaye that have now been brought back home after 69 days of a back and forth, the repatriation process, and finally now being wrapped up.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
All right, now without free and decolonized education, the sacrifices of the generation of the 1976 Soweto uprising remain in vain. These are the views of Tsietsi Mashinini's family, the late mastermind behind the June 16 Soweto uprising. On Tuesday, the country will mark the 50th commemoration of the fateful but historic day, which expedited the pace of the liberation struggle and changed South Africa's political trajectory. Our politics reporter Ndebo Mokobo spoke to Tsietsi Mashinini's family and the author of his book, Sam Mate.
It was the time, the day and the year of the brave and the courageous. The youth of Soweto took to the streets to protest against the tyranny of the brutal apartheid regime. And what sparked the protest was the apartheid regime's promulgation of the 1953 Bantu Education Act, which introduced Afrikaans as a medium of instruction. It all started in Soweto and spread to other parts of the country, but little did they know this will change the political trajectory of the country and intensify the opposition against apartheid. At the forefront were Tsietsi Mashinini and Khotso Seatlholo.
All of a sudden, they just went out of their cars and came advancing towards us. The first white policeman threw a tear gas. It was the first time we saw a tear gas can. We didn't know even what it was. The same policeman who threw the tear gas canister opened fire on the students. I was with Hector Peterson when he was shot. The boy who was in that picture. He was the first student I saw going down. I saw him being shot on the head and he fell down. I could not believe it.
Despite his contribution to the country's liberation, very little has been said about Mashinini, but one of the country's best scribers, Sam Mate, wrote a book, Tsietsi Mashinini, the elusive hero of Soweto. Mate says this is what inspired his writing.
What inspired this book was really the need to document one of the leading figures of June 16, 1976. Because what has happened is that over the years, there have been a number of books on June 16, but hardly any on those who were leading the march. And in this instance, Tsietsi Mashinini has emerged as the foremost leader of the June 16 movement. And I think it's been very unfortunate that 50 years down the line, we haven't really had a biography that is dedicated to his life and his achievements in this regard.
And if he was to write a letter to the leader of the 1976 Soweto uprising, this is what he would say.
You did your best under the circumstances. You sacrificed your youth because you love your country so much that you are prepared to die for it. So I'll say thank you for that. It was worth every effort. You have been failed, but the failures that we say will eventually become a thing of the past because the struggle will continue.
And his brother Dichaba Mashinini says this is what he would say to the fearless martyr of the June 16 student protest in Soweto 50 years ago.
Vugani, my daughter. You are living in a dungeon. What you died for has not been achieved. We are still struggling. Very early in our liberation, already there was a song, not yet Uhuru. We are still in that situation. So I'll tell them, you made a sacrifice, you made a contribution, well done, but we've only moved an inch. We have not really achieved what we were fighting for. I don't think learning and teaching or even the curriculum is anything near where these guys would have advocated. If, for instance, you was to say Khotso Seatlholo must be Minister of Education, I think we would be in a better place.
He said that a fitting tribute to the 1976 generation will be to ensure the best and quality education for all.
Our focus should be on education. This struggle came out of the class into the streets against the government. They were saying we want to go to school, we want to be educated. It's clear that all they wanted was education. So the legacy of these guys for me lies upon getting proper decolonized education, and education that also speaks about our struggles. When you go to our books, you don't really find hardcore stuff about our history as a black people.
But half a century on, today's youth faces a different struggle, that of unemployment, alcohol and substance abuse among others. And on Tuesday, as the country commemorates the gallant 1976 generation, President Cyril Ramaphosa will take stock of the impact the democratic government had on the youth, their development, compounding problems, and possibly offer solutions to steer them out of the current quagmire. I am Tebo Mokobo in Soweto.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Bongiwa. I hope you're well. Errol Durban. When Donald Trump makes a statement to the world or to the media that there's going to be peace between two countries, whether it's Ukraine and Russia or America and Iran, I usually take it with a pinch of salt. So let's hope this time it proves true that there is going to be peace.
Afternoon, Bongwe. These people knew what they were signing up for, but it is unfortunate that the police in this country are refusing to arrest people like Duduzile Zuma and even her father Zupta, because these people were taken there because MK took money from the people who were recruiting these people. So the story about them not knowing what they were going to, or they were promising security jobs or other jobs in the Eastern Europe or Ukraine or Russia is false.
All right, those are some of your comments there on the stories today. And we're still going to look at something that you've said, Errol, which is touching on that Iran-US deal and what the president of the US had to say about it and just how much detail is starting to emerge from this particular agreement. But for now, it's 12:30. Let's check in with the news desk. Joanna is on standby.
Thanks, Wangewe. Good afternoon. Making headlines. The case of alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Kent Madlala and 3 co-accused has been postponed to Wednesday in the High Court in Johannesburg. The accused were in court this morning. The Gauteng government has detailed the reasons behind the precautionary suspension of Gauteng Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba. It announced the decision yesterday following Mashaba's appearance before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry last week. And finally, more buses are expected at the Sherwood Hall repatriation site in Durban today as Malawi nationals continue to prepare for their repatriation. One bus is currently loading passengers following the departure of 8 buses yesterday. I will have details on these and other stories at 1 o'clock.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
The rand is trading at 16 rand 16 cents to the dollar, 21 rand 69 cents to the pound sterling, and 18 rand 75 cents to the euro. The euro is trading at $1.16 and dollar is at 160 yen 10. In Brazil, $1 is trading at 5 real 5 cents. In Russia, at 72 rubles 70, in India at 94 rupees 68, and in China, dollars changing hands at 6 yuan 75. Asian markets extended gains at the closing bell. Japan's Nikkei climbed 5%, Hong Kong's Hang Seng firmed 0.5%, and China's Shanghai index rising 1.6%. India's markets are in the green at the close of trade. The JSE is exceptionally higher at midday. The all-share index have increased by 2.9% at 115,984. The industrial 25 index is 0.5% firmer, and financials are up 1.4%. The top 10 resources index have advanced 7.4%, and the precious metals and mining has jumped more than 9.5%. European markets are currently in positive terrain. Britain's FTSE 100 is 0.3% firmer. The CAC 40 in France is 1.2% higher. And of course, Germany's DAX increasing by 1.4%. Let's look at commodities now. Gold is trading at $4,335 and platinum at $1,775 per ounce, while the price of Brent crude oil is at $82.93 a barrel.
SAFM Sport with John Gerika.
Comrades.
We'll get to Comrades.
Okay.
Did you watch it?
I did.
Did you get the runners high?
I did get the runners high.
Excellent.
I'm very excited about Gerde again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Let's tell you about some football first.
Mm-hmm.
Speak of excited, Ivory Coast looking good. Hey, I'm feeling it for the Ivory Coast. They beat Ecuador 1-0 last night. First win for an African side at the competition. Here's Ivory Coast winger Yan Diomande.
We know Ecuador is a big team, and the weather was crazy because it's too hot here, and we was patient to wait for our opportunity, and we get to score, and it's good for the team.
Your performance on the Red Wings today, you were getting past Nkapie, allowed your pace. Can you talk about that matchup and how you're able to get past him a lot of times?
Oh, I'm playing like this in my club, so here is a little bit different, but I'm trying to work for the team and do everything for the team. And today everything was good for me, and I'm happy for that, and I want to continue until the end of the competition.
Is Amad Diallo now a national hero in Côte d'Ivoire?
Yeah, of course. You know that he scored a lot, and he's a big fan of me, so I'm happy for him, and he served the team.
Other game this morning, Sweden beat Tunisia by 5-1. Tonight, 6 o'clock starts, Spain against Cape Verde. It's a baptism of fire for a Cape Verde side making their World Cup debut. Cape Verde won 6 of their last 7 World Cup qualifiers, though. Won their 2 warm-up friendlies 3-0, so maybe those long odds here are a little unjust. 9 o'clock game is Belgium against Egypt. Belgium head coach Rudi Garcia was asked for his opinion on the hydration break.
For me, it's a coaching break more than a cooling break. So for me, it's very important. But you said something also very clever. Maybe if we are in a good moment, in a good flow, maybe it can interrupt also this. So we will see. But during the 2 friendly games we played against in Croatia and against Tunisia, it was something interesting. To give some information tactically to the team. For me, it's a very, very good thing. Also, for example, for tomorrow, the weather will be hot, and maybe this hydration break will be also important for the grass. Hydration grass will be important for me. I hope they will do it, for example.
Midnight tonight, Saudi Arabia take on Uruguay. It's an interesting match, this. There's not one domestic-based player for the first time in Uruguay's World Cup history. They'll have to navigate the tournament without Edison Cavani and Luis Suarez for the first time since 2002. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia are the opposites. They have only one squad member who's not from the domestic league. Iran against New Zealand tomorrow morning at 3. New Zealand are the lowest ranked side in the World Cup. They're in at 102 in the world. Also a different type of game with the added attention on Iran. This is the big one that people have been waiting for. New Zealand head coach Darren Baisley and forward Chris Wood are taking it in their stride.
To be honest, we've treated it as a normal game. You know, we prepare the same for every international game that we play, and we've done no different for this game. We've watched a lot of the previous games. We know the players. Like I say, for us, it's a big game because it's a World Cup game, you know, and we want to do well here at the World Cup, and that's really all we've been preparing for.
Yeah, and I'm the same. All we've been focused on is football. Once you go through the white lines, nothing else matters, and that's what we concentrate on and what we focus on, and that's what we will be doing.
Keeping an eye on the hockey, the FIH World Group Playoffs, New Zealand against Ireland at 7 o'clock tomorrow. The winners advance to the semi-finals. The loser moves to the 5th to 8th playoff. We'll preview that tomorrow. Big Formula One news this weekend. Lewis Hamilton's historic first win for Ferrari at Barcelona yesterday was a statement to himself as well as to the rest of Formula One. It answered doubts about whether he could still do the job at the pinnacle of the sport that he once dominated. It justified his decision to leave Merck for Ferrari. His last race win was in July of 2024, 668 days between wins. It proved as well that Ferrari could get back to the winning ways after a period that was as difficult for them as it was for the driver, who has delivered his first Grand Prix win since all those days ago.
I'll look back at this for sure and be like, damn, I wish I had the right words. How do you find the right words to express an emotion that's beyond your wildest dreams? You know, it's I truly believed in my decision and joining Ferrari. I truly believed what this team could achieve, what we could achieve together. And I know it started out with lots of excitement and then lots of doubt and lots of negativity that followed through a whole year. And I really feel like my fans really rescued me.
Can we talk comrades quickly? We'll do this quickly.
Okay.
As you know, George Cush won 5 hours, 15 minutes and 56 seconds, right? I worked out that if I ran at my pace and George Cush ran at his pace, he would beat me by 30 kilometers.
Sure.
And that's if I ran my 10K pace, right? So that just shows you how fast he is.
Sure.
But then
He's
I also,
very fast, eh?
Yeah. Gerda Steyn, by the way, came 35th overall. All right, so she was the first woman, 5:44.53, 35th overall, which is a huge result. Her average pace was just over 4 minutes a kilometer. All right, I do a thing called supersets when I do my training. I run as fast as I can for 200 meters. She would beat me.
She's quite. The thing is, for me, right?
Yeah.
What I just want to know is how these, just the players, the runners themselves are able to sustain themselves that well for an uprun. Because an uprun is intense.
I was also listening to some interesting commentary. They say that down run is also, I mean, it's just as difficult because it works on different parts of the muscles. But just respect to somebody on a road for 12 hours, non-stop. You don't really stop moving, right? Even if you're walking, you're still moving forward for 12 hours. These people, 5:15, and it's great, you're on the road 12 hours non-stop, and they're eating and they're drinking and they're talking. And it must be something else.
It
so
really
well done.
is something else. Well done to them. The mental strength is something else.
Sure. And well done to Udo as well and the commentary team. 12 hours of commentary. It's not easy.
There we go. We had an SABC team as well. I wonder how they did.
Udo was there. Running.
Yeah, we had we spoke to Muntu Kanyile on Saturday. Yeah, need to check in with how they did.
Give them a couple of days to recover first.
I'll check on the app.
My favorite thing is to see when a lot of people drive back towards Johannesburg, and you stop at Harry Smith, and you see the comrades runners trying to get out of a car. They just can't. In the old days, those old aeroplanes, you used to walk up the stairs, right? You see a comrade trying to walk down the stairs afterwards. The funniest thing you'll ever see.
Yeah, no.
Well done. Big round of applause.
Well done to all of you guys.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. And we'll call you back. SMS now. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
50 years ago, young South Africans changed the course of history. Today, a new generation asks a different question. What have we inherited and what must we build next? This Youth Day, SAFM joins forces with South Africa's leading campus radio stations for a series of powerful national simulcasts. The National Briefing and Voice of Vets, exploring education, employment, and economic opportunity. The Daily Discourse and Northwest University FM, examining democracy, leadership, and active citizenship. The Full Circle and Radio Turf, reflecting on identity, culture, and social cohesion. Students, communities, leaders, and listeners. One country, one conversation. 50 years after June 16. Join SAFM and Campus Radio as we explore where South Africa has come from, where we are, and where we need to go. Youth Day 2026, 50 years later, only on SAFM. SAFM, South Africa's national meeting place, and still leading the conversations that move us.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Afternoon, Bongiwe. Afternoon, Bongiwe. Moses and Deben. Bongiwe, I just want to thank SABC and your partners who were doing a marvelous job yesterday by giving us live coverage of Comrade Marathon. I'm saying this mainly because we are using OpenView decoder for the past Comrade Marathon, we didn't be able to watch.
Afternoon, SAFM. Every Jack and Jill wants to be Lillian Gui of today. There are a lot of organizations that are formed, parties. That's why the students of 1976 will never be like the student of 2026 because they are divided by those lot of parties, organizations.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
All right, thank you very much for those comments there. Let's move on to the story. Buses have arrived at Durban's Sherwood Hall playground to start repatriation of thousands of displaced Malawian nationals to their country of origin. The group had sought refuge at the site after targeted threats from anti-foreigner groups forced them to flee their communities, and humanitarian groups, including Gift of the Givers, continuing to provide emergency relief while authorities coordinate the repatriation process. Let's speak now to our reporter, Gcinoguhle Malinga. Gcino, thank you so much for your time. What's the latest in terms of the buses that have arrived and the repatriation process?
Thank you so much. Greetings to you. Greetings to the listeners. So the only bus that we've seen parked unloading people this morning has left with the first batch of people today. We do remember that 8 buses loaded people and repatriated Malawans that were gathered here at the Sherwood Hall yesterday. We spoke to some of the Malawian government officials that are helping facilitate the repatriation process. They did confirm that about 2 more buses could come through today. Hopefully, they're hoping to aim for 10 today, but we'll see how that process will go. But they did 100% say for sure that they are pushing to have anybody, or everyone that is here wishing to go back home, transported back home.
And what is the mood like on the ground? Because we saw at some point things were seemingly tense.
Yeah, no. When we got here in the morning, it was calm. There was order. You can tell that most of the foreign nationals here were just wrapped up, having their meals for the morning. There were water tankers that were here earlier. Some of them were collecting clean water to drink, cook, and some were bathing at a neighboring mosque, so that they're dignified for the day. And then it took the arrival of one of the leaders of the anti-immigration marches that we've seen happening in the country, in Gizwe. When he arrived, obviously the crowd then took off, started shouting at him, pointing at him, throwing things at him, sticks, stones, anything they had in hand, throwing it in his direction, asking him, basically not asking him, but demanding for him to leave. Most of them, when we spoke to them, we said, why are you so agitated by his arrival? They said, we know that he said we must go, so why must he then come here to, drive the point again? So most of them were not happy with his arrival. They protested a lot. The police had to come in to try form a barrier between Nkunu and the Malawans, which were a lot of people, and they were coming from all the directions. So definitely the police were outnumbered, but they managed to put everything into order again through the help of the leaders amongst the groups themselves.
So what happens now into the afternoon?
With the first bus now gone, we are told that the second bus is gonna come. We don't know what time that bus will come, because as I'm talking to you, a group of mothers that were left, a group of mothers, elderly men and sickly men, are still waiting in line, waiting for the second bus to arrive.
All right. Thank you very much for that update. Gcinoguhle Malinga there live for us outside Durban's Sherwood Hall.
SAFM 106.6 FM in Bloemfontein. Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
The case against alleged underworld kingpin Vusmuziket Matlala, together with his 4 co-accused, has resumed at the High Court in Johannesburg, and Matlala is accused of orchestrating the failed assassination of his former girlfriend, that's Tebogo Tobejane. Businessman Joe Sibanyoni and music producer Sienki Mukobung, popularly known as DJ Veti. So we'll get you the latest there from our report, and just to give you a sense of how things are looking on that particular front. But also another story we are tracking at the South, Pakistan and Qatar welcoming the preliminary agreement between the United States and Iran to end hostilities and reopen the Strait of Hormuz, describing it as an important step towards peace and lasting stability in the region. While still a framework, the deal marked the biggest breakthrough towards resolving the conflict that has killed thousands and upended energy markets since it began with joint U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran in February. Former diplomat and international relations expert Dr. Kingsley Makobela joins us now for this conversation. Doc, thank you so much for your time. I remember the conversation you and I had overnight just after, the first strike and this particular war broke out in February. And we, of course, spoke at the time just around some uncertainties that exist around this particular matter and how this story could go on for months on end. Here we are. How significant is this moment?
Good afternoon, Bongiwe. This is a major breakthrough, but this is the beginning of the negotiation process. Because if you look at the 14 points that have come out of a compromise position, things that Iran was quite insisted on, for instance, the support for what the Americans call the proxies in the region, that Iran must cease that, and Iran must have certain limitation for their missile range, have been taken off the program of negotiations. But this is the beginning. Iran will be given about 12 billion as a starting point, and they expect to sign this agreement this Friday in Geneva. And Vice President Vance will go and sign on behalf of the U.S. And Khalibaf, the Speaker of the National Assembly in Iran, will go and sign it. The Europeans have already sent a message that they are willing to lift sanctions. You recall that 2 weeks ago, the Iranians imposed sanctions on Iran, further sanctions. So the sanction regime is basically collapsing now.
Now, when you look at the, what the U.S. president has to say, for example, I just want to take some of what he's saying on Truth Social. He speaks about how the deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow. Is it going to be that easy?
Well, the market has responded very positively. This morning, I think the crude oil was about $83 and the Brent was $80. The most crucial one is the Brent, as you know, because there's a refined oil that goes to the market and so on. There's some value add on it. The crude is just raw, and the crude, it's actually always sold on the futures in the market. It's quite fundamental. The Iranians have agreed, but the regime that they are going to maintain there, that countries will keep on paying some levy for access in that. It seems the Americans have agreed with that compromise, and that Oman and Iran would discuss their revenue sharing from these ships that will be bypassing there. So we will see what would happen with the next round of discussions, which are supposed to start, I think, next week after the signing of the agreement this Friday.
And when you look at, of course, where we find ourselves right now, because a lot of people still concerned about what happens with oil prices, for example, because we saw them fall sharply following this announcement. How sustainable could that decline be? And from a diplomatic perspective, what could be the factors that reverse it?
Remember the Iranian from the start, Bongi, where they said this war would end on their terms. And it seems it's indeed ending on their terms. The Americans have considered that they can't keep the blockade, and the Iranians are demanding that removal of blockade. Not only the removal of blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, even the removal of blockade on some port in Iran that were very instrumental in the transportation of oil. What will be the litmus test for this memorandum of understanding is the behavior of Israel, because the Iranians are insisting that this peace plan must include a ceasefire between the Lebanese and the Israelis. And it seems Netanyahu is not buying into this. There have been a bad exchanges between Netanyahu and Donald Trump, but Netanyahu cannot carry on this fight on his own. The distance between Tehran and Tel Aviv is about 1,900 kilometers. So for them to fly their jets there and refuel them on air, they need the American capability. They won't be able to send a jet to fly there, conduct bombardments and fly back to Israel. Don't have that latitude without the American support.
And speaking about another point that could be contentious, the Pakistani Prime Minister, saying that US and Iran have, according to reports, declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts. This includes Lebanon. Do you see Hezbollah agreeing to this?
Well, Hezbollah would agree to this. Remember, they've already included the question of the Palestinian issue, particularly the conflict in Gaza. And that's why you are seeing a desperate move by the Israelis to start some bombardments in Gaza before this, because they can't carry on with that. Hezbollah will not be able to continue with attacking Israel without the support of the Iranians. So there's a mutual hating statement that exists now that has made it possible for this memorandum of understanding. And moving forward with the negotiations, I don't see any turning back. The Iranians, remember, Bongiwe, they kept on insisting that time is on their side. And indeed, the Iranians have political time on their side, because the midterm election is starting in the US. And the Republican would not go for the midterm election with high prices. So they're likely to accept that. Iranians want this thing to be taken to the Security Council, once agreed and endorsed by the Security Council, which then becomes international law.
Quite interesting. So, two questions arise quickly from what you've said. The first one is, these particular negotiations, I want to circle back to your earlier point regarding sanctions. What kind of timing do you see playing out here, especially around sanctions relief? Because we don't know whether or not, all of it takes place now, ahead of the, next phase of negotiations, etc. What are you reading into the timing?
At the signing on Friday, there will be an announcement definitely for lifting of sanction of Iranian oil and the sale of Iranian oil into the market, which is the Iranians are insisting. They will be given $12 billion from the $24 billion that has been kept by the Americans. And some of this money is already in Qatar. Qatar has indicated willingness to release this money for the Iranians. So you are likely to get good pronouncement once the signing has been done, because the Iranians are expecting certain issues to be implemented immediately. If you don't implement those as the United States, they're going to have a challenge in terms of sustaining this truce for now. The Americans are withdrawing from the Strait of Hormuz. And you can say at a strategic level, Bongiwe, that the Iranians were too smart. They are the ones who closed the Strait of Hormuz, and the Americans came to close the Strait of Hormuz, essentially doing what the Iranians should have done. So they are withdrawing from there. They've suffered serious casualties in terms of their military equipment in the Hormuz, and it has exposed the American vulnerability to a small country like Iran with a GDP that is actually less than that of South Africa, but with advanced technological know-how in the warfare, which they've prepared for years.
The second question is the midterm elections, which you speak about. How much of a stronger or a weaker position is this current U.S. president going into these midterms?
He's going into the midterms limping, Bongiwe, no doubt about that. It has caused the question of oil and gas prices in the U.S. has become a rallying point for the opposition. Not only that, there's the Epstein file that I saw report there's tension between Trump and J.D. Vance around this. So there are certain issues that Americans are not quite comfortable with, which the president is doing. Even within the MAGA group, President Trump has made it a point that he's going to stop foreign wars, and he got involved in this war, which is a very unpopular war in the United States, and it's creating a serious problem. You can see some of the by-elections that are taking place. The Republicans are taking serious pounding from the Democrats.
Yeah, interesting times ahead. Let's see what happens then. Thank you so much for your time. Former diplomat and international relations expert, Dr. Kingsley Makubele, speaking to us about the US-Iran agreement there, but also ending it off, looking ahead at the midterm elections, because they're coming up and they're quite important for the Democrats and the Republicans. So how is everything going to look? We'll see. Let's quickly take you to this. The case against alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Matlala, together with his 4 co-accused, has resumed at the High Court in Johannesburg. Let's now get the very latest from our reporter, Sasha Naidu. Session, thank you so much for your time. What's happening?
Hi, good day, and thank you for having me. So today was quite a brief appearance at the High Court in Johannesburg, where Vusumuzi Matlala, together with his co-accused, actually appeared. So basically what happened was that their case was postponed to Wednesday this week, and this was actually due to the state having handed over, most of the documents that were needed by the defense. So we were expecting today the defense to actually submit an application to compel the state to hand over that evidence and outstanding documents. So what we did here in court from the defense teams as well as the state was that they met just a few minutes before proceedings could get underway, where the state then handed over everything that the defense teams wanted. So we do expect on Wednesday for the last or the final issues to be ironed out and to see whether or not the state and the defense teams are all happy. And then we will hear whether or not the case will be postponed to the 20th of July for the trial to actually go ahead.
All right. And of course, that is an update we've gotten there from our reporter, Sasha Naidu. Thank you very much for that, giving us a sense of how things are looking there as far as that appearance in court by Vusumuzi Matlala with his co-accused has gone. It's just almost 1 o'clock. And of course, there's still a lot more stories to track throughout the course of the day. So do stay tuned to the SABC and SAFM, of course, as we will be bringing you up to speed with all the developing stories, and also looking at the very latest as far as the US and Iran deal is concerned. So you can expect updates in that particular regard. It's 1 o'clock. Jolane is on standby with the very latest as far as the news is concerned. And then Bridget will take you through the rest of the afternoon. From us here in the team, have yourselves a blessed afternoon.
Thanks, Bongiwe. Top stories. Asawa Matlala and 3 co-accused to be back in court on Wednesday. And the Ebola outbreak in the DRC continues to spread to new areas. Good afternoon. The case against alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Matlala and 3 co-accused has been postponed to Wednesday in the High Court in Johannesburg. The accused were in court this morning. Matlala is accused of orchestrating the failed attempt to kill his former girlfriend, Deboho Tobejane, businessman Joe Sibanyoni, and music producer Sienki Makubung, popularly known as DJ Vetis. Sasha Naidu reports.
Matlala, together with his co-accused, made a brief appearance in the dock before their case was rolled over to Wednesday. This comes after the court heard that the state has submitted all outstanding documents that were requested by the defense. This resulted in Matlala's legal team not submitting its application to compel the state to submit the outstanding documents that they were demanding during the previous appearance. On Wednesday, it's expected that the case will be finalized before going ahead to trial on the 20th of July. Sasha Naidu, SABC News, at the High Court in Johannesburg.
The Gauteng government has detailed the reasons behind the precautionary suspension of Gauteng Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba. It announced a decision yesterday following Mashaba's appearance before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry last week. Mashaba is accused of conduct that may constitute serious breaches of the Public Service Code of Conduct. Provincial Government spokesperson Elijah Mhlanga.
Well, there are 3 main admissions that he made. The first is the misuse of official powers given to him in terms of the law. The second one is the misuse of the equipment that is given to him to do his work. And based on the evidence that he made, it became very clear that it was not used appropriately. The third is the acceptance of compensation from a member of the public. If you are in a position of that level, you know that you get paid by the state for the work that you do. You cannot be taking money from members of the public.
More buses are expected at the Sherwood Hall repatriation site in Durban today as Malawian nationals continue to prepare for their repatriation. One bus is currently loading passengers following the departure of 8 buses yesterday. The Malawian government has arranged 2 more buses that are expected to arrive later in the day. Thousands of Malawians, including women, children and the elderly, want to be repatriated amid mounting tension linked to sentiments against undocumented migrants. They have been gathering at the hall for the past week. This elderly says the living conditions at the hall are difficult.
I'm thankful because I'm going home, but the problem, I'm sick about my eyes. But God bless South Africa to help me to go to see my family. That's why I'm said all for South Africa to thinking about me. But I got a rack because to thinking about that because I can't manage to get a transfer to come home. So thanks, God bless all South Africans.
The Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo has continued to spread to new areas. This is despite intensified surveillance and treatment efforts. Health officials say there are now nearly 800 cases across the northeastern provinces of Ituri and North Kivu. Nearly 200 people have died. The Crown Prince of Norway's stepson has been found guilty of rape and sentenced to 4 years in prison. Marius Borg Høiby was also convicted on 1 count of domestic violence and had already pleaded guilty to drugs offences. His mother, Mette Marit, is married to the heir to Norway's throne. Høiby's biological father was himself a convicted drug dealer. The BBC's Paul Moss has more.
He was convicted of 2 counts of rape. He said the sexual encounters were consensual, but the court found the women were unconscious and incapable of consenting. But then other girlfriends came forward to describe acts of violence. There was a photograph published of one of their flats with a knife embedded in the wall. Høiby tried to win sympathy from the court. He said he spent his whole life known only as the son of his famous mother. He had a need for recognition, which led to alcoholism and drug addiction, but clearly that didn't convince the judges.
Recapping the top story this hour, the case of alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Kat Matlala and 3 co-accused has been postponed to Wednesday. In the High Court in Johannesburg, the accused were in court this morning. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Webe.
SAFM 105.9 FM in Port Elizabeth.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend?
It's my way, Jomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month.
My way insurance?
Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket, even though hubby switched to my way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way.
Ooh, savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
A world with respect is a world with no GBVF. I know violated women and men who stay quiet when it happens. It is not a distant reality, and our silence enables the abuser. Most women surveyed reported experiencing controlling behavior in relationships. Being a man is not about control. It is about responsibility. Choose to stop harm, call out, and change bad behavior. A world with respect is a world with no GBVF. No excuses. Refuse to be a bystander. This Youth Month, as young men and boys, we must lead the change against gender-based violence and femicide. Stand for dignity and safe communities. Join the movement alongside the GBVF Response Fund.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
It is Abdullah Ibrahim coming through with Manningberg, a seminal offering from the South African jazz legend. That is how we kick off the show on this Monday. Technically, it's a working day, according to the South African calendar. But I do know that a lot of you take advantage and you plan out your years so that you can maximize on the public holidays. So it is also an extended holiday for a vast majority of you that are at home this afternoon. I hope you had a great weekend and managed to get some rest. Not so much on my end. It was such a hectic weekend. We were building up to my daughter's first birthday on Saturday, as well as baptism. So there was a lot that was going on. Nonetheless, we are here on this fine Monday and we're kicking off a brand new week. We've got lots of conversation coming up. And of course, the bulk of our conversation will focus on Youth Month 2026 as we commemorate the Soweto 1976 youth uprising. And we're going to go back into time and just reflect on those moments with folks that were actually part and parcel of that historical milestone. And then, of course, reflecting on the 50 years since that day, that event that changed the course of South African history. Also coming up today, it is a Monday, so we'll give you opportunities as well. We're looking at Jobs Fund, which opens its 13th founding round. So we'll find out from them around just the logistics of that and what is required and how you can tap into it. It's the SABC Running Club and team experience coming out of the Comrades Marathon. We'll catch up with them also during the course of the show. You noted that on Friday, Ondela Mbana wasn't here, and I kept on making reference to Jolani as Ondela, but Ondela was actually out in KZN. I'm not too sure if she's healed after we spoke from the Cape Town Marathon, so she didn't run again. Okay, she was part of the cheering squad. Let's take a quick pause and then we'll be back on the other side.
50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
Every generation has their own struggle. They have their own thing that they need to fight for. For the generation of 1976, it was very clear what they had to fight for. A better education. So we find 50 years later that our state of education, there's still more that needs to be done. We had fees must fall, just a decade ago. So the youth of today just need to, number one, understand that when it comes to what you believe in, absolutely fight for it. In 1976, they've lost their lives. What can you do in this particular day and age? And it doesn't have to be something big, right? It doesn't have to be a protest of 10,000 students. It can be as small as trying to make a change in your family. If not your family, your community, your street, your grade at school.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later. Only on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Guys, we're always posting, commenting, and clapping back. But opinions don't count. It's your ex that does. So come 20 and 21 June, get up, show up, and register to vote. Call 0800 11 8000. Visit elections.org.za or WhatsApp 060 880000 for more info. This message is brought to you by the IEC.
Oh, yeah, Club Soweto. In 1976, youth just switch on, and for 50 years, the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
It's Powerball Jackpot Tuesday time. So this Tuesday, you have a chance to win over 160 million rand in total Powerball estimated jackpots. Catch the live draw this Tuesday at 9 p.m. on SABC2, and you could become South Africa's next multi-millionaire. Yes, you. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years and older and play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekaya.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
All right, 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line, and 086-000-2032 is the number that you can call us on. We also live on our social media platforms at SAfmRadio and at Bridget Masinga, hashtag The Full Circle. As we get into this commemorative conversation reflecting on Youth Month 2026, we are in the midst of 50 years since the Soweto 1976 Youth March, which literally changed the trajectory of South African history. We've been building up throughout the month to conversations that reflect back, the more in-depth, the more analytical, the more lighthearted, where we find a lightheartedness, because history has various shades to it, and there was various experiences lived in the first hand and lived in the secondary around this particular day, and the days that preceded it and the days that came after it. So we invited to join us today in studio SAfmRadio, who is an activist and a 1976 veteran, and Unomcebo Dlamini, who's the campaign director for SAPA, South African Alcohol Policy Alliance. And we'll actually find out more from the two of them around this day. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming. Apologies for the voice today.
I'm sorry. We just have terrible food.
Yeah, both of us.
Both of us, for that matter.
Oh, man. Okay, so it's literally, it's the week leading the week today.
Exactly.
Please do me a favor. Let's just make sure that we don't leave this flu here.
Yes.
No, I'm sure you won't. I'm sure you won't indeed. I mean, let's rewind back to June 1976, and I think Babseth, you have been one of those voices throughout the courses of time that have often been roped into this conversation to speak from a first-hand perspective. What I always find interesting, we had a young thespian here the other day, a director last week, and she's written a play around 1976 that is airing at the Joburg Theatre, investigating the events that were happening not within the bubble of the activists, but in community, in everyday life, in people that were on the streets, that were going to school, that were working, that weren't necessarily part and parcel of the galvanizing of that day. I think oftentimes when we think about that day, we forget there was a humdrumness that was happening in the midst of the activism. Paint us a picture of just, life as a young student in that month. What precipitated those conversations that ultimately led to the galvanizing? Make us the fly in the wall.
Look, as I always say, thank you for inviting us. And, I must say this, that there's always this thinking that maybe June 16 was a microwaved process. And actually there was a great deal of work preceding the day. Let me, for instance, give you this indication that the first school to even start boycotting classes was the school where I was at, called then Pefeni Junior Secondary. And on the 30th of April, we're out, banning those books that were in Afrikaans, and saying that we don't want Afrikaans as a medium of instruction. We're joined by other primary schools and high schools around. And then the South African Student Movement, SASM, then called a meeting in Roodepoort and in St. Ansgar's. That is where they then, SASM was a black consciousness body of high school students. We then took a decision in that meeting that these schools that are in the streets should be supported. That is then SASM taking a decision to call a meeting on the 13th of June.
Okay.
And it is in that meeting then that students from each school in Soweto were invited, the representatives of those schools. And That's where the decision was taken, that we don't even stay long with that information, but we only need 3 days in between. On the 13th, it's a Sunday afternoon, believe you me.
Yeah.
And then Wednesday, we are on it. June 16 was on a Wednesday, and the decision and final decision was taken on the 13th, Sunday the 13th.
Yeah.
Sorry. And so you can understand then that whilst that was a decision point, there's been a lot of pre-planning meetings and that took place that time. And it is also important, I'm happy with the point that you're making. I also heard it here on your promo. June 16 should not be understood as a youth thing. You're missing it. June 16 was a community thing. A lot of people were actually involved in June 16, but around the people who led were young people. Can I tell you, people laugh when I made this example. We are busy with some young people that we have been with 13th of June, meaning Saturday. We're busy working with some young people. There's a joke that, actually it's not a joke. One old lady just next to the confrontation corner where we're confronted by the police used to call me all the time and say, Seth, where's Tsietsi? I say, no, Gogo, this is passed on. And where's Murphy? I said, no, Murphy's around and all the Murphy Moro is one of the leader. You guys are owing me 3 dresses. And you know what was those dresses? She gave us those dresses to disguise on that day. And then so she's demanding them back. She passed on, but I still owe her.
You still owe her.
Yes, I still do. But the point I'm making, the community where, people, all elders and all that, were calling us into their houses. And there are people who sacrificed their own families and own homes to accommodate us as we were running away from the police. So to me, June 16 is more intergenerational. And it might have been led by young people, but not intergenerational. And of course, in what we are taking now, beyond 50th anniversary, is that message. Is the message that young people, we are going to get this. We're going to be handing over a torch, by the way. We're going to give you a torch, but that torch is going to be the torch that we give you, but will still be behind you.
Absolutely. And I know that, Nomgabo, you come in by way of the campaign that's being led this year that sort of ties that intergenerational legacy. And we'll jump into that in a moment. Just want to spend a little bit more time just reflecting. I love the story you share about Umagriza. Because I think we need to start a GoFundMe.
Yeah. I wonder what happened to that dress, I hope my girlfriend didn't take it.
One of the other things, Bob said, that we reflect on, we were talking to Ubaba Usam Mate last Wednesday around the Tsietsi Mashinini book that he's written. And it's interesting because we at times forget. We talk about it was a student uprising, but in the context of understanding, when, at least from like a modern day perspective, when we say student, we think of fees must fall, we think of varsity students. And we're saying with Ubab Sam Guti, in fact, what we were talking about here is 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds.
I was 15, Susie. I was, when I was elected to, Tsietsi Mashinini was the chair of the Action Committee. I was elected his vice. And I was 15. Oh, by the way, it's my birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday!
Yeah, I just turned 16 on the 15th, and the following day we were in the streets. Now, it is very important to understand Hector Peterson was 12, and I was busy correcting the other mandate I have with these young people around me is that now, please correct all these distorted facts about June 16. But one other fact that is very important was 17 a 17-year-old, Hastings Ndlovu, who was actually the first victim of 1976. I know that we know Hector, but Hector is not the first victim. So it was Hastings Ndlovu. But the point I'm trying to make is that, I say this with all respect and this to everyone that, some of us are still hurting. Some of us have not yet cured. Some of us have not yet, every 50 years now, every June 16, you get into June 16, I was saying the day itself, in the evening, 16-year-olds who were leading were with Mama Winnie Mandela and Mama Sophie Dima, counting corpses at Baragwanath Hospital. And we went there, we thought we were going to find these kids in the wards. And guess what? We found them in the mortuary. And there were no names anymore, but numbers, and piled up in bodies. And this is the message that sometimes I always like to bring to you young people, to say, some people might think that we are taking June 16 personally. We do. It is a pain of the day. It is the pain that is still living with us in this 50th anniversary. And that pain continued when we were tortured. When we got arrested, I got arrested on the 3rd of July, and I was put under solitary confinement in a cell alone for the whole 18 months, where when you have an ant in your cell, you have a best friend. When you have a fly getting into your cell, you have a happy friend, because there'll be some noise a bit. And, where we were made to jump on needles, where we were made, where they squeezed our private parts, where the ladies that were there squeezed their nipples. And so the pain didn't end on June 16. The pain continued when we were tortured. Some of us then got a prison sentence. The pain continued behind the bars on Robben Island for 7 years. Now, I'm putting South Africans into this perspective, that what happened on June 16, was broader than just the youth. 1. 2, this that happened in June 16, 1976, the pain thereof continues and continued even immediately after that. And it wasn't a pain of Soweto only. Remember, that night of June 16, Alexander was on fire. East Rand, Egoruleni, was on fire. We have a program at SAfmRadio Foundation called The Untold Stories of 1976. University of Zululand, Ngoyi, did not know that on the 18th of June 1976, students were mowed down and killed at Ongoy. There will be a lecture for the first time, because we went and said, this is the story that must be told to the country.
On that note, we are going to just quickly jump into the headline news, and then we'll come back with Seth Mazibugo and Unomcebo Dlamini. We'll continue reflecting, and of course, we'll bring it forward as well to 50 years on, and how do we pass that baton in the most literal and metaphoric way to ensure that South African youth never lose connection to the significance of that moment. There's no real generational gap between the events of that day and the beneficiaries of those events today. That's coming up on the other side of the headline news.
Good afternoon. I'm Jolani Tulongwepe, making headlines. Advocacy group Equal Education has accused the Western Cape government of denying learners from marginalised communities access to education. The organisation is leading a march to the Provincial Education Department offices in Cape Town today, demanding the placement of all children in schools. The case of alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Katmatlala and 3 co-accused has been postponed to Wednesday. In the High Court in Johannesburg, the accused were in court this morning, and finally world leaders are gathering in Evian-les-Bains in France for the G7 summit. The wealthy nations are meeting in the French lakeside resort to discuss various issues. I will have details on these and other stories at 2 o'clock.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
All right, it is just the day before we truly mark the events of June 16, 1976, 50 years on. And, to finish what was started by the class of 76 in Soweto, we thought that it's only but befitting that from our end, as we close the calendar, that we bring in Utate Seth Mazibuga, who is an activist and, of course, a veteran of 1976, being part of the student body that came from Pefeni High School. And we also have Nomcebo Dlamini, campaign director for South African Alcohol Policy Alliance. And a lot of people will wonder, Nomcebo, what is the South African Alcohol Policy Alliance?
Can I tell you, someone was asking, are you going to be having drinks on June 16? Are you promoting? Yeah, but I think one needs to mention this, that in 1976, one of our key struggles, believe you me, we never destroyed any school. We never burnt down any library. But can I tell you, we destroyed all bottle stores and shebeens. And so we won't be having friends now lately. And I'll tell you that most of them, they were built, apartheid was somewhat filthy. They were built next to railway stations. And then our fathers, when coming back from work, they will go to the bottle store and go to a shelter next to it, a barini, as they used to call it, and then drink. By the time they reach home, money is gone. And this year, one of our focus areas in our march on tomorrow will be Nomcebe's group on alcohol. As we are talking to you now, we have some young people who are busy now talking about alcohol.
All right. I mean, let's segue you in on that note, right? Because we know the significant problem that the BEV and our lack of control have created that combination. And you're right, Bob said a lot of people will ask the question, which, okay, bangena.
Don't get drunk and put on school uniform on that day. Manje ngathi uyosiletela
iBEV. Okay, thank you very much. And siyabonga Bob Seth Mazibuko, and we are so glad that we have partnered with an organization such as the Seth Mazibuko Foundation. And the reason why Singenile Nati we are part of this is because the Southern African Alcohol Policy Alliance is focused on alcohol harm reduction in the country and policies that are for public health. And believe you me, we are not saying people shouldn't drink. I know that that's the first thing that people think of, but that's not actually what we're saying. But what we're saying is we need policy in our country that optimizes, or rather prioritizes public health more than profit. Because what is happening currently is the way that alcohol is marketed and the licenses, that the way that they're just being allowed and given willy-nilly to everybody, and the township economy that seemingly is only about taverns is really prioritizing profit above public health and even community health. Because the social ills that we are dealing with as a country because of alcohol can no longer be ignored. We've got young people, and that's another reason why we are very, very much interested in this issue of June 16 and Youth Month as a whole, because young people are drowning themselves and even the families. There's just too much that is enabled by alcohol in terms of the social ills that we're dealing with as a country. So that's how we get in, and we do know this history that a lot of South Africans may not necessarily be aware of, that young people in 1976 were very much aware that alcohol is playing a major role in destroying communities. And it didn't even start, Baba said, in 1976. The ladies, the women in 1956 also acknowledged that this is a major problem. 1956 to 1976, the young people take up this to say, we cannot allow that our families are destroyed like this. We cannot allow that our fathers, we don't even know Emakai. You know, I was actually narrating something to some young people, the young people that we have, Babseth, to say that when I was growing up, because my grandmother is from Orlando East as well, and that's where I was, my grandparents were. And abo malume, Monday to Friday would not see them because they go to work. And then on the weekend, you will still not see them because they would be at the
no,
it's not even Mam Dlamini. Remember, the beer halls were run by the government.
Yeah.
The government was making money from those beer halls. It wasn't even Mam Dlamini. But the reality is, that's how insidious this thing was. It even led to our fathers being kept. So they go to work Monday to Friday, and you know what happens with families that don't have fathers most. So Monday to Friday, they're at work. On the weekend, they're stuck at that tavern. And then kunalama shelter. Ama shelter ends up they don't even need to go home. So some families would find that they
even
never
find other mothers there.
Yes, exactly. So you find that the family structure is just totally eroded. And we are dealing with problems right now in South Africa with families that we may think are starting now, whereas they're not actually starting now. They started a long time ago. And they were obsessed by down those beer halls. But what's happening right now in South Africa? On every corner, you find an alcohol establishment in the name of the local economy or township economy or whatever. But it's just not right. And the sad thing is, you will not find this in any other suburb. You will find it in townships. You will find it in areas where there's people that are very vulnerable. Just yesterday, I discovered, and somebody sent me in the Eastern Cape, a sachet of alcohol that is 43%. E10 rand. E-sachet, it is so tiny, and it's being sold to children. It's being sold in the shops in the township. Which is why our campaign, the campaign that we're currently on as SAPA, is True Cost of Alcohol. Because we are supporting National Treasury in terms of dealing with the accessibility to very cheap alcohol. Ingutu, ngiyabona nje sonke siyayazi ingutu. Ingutu ngimangele yesterday to hear that ingutu is 20 rand. Ingutu is 750 mils of beer. And that 750 mils of beer has maybe about 5% alcohol. And that ingutu, once waivula, you have to finish it. And we could do one. And what does that do to your health? And then we find that you open one, you open another, you open another. And the level of drinking is just totally uncontrolled in this country. So that's how we get in. Because Absolutely. We realize that this, for as long as we're not dealing with the issue of alcohol harm, we're not going to be able to see development in our country.
Absolutely. I want to just take a quick break here. We'll come back on the other side and begin to wind down in the final moments of the show. It's fast approaching 2 o'clock.
50 years ago, young South Africans changed the course of history. Today, a new generation asks a different question. What have we inherited and what must we build next? This Youth Day, SAfm joins forces with South Africa's leading campus radio stations for a series of powerful national simulcasts. The National Briefing and Voice of Vets, exploring education, employment, and economic opportunity. The Daily Discourse and Northwest University FM, examining democracy, leadership, and active citizenship. The Full Circle and Radio Turf, reflecting on identity, culture, and social cohesion. Students, communities, leaders, and listeners. One country, one conversation. 50 years after June 16. Join SAfm and Campus Radio as we explore where South Africa has come from, where we are, and where we need to go. Youth Day 2026, 50 years later, only on SAfm. SAfm, South Africa's national meeting place, and still leading the conversations that move us. 50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
I was with Hector Peterson when he was shot. The boy was in that picture where a boy was carrying. He was the first student I saw going down. I saw him being shot on the head and he fell down. I could not believe it.
My name is Nsako. You know, for me personally, 50 years is a long time ago.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm sure we all know that image, you know, Hector Peterson being carried in, you know, that other man's arms. And I'd like to say that I'm personally very grateful, you know, to see such bravery, such courage in the face of danger.
Outsurance knows insurance isn't tested on promises, it's tested when it's time to claim. The Ombudsman and an independent body that rules on complaints confirmed that in 2025, in the annual report, that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. The question is, are you with the insurer that treats their clients the fairest? Outsurance delivers when it's time to claim, so why don't you switch for peace of mind? Call 0860 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, we are reflecting back on Youth Month 2026, 50 years into the youth uprising in Soweto of 1976. Before we get into the campaign tomorrow, I just want to, someone just messaged me saying, afternoon to everyone in studio. I was staying in Alexandra in 1976. I was 15 in June and reached 16 in October. I never took part in the demonstrations because it was very dangerous to go outside, but we used to call it Black Power Day then, and we had no television.
Yes, yes. No, he was definitely there. Yes, that actually, remember that June 16 and the boycotts were actually born out of black consciousness. It was that which Steve Biko called, we need to free our minds. A black man, you are on your own. Black is beautiful. Black men stand up and fight and all that. So the only language we understood at that time was the language of black power.
Black consciousness
Black
was
consciousness.
you.
It was just that. It's a pity that after 1994, we actually undermined black consciousness. That was the good spirit of uniting black people against, and it was not racist. It was very, very, very open, a policy that says black people should be in the center of whatever they do in the country.
And
is it a lady?
I don't know, actually.
You don't know?
No, it didn't. They didn't
if it's a
indicate.
lady, must write a letter to me. I might want to visit.
You're so naughty, Babsat. So naughty. And I think that's a good point, because you know, we can uplift and develop black consciousness, and it doesn't mean by any way that it takes away from any other race.
Not at all.
Because they still work, I think, to be done, even when it comes to the conversation around our relationship with alcohol and alcohol abuse. You know, those themes of black consciousness tie in, because when you awaken the mind, you liberate a person and you enable them to make a different kind of choice.
Bridget, I was just telling them as the team that as SAfmRadio Foundation, we are moving around universities, and it's so sad what we're picking up there.
Yeah.
That there are students, girls, who, if they've not received their NSFAS, how do they go out to sell their bodies? And most of the time, even let me not even say women, men and women who go out and sell, just that they must have two things: food and alcohol.
Yeah.
That is why our focus is on the two. There's also the other aspect that we are focusing on tomorrow, hunger. And there are old men, the SAfmRadio, with wrinkles, who will also go all out to go and destroy our children's future. So it will be very... I'm just happy that we took a turn in this 50th anniversary, and where we found partners that can then that's it. Let us focus this June 16. It should not be, okay, we've gone sayo vibe yabo, and then sakhoke school uniform, kwaba mnandi. And no school uniform, please.
Yes.
And please, no school uniform.
Well, okay. Tell us about tomorrow, Sis
So
Nomke.
tomorrow, the focus, as Bob Seth has said, we are focused on alcohol, hunger, as well as active citizenry. And what we are saying, especially to young people in South Africa, is the class of 1976, they did what they needed to do during their time. And now the class of 2026 needs to make the next 50 years different. It cannot be that the class of 76 they carried and now it's 50 years later and the class of 2026 does not even want to go and register to vote because they don't feel it's necessary, or they do not want to even participate actively in politics. Because the other reason that you find that the leadership that we have is not exactly the leadership that we would want is because young people that are actually very, very vibrant and dynamic are refusing to be part of the building of this nation that is necessary, and they stand on the outskirts and they just are watching. We do not want young people to watch anymore. The class of 1976 did not watch. They realized that there's a problem. They need to find a way using whatever resource that they had to deal with that. And they did not sit down by the corner moaning. We understand that there's a lot of problems that young people are dealing with. And we understand also that they are dealing with depression. There's so much just despondency that they have. But they need to rise up. And the class of 1976 is saying, we are behind you. We're standing behind you. We're giving you the baton, but we are saying we are behind you, we're supporting you. And we are asking the class of 2026, the young people of today, to stand up, to rise up, to do what is necessary to change their own circumstance. We're standing right now. Apartheid is gone. The class of 1976 assisted with that. 50 years later, standing where we are as a country right now with everything that we're dealing with, what will the class of 2026 be saying 50 years later? We are just saying, let's rise up and let's do something. Alcohol, hunger, active citizenry, those are the focus points for tomorrow. And we are asking South Africa to come and join us as we commemorate June 16 this way. It's a new start to say for the next 50 years, what is going to happen?
We are meeting at 10 o'clock at the Confrontation Corner. Confrontation Corner is between Mwema and Vilagazi Street. We're meeting at 10. We want the grannies, we want the mamas, the babas, the babies. Please, it's intergenerational, interracial. We are going to be meeting there at 10 o'clock. And then we will walk a short distance to Hector Peterson.
Yes.
At Hector Peterson, we will be lighting the torch that we are going to hand over later on to younger people. And then we will also have a 50 seconds of a moment of silence and church bells ringing around that area. So it will be a moment that is solemn, that is also speaking to those who have passed on. We are also insisting that at the same time, we'll be handing over a manifesto to the president of the country. For the past 3 years, we've been working with young people who, we have what you call, I heard you talking about it here, we have what you call courageous conversations for courageous activism. We have had all these interactions that at the end came to become the manifesto for our young people. Points that are raised there. And what I like with the manifesto, and thanks to the team that has been working, is that it is not only us, it is not only young people throwing problems. It is a problem. This is how we are going to deal with it. This is the support we require, and all that. And that will be given to the president tomorrow.
Well, listen, Babseth and Sis Nomkebo, I hope that he takes it to heed, in fact, the issues and more so the solutions that young people are proposing. Because the question has always been, when to your point, when do young people start to plug in and become the solutions to Africa's problem? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
10 o'clock tomorrow morning, Confrontation Corner. It is intergenerational. It is multiracial. How wonderful would it be to see folks of other races?
Yes.
We won't call you out, but folks of other races arriving for commemorative moments like this, because I think it sends a very strong message of the unity and the South Africa we want to build. Black problems are not just black people problems, by the way. And we always emphasize this on the show, that black people problems are not, you can't always sit in the corner and say, oh, they're talking again. Sometimes you need to be present and be felt, even if you don't say anything, because you might say the wrong thing, but your presence there matters. So 10 o'clock Confrontation Center tomorrow, Confrontation Corner tomorrow, and then that manifesto is going to be handed to the President of South Africa, Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. It's gone 10-2, a quick pause, and then we come back and we give you an opportunity with job funds.
Mom, a million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And there you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
Oh, yeah, boy. Club Soweto. In 1976, youth switcher on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
Nightfall on SAFM.
Join me on Monday night as I speak with Tony Leon, politician, book writer, but can he do the tango?
Tango's, got a bit of African elements in it, Spanish. It's a real combination of not just music but dance steps as well. And ironically, it started off, apparently, according to local Argentinian history, in the brothels of Buenos Aires, but now absolutely obligatory viewing for any tourist. That's why I got a bit tired of tango shows, because every person wants to go to a tango show.
Can you dance the tango? That's Track Record on Monday night from 11 p.m. And in case you don't want to be up that late, you can always catch the podcast on Tuesday.
That hail the other day caught a lot of people off guard. Cars left outside and dents everywhere. With sometimes comprehensive car cover, hail damage is included from the start. So when life happens, it takes care of it without uncertainty. That's what it means to insure nice and not twice. So call 0860 444 444 to get a quote. Santam, this is freedom.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, we are joined now by our next guest, Najwa Ali Idris, who is the head of the Jobs Fund, and we're looking at opportunities. The Jobs Fund opens its 13th funding round, catalyzing demand-led growth in the green and informal economy. How are you doing this afternoon, Najwa?
Oh, hello, Bridget, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
We appreciate the time. So we know that SA is grappling with persistently high unemployment, particularly targeting young graduates, young school leavers. And the National Treasury's Jobs Fund has opened its 13th funding round, calling for bold, innovative solutions. Talk to us about, firstly, the Treasury's Job Fund and its ambition, really.
Thank you, Bridget. Yes, the Jobs Fund, it's a government unemployment challenge. I think it's important to make the point that we don't fund individuals directly, but rather we work with organizations that can create jobs at scale and deliver real measurable results. Our focus is a little bit different as well, in that we focus on sustainable jobs that last and not short-term programs. And as you've said, in this funding round, we're looking at opportunities in the green and informal economy, because we believe these sectors have strong potential to create jobs, support entrepreneurship, and of course, most importantly, open up new pathways to work for many South Africans.
I mean, the green economy has been sort of the buzz sector in recent years. Are there specific sort of plug-ins that you are trying to maximize on when it comes to this 13th round of funding?
Yes, we're looking to support projects in areas like renewable energy, waste and recycling, water management, and energy efficient services. We think that these are some of the sectors that have strong job creation potential.
I think also when you mention renewables, waste and water management, it also speaks to some of the solutions that some of the problems that South Africa is facing, rather, that require innovative thinking, that require sort of a bold approach, right? And this is where young people perhaps come into the fore with their new ways of approaching problem solving.
Absolutely, and I think that when I listened a little bit to your previous guest on the show, talking about how do you actually get young people involved in those solutions, right? And so we look for partners, strategic partners, intermediaries who focus on working with young people, who have the expertise and who provide young people with opportunities to present their ideas and to co-create solutions.
Is there a particular criteria, Najwa, that participants, organizations that you are inviting to exploit this opportunity need to meet a particular threshold?
Yeah, so we do want to work with experienced organizations because we believe that those types of organizations have the ability to address the needs of young people in a holistic fashion. So it's not just about connecting young people, right, to the labor market. They also need access to opportunity, but you also need to address the multiple deprivations that young people have. And so if you address a young person in a more holistic fashion, then we believe that when they connect to the labor market, we create a stickiness. There isn't constant churn. Also, if we work with such partners, they are able to bring to the table not just, for example, access to finance, but also introduce young people to, and provide opportunities for access to market and technical support. And that's the reason why we try to work with experienced organizations, because they have better reach. It's not for government to try and do everything. We're not the experts in everything. So the track record is important, and, our partners must have good governance in place. They must have systems in place. And partnership, is really important for us. As I said, we don't have all the answers. And if sometimes people come to us and they say, "Can you fund this training program?" Our point of departure is that there must be real demand, because if there isn't real demand, where are you going to place that person after they've been trained, right? So we won't support projects just for the sake of training. And of course, the solutions that people bring to us, we must be able to see that they are sustainable beyond the grant period, because, grant funding is a limited resource. So our funding must be catalytic. It must support an intervention to become self-sustainable. Whatever we do, measurement is an important aspect of the work that we do.
Absolutely. So for anybody that is interested, I know that obviously you'll drill down more to the finite details in the application process. For folks that want to peruse that at leisure, where can they go? Which portal is the easiest for them to get all of that information?
www.jobsfund.org.za. You'll see the term sheet there. You'll see frequently asked questions in there. You'll also have our email address. If there's something that you're not sure about, reach out, drop us an email. My team will then respond. If you need to have, hop onto a call, we can do that too.
Awesome stuff. That was www.jobsfund.org.za. Najwa Ali Idris, thank you for the time, head of the Jobs Fund. It's 2:00. It's time to get the top of the hour news with Jolani, and then we'll come back on the other side.
Thanks, Bridget. Top stories. The SAWA advocacy group Equal Education demands the placement of all children in schools in the Western Cape, and tensions at Sherwood Hall in Durban. Good afternoon. Advocacy group Equal Education has accused the Western Cape government of denying learners from marginalised communities access to education. The organisation is leading a march to the Provincial Education Department, or WCED, offices in Cape Town today, demanding the placement of all children in schools. Unplaced pupils and their parents are participating in the march. Equal Education claims the exclusion of pupils and the shortage of school places in the province have a clear racial and socio-economic character, saying black and coloured pupils are mostly affected. Researcher Kimberly Kumalo elaborates.
What we're seeing this year is that still so many learners are fighting for a school place. We're fighting for learners to be placed on time, particularly learners from black and working class backgrounds. It is unfair and uncalled for that 50 years down the line, we are still seeing the same things that the learners of 1976 went to the streets to march for. We are continuing to march for this, and we are being met with utter disrespect and arrogance from the WCED and its administration.
The case of alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Kat Matlala and 3 co-accused has been postponed to Wednesday in the High Court in Johannesburg. The accused were in court this morning. Matlala is accused of orchestrating the failed attempt to kill his former girlfriend Deboho Tobejani, businessman Joe Sibanyoni, and music producer Sienki Mukubung, popularly known as DJ Vetties. Sasha Naidu reports.
Kat Matlala, together with his co-accused, made a brief appearance in the dock before their case was rolled over to Wednesday. This comes after the court heard that the state has submitted all outstanding documents that were requested by the defense. This resulted in Matlala's legal team not submitting its application to compel the state to submit the outstanding documents that they were demanding during the previous appearance. On Wednesday, it's expected that the case will be finalized before going ahead to trial on the 20th of July. Sasha Naidu, SABC News, at the High Court in Johannesburg.
Police have had their hands full trying to calm tensions after the arrival of activist Ngizwe Mchunu at Sherwood Hall in Durban, where thousands of Malawians have gathered to be repatriated. Ward Councillor Warren Byrne previously said, according to the police, Malawians started fleeing their dwellings after a group of people threatened foreign nationals about a week ago. Crowds became visibly agitated and violent shortly after Mchunu's arrival. They demanded that he leave the area and pelted him with stones and sticks. Police quickly intervened. Mchunu says the crowd reacted strongly because they know what he stands for regarding illegal immigration in the country.
And when you are the leader, when you are doing the right thing, some they will like it, some they don't like it. How many people that have came here, why they are angry for me? Because I'm telling them the truth and the oath that they must perish in this country. And then within 15 days from now, they must be gone.
World leaders are gathering in France for the G7 summit. The wealthy nations are meeting in the French lakeside resort to discuss various issues. They include the current wars, global economic imbalances that threaten financial stability, and the rise of artificial intelligence. The meeting comes amid protests in Geneva and rising global tensions. Botlale Pele reports.
In Geneva, police used water cannons as protesters clashed with officers during anti-G7 demonstrations, with crowds denouncing global inequality and concentrated political power. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump has departed Washington for the summit in Evian-les-Bains, where he is expected to meet leaders, including France's Emmanuel Macron, as well as counterparts from Qatar, the UAE, Egypt, and India. I'm Botlale Pele, SABC News.
Recapping the top story, the SAWA advocacy group Equal Education has accused the Western Cape government of denying learners from marginalised communities access to education. The organisation is leading a march to the Provincial Education Department offices in Cape Town today, demanding the placement of all children in schools. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Mwepe.
SAFM 105.9 FM in Port Elizabeth.
Catch Top Billing this Youth Day Tuesday evening at 7 as vlogger Snigiwe Sneem Mhlongo finds her mom the best travel companion. Designer Tina Ngokolo marries Xhosa tradition with modern styling. And Geordie and Debbie Osler plant a forest, then build themselves a treehouse of a home. That's Top Billing. This Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3. And Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My Cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
This June, Youth Month, SAfm brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation only on SAfm. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
The public is invited to nominate persons who have expertise or knowledge in the field of broadcasting, journalism, and media and/or broadcasting law and related fields for an ad hoc appointment to the Appointment Committee of the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. 3 committee members will be appointed to serve a 4-year term that commences from August until the 31st of December 2029. Persons with a financial interest in the broadcast and printed media industry are not eligible. Motivated nominations, nominees' acceptance, and a short CV should be addressed to the registrar on the email bccsa@nabsa.co.za. Nominations close on the 17th of June 2026. And for more information on the tasks of the Appointment Committee for the Broadcasting Complaints Commission, you can visit www.bccsa.co.za and see the Constitution. Only the best qualified nominees will be called for an interview.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
It's got to be Bongo Mafina. I'm on Ponto and the one Jimmy Dodo. Winds of change. Winds of change. In the morning time of this lifetime, I was checking out the sunrise. Kile mutwa tlhaba khobe, situba go se khole. Limpurwana mathamela babulai. But in the noon time of my life, kimo namanyane kipo, maila go khotlwa. Simeka ya dithulano tsa botlhogo mo imele. Now you see how we do. Come through with Gimme Tutu. I know the evening's coming, but I'm not thinking about it. There's stuff about the camera na tsa pula di bato nga go sa legale. And when we are no more, I get it will be marching le bagale. Badimo ba le robaletse ditlhopha. Ba le robaletse ditlhopha. winds of change. Situatue sa phetogo. Oh, ma-Afrika re bula difatlhego.
Bongo Muffin coming through, and this time around they're teaming up with the legend Jimmy Lulu. Winds of Change is the song. This is those songs. Remember last week, I forget what song we played last week, and I came on air and I called it by the lyric in the chorus. This is one of those songs as well. You just go to Mr. DJ and you're like, Mr. DJ, play me that Bongo Muffin song. Hey, la, la, da, hey, da. And they'll know what you're saying. You don't even need a title. Just call it the Ilala song and they'll know exactly what you mean. It is 2:15. We're going to take a quick pause and then we come back on the other side and we're talking managing a multi-generational workforce, from the various work styles to the different expectations to even things like communicating. Because listen, the boomers and then the Gen Bani, it's the boomers and then Gen Bani and then millennials. There's a generation between me and a boomer.
Gen Z? There's Gen Z, Gen X.
Says you're confused, So boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen Zs, I'm a alpha. And then there's, I'm not an alpha. My daughter, meaning alpha, yes. Millennials and Gen Zs have birthed alphas. But the alphas also, there's a different generation now. They're at the cusp. There's a different generation that has come after the alphas. Yes. So, good, difficult. Let's take a quick pause and then we come back on the other side.
50 years ago, young South Africans changed the course of history. Today, a new generation asks a different question. What have we inherited and what must we build next? This Youth Day, SAfm joins forces with South Africa's leading campus radio stations for a series of powerful national simulcasts. The National Briefing and Voice of Vets, exploring education, employment, and economic opportunity. The Daily Discourse and Northwest University FM, examining democracy, leadership, and active citizenship. The Full Circle and Radio Turf, reflecting on identity, culture, and social cohesion. Students, communities, leaders, and listeners. One country, one conversation. 50 years after June 16. Join SAfm and Campus Radio as we explore where South Africa has come from, where we are, and where we need to go. Youth Day 2026, 50 years later. only on SAfm. SAfm, South Africa's national meeting place, and still leading the conversations that move us. Nightfall on SAfm.
Join me on Monday night as I speak with Tony Leon, politician, book writer, but can he do the tango?
Tango's, got a bit of African elements in it, Spanish. It's a real combination of not just music but dance steps as well. And ironically, it started off, apparently, according to local Argentinian history, in the brothels of Buenos Aires, but now absolutely obligatory viewing for any tourist. That's why I got a bit tired of tango shows, because every person wants to go to a tango show.
Can you dance the tango? That's Track Record on Monday night from 11 p.m. And in case you don't want to be up that late, you can always catch the podcast on Tuesday.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Bathi on WhatsApp, Gen X is youth and Dala. All right. And then in millennials, what are we? Because we are youth and Dala. Let's catch up with Dr. Sharon Munyaka now, industrial and organizational psychologist, registered with the Health Professions Council of South Africa. And we're looking at managing a multi-generational workforce, from the different work styles, the expectations, and the communication. Dr. Sharon, how are you doing this afternoon? Oh, Dr. Sharon has dropped. We're going to try and reconnect with her in just a moment. Are you perhaps in a work environment where it's multi-generation? Of course, it's every work environment, I think, is multi-generation. You just look at the generational difference between myself and Ashraf, who's coming behind me. I'm not going to say which generation he's at, because then he'll come back. Ashraf, but is she back? Dr. Sharon, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good, Bridget. How are you, and how are your listeners?
We are great. Thank you so much. Let's jump straight into it, because our time is ticking away. What are some of the most common and significant challenges, perhaps, that we see organizationally when it comes to managing a workforce that is represented by a host of generations? I mean, we were counting in terms of how we are geared up socially. In any workforce, I think there's about 3-4 generations converging at the same time.
Absolutely. Especially in South Africa, we have a whole lot of people converging. So one of the things that we struggle with is treating age as a proxy for capability. Hi, when you're too young, what do you know, right? Communication channels. There's one email, there's one WhatsApp, we use Teams. Also kind of the differing issues versus the expectations of employees. So these tensions get amplified depending on who is asking or who is making the input.
Absolutely. How do the differences also in what we hold as value, how we communicate, and the various expectations that we have, how do those have affected the dynamics within the professional setting, from the teamwork to the productivity and just our ability to communicate effectively?
Hey, in the workplace, interpretation of the questions that were asked. So you were talking about your daughter earlier, who's an alpha. So the way they ask questions, it's really around curiosity. But as an older person, in terms of chronological age, I might hear it as being rude. I might hear it as being aggressive. So if it goes unspoken, when a younger employee in terms of age says, but why do we do it this way? Have you considered this tool? And the manager who's older says, why are they asking, in that way? But they're actually just curious and wanting to know, is there another way of doing this work?
And it's so interesting, because it really does boil down to just a sort of missed communication, purely because of how we both understand languaging and how we both understand how we've both been socialized. The different generations have been socialized. The approach to the same thing becomes very different.
Absolutely. I mean, technology is the typical one. So now we're saying we must adopt these different tools, but it's trial and error. And then if we use age as a proxy, then we play into those misconceptions of, young people are lazy, they're entitled and disloyal. Meanwhile, it's not even that. So for me, the call is let's be curious and say, okay, I notice you do things in this way. Tell me why. Help me understand, because we can make assumptions which can be quite damaging for relationships in the workplace.
Are there tools and tips for folks to sort of get over, let's just maybe the first barrier, and that's the communication barrier? Put aside how we approach various tasks and how we interpret concepts like productivity. Just that first barrier of communication. Because I think if we able to talk intergenerationally, then we are actually able to bridge the gap around the practicalities of work.
Hey, we need to build up the capacity to do things differently. Build up the capacity to learn, unlearn and relearn. So if meetings are typically, I am the only person that speaks, why not ask? If we went around the room, for example, and say, what are you bringing into this meeting today? This is my team. I want to know where they're at. Because people are talking about mental health. People are talking about inclusion. So it requires all of us to really start practicing that and to create a space where people can speak up without fear or favor.
It's so interesting that, you talk around the theme of mental health. And I think I probably know some of the most enlightened millennials. But even when they talk about Gen Z, they'll often talk very almost with a lace of negativity to say, well, Gen Z will say, send an email going, I'm taking a me day today, when there's an important meeting that's happening at 10. And then you get this email at 8 that says, I'm taking a me day because I'm just feeling overwhelmed. And millennials, who are supposed to be the bridge generation, who straddle duality, go, that's so unprofessional. That's not how it's done, because there's a part of them that leans more towards boomerness, that leans more towards Gen X, where they equate professionality with a sort of work mentality and never take a break. So those dynamics become so... They become so deep and cause such frictions, and they widen the distance of connection in a workplace.
Absolutely, and that's why for me, taking the generational theory becomes quite simplistic. South Africa is unique in its positioning. People's lived experiences shape.
We've lost Dr. Sharon. The line is really just giving us, we were hoping that it holds for a while, because time really is ticking. But if you are in a workplace where it's intergenerational and there's a vast difference, perhaps you work in an industry that's boomer dominated, or you work in an industry that's Gen X dominated, and here you are as a Gen Z coming in with a different approach. Here you are. Millennials, I don't think, struggle too much with straddling those various levels. I think the struggle really comes in when we look at Gen Zs and Gen X and boomers. We were talking about that gap that gets created, Dr. Sharon.
Yes, so now I'm at risk of being called an elder who can't work technology because it keeps dropping. So we've moved from the landline to WhatsApp. But it's precisely this, right? Where context matters. Context matters, and our ability to share our stories beyond the role, beyond the title, because then it helps us to actually create an authentic workplace where people can feel seen, can feel heard, and reduce the friction that you are highlighting.
How does leadership enter this conversation to create that sort of culture within the workplace that is representative of all and that takes into account also the different perspectives and the different experiences?
So let me answer that using a metaphor. You know, when the mother of the house is upset, everybody feels the energy in that room, right? Anyone who walks in feels it. So as the leader, they set the tone around what is acceptable. The leader models the kind of behavior that's accepted. So if the leader is able to include different role players in the organization based on age, based on experience, it gives permission to say, oh, a younger person could actually be a source of wisdom because they understand, and to be open to being challenged on what we have always done.
I mean, that's also some sage advice right there. I think when it comes to thinking about strategies for organizations to use to encourage knowledge sharing and mentorship between the generations.
Yeah, so I think it's important for organizations to look at the competitive advantage of having these multiple generations. So, for example, our policies and processes, do they have any hidden age bias, right? Are we mixing up our teams so that there's reciprocal mentoring? Because it's not only one way. So the example you gave earlier around mental health, I'm taking a me day. Some of us are a moving time bomb, but we keep it moving because I have to show up. That's how I was socialized. But a younger person says, press pause. You will feel better when you've taken time out. It's also around flexibility. I think that's going to be important for organizations in terms of how work is arranged, who does what, and having a shared purpose. Why do we exist as an organization, and are we living our values in everything that we do?
Flexibility definitely is one of those key themes, I think, that should be taken into the future. And maybe also speaks to, purpose and career progression and how that's changed in the modern context of South Africa. Globally, in fact, not just South Africa.
Absolutely. People are making a decision around alignment. So if this organization supports a particular cause, someone will say, the money is fantastic, but what they stand for, I do not agree. And so the younger people are teaching us to be brave, to be curious, to also show up in a different way that is sustainable and helps us to contribute as better humans.
Absolutely. You definitely, I think, have sparked an interesting conversation in the car right now to whoever is listening. Dr. Sharon Munyaka, thank you so much for the time. Industrial and organizational psychologist registered with the Health Professions Council of South Africa. By the way, just as a refresher, boomers are born 1946 to 1964. Gen Z is 1965 to around 1980. Millennials, say hey, 1981 to 1996. Gen Z, 1997 to 2012. Alphas are 2013 to 2024. And then last year, we changed and created betas, which are the current babies born in 2025. It's 2:30 time for Cholani and the headline news.
Thanks, Bridget. Good afternoon. Making headlines, the Community Safety Portfolio Committee in the Gauteng Legislature has welcomed the Office of the Premier's decision to place the Provincial Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba on precautionary suspension. The action is pending the outcome of a formal disciplinary process. Advocacy group Equal Education has accused the Western Cape government of denying learners from marginalised communities access to education. The organisation is leading a march to the Provincial Education Department offices in Cape Town today, demanding the placement of all children in schools. And finally, the framework deal which the US and Iran have agreed to end the war will be officially signed in Switzerland on Friday. I will have details on these and other stories at 3 o'clock.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and happy Monday. Welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner. Today, we're celebrating the special role that our grandparents and older people play in our lives. Do you have a grandparent or older person in your life who is special to you? What do you love about them? What is the most important lesson an elder has taught you? How do you show kindness and respect to your grandparents or older people in your community? What do you enjoy doing when you spend time with your grandparents or elders? What are some ways children can help older people at home or in their communities? All right, friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Nesisa and my surname is Pepe. I am in grade 6B. I am 11 years old and I'm in Brixton Primary School. Yes, I do have an elderly person in my life who is very special to me. My grandmom. She is special to me because she makes me happy when I am sad. By the time my parents are not around, she gives me cuddles that I love or makes me feel safe. She gives me love, care, and happiness at the same time. She sometimes teaches me how to be brave, kind, and respectful to people older than me. She also teaches me not to bully other people. I learn a lot from my grandmom. What I love about my grandmom is when she teaches me about many important things like how to improve your grades, how to cook. By the time my parents are at work, she sometimes helps me with my homework or the part of my homework that I cannot understand. She also teaches me how to eat healthy. That's what I love about my grandmom. The most important lesson that my grandmom has taught me in life before is to be kind to people, respect people that are older than me, pray to God or appreciate God for still keeping me and my family protected each and every day. I can show kindness to my grandparents and show respect to the people in my community by doing what I am told to do, make them feel happy by saying nice words like I love you for them to feel more protected. When I spend time with my grandmom, I enjoy talking about school. I also enjoy telling them how important they mean in my life. Some ways for children to help elder people in their family or in the community is read a story for them, cook for them, sweep the floors, do the laundry. There can be many things to do in order to help our grandparents in the community or at home. Yes, I have ever helped an elderly person in my family and in my community by doing chores for them and reading a story for them. Thank you for your time.
My name is Karabo. Yes, I do have an older person who is special to me. That person is my grandmother. What the most important lesson an elder has taught me is to always make sure that beside myself, if I'm saying it right. So basically, just be respectful even though things may test you or things may seem difficult. How I show my kindness and respect to my grandparents or older people in my community is just being overly respectful, greeting, making sure they're okay, getting them water if they need water, like just doing as I'm asked. What I do enjoy when I spend time with my grandparents or elders is the lessons that I learn from them and the stories that they have to tell us. But I think it's important to listen and learn from older people is because they're more experienced in life and they may teach us lessons that we may need in our future and we need to value those lessons that they teach us. Well, thank you for listening. Bye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lorraine. Thank you so much for listening to the Kids Radio Show today. Yes, I do have a grandparent who is special to me. What I love the most about my grandparents is that the kindness that they've shown to other people and the kindness that they've shown to me. The most important lesson an elder has taught me is that you need to be comfortable in what you are and who you are. Don't try to change yourself just to fit into the crowd. How I show kindness and respect to elders in my community is by helping them carry things which are heavy, by opening car doors for them and helping them cross the street, things like that. What I enjoy doing, spending time with my grandparents, is sometimes we crochet, sometimes we knit, and sometimes we make woven baskets. Why I think it's important to listen and learn from older people is because older people have been on this earth longer than anyone else, so they have important life lessons and advice that they want to teach us. How children can help the elders in the community is to help them learn about this modern technology that we use, and to also help them with certain things like chores. Yes, I have helped a grandparent with something, and that was teaching them how to use modern day technology. Thank you so much for listening to me today, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
My name is
Bye.
Nene Angel Nangabera. Yes, I do have an older person in my life who is very special to me, and that person is my grandmother. She is special to me because she has always been there for me my whole life. She listens to me without judging, and she gives the best advice even when I don't want to hear it at first. And what I love most about her is her patience and her sense of humor, because she can turn any bad day around just by telling one of her favorite stories from when she was young. The most important lesson an elder or my grandmother has taught me is that respect is everything. My grandmother always says that treat people the way you want to be treated, even if they don't treat you the same way back. She taught me that kindness costs nothing, but it can change someone's whole day. She also taught me that education is a privilege, so I must work hard because she never got the same chances I have now. I show kindness and respect to my grandparents and other older people in my community by greeting them properly, offering my seat if they're standing, and helping them with small tasks like carrying groceries or opening doors. I also try to listen more and talk less when they're sharing their stories. I also help her with the banking apps because she is not familiar with those things. Thank you and have a lovely day, and let us learn to be polite and listen to our elders.
Hi everyone, my name is Yolanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. Yes, I do have a grandparent. What do I love about her is that she loves me, she's supportive, and makes sure I stay confident. One important lesson an elder has taught me is that respect gets you further than speed. If you listen to them and respect them, you might have good lucks in your future. I was going to a shop and I saw a grandparent holding a lot of grocery, and I could see that she was struggling. So I asked her where she lived, took some of the grocery and carried it up until the 6th floor, and she thanked me, and I was very happy about what I did. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Today is World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, a day that reminds us to appreciate, respect, and protect older people in our families and communities. Older people often have a wealth of knowledge, experience, and wisdom that they have gained over many years. They teach us important values such as respect, honesty, hard work, patience, responsibility, and perseverance. The lessons they share can help guide us as we grow up and face challenges in our own lives. As children, there are many ways we can show kindness and respect to older people. We can greet them politely, listen when they speak, offer to help them, spend time with them, and show appreciation for everything they do. Simple acts of kindness such as carrying groceries, helping with chores, reading to them, or simply having a conversation can mean a lot to an older person. Spending time with grandparents and elders can be very rewarding. It is important to listen and learn from older people because they've experienced many things that we have not yet experienced. Their advice can help us make good decisions, avoid mistakes, and better understand the world around us. While technology and times may change, the wisdom and life lessons that elders share remain valuable. World Elder Abuse Awareness Day also reminds us that older people should never be treated unfairly, neglected, bullied, threatened, or harmed. Today, as we commemorate World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, let us remember that older people in our lives are treasures. they've helped build our families, communities, and country. By showing them love, respect, and appreciation, we can honor the contributions and help create a society where people of all ages are treated with dignity and care. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives. Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, we are catching up now with Dinigo Baloy, part of the SABC Technical Division in Polokwane, Limpopo, and a member of the SABC Running Club. They were running this past weekend, the Comrades Marathon. Hey, Betunana, Akisho, Uguti, what is the appeal with running? But hey, Dinigo, you will tell me, how are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you, Bridget?
I'm fantastic. Listen, I remember talking to Ondel a couple of months ago ahead of the Cape Town Two Oceans. And I was saying to Ondel, Angazi guys, I don't know if I'll ever be convinced to be a runner. So what is the appeal for you about running as a sports of competition and I guess a method of exercise?
Honestly, how I started running Comrades, I started traveling with a team as they're coming to the event to run Comrades since 2019. It was always one of my wishes where I can, but I was always chickening out. Until last year, I took a decision that this coming year I am doing it.
And I'm presuming that you were a runner, even when you were supporting the team. At least you were running the 5Ks, the 10Ks, before you decided that Comrades is going to be the ultimate goal.
Yes, I was, or I'm still running though the 10 kilometers during the week, so 10 to 15 kilometers during the week. And then Saturdays we do long runs around 25 to 35 kilometers. As towards the Comrades training, you extend the kilometers. Probably maybe you have a weekend where you do 60 kilometers training.
And the appeal with Comrades, guys, because I mean, don't they refer to Comrades as being the toughest man race on earth? So what is the appeal there?
It is, but if you have trained well and your mindset is in the right state, then there's nothing challenging except you having to go there and do exactly what you did on your training path.
Did you just say there's nothing challenging if you've trained
well? as long as you have trained enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you cannot just wake up today and say, I'm going to run Comrades tomorrow. It takes time, it takes energy, everything in you that you need to wake up very early in the morning and then you're busy doing your training before we go to the office.
How interesting. By way of the support system, tell me who supports you through the build up to the goal and on the day of the goal, because family and friends are always there for you. Who's always in your corner?
My family and also the teammates. We support each other, we encourage each other, we share what is it that we need to do. Like in Joburg, there's Mafiko, who always also call me and tell me, no, you need to improve on this and that on your training sessions because Comrades is going to be tough. So, yeah, so as a team of the SABC Athletic Club, we're supporting each other also.
Yeah.
And also the team that I train with in Polokwane.
Yeah, so you've got a wide network of folks that are rallying behind you, some that are training also to be a part of the marathon, and some that are just there to support, clap hands and cheer you on. At what point, when that gun goes off at 5 a.m., paint us a picture. When you wake up at 3 or whatever time you wake up and you're getting ready for the Comrades, what is going on in your mind in those first hours before you actually get to the point of the race start?
Honestly, each year, like I said to you that since 2019, I'll come down with the team that we're running, and then I'll be there support on the road. I always cried each and every year when they start running, when I hear that gun, when I hear that sound of the chicken, and that song, Shosholoza song, when they're singing, I'll cry for them. But it's very funny that this year, now that I was the one lining up, I was not even thinking of it. I was not even scared. I never even cried. I just wanted the gun start, we hit the road.
So you had a sense of excitement. You were just like, I'm ready to go.
I think so. I don't know. I think so. Or maybe because I heard that thing so many times. I don't know.
And was it a downhill? Weirdly enough, Comrades escaped me this year. And being a Durban girl, it was something that I grew up always watching. We'd wake up in the morning as a family, we'd watch it. My parents took part in Comrades. We knew people who took part in Comrades. But this year it really caught me by surprise. I was just not focused on Comrades at all. For you, how was the race? Was it a downhill? Was it an uphill this year? And at what points did you find that you needed to dig deep now in order to keep moving to the next kilometer and the next kilometer?
It was an uphill Comrades marathon. We're starting from Durban going to Pietermaritzburg. I had a plan. I think you need to have a strategy as you're running, that you need to reach at a certain kilometers by a certain time, for you to be able to push. And then you also remember that there's cut-off time, because there are several cut-off times. If you reach there after the time of cut-off, then you're not able to continue. So I had that strategy of saying, no, I need to continue. And then at least by when I reach the cut-off, I'm still maybe hours ahead or minutes ahead of my cut-off time.
Okay.
Which I did, and then the only struggle is when the body now started to deteriorate the energy as I was approaching the last cut-off, then I had lesser time, but I pushed again to go in within 12 hours.
Okay, so you finished...
Yeah, so my first Comrades this year, yesterday, I finished around 11:52.
I love it for you. I love the fact that you set yourself your own personal realistic goal, and then you reached your goal. Well, congratulations for 2026. I guess you'll be at the start line again for the downhill in 2027.
Most definitely. with now we're relaxing. When we go back to training, then we'll be able to say, okay, you reflect back to the training that you did last year, which is this year, for this Comrades, and you see where you can improve for the next one to also better the time that we finished with.
Absolutely. Dinyago Baloy, congratulations to you and the SABC Running Club. And Dinyago is part of the SABC Technical Division out in Polokwane, a member also of the SABC Running Club, alongside Ondel and a few other colleagues who were at the Comrades Marathon, the uphill, as you heard, that took place this past weekend in Durban. And Gerda Steyn winning yet again. I think that marked her fifth Comrades win. Fifth consecutive Comrades win, Gather Steyn, coming in quite impressively with that time. It is at 10 to 3 o'clock, a quick pause, and then we come back on the other side.
Topco Media presents the 25th Annual Top Empowerment Conference in partnership with Nedbank, taking place on the 17th and 18th of June at the Sandton Convention Center. This is the year that South Africa's empowerment rules get rewritten, with both the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of Finance and 800 of the leaders shaping what comes next. To secure your seat, head to Quicket, search Top Empowerment, and use the code SABC for 20% off. Book today before the codes change without you.
South Africa, the countdown is on, and SABC3 is your official home of the FIFA World Cup 2026 from 11 June till 19 July. That's right, 34 matches live on SABC3, streaming on SABC Plus, and bringing the action straight to you on SABC radio stations nationwide. From the opening ceremony to the first big clash, South Africa versus Mexico. This is more than football. This is our moment. All of us, all in. Go Fela. Don't miss a second. Only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
For the love of the game.
50 years later. Youth Month, the voices.
The youth of South Africa have got to define the character of their generational mission, and they have to pursue it with even greater vigor, because we do know, based on our lived experiences and our observance of, the geopolitical situation, but also the current political situation in South Africa, that we are not yet Uhuru, and it is incumbent upon the youth of today, and even us, the not so youth of today, to craft our generational mission and to pursue the ideals and the liberation ideals that informed the sacrifices that people like Anton Lembede made in the 40s.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later. Only on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
The Sound L musician featuring Semi on this one. Sonini is the name of the song, and they performed it with Lala Tugzin at the Red Bull Symphony concert. Babes Wodumo also made an appearance there. It looked like a great show. I think I need to pen it down next year and go experience what the Red Bull Symphony is all about. That's where we leave it for today. I got a message from someone saying Bongo Muffin is so underrated. I can hear them performing at the World Cup closing ceremony. Absolutely, I can hear it too. There were a few people who were telling us that they are boomers. One said, I'm a boomer awe. Where do you know that phrase awe from? That lets us further know, Masakint, that you're not a boomer, because you should not know our. Yeah, no, you're very much Gen Xing yourself. That's where we leave it today. It is Youth Day tomorrow. We pick up the conversation there. We'll try and make it a light day for you, even though a rather significant day nonetheless. Have a great afternoon. Ashraf is coming through with the National Pulse between 3 and 6 o'clock from our end. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
Top stories: Asawa Gauteng legislature welcomes traffic police chief suspension, and the US and Iran agree to a deal with conditions. Good afternoon, I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe. The Community Safety Portfolio Committee in the Gauteng Legislature has welcomed the Office of the Premier's decision to place the Provincial Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba on precautionary suspension. The action is pending the outcome of a formal disciplinary process that follows Mashaba's testimony at the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria on his role in a botched drug bust in Aeroton in the south of Johannesburg in 2021. Committee Chairperson Bandile Masuku says those found to have acted unlawfully must be held accountable.
As a committee charged with exercising oversight over matters of community safety and law enforcement within the province, the committee views this development as an important demonstration of government commitment to accountability, ethical leadership, and the rule of law. The committee wishes to emphasize that the suspension of the Gauteng Traffic Police Inspector as a precautionary administrative measure should not be interpreted as finding of guilt. Every individual is presumed innocent until proven guilty through the due process.
Advocacy group Equal Education has accused the Western Cape government of denying learners from marginalised communities access to education. The organisation is leading a march to the Provincial Education Department offices in Cape Town today, demanding the placement of all children in schools. Unplaced pupils and their parents are participating in the march. Equal Education claims the exclusion of pupils and the shortage of school places in the province have a clear racial and socio-economic character, saying black and coloured pupils are mostly affected. Researcher Kimberly Kumalo elaborates.
What we're seeing this year is that still so many learners are fighting for a school place. We're fighting for learners to be placed on time, particularly learners from black and working class backgrounds. It is unfair and uncalled for that 50 years down the line, we are still seeing the same things that the learners of 1976 went to the streets to march for. We are continuing to march for this, and we are being met with utter disrespect and arrogance from the WCED and its administration.
Some of the young people participating in the 2026 Youth Parliament in Johannesburg have criticised the National Youth Development Agency for arriving late at the event. They lamented the NYDA, saying it is disrespectful to the challenges confronting young people in this country. Lutanang Magoti is among other young voices who have lambasted the agency, saying it is not taking serious issues of the youth.
I arrived here at around 7 a.m. Now, what is being said to me when the people who are part of the committees that have invited us here are arriving an hour after we were supposed to start? It is a clear indication, leaders, that we are not respected in this house. I think the NYDA owes us a sincere apology for arriving at a time when they want.
Malawian government officials say they remain under pressure as thousands of displaced nationals continue arriving at the Sherwood Hall in Durban hoping to return home. Hundreds of people, including women, children, the elderly and the sick, are still waiting for transport as one loaded bus has left so far today. More buses are expected later in the day. Officials say the number of people at the site grew rapidly within days, rising from just over 170 people when operations started to nearly 7,000 people seeking assistance. Some pregnant women have been taken to hospital after getting into labour. Malawi High Commission Mufti Suleiman says conditions have been extremely difficult since the repatriation process started, especially with only 2 consular officials initially available to process people.
Our goal from High Commission, it is to make sure that everyone who are here has to be repatriated to go home. So there is no one who will be remains. As long as the people are still coming, as long as we are still going to bring the buses until we finish all the process completely once and for all.
The United States and Iran have agreed to Pakistan-mediated preliminary deal that is now expected to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but defers more intractable issues to further rounds of talks. U.S. President Donald Trump said the strait would be open without any tolls being charged and the U.S. naval blockade would be removed. Trump said the deal would be signed on Friday and the oil price has plummeted on the news. Sharon Bryce Pease has more.
The deal's confirmation from Iran's Supreme National Security Council said the agreement to end the war would end military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, while confirming that the naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz would be ended in full. The Council says negotiations on a final agreement would commence after the implementation of U.S. commitments under the Memorandum of Understanding. Iranian media also reported that the strait would be open during the 60-day negotiating period, but that transit charges could begin on commercial vessels thereafter. Iran said it expects the release of some $24 billion in frozen Iranian funds, half of which must be made available to Iran before final negotiations begin. Chauvin Brycepeace, SABC News, New York.
Recapping the top story, the SAWA, the Community Safety Portfolio Committee in the Gauteng Legislature, has welcomed the Office of the Premier's decision to place the Provincial Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba on precautionary suspension. The action is pending the outcome of a formal disciplinary process. For SAFM News, I'm Cholani Tulo Mwebe.
And coming up in your sports, the SAWA goes defends Bruce amid growing criticism after Mexico defeat. Comrades men's winner says that the real prize was the victory and not the money. And Springbok women to host Ireland in Cape Town. More details at 3:30.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Well,
there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
Sanborn, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Masangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanmonani. Hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Wafani. Catch Amalanga Wafani on SABC 1.
Do yourself a favor, tune in
every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1.
That's the show.
Topco Media presents the 25th Annual Top Empowerment Conference in partnership with Nedbank, taking place on the 17th and 18th of June at the Sandton Convention Center. This is the year that South Africa's empowerment rules get rewritten, with both the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of Finance and 800 of the leaders shaping what comes next. To secure your seat, head to Quicket, search Top Empowerment and use the code SABC for 20% off. Book today before the codes change without you.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, I trust you had a very, very good weekend. The reality is, away from the distraction of the World Cup, and I could say the distraction of the the fabulous Comrades Marathon, as always, produces its own winners and champions. The other issues do continue. The issues of what's happening with South Africa's immigration crisis. And there's been comments from different sources, including the head of the WHO, regarding what he sees as just the bad handling of what we are experiencing right now. And also the US-Iranian deal, which, if you were not interested, you should, because it should immediately have an impact on the price of petrol. Well, if it carries out very, very quickly. We're in the midst of Youth Week, in the midst of Youth Month, meaning June 16th coming up tomorrow, and part of that, our big issue for this week would be youth activism 2026 and beyond. What are the big challenges for youth activism looking forward? So we'll cover that story as well. My name's Ashraf Garda. This is the National Pulse. You can add your thoughts to whatever it is you think are the biggest issues that moves the conversation today. You can do that right away by calling in when we open the lines live, 086 000 2032, and then WhatsApp. You can do that now, 0614 104 107, text or voice note. How was your weekend? What is it that took up all your debating time, if I can call it that, over the weekend? First things first, perhaps you may well have discussed the issue of President Ramaphosa filing papers to interdict Parliament's impeachment proceedings. We'll talk about that first.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfm Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Okay, so you may have seen this. President Ramaphosa filing papers in the Western Cape High Court on Friday, and because it's Friday, sometimes it slips under the radar over the weekend. And those papers requested that the National Assembly Speaker, Toko Didiza, and the Impeachment Committee Chairperson, Makashule be stopped from commencing with the impeachment inquiry. You know, that impeachment inquiry followed a Concord ruling, right? And the reason for stopping it, well, the request is pending the decision on his review application on the independent panel report. So that application continues, but the president suggesting don't go further until we get a response on that. Well, how do you interpret that? For some people, it's like, look at this, just meddling in the affairs of the state. But he does have a right, doesn't he? However, what would be the end game to all of this? So we'll get two responses. I can tell you now, the ANC specifically, we requested them to talk to us. They are not commenting at this point in time. However, who is commenting are the Action SA. We'll get to them in a moment. But for now, the EFF MP, Mazwe Blozi, is with me. Mazwe, I appreciate you connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners at home.
All right. Thank you. When you first heard about the papers being filed to stop the proceedings at this point in time, what was your reaction?
Well, look, it was always expected that Cyril Ramaphosa is going to try any trick in the book, to try and avoid accountability. So he's filed an so-called urgent, application to interdict the process of an impeachment committee. The very same impeachment committee that must clear his name if he stands by his word that has done no wrongdoing. So everything that he's doing now is just an attempt for him to run away from accountability and to halt the process of Parliament to then probe further in terms of the allegations that were found. So everything that he's trying, the Constitutional Court has pronounced on it. The Constitutional Court made it clear that the impeachment committee must proceed with its work pending, a review application from the court. And his application to review that report is still in court. So what's the rush? Why do you want to have the process of Parliament? And as the economic freedom fighters, we're not going to allow that.
I think that's the point. He made the point that, in fact, since the application is still in court, this 1 year, the impeachment committee may have a ruling before we actually get the results of the other. Would he not be right in saying that?
Well, the Constitutional Court would have preempted that. They would have known exactly when they said that this process must continue unless there's a court not a court process that stops it. It never said that when there's an application to review the panel's reports, then the process of parliament must not continue. So President Cyril Ramaphosa can't create his own rules as he goes. We are dealing with what the Constitutional Court has directed, and we are happy that the Speaker has formulated the committee, the chairperson has been elected, and the work of the impeachment committee proceed. We are going to meet him in court, by the way, to go and oppose his ridiculous interdict application, and we are going to dismiss it because, one, there's nothing urgent about it, and there's no need to interdict it now. You are interdicting a report that came out 4 years ago. Why didn't you interdict it at that time? So it's really just a process of him running away from accountability and trying to use any trick in the book that's available to him.
All right, so you made a point already. You will clearly oppose it.
No, we are going to court. We are going to oppose it, and not just only us, because we've also written to the Speaker. Because remember, that Section 89 panel report is not a panel of an individual. It's a panel that was established by Parliament. And Speaker is the head of Parliament. So the mere fact that Cyril Ramaphosa is taking it to court means that he's taking Parliament to court, and we expect Parliament to go and defend its own report in court. So we are still expecting that the Speaker must then join us to go and oppose not just the review application, but also the interdict application.
Okay. Anything further you'd like to add to this?
Well, what we want to tell South Africans is that as long as the EFF is around, we said it, that this Phala issue is never going to go away. We are going to make sure that we dig in deep into these issues, and we make sure that we find all that would have happened at Phala farm. For Cyril Ramaphosa, for him, it's not even about the vote on the impeachment committee itself. He doesn't want to subject himself on the process so that he comes in and be asked questions in terms of what would have transpired there. He's trying to run away from accountability. He keeps saying he's innocent, but he doesn't want to subject himself in a process that will actually clear his name. And for us, it shows us that something serious happened at Phala, and the impeachment committee is actually going to reveal all those.
All right, we'll get political reaction from that as well. In terms of analysis just now, Mazwe, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us. Mazwe Blozi is the EFF MP. That's one view. Let's jump straight to Athol Trollip from Action SA, the Chief Whip there. Athol, appreciate you joining us here on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Right, of course. What's the Action SA position on this?
Ashraf, our position is very clear, and we this afternoon wrote to the Speaker and to the Chairperson of the Impeachment Committee to say that what we're witnessing here is deja vu. The very same Stalingrad tactics used by Jacob Zuma are now being used by Cyril Ramaphosa. And I'll remind you that he derided those tactics himself. And he also recently said he's looking forward to defending himself in his day in court and that he respects the courts. Well, the Constitutional Court, no less, has made a ruling that Parliament undermined its own authority when it voted against the Section 89 independent panel report 4 years ago. The President has now sought to review that report and recently has sought to interdict Parliament's impeachment committee from doing its work. I've written to the Speaker and Makashula Ghana to say to them that we expect that Parliament will defend itself and its right to do what the Constitutional Court mandated us to do, and that is to investigate the independent panel review report and to see whether there are serious enough charges to precipitate an impeachment process against the President. We are not going to allow the impeachment committee to just kick for touch until the deadline of the 24th of this month and do nothing. We are encouraging the Speaker and the Chairperson to oppose this interdict legally in Parliament because there is no urgency. As the previous Speaker said, this matter is 4 years old and we want the Parliament to do what it is meant to do.
Well, as you already made the point, you will oppose it. I mean, where do you think would be the end game to this?
What?
I said you've already indicated you will oppose Ramaphosa's position on this issue. How do you think this will all end in terms of his legal challenge here?
Well, look, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Cyril Ramaphosa than it was the first time around because the ANC no longer has a majority in Parliament. It's going to be very interesting to see where the GNU partners divide on this matter. But I have been mobilizing amongst the opposition parties to make sure that we do not allow this matter to be swept under the carpet like it was previously in Parliament. And we're going to do everything in our power to prevent that happening.
I mean, and I'm quoting Ramaphosa saying this is because there is a possibility and, in fact, a likelihood that the impeachment committee will begin the impeachment hearings before the court has made a decision on the review application. I want to get your thoughts on that. I mean, one, it may well be within his right to take the matter to court, but would you agree, as you suggested, I think already, that he doesn't come across well in this issue in terms of how he's handled it?
It really doesn't come across well, and the president himself has said that this matter is prejudicing his own political profile. And we as Action SA venture that he did that to himself. The fact that there was an undisclosed amount of foreign currency stashed in a couch on his farm is a matter of law, and he needs to explain how that came about. He's brought this upon himself, and he must answer for himself.
Okay, you mentioned you've written to the Speaker as well as to Makashulagana. What has been the initial response so far?
Well, I only sent the letter this afternoon,
okay, just
so I haven't had a response from him.
Well, maybe send a letter to us as well so we can just check that out. Anything else you'd like to bring to that? You already made the point that you are, in fact, mobilizing. I mean, this could be a unique situation of different parties within Parliament actually uniting against Ramaphosa specifically, as opposed to even against the ANC.
I feel that that's exactly what's going to happen. Parliament embarrassed itself 4 years ago, and the parties that are represented in Parliament now, with the exception of the ANC, are not going to do that again, Ashraf.
Okay, and that's where we shall leave it. Athol Trollip, the Chief Whip for Action SA, thanks for your time here, as always, on the National Pulse. Let's get reaction from you, as always. What do you make of that? I must tell you, when I just heard that, late Friday at the time when you tending to switch off, it just felt so bizarre. And just to confirm what I've said, the President has filed papers in the Western Cape High Court. He did that just before the weekend, Friday, asking that the National Assembly Speaker, Toko Didiza, and the Impeachment Committee Chairperson, Makashulagana, be stopped from commencing with the impeachment inquiry, which the Concord asked them to do, pending the decision on his review application on the independent panel report. Now, some may say, let the process continue. Why would he? They always say, I'll have my day in court or in Parliament. Why would he want to stop that? Unless it's been said by both the EFF as well as the Action SA, like he may be playing other games. How do you interpret that? I made the point already. ANC at this point in time not commenting on the issue, but we will get a legal analysis on that right after this.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
Oh, yeah, boy. Club Soweto, Fit Point Show. In 1976, the youth switch on, and for 50 years, the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, the courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
"50 years ago, young South Africans changed the course of history. Today, a new generation asks a different question. What have we inherited and what must we build next? This Youth Day, SAfm joins forces with South Africa's leading campus radio stations for a series of powerful national simulcasts. The National Briefing and Voice of Vets, exploring education, employment, and economic opportunity. The Daily Discourse and Northwest University FM, examining democracy, leadership, and active citizenship. The Full Circle and Radio Turf, reflecting on identity, culture, and social cohesion. Students, communities, leaders, and listeners. One country, one conversation. 50 years after June 16. Join SAfm and Campus Radio as we explore where South Africa has come from, where we are, and where we need to go. Youth Day 2026, 50 years later, only on SAfm. SAfm, South Africa's national meeting place, and still leading the conversations that move us.
Ryan, this message brought to you by the National Lottery. It's Powerball Jackpot Tuesday time. So this Tuesday, that's tomorrow, you have a chance to win over 160 million rands in total Powerball estimated jackpot. You can catch the live draw Tuesday night, 9 p.m. on SABC2. You could become South Africa's next multi-millionaire. Well, the National Lottery, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older, play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakaya.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, I'm asked for your reaction. I'm sure you're going to respond. You may also want to comment in advance regarding this deal between Iran and the USA. We'll get Naim Jina to give us his thoughts on what that really means. But let's get a legal perspective of the Ramaphosa story with Bophelo Seleka, who's an independent legal analyst. Right, Bophelo, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you. So let's start with this. Did this surprise you?
Not at all. This was never a surprise. The urgent interdict is not a surprise in that it was always coming. I mean, the president's own review papers hinted at it. His legal team placed the impeachment committee on notice within the review application itself. And the message therein was direct, that if the committee proceeds pending finalization of the review, an urgent interdict will follow. So this application is not necessarily a spontaneous response to a sudden development. It is the second move in what I see as the president's litigation strategy that was visible from the moment his review was filed. But what I do think needs to be brought under scrutiny is the immediate question that it raises, that if the interdict was always part of the plan, why was it not filed simultaneously with the review? The two applications are inseparable, Ashraf, in that the interdict only makes sense if the review exists, and the review only has practical value if the interdict stops the process, the process of review. So filing them separately creates the very urgency problem that the president now faces or will face in court. He told the committee that it was coming, and he waited. And the courts will ask who created this urgency.
And therefore, your point about understanding his litigation strategy. So, what do you understand then by that?
Yeah. So I think what we can draw our attention to, that before any court looks at the merits, it must decide on the issue of urgency, and this is where the application for me is most exposed. Paragraph 131 of his founding affidavit identifies the urgency trigger. It says that the chairperson, according to media reports, intends to start the committee's work before the end or parallel to the review application. I find this a bit difficult, that a reference to a media report can be a factual basis on which the president relies on his urgent basis. And in my view, and of course it's tried in South African law, that the courts have consistently held that urgency constructed on media reporting rather than formal institutional notice is a weak foundation. That if the chairperson disputes the characterizations of his intentions, that the factual basis for urgency collapses at the first hurdle. So the self-created urgency points directly to what the president has then decided to do is wait when he didn't have to wait. In fact, the reason that the president waited is he relied on his then, 4 years ago, parliamentary majority that he enjoyed as president of the ANC. And now the decision that he took 4 years ago is coming back to haunt him, and he's found clamoring at every legal avenue that is available to him.
And I mean, certainly, there's a sense, many political parties already, if I can call it, ganging up against that position and will certainly oppose it. We've just heard Action SA and EFF, and they're not the only ones. ANC not commenting, maybe not surprising them. But your thoughts about, can these two issues then run concurrently? One is urgent, then there's these impeachment proceedings. Can they run concurrently?
Well, absolutely, they cannot. The South African courts have developed a clear doctrine here that there is what is called a separation of powers. Judicial interference with parliamentary proceedings is constitutionally permissible but requires exceptional justification. You will know, Ashraf, that the National Assembly's power under Section 8.9 is not an administrative action. It is a constitutional function assigned to a co-equal branch of government or the state. So when a court is asked to interdict that function, it must weigh the applicant's right to judicial review against the constitutional architecture that assigns accountability to Parliament. And what I find is the President's papers do not engage with this tension adequately. The urgency affidavit focuses entirely on the harm to the review application. It does not seriously grapple with the separation of powers cost of granting the relief, and that, in my opinion, is a gap opposing counsel will exploit immediately.
And therefore, the end goal of that, in terms of their opposition, they'd win through on that basis?
Well, what would happen next is what we would need to look at. That if urgency is refused, the committee proceeds. The review application remains alive, of course. It has not been ventilated in court. But the process it was meant to stop will have moved forward. And that is precisely the harm described in the President's papers in 133. That a refusal of urgency is therefore not a minor procedural setback. It is a body blow, if you will, to the entire litigation strategy. However, if urgency is granted, the matter is enrolled and the committee is temporarily restrained pending a full hearing on the merits. And if the interdict is granted on the merits, Parliament is stopped. And Ashraf, this would be constitutionally significant in a way that this country has not seen in post-1994.
Now, I mean, you may say that at this point in time, it is certainly within President Ramaphosa's rights to make that application, right? Let the courts decide on that. But what sort of political game is he playing?
I mean, that would be for my colleagues that are more au fait with the political arguments that can come across. What I do understand, and from the legal position, is in terms of his rights, he's applying what is ordinarily afforded to any South African, you and I included, that if the president believes that there's a substantial right that has been or has the potential to be infringed upon, he's got the right to approach a competent court and seek a review. And he has clearly stated that. The president is of the belief that the Section 8.9 panel misdirected itself on fundamental aspects wherein those fundamental aspects called for findings to be made, and those findings were findings in error. And that is what he seeks to challenge. Whether this can be seen as a delay tactic, I've also heard my colleagues in the space arguing that this is another Stalingrad approach. I'm not sure. What I do know is the ordinary South African perhaps can take on this lens when analyzing this, that we've not fully recovered from the Nkandla hangover, that we are having a consistent pattern run where the public may view that what the president is simply doing as head of executive is to marshal resources that are available to him as the head of executive to frustrate a constitutionally sustained process that was sanctioned by one arm of the state, instead of simply perhaps deciding that I will challenge this in my own capacity and let me vacate office so as to not, quote unquote, bring the office into disrepute.
Interesting indeed. And some may say we've heard that before. Let's leave it at that. Bophelo Seleka, independent legal analyst, providing the type of thought-provoking analysis that I think you need to hear on the show. Much appreciate your time here. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Jolani Tulungwepe.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines, the remains of a KwaZulu-Natal man who died in Russia after being allegedly recruited to fight in the country's war with Ukraine have finally been returned to his family. 44-year-old Sihle Makaye was allegedly recruited in July 2025 with the promise of employment. The Community Safety Portfolio Committee in the Gauteng Legislature has welcomed the Office of the Premier's decision to place the Provincial Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba on precautionary suspension. The action is pending the outcome of a formal disciplinary process. And finally, global coffee chain Starbucks in South Korea will shut all stores for half a day next week for staff to attend a history lesson following a public backlash over a promotional campaign. I will have details on these and other stories at 4 o'clock.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Right, to me, it's not quite Thursday, but we're counting down to Thursday and Bafana's second game of the World Cup, right?
Absolutely. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Did you, or was there any game that stood out for you this past weekend?
Well, I didn't watch all live because of the ridiculous times, as you're well aware of, but the one I made an effort to watch live was the Saturday night, Sunday morning Brazil versus Portugal. Brazil-Morocco game for obvious reasons.
Interesting.
And the first 25 minutes was Morocco absolutely at their best. Just what a brilliant performance. Of course, it sort of evened out at the end. But yeah, great game.
Absolutely. Well, Bafana goalkeeper Ricardo Goss has questioned the unfair criticism that is being directed at national team's head coach Hugo Broos. This is after their loss in their opening game at the 2026 FIFA World Cup against co-host Mexico. Criticism of Broos's tactics have been raging since the 2-0 loss to Mexico last Thursday, and some of the disparaging words used against the Belgian mentor have also been unfortunate.
It's just unfortunate that if we're not realistic enough as South Africa, I think. I'm not saying that we shouldn't go try win games, but if you see a Mexico team that's 15 and 60th, again, that's like daylight. I'm not saying that rankings play the game, but I think it's unfair on the coach, you know. If you look at his progress and his stay at the national team, I think it's been phenomenal. We hadn't had that in a while, you know. To actually qualify for the World Cup, get the bronze at AFCON, and, you know, and yeah, I think it's unfair on him. He's been great for the team, and yeah, we know him on a personal level, and I think his character is something else, and we still love him to be here even after the World Cup.
Well, Bafana is set to travel to Atlanta for their second World Cup match in Group A against the Czech Republic on Thursday, and both sides are desperate for a win after losing their openers. In terms of today, Spain takes center stage today in Group H against newbies Cape Verde. The Spanish are number 2 in FIFA rankings, and they're looking for their second championship at this event, while Cabo Verde entered the World Cup ranked 67th in rankings, and this is the first meeting between the two. In terms of team news, Lamine Yamal and Nico Williams have both recovered from hamstring injuries, but it's not clear if they will be selected to start today's game. Kickoff for this one is at 6 p.m. In other fixtures to look forward to, Belgium face Egypt in what could be one of the day's closest games at 9 p.m. Saudi Arabia taking on Uruguay in Miami at midnight, and Iran meet New Zealand in Los Angeles at 3 a.m. South African time. In terms of athletics, fresh from pocketing more than 2.3 million rand for his historic Comrades Marathon uprun victory yesterday, George Kush says that the money has never been his motivation for running. At the winner's breakfast today, Kush received a standing ovation as he collected several bonus checks, including 600 and 2,000 rands for smashing the 18-year-old uprun course road, and the 28-year-old stopped the clock at 5 hours 15.56 seconds, breaking the previous mark of 5.24.49 seconds that was set by Russian runner Leonid Zvetsov. Now, the Nedbank Running Club star will still receive additional rewards from sponsors and other incentives, but he insists that his love for the sport comes first.
I haven't really thought of the financial aspect yet. I did mention after the race, if you're running for the money, I think you're in the wrong sports. To me, I definitely not doing this for the money.
So a big congratulations to him, and I want to also congratulate Gerda Steyn for winning her 4th consecutive Comrades Marathon title and her 5th overall. It's definitely not easy, but she remains consistent and also set a new women's uprun record, finishing at 5 hours 44.53 seconds, bettering her own time back in 2024. So she's definitely in a league of her own. In rugby, the Springbok women will host Ireland in a historic first test series between the two countries on consecutive weekends in Cape Town in October as part of the WXV Global Series that was announced at the end of the Women's Rugby World Cup 2025. SA Rugby confirmed the two tests will take place at Athlone Stadium on the 24th and the 31st of October, with 3 p.m. Kickoff times perfect for the late spring afternoon rugby. The two teams only ever met once before, 20 years ago, and that was on the 8th of September 2006 in Canada during the Women's Rugby World Cup, with Ireland winning 37-0. On that note, it is a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that, Tumi. Certainly counting down, and definitely will watch that Belgium-Egypt game at 9 p.m. It's a lekker time to watch it. I will watch it.
Catch Top Billing this Youth Day Tuesday evening at 7 as vlogger Snigiwe Snimhlongo finds her mom the best travel companion. Designer Tina Ngogolo marries Xhosa tradition with modern styling. And Geordie and Debbie Osler plant a forest, then build themselves a treehouse of a home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
Guys, we're always posting, commenting, and clapping back. But opinions don't count. It's your ex that does. So come 20 and 21 June, get up, show up, and register to vote. Call 0800 11 8000. Visit elections.org.za or WhatsApp 060 8800 0000 for more info. This message is brought to you by the IEC.
In case you missed it.
Is taking a bribe as a police officer not illegal?
It is illegal.
So why did the police officers on the scene who are watching this crime happen not arrest their colleague?
Like I said, Kathy, like we are seeing on the video, that will form part of the investigation processes to establish as to what happened and why didn't they arrest that person. That will form part of the investigation.
But yet there's still no charges.
They didn't act. Listen, they didn't act when they are supposed to act.
Yes.
So a case has been launched, and after a case has been opened, there will be investigation to hold accountable everyone else that was involved in that
Is
matter.
this a criminal case or a disciplinary case?
This is a disciplinary case.
Colonel Dimakatso Nevuhului.
That was National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Right. We all get insurance for the moment something goes wrong, right? And when it does, you need the peace of mind of knowing your claim will be handled fairly. So Outsurance keeps outperforming. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. So why would you want to be insured with anyone else? Get a quote. Switch today. Call 08600 6T000 or visit outsurance.coza. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and information available online.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
In fact, I believe the Tunisian coach, Sabri Lamouche, after they lost 5-1 to Sweden yesterday, he's been sacked. So first coach to be sacked at the World Cup after one game in charge. Right, we'll chat to Naim Gina shortly. Let's get reaction from you on some of the issues we've been talking about. Here's one.
Ashraf, the president have got the right to appeal. Whether it's in the Constitutional Court, whether it's the challenge goes to the parliament, if it's permissible by law, they've got the right. And the guys talking there they're the biggest culprit of corruption, EFF and corruption. I mean, you cannot separate them. Their leaders mention every day Maslanga Commission, he was found guilty, but still leading. I mean, some collapsed provinces and ran to Gauteng, some collapsed VBS, but they've got audacity to say the president must resign, the president must do 1, 2, 3, while they are not doing the same. Nonsense.
Right, you've made your point very strongly. Look, I think nobody denies that the president's got the right. Whether it's tactfully the right thing to do is really what's the conversation about, isn't it? Let's get to another.
Ashraf, good afternoon. Mr. Trump celebrated his 80th birthday at the White House with the UFC, an MMA fight at the White House. That's President of America. Banna?
I'm trying to understand what's your point.
Ashraf, good afternoon. I honestly have no legal mind to understand why is Ramaphosa taking this path of interdicting a constitutionally recommended committee. However, I worry about the intentions of the parties like EFF, considering the mess their leaders is in right now. My biggest concern is that EFF is not fighting Ramaphosa. They are fighting Mkhwanazi and they are fighting Madlanga, because believe me, should Ramaphosa resign and whoever will be the next president, those two institutions are gone. Only Sitingeso from Eastern Cape.
All right, and you made your point very strongly as well. Here's another one. Well, I mean, I heard what you said, and they are competing forces. It's very clear, right?
Hi, Ashraf. This is Salim from Durban. I think the U.S. has learned a lesson that the gunboat diplomacy doesn't work. End of the day, the Iranians have been able to outmaneuver them. They've been outwit them, and the Iranians have been really able to get to the top of things. At the same time, it's a very serious lesson to learn for Israel, because all the problem that is created in the Middle East and many parts of the world is caused by Israel. So we must know the war that Israel has started has caused America embarrassment and humiliation.
Okay, that's Salim's views. Keep them coming. React to all sorts of things, from the Ramaphosa urgent application to US-Iran ceasefire, to the World Cup, to the implications of all of that, to the ongoing issue of South Africa's immigration crisis. Do we have an immigrant crisis or an immigration crisis? It could well be two different things, right? And linked to that, we do have a crisis, certainly, of people who feel they've been shortchanged in terms of service delivery for the most basic needs in our country. And put all of that together, and you do have huge reasons for concern. Further developments happening in the Durban region again today regarding Malawian nationals, which we may well talk about later on. Right, next up, let's talk about the US-Iran.
This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
So there's been stories of the US and Iran agreeing to a peace deal, and it appears like it's happening. And, often with these type of things, you just wonder, is it really true or not? So let's find out more about it with Naim Jina, senior researcher at the Mapungubwe Institute for Strategic Reflection. Naim, as always, good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Thank you, sir.
Does this surprise you that there is a deal?
No, I mean I think it was in the works. The only problem was that from the American perspective, the Iranians were asking for too much, and I think they've reached a point where the Americans have decided to give the Iranians much of what they were asking for. So it's not a big surprise that there is of course there isn't a deal. It's a memorandum of agreement, and it's not signed yet. It'll be signed only on Friday. But yeah, I think we were getting here.
Okay. Now let's talk about the asking too much, because I think that would be a key. When there's a deal, there has to be compromises or negotiations on terms, right? What are those terms?
So the one thing is that the big thing is that Iran wants an end to the war and a guarantee that the war will end, as it says, on all fronts. So it includes Lebanon explicitly in that, which means that the Israelis have to withdraw or end the occupation of southern Lebanon. So that's a big issue. The other issue, of course, is the Strait of Hormuz. And this one, there's up to now, we're still not sure what exactly the position is, because there's different stories from both sides. The Americans are saying it will be open without tolls. The Iranians are not disputing that. They're saying it will be open but they and the Omanis will charge service charges. The nuclear issue, of course, is the big issue, and that will be discussed in 60 days after the deal is signed to work out all the technical details. And then for Iran, Iran has been begging for the $100 billion of its money that has been frozen in various parts of the world. It seems that will start getting unfrozen. It's not going to happen immediately as the Iranians were demanding, but it will start. And then the other big issue for the Iranians is the sanctions, and there seems to be, the details again will be worked out in the second phase, but there seems to be agreement that there will be sanctions that will be lifted. In exchange, the Iranians give a guarantee that they will not build a nuclear weapon, that they will allow full inspections by the IAEA, and the one issue of dispute around the nuclear thing is on the 400 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium that the Iranians have. They started enriching this after Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal in 2018. The Americans have been asking that demanding that it should be given to them. The Israelis want it given to them. The Iranians have refused. And the Iranians' position was that they will either degrade it down to 3.5% or dilute it, or possibly give it to a country of their choice, possibly Russia or China. It seems on that one that the Americans might agree to what the Iranians are suggesting as well. So those are kind of the main issues there. We don't have a text yet. We will after Friday, but those are the main issues, and it seems that that's how it's playing out.
Yeah. So, I mean, one goes back then to how it all started. When the Americans attacked the Iranians, right, what was their bottom line? Why did they do so?
So it was, of course, it was the Americans and the Israelis
of
together
course, yes,
on the 28th of February.
Yeah.
And illegally, of course, there's no legal basis for it. So initially, the American position kept changing about what their objectives were. So it started off with regime change, then decimating the nuclear program, then a whole range of things, until finally they reached a point where all they were asking for was to return to the way things were before. They were asking for the Strait of Hormuz to go back to the way it was on the 27th of February, and for Iran's nuclear program basically to go back to what it was like in 2018. The Israeli agenda, however, has been different, and unlike the Americans, not changing day by day. For the Israelis, it's quite clear that they want an Iran that is plunged into anarchy, that can never threaten it in any way, and can never threaten the Israeli project of a greater Israel. Already they're saying, for example, today, there's great anger in Israel since yesterday, and many politicians are saying, for example, that they will never move out of the territory they've occupied in Lebanon, in Syria, or out of Gaza or the West Bank, etc. The Iranian presence, the Iranian existence as it has been, has in a sense been a threat to that agenda. And so they wanted to completely finish it off. They were not really interested about whether it was a regime change, whether they had got a Shah, or whether the preferred option was that Iran would break up into various different sections, one for the Kurds, one for the Sunnis, one for the Shia, etc. None of that has happened, of course.
So if it's a case of returning very close to as it were, then who would be the big winners and big losers out of what has just come out?
Well, I think that without doubt, the Iranians are the big winners. Sorry, they now have on the agenda, which wasn't there on the 27th of February, a return of their assets, even if it's not the full 100 billion, the lifting of sanctions, which they've been demanding for decades, literally. And even if the Strait of Hormuz goes back to the way it was on the 27th of February, these two are big issues. The biggest losers are the Israelis. I mean, the biggest ones who were hoodwinked were the Americans. The biggest losers are the Israelis. They got nothing of what they wanted. They didn't get regime change. Iran is not in chaos. There was no popular uprising in Iran. Iran's ballistic missile program is not even on the agenda for discussion. The existence of Iran's partners and allies like Hezbollah, etc., are not on the agenda for discussion. So the Israelis are the ones who went into this war, dragged the Americans in, and got nothing out of it, except that they helped to reestablish Iran's deterrence capacity and dominance in the region.
And we do know,
the other part,
the
other reason that they'll be a loser is that they've now lost support of many of the Arab Gulf states, except for the UAE.
Yeah, point noted. Now, of course, linked to that, of course, was the son of the Shah of Iran in what was seemed like his imminent arrival in Iran to claim the throne. I mean, that's all gone now, right? But linked to that as well, the issue of Israel and southern Lebanon, you made the point about that was a key part of the negotiations. Israel clearly not agreeing with that. How do we know they will adhere to it? And if they don't, then what?
We don't know. In fact, the situation in Israel over the past just under 24 hours has been quite hectic in that regard. Lots of dirt being thrown at Netanyahu's door for buckling under, etc. So we don't know. We have no guarantee about what they will do. And in fact, they have 4 days now in which to completely undermine the agreement that has been made. So it's not a done deal. Until it's signed, it's not a done deal because the Israelis can very well launch another bombing raid in Lebanon. If the Iranians respond to that, we could go back to square one, or some kind of a false flag operation to try and convince the Americans that the Iranians are negotiating in bad faith, etc. All of those possibilities exist from the
All right,
Israelis.
a ceasefire penciled in but not in ink, not quite yet. Naim Jina, appreciate your time here on the National Pulse. Let's talk about youth activism in a moment.
The big issue on the National Pulse.
Well, all week this week, it's all about the big issue on youth activism. If what happened in, June 16th, 1976 was all about youth activism, then besides looking backwards, looking forward, what's the level of youth activism in South Africa 2026 and beyond? We'll speak to different people over the next 5 days and get different perspectives on it, right? One such would be Moketsi Kuala, the youth development practitioner working at the intersection of democracy, civil society, and multilateralism. And I also understand played a huge role in co-chairing youth or Y20, Youth 20 part of G20. Much appreciate your time, Moketsi. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon to you and your viewers as well.
Thank you so much. Right. So let's talk about this. I mean, youth activism, the big challenge for South Africa's youth 2026 and beyond.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think, in terms of like youth activism today, I think, well, unfortunately, is that 50 years after, June 16, Mr. Garden, is that young people are unfortunately not participating as the previous generation, right? And I think it's no secret, that many of our young people are disillusioned by our very own constitution. But also, I mean, I would dare say as well, some of the events, the socio-contemporary events that we see coming out of, the many commissions that we have, right, that we have in this country. So there is that disillusionment, but I think also that disillusionment for me also comes with some hope. I mean, last week I was in the Eastern Cape, conducting civic education workshops with about 10 communities in rural Eastern Cape, where young people are doing fantastic work, as being ambassadors for accountability. So young people talking about issues of corruption and how to be an anti-corrupt young person in that particular region. So yeah, there are many pockets of disillusionment, but also there are many pockets where young people are saying, you know what, let's get on with it, let's do it.
Yeah, but are we seeing any evidence of youth activism? And if so, are we seeing it within formal party political structures or outside party political structures?
I would say outside. I think one, unfortunately, we live in a country where because we've increasingly made it hard for young people to survive in any sense, right? Therefore, young people have found resonance with civil society in this country. I mean, for example, there are many programs in this country. For example, and one of them is actually, there's a program called the Youth Activism Program, and I used to work for it. It's by the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, and there are many other youth programs like organizations like Activate Change Drivers, Democracy Works Foundation, who are doing youth work in the country, and SCAT, and many of them. So it is definitely outside of formal political structures, because unfortunately, with formal political structures, young people have to be on lists. They have to be card-carrying members of those parties or organizations. So hence, young people are organizing outside of that, and really coming up, in some instances with progressive, I guess progressive definitions or progressive ways or alternative means of democracy from their own view. But also sometimes there are pockets of conservatism, right-wing nationalism. But, I think from what I've seen so far, young people are organizing outside of formal political structures. And certainly, I would say, from 1 to 10, I would say a good 7 is quite progressive. Yeah.
Well, I was just going to ask you, if they're operating outside of political structures, let's go back to, that period of 1976 where, democracy did not exist in South Africa. So everything was outside of democratic political structures, right? The current situation, is that a weakness or is that a strength? The fact that young people are seemingly unable to mobilize within existing political structures and have to do so on the outside?
I think it's a weakness on the one hand, because when we look at research that comes out of the IEC and many other, academia or civil society organizations like, PARI and them, who look at voter participation as but one example, we have increasingly seen that, unfortunately, my peers have, declined in terms of participation, right? In terms of, but also even participating at like, like, for example, at a local level, like your IDPs, right? The integrated development planning, the community-based planning meetings, because those meetings have become politicized. But on the one hand, I do think, we can hold two things at the same time. I do think it can be a weakness that can be strengthened in the sense that I think civil society, civil society post-democracy has also not being, greatly organized because of, a lack of resources, funding, and all those things. But there has been some pockets of civil society that have tried to organize young people to say, listen, for example, let's do civic education, workshops. Or if we're taking civic education, specifically voter education workshops, where civil society organizations are able to go into communities where even there is youth disengagement around voting or even participating locally. And, they're saying, we're not here to tell you to vote for the yellow party, the blue party, the green party, the pink party. No, that's not our job. Ours is to bring information to you. Do you even know voting? Do you know the age requirements? Do you know what it means to actually vote, to be an active citizen, to actually, show up for your community, what participation actually means? So yes, on the one hand, Mr. Agard, it is a weakness, but also on the other hand, for me, there is a strength there. And I think with the upcoming local government elections and, the many other IDPs that are coming up this year, the question is, what are young people going to do about that information? Right?
Okay, and that's a big question. So let's see when we get an answer for that. Much appreciate your time, Moketsi. Thanks for joining us there. There we are, Youth Activism 2026 and beyond. Just how active are youth activists? Let's get the news. It's just gone 4 o'clock. Here's Jolani.
Top stories. The remains of South African man recruited in the Russia-Ukraine war finally returned home, and the world observes World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Good afternoon. The remains of a KwaZulu-Natal man who died in Russia after being allegedly recruited to fight in the country's war with Ukraine have finally been returned to his family. 44-year-old Sihle Makaya was allegedly recruited in July 2025 with the promise of employment. According to the family, Makaya, who was diabetic, was offered to sign a one-year contract to fight for Russia, but he refused. He died on the 28th of March after suspected complications with his illness. His family sought assistance from the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Human Settlement and Transport in early May. MEC Sponiso Duma says his remains arrived in South Africa on Saturday after a 69-day repatriation process. He thanked President Cyril Ramaphosa and Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Ronald Lamola, for their role in the process.
We've worked well with the family. I'm sure, as you know, that from March up to today, it means that it has taken long because of the logistic, because of the issue of administration. They've been understanding, and the situation has been dire, but we went closer, and we want to thank everyone who participated in the journey.
The Community Safety Portfolio Committee in the Gauteng Legislature has welcomed the Office of the Premier's decision to place the Provincial Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Mashaba on precautionary suspension. The action is pending the outcome of a formal disciplinary process. It follows Mashaba's testimony at the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria on his role in a botched drug bust in Aeroton in the south of Johannesburg in 2021. Committee Chairperson Bandile Masuku says those found to have acted unlawfully must be held accountable.
As a committee charged with exercising oversight over matters of community safety and law enforcement within the province, the committee views this development as an important demonstration of government commitment to accountability, ethical leadership, and the rule of law. The committee wishes to emphasize that the suspension of the Gauteng Traffic Police Inspector as a precautionary administrative measure should not be interpreted as finding of guilt. Every individual is presumed innocent until proven guilty through the due process.
The Western Cape Education Department says parents have until today to confirm their children's school placements for grade R, 1 and 8 for the 2027 academic year. The department spokesperson Brona Hammond says their system will automatically place learners at midnight based on their highest ranked available option.
Over 46,000 grade R1 and 8 learners received multiple offers during this first stage. Therefore, thousands of places will open up for other learners going forward. We remind all parents and caregivers that this is a continuous active process, with placement offers being made as spaces become available.
The Gauteng Social Development Department says many elderly people are continuing to suffer in silence. It says they endure abuse from people they know. The department statement comes as the world observes World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. The day raises awareness on the abuse, neglect and exploitation of elderly people. Loze Matoane is the spokesperson for the department's MEC.
Far too many older persons continue to suffer in silence. Elder abuse manifests in many forms, including physical violence, emotional and psychological abuse, financial exploitation, neglect, abandonment and violations of their fundamental human rights. In many cases, the perpetrators are individuals known to and trusted by the elderly. As the Gauteng Department of Social Development, we reaffirm our commitment to protecting older persons and strengthening programs.
Global coffee chain Starbucks in South Korea will shut all stores for half a day next week for staff to attend a history lesson following public backlash over a promotional campaign. Starbucks faced widespread criticism after last month's marketing push that evoked memories of a brutal military crackdown. The BBC's Anbarasan Iterajan has the story.
South Korea is the global coffee chain's third largest market after the United States and China. Last month, Starbucks launched a Tank Day reusable coffee cup promotion that coincided with the anniversary of the 1980 pro-democracy uprising. Many felt the tank motif referenced vehicles deployed by the military government to crush the protest. That created a public uproar, and Starbucks' parent company in South Korea apologized and sacked the chief executive. The coffee chain also reportedly suffered a very significant drop in sales after calls to boycott.
Recapping the top story this hour, the remains of a KwaZulu-Natal man who died in Russia after being allegedly recruited to fight in the country's war with Ukraine have finally been returned to his family. 44-year-old Sihle Makaye was allegedly recruited in July 2025 with a promise of employment. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe.
And coming up in your sports, the Zawa female referee to take charge of Bafana Bafana match, Tunisia Sax coach, and Martha Muswatle Sam leads Crenhams into fourth Telkom Netball League final. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a pretty easy Monday afternoon. Gauteng, good example of that on the highways. No major blockages and not a lot of traffic either. N1 through Midrand, a really good example. That looks fine. Beclue all the way up to Brockfontein and onto Pretoria section of the M1. Very, very easy flowing. Now, if you're driving KZN coming away from Durban, on your way towards Moy River, there is a crash scene and some roadworks with just one lane open. So Nottingham Road area up to Moy River, quite a backlog of traffic on that N3 going north. Also a breakdown at Paradise Valley if you're leaving Durban on your way to Pinetown after Pavilion Mall. That all gets a bit slow. And Cape Town, a very easy Monday as well. The N1 out of town through Kuburg, get a change towards Belleville, moving nicely. Hospital Bend for those on the N2 looks clear and flowing as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAfm is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, two issues we're going to talk about just now. One is we'll chat to the Gauteng Education MEC, Lebogang Maile, about plans to ensure Gauteng schools are safer. That sounds pretty obvious. The reality is it's not so safe. So we must talk about that too. In the Growing My Business feature, we'll chat to Becky Twana about how to grow township businesses in particular. Looking forward to that conversation. And by the way, we will talk about the Malawians being repatriated today from Durban. But as I get to that, here's a question to you, and really it can apply to every one of you. I'm not talking about those who are activists, who are having strong stands about immigrants in South Africa. This is directed to you. If you're an immigrant in South Africa, how are you feeling right now? I'm not judging anything. I'm really asking a question. If you're an immigrant living in South Africa for 1 year, 1 week, 1 month, 10 years, 15 years, how are you feeling right now? What are the conversations that you're having with your family? That's whether you are here documented or undocumented. What are the conversations you are having? Do share it with me. And if it's not you directly, you can share somebody else's. But you can remain anonymous as well. It's just a way of trying to understand what is it that's going on in your mind. This is the National Pulse. Feel free to send us voice notes anytime, 30 seconds, please, when you do that. And then, of course, you can send it via a text message as well on our WhatsApp number. Let me give that to you, but you should save it. You know that. 0614 104 107. To call in live when we open the lines, 086 000 2032. Nothing stopping you, by the way, from tweeting right away on the X platform. Just tag SAfmRadio and tag me, Ashraf Garda, with that hashtag the National Pulse. Right, let's talk about the Malawians being repatriated after this.
50 years ago, young South Africans changed the course of history. Today, a new generation asks a different question. What have we inherited and what must we build next? This Youth Day, SAfm joins forces with South Africa's leading campus radio stations for a series of powerful national simulcasts. The National Briefing and Voice of Vets, exploring education, employment, and economic opportunity. The Daily Discourse and Northwest University FM, examining democracy, leadership, and active citizenship. The Full Circle and Radio Turf, reflecting on identity, culture, and social cohesion. Students, communities, leaders, and listeners. One country, one conversation. 50 years after June 16. Join SAfm and Campus Radio as we explore where South Africa has come from, where we are, and where we need to go. Youth Day 2026, 50 years later, only on SAfm. SAfm, South Africa's national meeting place, and still leading the conversations that move us. "50 years later, Youth Month, the Voices."
We're so privileged to learn from anti-apartheid activists who now are board members, like Mvuyo Tom and Murphy Morobe, who were both student leaders in 1976. I can tell you that they haven't lost their passion. 50 years on, they're still fired up. They know that children and young people hold the power to change the future. And I see that power in hundreds of young leaders in communities across South Africa. And it inspires me to work harder so that thriving children becomes the measure of our political freedom. I'm David Harrison, CEO of the DG Murray Trust.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa. 50 years later. Only on SAfm. Leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so I did ask you that question. If you are an immigrant to this country, what are you thinking right now? Share your story. It can be anonymous if you like. Give us your name if you like. And it could be about somebody else too. I'm just trying to understand what is it that's going on in your mind. Tell me. Let's cross now to Durban. That's the Sherwood Hall in that region, right? You know, many Malawian nationals are there waiting to be repatriated and effectively waiting for buses, or there's some documentation that needs to be processed before they actually get repatriated. Let's find out more about it, sort of on the ground with Kulde Malinga, SABC reporter covering the story. Sino Kulde, appreciate your joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much, and greetings to all the listeners.
Thank you. Are you there right now at Sherwood?
We just left after a briefing that we held with the Home Affairs manager for KZN, Cyril Mncwabe, who confirmed all that they were doing today. Number one, he confirmed that there are about over 6,000 people that are at the Sherwood Hall and the surrounding precinct, which is an open space that is a park. That's where people have been sleeping since Monday last week.
Okay, so did you say 6,000? Have I got that right? 7,000 people in total?
Yes, that's right. He said more than 6,000 people. When we spoke to some of the members of the Malawian government as well, they also confirmed the same numbers, but they did raise a concern. Both the South African Home Affairs officials and the Malawian government, to say that the issue is that more migrants are arriving at the Sherwood Hall because from different parts of the province, because they are getting calls or hearing or seeing on the news about the repatriation operation, and they're coming this side to get help and transportation back home.
Now, I understand that there's been sort of around 8 buses that have been sent from Malawi. The expectation was it required 30 buses, maybe even more. Can you confirm those numbers? Because, I mean, that creates a mismatch, right?
Definitely, the buses situation is going to build up from the looks of it, because yesterday only 8 buses left Durban to Malawi. Today, this morning, only 1 bus carrying over 80 people came and loaded and took only women and children. I think there were a few men there that were very, very ill and that needed to be transported back home, but majority of those people in the bus were women and children. But when we spoke to some of the Malawian nationals that were camping outside the Sherwood Hall, they did express frustration in terms of the slow pace of the repatriation process, saying that the number of buses currently arriving is far too small compared to the thousands that are still stranded at the sites.
And let's confirm these people, these 7,000 people, right? Are they all undocumented Malawian nationals, or in fact they are documented but now choose to go home under what they see as a threat to their lives, or they're living in South Africa?
Most of them, we have confirmed that they are undocumented foreign nationals in the country. What the Home Affairs officials also confirmed to us, that they've processed 1,600 of them so far since the operation started, and around 600 are women and children already, and those are the group that have left so far. Some of them did say that they've left their settlements or their homes where they live in Durban because of threats that they have been receiving in their places of business or work. Some we spoke to today did say that their partners have been stopped at work, So they have no option but to come here and seek transportation back home because they don't have the means to get home.
And when they're being stopped, I mean, there's this, there are civic activism groups who have actually called for undocumented foreign nationals to be sent home. That's one. But many of them claim there's no act of vigilantism. They're not taking matters into their own hands. They're not harming them. Now, we're getting the converse reports, and you probably know more than me, that there are reports from others, whoever they may be, that they are physically apprehending people. I mean, what sort of numbers are you able to tell us?
We don't know for sure, because we haven't had an incident where we've witnessed ourselves where people are being apprehended for threatening or intimidating foreign nationals or illegally undocumented foreign nationals from their places of settlement in South Africa or in Durban. So far, we spoke to a councillor this weekend, and they did confirm an incident where a person was stabbed from in one of these operations where they are forcibly removing them from their homes. We are yet to confirm if any arrests have been made and the condition of that person that's been hospitalized.
What about the converse, which is support from the South African government? Yes, now these are undocumented foreign nationals. They're not just undocumented for one day. They've been here for a long time. Now there's pressure on South Africa's government to deliver and send them home. But the sheer speed of, we're talking of like matters of days to be sent packing. Would the converse not apply? Is there a conversation about government, South Africa's government, actually protecting them at this point in time and ensuring that if they do really want to go home, they can go home safely but in due course as opposed to imminently?
Yeah, definitely those conversations are definitely happening because when we spoke to the Home Affairs officials, they explained to us the verification process that's currently taking place at the site, saying they do their part to verify whatever documentation that you might have, and then they would hand them over to the Malawian officials, who would then do a second verification process to confirm that indeed this person is a Malawian citizen before they are allowed to board the bus. They also did confirm to us that the South African government, the JSE, if I'm not mistaken, is currently in a process or having meetings to find exactly how they can help the Malawian government to process this group of people that are flocking to the Sherwood Center, because the numbers keep adding up as each day goes. If they fear that the spread of people that are coming in will not only extend from KZN but outside of the borders of the province as well.
I've been asking a question about people who are foreign nationals. How are they feeling? Did you get a chance to ask some of the people there, and like how are they feeling right now?
Yeah, most of them are really truly frustrated. They understand that women and children have to go first. However, they say that because a lot of people are coming from whichever parts they come from, they jump in the queue first. So that leaves a lot of the men that want to go staying here for a number of days. When we got there, there's definitely a stench in the air because people haven't been bathing for days. They have no proper toilets or sanitation points where they can clean themselves and take care of themselves. When we got there in the morning, there were 2 water tankers supplied by the city of eThekwini, and people were bathing in the streets. People were washing their clothes in the streets. We saw moms bathing their kids there. So you can imagine the humanitarian situation that's going on the ground. There are a lot of humanitarian organizations or NGOs that are also there supplying food, cooking food in big 3-foot pots just so that they can feed the masses. But you can only imagine how much they can actually get to, because there's just a lot of people that need to eat at least 3 times a day.
All right. Well, thank you for your time and giving us that insight into what's happening on the ground in Sherwood, in Durban, with about 7,000 Malawians now set to be repatriated. So many different agendas coming out of just that conversation. Crudely, Malinga, the SABC reporter, covering that story. Right, we'll talk about education in Gauteng, how to make it safer. Schools, next up.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM
to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by SAfmRadio.
Oh, yeah, boy. Club Soweto, Ebafet Point Show. In 1976, youth switch on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, the courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, we should connect to the spokesperson for Gauteng Education in a moment, but let's get your thoughts in the meantime, and there are many responses. First of all, on that earlier conversation about Ramaphosa.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. These organizations or these political parties that are being fingered in Makhutanga, they just want to destabilize what Ramaphosa wants to do, because he wants to get rid of the rotten apples in our parliament, in our society. Now they are trying to destabilize everything, those guys. They want to destabilize Matlanga. They want to destabilize whatever is being done, because some of their leaders have been fingered. Thank you, Ashraf.
So who are the people who want to destabilize? I mean, it's a big question, isn't it?
Afternoon, Mr. Ashraf. Sondisa Mbongo here. Mr. Ashraf, can Ngizwe please now respect the people? I mean, he does not own the country. He said to those people from Malawi, it's like Abahambi. So now they are leaving. He's still busy going there. Isn't that provocation? He was spearheading the project, but then now, like, he's busy following the people. Man, can you please leave those people alone? I don't know how brains works, man.
Apparently he was there early on, and it was, well, I can't say chased away, but certainly not welcome, because many people feel he's behind the move to get rid of them. So I take your point. Would that be wise or not to keep an eye on what they're doing? Maxwell in Pretoria, hello.
I'm good, Ashraf, and good afternoon to you, sir.
I'm glad you are, right? What's your point?
No, my point, I think we've been very unfair to this current president, Ashraf, because if he exercises right, and if you want to listen to those who are not in government of national unity, that are desperate to see his back, we can't pretend as it's a daily occurrence. They are putting pressure, while even themselves, they've got their own things in their own, and he does have a right to appeal. Remember, we have the former president, Ashraf, who's even in court now, who even asked that to want his days in court. But when it's appealing, you tend not to make noise like the current situation that it is. I'm on the side of the president in this one. If he sees loopholes that are there, that he can appeal or so, then so be it. And then at the end of the day, yes, it might be the money in the coaches or so, but that money was a private money compared to the money that built in country.
Okay, I got that. You're saying, well, I mean, I don't think anybody doubts the right to appeal. The thing is he wise in terms of the message he's sending out? Maxwell, thank you for that. Kodani in Durban, hello.
Hello, how are you, Ashraf?
I'm good indeed, right? What's your point?
Yeah, put two things. Firstly, yes, the president is right. He must appeal whatever that he thinks is applicable.
Yeah.
But the question is, he always portrays to be a monopoly of an ethical standard. So we're expecting him to exercise such moral standards. But where I am is, I'm in the dissatisfaction of the conduct of Jatura Tamukwatling. Reason being, I'm a former law enforcement officer, wherein I've tendered evidence both in regional, district magistrate, even in High Court. I've never seen such a childish behaving kind of a judge. I'm saying harshly so because as colleagues, we used to have a problem with what we used to term as upper state judges whom were condescending. They were white counterparts of ours or our white colleagues, even colored, who will say, colleagues, but it is now we have a new problem, the ANC judges. I've always tried not to accept such analogy, even when they were contradicting or contravening judgments that one will read about on the news. But in the manner in which that judge will always say, this, ANC, this one time he said something which was so childish to an extent that I cannot explain myself.
Okay.
So he said, like in South Africa, we'll have people in parliament who will behave like this way. And we knew that he was mentioning the EFF.
Okay, let's leave it at that. I think you've made your point very, very articulately. Butana in Rosebank. Go for it. Hello, Butana.
Ashraf, my brother, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, indeed.
President Ramaphosa want to avoid accountability. They abuse their majority, the ANC, to create the law or the rule to avoid accountability. And the court said that rule is invalid. And when they say in Kanda, it is the ANC people that created that thing. Fikile Mbalula told us. So they must not workshop us that former president has defended him forever. He was allowed by the ANC. And they destroyed our country. They must account. They've got 40% now. No more abuse of majority there. They must account. Everybody must go to jail, actually. We don't care who can go to Mazanga. Even they frustrated Chief Justice Zondo's processes.
Okay.
When they're supposed to account there.
All right, Butana, your frustration in many ways is amplified by many other people's frustrations about how they see our country, your country, my country, slipping a slide, and they don't like it. Thanks for that. By the way, here's an interesting thought. I mean, you know that in the light of what's happened regarding dealing with the immigration crisis, the minister, amongst them, Minister Kubayo, has made the point that there's been some gigs in Africa cancelled, South African musicians. Now, here's an interesting one. Gayton McKenzie tweeting, saying, I find it very insulting that Minister Kubai can talk about the plight of artists to the public without talking to me first. I know nothing about South African artists' gigs being cancelled. We can't be held hostage because of gigs. And then saying, Abahambe. Yeah. So there we are. So you have people within government effectively spatting with each other in public domains.
Good day, Mr. Ashraf. Yeah, I'd like to ask, so this process is only going to occur in Durban. What about other provinces, especially Northern Cape? I'm from Northern Cape, and there are a lot of foreigners there. But according to law, we can't go and ask for their documents and stuff. By the law themselves, they're not doing anything. They don't check, they don't verify. So help there.
Well, I think that may well change now, right? More to come, including we'll have an update on Bafana ahead of the World Cup game, their game 2 coming up to me shortly. Right now, 4:30. Here's the news headlines with Jolani.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines, the presidency has cautioned against the spread of misinformation following recent incidents involving foreign nationals, describing the loss of life as deeply tragic and conveying condolences to affected families and communities. The remains of a KwaZulu-Natal man who died in Russia after being allegedly recruited to fight in the country's war with Ukraine have finally been returned to his family. 44-year-old Sihle Makaya was allegedly recruited in July 2025 with the promise of employment. And finally, the first day of arguments in an interdict application brought by retailer Cape Union Mart International and its chairman against pro-Palestine activists has concluded. The matter is being heard in the High Court in Cape Town. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Mwepe.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a pretty easy Monday afternoon, especially as far as the highways are concerned around Gauteng. Very light, open and largely flowing all across the Gauteng highway network. One exception is the run into four ways today in terms of delays. Willie Mandela up to Monte Casino. I'm not sure if the pointsmen have turned up today. That run up towards the faulty lights at Monte Casino. Quite heavy queues from the Bryanston side already, up over the N1 and into four ways. Quite a backlog getting up towards Moy River today. A crash and single lane roadwork sections between Nottingham Road and Moy River, and that's quite heavy. Also got some Comrades returning volumes in that mix as well. Durban, a crash on the N2 North at the M7. Left lane closed. Just watch for slowing traffic rather than heavy traffic in that area. And Cape Town looks like something potting in Constantia this afternoon. Ladies Mile Road between Spansamux River and Constantia Main. That is very slow going. The highways around Cape Town, again, just light, open and largely flowing okay. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Chibi, there's a big game on Thursday, and of course, who referees the game is just as important as who plays the game.
Absolutely. Tori Penso will make history as she becomes the first American woman to officiate a men's FIFA World Cup match, taking charge of South Africa's Group A match against Turkey on Thursday at 6 p.m. at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Penso will be assisted by fellow Americans Brooke Mayo, Catherine Nesbitt, with Campbell Kirk Kawana War of New Zealand as the fourth official. Meanwhile, Tunisia have sacked head coach Sabri Lamouchi. This is after their 5-1 defeat to Sweden. Lamouchi becomes the first manager to lose his job at the 2026 World Cup, with Tunisia acting swiftly after their heavy loss. He had been in charge for just 5 games in total before his contract was terminated, and now Tunisia already linked several names with replacing him, including former Sunderland star Wabi Kazri and ex-Tunisia boss Mondar Kabayar. Then the debate over FIFA's mandatory cooling breaks continued this week, with Belgium coach Rudi Garcia offering mixed views on the new rule at the World Cup. Due to concerns over summer temperatures across the USA, Mexico and Canada, FIFA have introduced 2 compulsory 3-minute hydration breaks per match, scheduled around the 22nd minute of each half, regardless of weather conditions. And speaking ahead of Belgium's Group G opener against Egypt today, Garcia acknowledged the importance of player welfare, but is still unsure whether the breaks are necessary in every match.
For me, it's a coaching break more than a cooling break. So for me, it's very important. But you said something also very clever. Maybe if we are in a good moment, in a good flow, maybe it can interrupt also this. So we will see, but during the 2 friendly games we played against in Croatia and against Tunisia, it was something interesting to give some information tactically to the team. For me, it's a very, very good thing.
Then in rugby, the pool draws for the 2026-27 Investec Champions Cup and EPCR Challenge Cup will take place in Dublin on the 1st of July. Both draws will be streamed live from Premier Sports Studios at 1:30 p.m. South African time, and 24 clubs from the French top 14, English Premiership and Vodacom URC will be split into 4 pools of 6, with key principles ensuring no clubs from the same league face each other. South African qualifiers, the Bulls, Lions and Stormers, will each be placed in separate pools. In netball, Free State Crinum's coach Masha Moswatle Sam feels proud after guiding her team to a 4th Telkom Netball League final. This is following a dominant 60-37 victory over the Gauteng Jaguars in the Division 1 semi-final at the University of Pretoria. Now, the Free State outfit remains unbeaten in this year's competition, having won all 12 of their matches across the tournament's 3 legs. Moswatle Sam says that the team will make the most of the one-day break before returning to fine-tune their preparations.
I think we're going to have a free day tomorrow, so we're not thinking about that as well. We're also going to look at what's going to happen between Fireballs and Stings and see who takes it, and then we can start preparing from there. But yeah, it's going to be a tough final. I think every team wants it as badly as we do. But yeah, for now, I'm very happy winning a semi-final. We don't take it for granted. We know the grind that we had to put on. So yeah, now it's a rest day for us today and tomorrow, and then we come back strong on Monday.
Finally, in cricket, Ollie Robertson has been ruled out of England's second test against New Zealand. This is due to soreness in his right knee. Robertson took 7 wickets in the first test at Lord's after returning to the England test setup for the first time in over 2 years. And his absence represents another blow to an England attack already without captain Ben Stokes and Gus Atkins, both of whom were dropped for the second test. This is after breaching England's team's new midnight curfew and being at a nightclub when an altercation took place with the Saracens' rugby player. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour. Ashraf, Tunisia sacking their coach after one game.
Oh my goodness. And there was such a call for our coach not being the good coach. Let me just keep quiet.
I know.
I mean, like, this is what's worse than being sacked after one game, being sacked at halftime or something like that, isn't it?
Literally.
Yeah.
Literally.
Okay. Got that. Oh, goodness.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Lava breaks through once more.
They are relentless in their pursuit of a maiden World Cup title. They are carried by the nation, and they are unbreakable. Get behind Laura Wolfhard and her team as they compete in the 2026 ICC Women's T20 World Cup in England and Wales from 12 June to 15 July. Watch Shabneel Ismail, Marizan Cup, Ayabonga Kaka and company raise the game to new heights. Find out all you need to know at cricket.coza.
Magic.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Markwe Masila's got all those numbers. You got all the news, Markwe, local and global.
Yes, Ashraf, we started the session with markets cheering the US-Iran potential peace deal, building up on last week's solid performance, with stocks and bonds rallying and the US dollar falling, and that led the rand to stand tall, and firmer commodity prices also boosted the rand as it is a commodity currency. And even if the details of the deal were not immediately clear, the deal is expected, Ashraf, to help alleviate some pressure when it comes to the global economy from continued geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, and focus this week is squarely on US, Bank of Japan, and Bank of England interest rate decision. Note that we've got more than 20 central bankers making interest rate decision this week, and noting that the expectations are for the central bankers to leave them unchanged, and generally interest rate hikes but have been reduced, including ours, as inflation worries have lessened. That worked in favor of bonds as they continue to go up, and it's good news for both consumers and companies feeling the crunch of skyrocketing energy prices. Ashraf, oil prices sinks on potential US-Iran deal that is to reopen Strait of Hormuz this week as they're moving further towards ending that 15-week war, and a pickup in energy flows will help unwind the premium embedded in crude prices, offering comfort to policymakers battling inflation. Oil hits 3-month low. Sasol is down 13%. Brent crude is down 5% at $82 a barrel, and yellow metal jumped after oil prices fell and inflation worries eased following that announcement of a preliminary peace deal. A weakening US dollar partly played a role too, and we see gold is up 3% at 4,360, platinum up just under 5% at 1,799. Global stocks are rising as risk appetite is back on, but Trump doesn't have a great track record of lasting deals in the Middle East. Hopefully this one will last. The JSE is up 2.7%, with resources doing most of the heavy lifting, up 7%. Rand firmed half 1% against the dollar, 16.18, 21.74 against the pound, and 18.80 against the euro.
Right, perfect. Thanks for that, Markwem. We'll connect with you again, of course, tomorrow, but an hour of the markets coming up 6 to 7 this evening.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
So, as part of one of the features we do every week, we have this feature called Grow My Business. We'll talk about growing a township, or growing the township economy, or growing your business in a township, maybe specifically. But that comes up just now. For now, your calls to Durban. We go. Ignatius on the line. Hi, Ignatius.
No. Hello, Ashraf.
Yeah, you're live. Yeah.
Yes, I'm actually from Bethlehem, not Durban.
Oh, from Bethlehem. Okay, my apology for that. Go ahead anyway. Let's hear what you say.
Yes, Ashraf, I'm a little bit, worried how, some callers, try to, make the issue of Julius Malema, compare the issue of Julius Malema with the issue of the president. Those two are not the same completely. Julius Malema is not facing impeachment, committee in the parliament. His matter is a totally different matter, which is in the court of law there. The president is the president of the country. We are expecting him to uphold the highest standard there. We are not saying usually Julius Malema must not, but those are two different matters. People should not compare and actually use the Madanga, commission to scare tactics. To say people's like are afraid to face Madanga. I mean, Julius is not even facing Madanga. I mean, people know each other. They can, WhatsApp each other. They can SMS each other. That does not mean that he's been implicated in some criminality. So
I hear you. Okay, but Ignatius, I think you made your point. I think the difference is, I think people will always compare. That's the nature of things. What they can't do is equate. Equate means the same. They're not the same thing, but they can compare to say. And I think the point of comparison would be the point of both are public figures, both are in public service. So that's really the point there, Ignatius. Thanks for that. Mohammed in Lenasia. Go for it, Mohammed.
Hello, Ashraf.
Yes,
sir. What's disturbing me is that, unofficial figures show an illegal amount of 40 million in the country. 40 million. That was published last week, but I don't think...
but it has to be completely wide. I mean, the whole population is 60 million. It can't be 40 million illegal.
No, Ashraf. We've got borders, Ashraf. Now, what's going to happen here now? Why are they only concentrating on the Malawians? What happened to the Mozambicans? What happened to the Zimbabweans? What happened to the Nigerians? What happened to the Ethiopians? When are the buses going to get full with them? Ashraf, we've got a huge problem on our hands. The problem is these people are going to get in that bus. They're going to go to Malawi, and they will come back via Mozambique on the border.
So what's the solution? What's the solution then? What is the solution?
Trump's solution, Ashraf, I'm not being joking now. Trump's solution, he closed the wall first. Last year, since he came into power, not one illegal immigrant entered America. I don't like the man. I hate the man. But the problem is, look what he did. He closed the gate first.
So you don't like him, you hate him, but you don't like him, you hate him, but you admire him for what he does. It's just a contradiction. It's just puzzling me. Mohammed, thanks for that. Got your point. Let's move on to others. Right. Here's the issue of repatriation, which has been touched on, in fact, just by that call of Mohammed, right?
I hear about buses fetching Malawian in Durban. So what about other provinces? In Limpopo, in Atok right now, foreigners, Zamazamas, are burning South African houses in Atok mines in the Bakersford area. You can go there right now. Houses are burning in Limpopo.
Okay, and there's another. Houses are burning, you say. There's another, is it?
How's it, Ashraf? I just want to check if there is a timeline or how soon can we expect the employment rates for South Africans to go up, and how soon can my fellow South Africans start finding jobs? Is there a timeline, or will we hear from government or our great hero and savior Jacinta? How soon until everything starts working properly, our hospitals and clinics? Is there a timeline or countdown? Who's going to tell us now, since everybody's gone, or they're leaving?
Well, everybody's not going, and everybody's not going to leave. I mean, really, everybody's never going to leave. Let's get that right. There's so many people of foreign nationals in the country legitimately. Why would they be expected to leave? And you want diversity, don't you? Yeah. Okay, here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and listeners. Ashraf, America has lost big time at the Middle East. He took Iran for granted. He wanted to do what he did at Venezuela, only to find that he underestimated Iran. So he lost, in actual fact. Anonymous.
Well, thanks for that, Anonymous. I'll tell you what, that chat with Naim Jina was very, very interesting. I mean, whatever their initial plans for the Americans and the Israelis for attacking Iran, by and large, they've not achieved those goals. Yet they've now come up with a solution, a compromise. But like, what has actually happened? There was that plan of regime change imminently. It was going to happen in a matter of days, isn't it? Maybe it didn't. Yeah.
Hi, Ashraf. I've been in South Africa for 18 years and I'm still legal. I'll show you that having experienced all the xenophobic processes, activities in South Africa since 2008, this one brings me to question whether legal or illegal you are still allowed in South Africa. And when I see these families living in South Africa, it pains me that even though they are illegal, the process of getting them out is very inhumane. Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, listen, I agree with you. That's why I asked you that question. Like, tell me what are you talking about at home? So, I mean, let's get this right. Nobody's suggesting that we should have had undocumented foreign nationals in our country. And it's caused a huge problem over the years to the point where you're having thousands of South Africans who don't have the resources, don't have the jobs, don't have capacity, and they look and they say, we can't get jobs, and all these jobs are going to other people. That is a problem that I didn't create, and neither did you, but it's a problem that we have to now live with. On the other hand, the flip side, to solve the problem by packing up people and shunting them off to another country like overnight, I mean, you can't help by being touched by the level of displacement, isn't it? Because even in courts of law, even in other things, when people do wrong, there's always a grace period that you allow. I mean, it must touch you. Does it touch you or not?
Hi, Ashraf. It's Pilani here. What I want to know, if they impeach Ramaphosa now, who will be our next president? Because I don't see any leaders in the ANC. I think they might as well leave him, finish his term while we search for our next president.
Wow, we're getting very, very ahead of ourselves for that one there. Here's one about Malema, as per the previous caller, Ignatius.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, Ignatius is worried about the future of his president, Malema. There will be time when Malema will be facing all what is after him. And then Ignatius should be there to bail him out. Thank you.
Okay, you think he's worried about what's going to happen next. There's so much, and I'm still going to put this down to you. Are there foreign nationals, foreign nationals in the country? Well, are there? Of course there are. What sort of conversations are you having right now about your future? Then are there South Africans who are living here now as you are? What conversations are you having about foreign nationals? One is the legality. Two, the problems that has happened now over a period of time that's reached an Everest-like problem. And three, the solutions. Is the solutions really that you can, in a matter of days, just shunt people out of a country and say, like, goodbye, as if they were refugees, some of them, and now you're creating them into another type of refugee situation once again. The broader problem, of course, is there are also problems in those countries, like South Africa's had problems, and you have to maybe collectively work together to create the conditions for better conditions in all those countries. It's all complex, but central to that is human beings. They are human beings we're talking about, not politicians. This is the National Pulse.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Lava breaks through once more.
They are relentless in their pursuit of a maiden World Cup title. They are carried by the nation, and they are unbreakable. Get behind Laura Wolfard and her team as they compete in the 2026 ICC Women's T20 World Cup in England and Wales from 12 June to 15 July. Watch Shabneel Ismail, Marizan Cup, Ayabonga Kaka and company raise the game to new heights. Find out all you need to know at cricket.coza.
50 years later, Youth Month, the Voices.
And since the troubles we had at the universities were really a reaction on events that had taken place in Soweto and other places, I want to believe that at the universities too, these concessions will be appreciated, and I think will go a long way towards eliminating student unrest at the universities.
The destruction by fire of schools, post offices, clinics, etc. amounts to a destruction of our children's future. In fact, this is the most effective way of retarding our own progress. In the homelands, schools are in some cases built by tribes themselves, and in other instances by my government.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later, only on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. This is Grow My Business on the National Pulse.
Let me tell you, after 5, we'll chat to Dr. Dale McKinley around the Interministerial Committee on Migration plans to strengthen South Africa's migration management, all linked to the issues of immigration, as you know. We'll talk about that later on. And I also know that today, Africa Mayibuye Movement and March in March had a meeting, and they apparently had this bilateral, which apparently went very, very well. If you know much about it, you can certainly share your thoughts on that too. Let's, however, talk about businesses specifically, because we really want you to grow your business, and maybe the examples you can use, specifically in this case, township businesses. Becky Twala is the founder, president of the Township Economic Commission of South Africa. Becky, I appreciate you connecting with us once again on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Now, I mean, in terms of this feature about growing your business, it's really trying to provide the tools for people so that if they have any plans and designs on growing their own business, then what can they learn? Now, the narrow focus here is growing my township business, right? What advice can you give them?
No, thank you. That's a very interesting question. One, it's to understand what type of business do you start and do you run. In terms of which industry are you in or which sector are you in, and also understanding what are the pros and the cons, what are the do's and the don'ts. But what is important is creating the system. Because business are sharp, it's all about systems. So that the business, it can run even if you are not there. Now, we then fail to then understand that it's very important to build a system so that the business can even operate even if you're not there. And also the second issue is how do you scale your business, because we can't remain as a micro business or a small business, but you need to work towards scaling your business as well.
Okay, and in doing that, I mean, there are general universal business principles about, if you can deliver to a market, you're in business. If you can, solve problems, you could well be in business, right? But does it differ when it comes to township businesses?
No, it's not. For example, remember, it's very important as well. Remember, Ashraf, we also corporate. Township businesses are also corporate. We also treated as the same. When you register a company, it's the same. It doesn't, irrespective whether we are in the township or wherever. When you register a company, we are all registering PTY Ltd. The principle is the same. What is critical, Ashraf, is to make sure that you need to understand the industry that you're in and the issue of compliance. So that at the end of the day, you can't grow your business if your business is not compliant in terms of your regulations in your sector. But remember, each and every different sector, the different industries, they've got their industry regulations that people need to follow. You need to understand what are those regulations so that you're able to make sure that you become compliant. Although compliance is very expensive, Ashraf, for example, let's take the built environment and construction sector. You need to register with the NHBRC, you need to register with CIDB, but if you are not working, how do you then improve your grades from grade 1 to grade 2 to grade 3? Because it depends on how much money is in your account that determines what grade you need and how much work that you've done. Your last job is the one that determines whether you're going to the next grade or you're not. This is what we're saying. It's still very expensive to grow your business in sectors like your built environment and construction sector, Ashraf.
Yeah. Now, what about, just the general township business terrain? is it very different to someone having a business in one of the suburbs or cities in South Africa?
No, not at all. Remember when we define what is township economy. Township economy is not defined by an area. You could have township economy anywhere. Township economy it's a concept that it's been built and grow and develop in the township environment, but you can have township economy anywhere. Now, there's no difference in terms of running a business. Plus, you all need to open up bank accounts. We don't need to have register for tax, have the tax PIN. We all need to follow the regulations. It's the same. It's a matter of that, people they then think that when you're running a township business, there are things that you don't need to follow. Unfortunately, it's not like that. As I always say, township economy, it's 60% formal and 40% informal. Those that are informal, but they need also to professionalize.
And when you say informal, what does informal mean in this case?
Remember, you've got people that are sole proprietors. They run businesses not necessarily to register. Because once you register a business, it becomes formal. Because once you go to CIPC and register the business, whether you like it, they will treat that business as formal because you are now registered. But the informal businesses, the sole proprietors, people that run businesses without registering, because at the end of the day, their main aim is not to solve any problem. Their main aim is to make money. But at the same time, we are saying you can't then formalize the informal economy. All what you need to do, you need to professionalize it, make sure that they trade in a proper space, but also they get the licenses that they need to register, that they need to have. Because even the informal traders, they get to be regulated in terms of the trade licenses, the permits, but it doesn't mean that they need to go and register to be formal businesses.
Now, here's the point, and it's very topical. There's been lots of conversations about, specifically in townships, traders who are of, Bangladeshi, Somali, and Ethiopian origin, right? And they have their own unique ways of doing business, and they appear to be very, very profitable. What is it about South Africans living in townships, right, that they were unable to replicate that?
Now, remember, Ashraf, this whole thing of working together, buying in bulk and all that, it's something that we know. We know cooperatives have been there. It's an African thing. The only thing that it's a challenge to us. We don't want to work together because we don't understand the idea that says business, they work as conglomerates. It's very important for us to come together and do business together and support each other. It's a matter of supporting each other. It's a matter of, making sure that you align yourself with the like-minded people that are in the same sector, but let's work together. But at the end of the day is that you can't run a business in isolation, maybe in your own corner, because the business system or the ecosystem, it works as a chain. You need to understand the ecosystem and the value chain, because the value chain is the one that says, if we're running, for example, let's look at spaza shops. It's not about spaza shop, but it's about producing the products that you find in the spaza shop. It's about distribution centers. It's about storage system. All those things. We're not in that space. That is why at the end of the day, when you run businesses, we need to look at the whole value chain, not just only in terms of operations, but look at the whole value chain.
And maybe that's a big challenge for every one of us in some form of business or the other, which is, working together, or that great rugby maxim, stronger together. We must get it. Becky Twala, founder, president of the Township Economic Commission of South Africa, part of that feature we do once a week called Grow My Business. Hopefully you do just that. Let's get the news. It's 5 o'clock.
A warning over false information against foreign nationals and remains of KZN man returned from Russia. Good day to you. The presidency's cautioned against the spread of misinformation following recent incidents involving foreign nationals, describing the loss of life as deeply tragic and conveying condolences to affected families. Government will engage with the World Health Organization to address what it says are unfortunate inaccuracies, especially concerning the death of Ethiopian nationals. Authorities say those incidents are linked to organized crime and under active investigation. Cases involving Mozambican nationals are likely also being investigated. Presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya.
The Department of International Relations and Cooperation, on behalf of government, will engage with the World Health Organization to ensure that the information before them is both accurate and reliable. The engagements will outline in detail how this complex matter of migration is being addressed by the South African government. President Ramaphosa and the Interministerial Committee on Migration have been unequivocal in their stance that only duly authorized law enforcement officials have the mandate to enforce the law.
The remains of a KwaZulu-Natal man who died in Russia after being allegedly recruited to fight in that country's war with Ukraine have finally been returned to his family. The man was allegedly recruited with a promise of employment. According to his family, he was offered a contract to fight for Russia but refused. He died in March after suspected complications from his diabetes illness. His family then sought assistance from the KZN Department of Human Settlements and Transport. That department's MEC is Spenisa Duma.
We've worked well with the family. I'm sure, as you know, that from March up to today, it means that it has taken long because of the logistic, because of the issue of administration. They've been understanding, and the situation has been dire, but we went closer, and we want to thank everyone who participated in the journey.
The Northwest Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committees approved a total of 92 male initiation schools and 29 female initiation schools across the province for the 2026 winter initiation season. Spokesperson for the Provincial Department of Cooperative Governance, Tebetsileke Meditse.
The department has appointed an additional 20 members of the Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee. These officials will be responsible for conducting regular inspections and monitoring activities at initiation schools to ensure compliance with regulations and to safeguard the lives of initiates. The MEC for Cooperative Governance, Hawahe Molapisi, has reiterated the department's zero-tolerance stance on illegal initiation schools, warning that principals operating unauthorized schools will face the full might of the law.
Police have launched a manhunt after an elderly man was murdered in Bothaville in the Free State. Police spokesperson Palesa Tabana says police were summoned to an incident where an elderly man had been attacked outside his home.
Emergency medical services were called to the scene. The male victim, who was identified as Petrus Ejanse van Rensburg, was declared dead on the scene. The motive for the murder is unknown at this stage and no arrests have been made yet. Police urge anyone with information that could lead to the arrest of the suspect to come forward. Captain Maleme of the Bothaville Detectives can be contacted on cell phone number 082-466-7923 or contact the Crime Stop number on 086-0010-111, or alternatively, an anonymous tip-off may be sent through the MySAPS app.
First day of arguments in an interdict application brought by retailer Cape Union Mart and its chairperson against pro-Palestine activists has concluded. The matter is being heard in the High Court in Cape Town. It deals with alleged false and defamatory claims linking the retailer and the chairperson to the conflict in Gaza. Palestine Solidarity Campaign Coordinator Yusuf Chikta.
They want to stop us from protesting against the Israeli genocide, the Israeli apartheid. Philip Kravitz and Cape Union Mart are funding institutions and charities in Israel, and we say Israel is an apartheid genocidal state.
The top story, the presidency's cautioned against the spread of misinformation following recent incidents involving foreign nationals. That's SAFM News, I'm Greg Hoos.
In sports, the Salah and De Bruyne renewed rivalry in Group G opener today, and Springbok women to host Ireland in Cape Town. More details at 5:30.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you. SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Gauteng highways looking pretty good this afternoon. One little spoiler, a crash on the M1 North between New Road and Olifantsfontein. Traffic is just starting to back up into that, but volumes are generally light. Expect some delays on Zeefontein Avenue if you're heading out of Kempton Park, moving through towards Tembisa. So Zeefontein northbound up at Parkland Drive. There is a bit of backlogging going on there today, worth avoiding. And a power outage around Hatfield in Pretoria. So the outbound option there, Francis Bard heading into that Hatfield area without lights is slightly slow. Durban side, bit of a queue just coming down the N2 between Mhlanga and Kwamashu. There is a breakdown in the roadworks causing delays. In Nanda Road out over the N2 towards Parlock, that looks fairly busy. And there's been a crash just around Cliffdale on the Durban-bound carriageway. Right lane is closed. That's popping queues back towards the Hammersdale area. And if you're driving inland, don't forget, major delays approaching Moy River, roadworks and a crash scene today between Nottingham Road and Moy River. It's quite a heavy backlog in that area as well. Cape Town, the M5 south through Maitland down towards Milner Road looking busy. Victoria Road and Deval Road, those routes at least out through Southfield, unusually backlogged towards the M5, Prince George Drive, and some traffic pressure through Kales River this afternoon. For Ribbick Road south at Noyensfontein and then south into Stellenbosch Arterial. Couple of delays to work through. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, talking about legends and South African, champions, global champions made in South Africa. What about Abdullah Ibrahim? Well, he's this jazz icon, and the sad news now is that we've got confirmation that he's passed away at the age of 91, living in Germany right now. So passed away in Germany at the age of 91, and there's glowing tributes across the board. I think his last public appearance was, in fact, in March of this year, just a few months ago at the Cape Town International Jazz Festival. You may want to give your own tribute to Abdullah Ibrahim. We'll talk about other things too. Joburg's illegal dumping sites taken over by criminal syndicates. Where have we heard that before? And what would be the response to all of that too? And then that conversation about the Committee on Migration and South Africa's plans that was announced over the weekend. We'll talk about that right after this.
50 years ago, young South Africans changed the course of history. Today, a new generation asks a different question. What have we inherited and what must we build next? This Youth Day, SAFM joins forces with South Africa's leading campus radio stations for a series of powerful national simulcasts. The National Briefing and Voice of Vets, exploring education, employment, and economic opportunity. The Daily Discourse and Northwest University FM, examining democracy, leadership, and active citizenship. The Full Circle and Radio Turf, reflecting on identity, culture, and social cohesion. Students, communities, leaders, and listeners. One country, one conversation. 50 years after June 16. Join SAFM and Campus Radio as we explore where South Africa has come from, where we are, and where we need to go. Youth Day 2026, 50 years later, only on SAFM. SAFM, South Africa's national meeting place, and still leading the conversations that move us. In case you missed it,
Bafana may be beaten, but do we have a reason to hope, son? I certainly hope we do. Can we keep our hope alive in the words of King Luther Vandross?
Thank you, Luther, for keeping the faith in us. And somewhere this morning, Bafana fans are keeping the faith as well. I mean, listen, the coffee's strong, but you know what? The faith is stronger.
That was National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Yeah, from the National Briefing to the National Pulse. What are you feeling right now? What does your pulse rate show? What are the biggest issues that moves your pulse, including the national pulse, right? Let's talk about migration management. And I'll tell you what, with regard to South Africa, but as I do it, I see pictures of people from Malawi now being, getting onto buses and going home. And I can tell you what, this is just a personal thought. No matter what it is very difficult to see people being bussed off in numbers like overnight. When I say overnight, 1 week's overnight. Really, 1 day, 2 days is overnight. Overnight, your life has changed, where we allowed and tolerated, even if we were wrong as a country, for years and years and years, and suddenly lives have changed. It's there's a call to look at this thing very, very differently. That doesn't mean that our management of migration or immigration should not be tightened and resolved, because I think it has to be. But at the same time, you are facing thousands of people living in this country who are connected to this country. It's very difficult to just ignore them in 1 minute and say, out you go. Now, just saying that, the Minister of Home Affairs, Leon Schreiber, they had this meeting over the weekend, and he said Home Affairs is irrevocably committed to enforcing South Africa's immigration laws and restoring the rule of law. And he made the point, deportations are up 46%, while our digital transformation built around biometrics, replacing the green card ID and introducing digital IDs, systemically enhancing our capacity to enforce immigration laws. Given this ongoing progress, the public is urged to never engage in violence or take the law into their own hands. The question is, when the public does take the law into their own hands, what has been the pushback to that? That's the one thing that I think needs to be repeated. The other is coming from the WHO's boss, right? And he said it is profoundly heartbreaking to witness another surge of xenophobic violence in South Africa this week. Hundreds have marched on Parliament. Thousands of families have been displaced and lives have been tragically cut short. These include at least 5 Ethiopians killed earlier in the attack, 5 Mozambicans who died in Mossel Bay, thousands more fleeing their lives. That comes from Petros Ghali, of course, from Ethiopia as well, and referring to his own country. I won't read the whole thing, excepting I think South Africans are saying he needs to check his facts up because some of it he's got wrong. But let's talk about migration management from a South African perspective in terms of what was said and what is the law. Dr. Dale McKinley with me, the spokesperson for Kopanong Africa against xenophobia. Dale, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Yes, good afternoon, Ashraf, and to your listeners.
Thank
Always
you.
a pleasure.
First of all, in terms of where you are as the spokesperson for Kopanong Africa against xenophobia, what do you make about what's clearly a government attempt now to tighten up around migration, to manage our migration issues more effectively than we've done for years?
There's look, we've been saying for years now that there's an immigration problem. And the question is, how do you deal with that problem? We feel there's quite a lot of hypocrisy going on. Let me explain why I say that. Is because it seems to be very one-sided. While on one hand, what we heard was the president and now this interministerial committee talking about border management and BMA getting more money, digitalization, special courts, immigration enforcement. What we didn't really hear much about at all was the internal fundamental dysfunction of the DHA itself in terms of its own documentation crisis, which includes over 3 million South Africans without documents. They were just taken to court the other day over birth certificates, for example, of South African citizens. We haven't heard all about the deep-seated corruption, which allows a lot of the irregular, illegal migration across the borders, porous borders. We haven't heard much about that and how to deal with that. And then thirdly, and most importantly, what we haven't heard is we haven't heard anything about what actually the authorities are doing on the ground to prevent vigilantes from taking the law into their own hands. They've said no violence, do everything according to the law, but let's be quite clear. The Malawians that are there, for the most part in Durban, the thousands that have gathered, are fearful of their lives. They've been told that they either must leave their communities or they're going to be beaten up or that their businesses are going to be destroyed. Where are the police? Where are the authorities to protect? It doesn't matter whether you're undocumented or not, to protect those people. And you can't just have it one way. Otherwise, this is why the criticisms come from other African countries that the South African government seems to be talking out of one side of its mouth and not doing on the other side. So
in terms of your understanding, then, where are the police?
Well, we don't know where they are because the reports that we're getting from the migrant communities is that people are running around and basically doing as they please, coming into their homes, basically coming into their businesses. We had 39 businesses and escorts in KwaZulu-Natal who took the municipality to court so that they wouldn't be able to shut down their businesses, and they won. And yet the municipality continues to refuse to open up. Where's the rule of law in that context? Where is the law enforcement in that context? So I think this is the concern. Fine if we talk about rule of law, fine if we talk about implementing reform, but it has to be equal and fair. Our Constitution is very clear about that.
So, in terms of where we are now, I mean, and this establishment of the this new migration management plan that's just emerged. What do you first of all, and I'll come back to your point about where's the rule of law, but in terms of South Africa's plan going forward now, what do you make of it?
Well, I think it's about symptoms versus root causes, Ashraf. So, if this is and South Africa is not unique here. You don't. It's just like if we have a criminal problem, which we've had in a country for a long time. Everyone knows that if we build more prisons and we put more people in jail, well, that might have some short-term impact, but it's not going to deal with the criminal problem and the social and economic realities that give rise to that crime. The same thing applies to the migration issue. We can do all of these things that the government is saying they're going to do, but they know very well that the real issues here are socioeconomic poverty, inequality, lack of basic services, particularly for poor and working class people who are legitimately angry and legitimately frustrated. And here's the problem, is what we've seen over the last 8 months, and this is why we're very concerned, is we've seen the political weaponization of a real problem for other purposes. Why all of a sudden do we see all these marches happening everywhere? Where does this money come from? Where do these resources, where all of a sudden, because local government elections are coming up? So while we're not trying to say that there's not an issue, and we've engaged the government and many on these issues and said they're real issues that we must deal with, we have to be fair about where these sources are coming from. And if the government wants to deal with the migration problem, then they've got to deal with it on a multifaceted way and not just on a populist demagogic way.
So how do you think then government should deal with it? Because what I'm saying is that we have socio-economic problems in our country, massive unemployment for years and years, and that's growing. That's one fact. The fact number two, as we've seen even with the Malawian example, if they picked up 7,000 undocumented foreign nationals, I can just imagine how many undocumented foreign nationals there may be across the country. I mean, that is problem number two. So within those two issues, what should government be doing right now?
Well, look, again, it's not about whether or not you're going to round up undocumented migrants. The question is, if you take those undocumented migrants and push them across the border, how many of them are going to be back in the country in the next 2 months? If you don't deal with your own problems. So we can talk about how many people have been deported. Where you have to then start is where you have to start really dealing with the problem. What governments start doing is supporting local and small scale businesses, recreating the services in local municipalities, making sure that there's actually service delivery, making sure that people actually have the possibility of productive opportunities. Because let's be clear, what has happened, and even the president gave a nod to this in his speech, is this competition has been created amongst the poor for the crumbs from the table, so to speak, in the context of immigrants and South Africans.
But therefore, in dealing with that problem, I mean, that problem can't be solved in one day. We know that. What about the problem of whoever has enabled thousands of undocumented foreign nationals into the country that adds to the massive unemployment and disparity position that exists right now?
Yeah, so where's Leon Schreiber, our minister, is talking about how many people within DHA have been arrested for corruption, for basically taking bribes? Where's that announcement? So if you want to deal with the problem of how people are coming across porous borders and the reasons why they're going to do so, then you have to look at both sides of that equation. You can't just say it's migrants on the one hand. Well, of course, people are desperate. They're going to do what they need to do. But on the other hand, you've got to have people that are allowing these things, that are basically facilitating them. We know that this is happening, and even the admittance. So it's the same with the Madlanga Commission. It's the same with corruption within the police services, and the same with corruption in our state entities. If people don't see that people are actually having to pay a price and are being a consequence for breaking the law, then they start disrespecting the rule of law because it's not being applied equally, and that's our point.
Yeah. What is your point regarding then the dealing with foreign nationals right now? That means having discovered or uncovered suddenly these mass numbers of foreign nationals. Are you supportive of them being deported home right now, repatriated or not?
No, first of all, it's not about discovering that they're there. Everybody's known that there have been a whole range of problems in our immigration system for a long time. The statistics have just not been able to determine how many there are and where people are. So, of course, you have to deal with those problems. But again, if you want to deal with them in the longer term situation, we can have a populist sort of pre-electoral strategy of saying, we've deported 250,000 migrants and look at how good we're doing. Well, 6 months later, 200,000 of those migrants might be right back in the country. So the question again is, if it has to be a longer term thing. It cannot be a short term. So there's no short term solutions. And the other thing is this, is that our president and our government has said they're going to start engaging other African countries. We cannot divorce. We're not island in the continent. If Zimbabwe's economy is going into free fall, if Mozambique is going, then people are going to move and they're going to come here because they see better opportunities. So we have to, it's about trade. It's about repairing relationships with our neighbors. It's around a whole range of things. There has to be a holistic response to this, and a pure law and order crackdown, deportation, making people feel good about people leaving. That's not going to cut it.
Okay, just last thing very, very quickly. You alluded to, protesters, and you spoke about who funds them, which alludes to, like, you've got the receipts for that. I mean, I have heard that before. Do we have any evidence that, let's call it a third force, is funding these organizations to try and foment division in the country?
Well, I think that there are a lot of speculation around that, but what we do have evidence is that there are particular political parties who are making it their job to make this a weapon for their electoral success. It's in their manifestos. It's very clear. They've been very, very clear about them. We know who those parties are. They're Action SA, they're Patriotic Alliance, and it's Nkonto Wesizwe. So if they're pumping resources into this, it wouldn't be surprising. But there are fundamental questions that have been raised about where else a lot of support is coming from, because the question that we are asking is, whose interest does it serve to set poor people against poor Black African people? And where is that going? Where is that taking us? And those questions have yet to be answered in any empirical way, but I think a debate needs to be had in our country about whose interests are being served by this entire thing. Is it South Africans as a whole? Is it actually poor South Africans that are going to be benefiting from this, or is it somebody else?
Okay, let's leave it at that, and I'll ask the question rhetorically, Dr. Dale McKinley, whose interest does it serve? And I'll leave it open to the SAFM audience here, part of the Pulse community, to respond to that. Dale McKinley is the spokesperson for the Kopanong Africa Against Xenophobia. What do you make of that conversation? We have podcasts of all these conversations, so you can download them and share them over supper with your families as well.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Well, we're dealing with human beings, seemingly in the way and coming in the way of opportunity. What about the issues of illegal dumping sites? And there's a story about Joburg's illegal dumping sites now being taken over by criminal syndicates. Is that surprising? Keith Elliott with me, Johannesburg resident, number one, volunteer director of the Kaya Sands Burning Wasteland Community Forum and PC. Keith, I appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and thank you for having me on.
Thank you. What is the story here? Tell me.
Ashraf, the situation arose when a picket-up landfill site in Kaya Sand was decommissioned in 2010. And very soon after it was closed, it was reopened again by criminal elements. They continued to take money from people who wanted to dump at that existing site illegally, and then set up an industry where they mine the waste for recyclables and resellables, and then daily set fire to all of the waste that they can't use or sell. And what happened was that either those criminals or copycat criminals then invaded other private land in the Kaya Sand area and set up copycat businesses. So we ended up with an industry at one point. We had more than 10 of these illegal sites operating in and around Kaya Sand.
And what has been the fallout from that? Because, I mean, one thing is, basically people being put in charge and charging you. That just creates a whole new fiefdom, isn't it?
Oh, exactly, Ashraf. These illegal activities are also linked to illegal electricity connections, invasion of land, and illegal sale of plots of land, and in fact, the creation of bigger areas to set up informal settlements is one of the consequences. So, at one of the new sites that's next to the Kaya Sand Spruit, there's a floodplain which is actually being flattened using this illegal waste method, and then those plots are sold off. So it generates a really integrated criminal syndicate that operate off illegal waste.
How do you propose one deals with it? Because again, what it shows you is a lack of control, isn't it?
Well, exactly, Ashraf. It is another. Excuse me. It's another example of service delivery in the city of Johannesburg. And I can say that with some confidence, given that I've been working on this since the middle of 2020, and it was only after 3 years of fruitless engagement with the authorities, being picked up in the city of Johannesburg and JMPD, countless emails to them, meetings on site with the directorship of Pick It Up, who promised us to solve the problem. So 3 years of fruitless engagement until 2023, when we decided to form a non-profit company, and we were lucky enough to get the services of an international law firm, who then took our case on in the public interest, and we are now having to resort to the courts to get service delivery from our local authority.
So what then is your relationship as an NPO with that local authority right now?
Okay, fine. So I'm a volunteer director of the non-profit company, and we launched a comprehensive notice of motion towards the end of last year, in which we cited 11 national and provincial entities, including the presidency, SAPS, cooperative governance, environment at national as well as at provincial level, the City of Johannesburg, Pick It Up, and JMPD. And essentially, our court action is to compel them to do a proper assessment of what's going on in the area, to stop all of the illegal dumping and burning that's going on in the area, and to take measures to ensure that it doesn't start again.
Yeah, how much time do you have for all of this? I mean, in reality?
Well, in reality, we run this non-profit. I don't do it on my own, obviously. Excuse me, I'm supported by the community, but also supported by other volunteers. But we are volunteers, and we do it in our spare time. So when we're not working, we take time away from our families to do this work.
What about the other part, which is one is the human aspect, and then turfs being guarded, but there's also environmental consequences from you. Tell me about that.
So the environmental consequences are absolutely staggering, Ashraf. You will know that when a formal landfill is created, a barrier is put between the waste and the ground, an impervious barrier, so that when it rains, the rainwater that then flows through the waste doesn't leach out toxins, and those toxins don't go into groundwater and into our surface water, our rivers. Now that clearly, where there's an illegal informal dump such as these, that doesn't happen. So that's the first problem. The second problem that you have is that in order to make space for the next day's loads, these dumps are burnt daily. So they set fire to them, and what you then end up with is a fire that has flames for a few hours and then begins to smolder. And it's actually the incomplete combustion of the waste that causes the most toxic smoke possible. So that's one of the outcomes. And then we've seen another outcome. Just in January this year, our community had to raise the money for earth-moving equipment to actually open up one of these informal dumps, because there was actually an underground fire burning. Now we've had the substrate that was burning underground analyzed, and it included directly deposited petroleum or fuel products. So that's the kind of stuff that's being dumped. But the result of that is that you end up with these underground fires that smolder, and they produce toxic gases. And the only way to fix that is literally to get earth-moving equipment, dig up the substrate that's burning, and have City of Johannesburg Fire spray that, and then rebury it again when that's happened.
Okay.
So the environmental consequences, in addition to the human health consequences, are staggering.
And just very quickly, as we get to news time, I mean, these mafias, as they've been called, I mean, do they have faces? Do they have names? Can you tell us anything about them?
The communities that live around the informal settings around these dumps do know these people, but for fear of their lives, they won't disclose to us who these people are. So they remain shadowy and unknown to us.
Okay, that's where we shall leave it. Keith Elliott, Johannesburg resident, volunteer director of the Kaya Sands Burning Wasteland Community Forum. That's, just in the, north of Joburg, Midrand area, so I gather. 5:30, here's the news headlines with Greg House.
Quick look at the headlines. The presidency's caution against the spread of misinformation following recent incidents involving foreign nationals. The IEC says the participation of young people in the local government elections will make a difference in the country's democracy. And the UK Court of Appeal has upheld a government ban on the pro-Palestinian campaign group known as Palestine Action. There's a full update at 6 o'clock.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Gauteng as a whole looking pretty good today. The only real exception is quite a sluggish traffic flow down around El Dorado Park. The N12 to Klipsray Valley Road, heading down to Lenasia. That's quite slow. And then into Protea Glen exit, secondary backlog there. Also roadworks on the Golden Highway, Zachariah Park, causing delays. Pretty busy on your way to Durban today. A breakdown between Pietermaritzburg and Ashburton. That's queue number 1. Queue number 2 is a crash at Cliffdale, pushing delays back towards Inchunga. And looking quite heavy also in Durban. A breakdown on the N2 North just after Spaghetti Junction. So that's quite heavy. Cape Town, a pretty easy run out of the city centre. Kubo, get a change. Hospital Bend routes are clear. There is backlogging on the N7 at Goodwood through the single lane sections. And the N1 outbound is a bit sluggish from Belleville out towards Okavango Road at Brackenfell. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Well, Timmy, when I get home, I know what I'm going to be doing. What's your plans?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be watching World Cup matches, and Belgium and Egypt's Group G opener will offer more than just a battle for 3 points at the FIFA World Cup. It will also see Premier League icons Kevin De Bruyne and Mohamed Salah lead their countries into what could be their final World Cup meeting. Both players are 34, with Salah even celebrating his birthday today. As Belgium and Egypt begin their campaigns, fans will have one more chance to watch the two of football's modern greats share the World Cup stage with that game around 9 a.m. Other fixtures to look forward to kick things off today. Spain takes center stage today in Group H against newbies Cape Verde, and that kickoff is at 6 p.m. Saudi Arabia taking on Uruguay in Miami at midnight, and Iran meet New Zealand in Los Angeles at 3 a.m. All times are related to South African times. Meanwhile, Tori Penso will make history as she becomes the first American woman to officiate a men's FIFA World Cup match, taking charge of South Africa's Group A match against Turkey. And that is on Thursday at 6 p.m. at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Penzo will be assisted by fellow Americans Brooke Mayo and Catherine Nesbitt, with Campbell Kawana War of New Zealand as the fourth official. Meanwhile, fresh from pocketing more than 2.3 million rand for his historic Comrades Marathon uprun victory on Sunday, George Kirsch says money has never been his motivation for running. At the winner's breakfast this morning, Kirsch received a standing ovation as he collected several bonus checks, including 602,000 rands for smashing the 18-year-old run course record. The 28-year-old stopped the clock at 5 hours 15.56 seconds, breaking the previous mark of 5 hours 24.49 seconds. Now, the Nedbank Running Club star could still receive additional rewards from sponsors and other incentives, but he insists his love for the sport comes first.
I haven't really thought of the financial aspect yet. I did mention after the race, if you're running for the money, I think you're in the wrong sports. To me, I definitely not doing this for the money.
Ireland in a historic first test series between the two countries on consecutive weekends in Cape Town in October as part of the WXV Global Series that was announced at the end of the Women's Rugby World Cup 2025. SA Rugby confirmed the two tests will take place at Athlone Stadium, and that's on the 24th and 31st of October, with 3 p.m. kickoff times perfect for late spring afternoon rugby. The two teams only ever met once before 20 years ago on the 8th of September 2006 in Canada during the Women's Rugby World Cup, with Ireland winning 37-0. Finally, in tennis, Emma Raducanu has withdrawn from the Nottingham Open following her run to the final at Queen's Club. The official reason given for her withdrawal is change of schedule, with Raducanu continuing her preparations for Wimbledon next month. Ashraf, I don't know if you've heard the full story of the men's Comrades winner, George Cash.
Better you tell me.
So he won and broke the record, as I mentioned earlier on.
Yeah.
This is despite him having a runny tummy issue. He opted not to stop to go to the toilet. So he ran through the problematic stomach and he finished the race in record time. And unfortunately, he was dripping wet.
Well,
But
listen,
at
yeah.
the end of the day, he's a millionaire.
Unfortunately, it was dripping wet. I can tell you what, I can think of some of the people, including myself, who've run their fastest races when they had to run to the toilet. So there you are. We're pretty consistent in that. Yeah.
Absolutely. With that said,
Nightfall on SAFM.
Join me on Monday night as I speak with Tony Leon, politician, book writer, but can he do the tango?
Tango's, got a bit of African elements in it, Spanish. It's a real combination of not just music but dance steps as well. And ironically, it started off, apparently, according to local Argentinian history, in the brothels of Buenos Aires, but now absolutely obligatory viewing for any tourist. That's why I got a bit tired of tango shows, because every person wants to go to a tango show.
Can you dance the tango? That's Track Record on Monday night from 11 p.m. And in case you don't want to be up that late, you can always catch the podcast on Tuesday.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
This morning, very early, I had the privilege of flying across Soweto in one of the helicopters. And I may say that practically every one of our offices have been burnt, with the exception of 2 or 3. Our bottle stores and beer halls have been wrecked and, of course, robbed. There were still cars and buildings with smoke coming out of it. I could say that there are about 120 damaged vehicles or burnt vehicles that have been turned over.
The students of the Witwatersrand University at a protest meeting with very revolutionary slogans. And I want to appeal to the rioters in Soweto and to the students of the Witwatersrand University to desist from doing this sort of thing.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later. Only on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
All right, Jimmy Muya, you're hosting the SAFM Market Update, but set the scene with what? New money, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. Yes, the South African Mint is releasing commemorative coins tomorrow that will become legal tender effective from tomorrow, commemorating, amongst other things, the late Charlotte Maxeke, as well as the 50th celebration or 50th anniversary of Youth Day. We know, of course, that is coming up tomorrow. So we're going to be speaking to the South African Reserve Bank around that and just clarifying the coins that will come into circulation. It's always strange when you walk into a shop, you see new coins and you don't know what's going on, so we thought we'd get ahead of that conversation and make sure that our listeners know exactly what is coming for them from the South African Reserve Bank and the South African Mint. We also have a conversation taking a look at the PIC's 88 billion rands that was lost from a portfolio perspective. We looked at that conversation last week with Kaya Sitole of Kariska Consulting, and we are speaking to the head or the acting head of unlisted investments at the PIC to get their response on that particular portfolio's performance and what we can make of it. Then we have a conversation with the Association of Meat Importers and Exporters in South Africa around some of the bottlenecks that they say they're experiencing related to exporting and how the Department of Agriculture has not been able to facilitate some of their transactions there. We're going to get a sense of what's happening there and what needs to be done from that perspective. Then we've got a conversation taking a look at the Pulse report, the SME Pulse report put out by the team at Lula, that suggests that small businesses are actually doing relatively well compared to how they have been in the past. They're building and growing rather than just surviving, and we're going to take a look at that and see if we can make sense of that. And then, because it is Monday, we've got a digital drive conversation. We're going to look at cybersecurity and cyber attacks, the vulnerabilities that our government websites and organizations and institutions have been experiencing, and how those vulnerabilities can be dealt with. Before we get to those conversations, a sense of what's been happening on the markets front. The markets closed out in interesting territory off the back of that positive deal being struck on the oil side of things, but there was also a bit of general optimism around that IPO that took place on Friday, that SpaceX IPO that we had been keenly watching. I saw that when the market closed on Friday, we weren't near the $200 a share price level that you and I caught up on Friday's crossing, but we closed around $160 a share in the case of the Tesla, or in the case of the SpaceX price. So lots to look at from that perspective, seemingly suggesting that the market there not too ready to get to the $200 plus a share level. But in terms of other markets, the Asian markets were in the green today. The Nikkei in Tokyo up almost 5% in trading. The ASX in Sydney more than 1% up. Shanghai was up 1.5%. European markets, bit of a mixed bag, although really the FTSE in London was the only drag, down about 1/3%. The DAX in Germany up 1.3%, and the CAC 40 in France up 0.75%. Locally, resource stocks 6% up, financial stocks 1.3%, industrials 0.5%, the all share 2.5%, the top 40 2.7%. So a really green day on the local equity front. And with the ceasefire deal, of course, that we alluded to a little earlier on, the Brent price is where all eyes, $82.50 a barrel. We haven't seen that level, just out of interest, we haven't seen that level since, I want to say, a couple of months ago. I'll come back to that in a sec. I'm just looking to see. Since March of this year, we haven't seen that level be tested. So lots from a positive perspective to look at. But before we go, a quick look at the Rand, 16.19 against the US dollar, 21.75 against the British pound, 18.78 against the euro. Even Bitcoin's up $66,600 a coin in Rand terms, with the firmer Rand that puts it at 1,081,000 rands per Bitcoin. We're going to look at these and other market movements a little later on when we come back after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, enjoy your show, 6 to 7, followed by an hour of sport. Naturally, further reaction, preview maybe of the Bafana game on Thursday, and then that Egypt-Belgium game, which should be a cracker this evening at 9 p.m.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
All right, I need to hear you. You're on the pulse, so let's join the community, and I need to get a sense of what you're thinking and feeling. Salim, I think we've got Salim. Salim in Durban, hi. No, sorry, we'll get to Salim and company in a moment. Let's start with, we've got many voice notes I want to pick up on. So you see, here's an interesting one in terms of funding. It's a big issue, isn't it?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, regarding the Phala matter and the president, can you please explain to us, is the president using the state funds to interdict and taking the report to review, since he said, and his backers are saying that it was his money, it was a private matter? Whose money is he using? Is he using the taxpayers' money? Because he's the one who said before, President Zuma, he can't use the state's funds to litigate his private matter with the arms deal. Can you explain to us, whose money is he using? Is he using his money himself? What is the story there? Can you please explain? Please find out, Ashraf.
All right, I think we need to find
Edgar here.
Thanks for that, Edgar. My sense, he can't be using his taxpayers' money. No, can he?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I think it's a propaganda from the government to say a number of illegal foreigners are leaving the country. They just want to make a gambling, because it's a lie, because so many people are still here. I think those who are legal, they are moving out, but those who are illegal, they are still here. It's Robert Ellen Chimistin. I thank you.
Okay, got that one. And here's a very topical question, I think.
Yo, Ashraf, I am so saddened by the way we treat our fellow Africans. As much as I don't agree with unregistered immigrants and so on and so forth, but this is not the way you treat people. Where is Ubuntu? How are we so obsessed with this political gaining of power, simply using people, removing them like animals. I mean, oh my God. I'm glad I'm an ANC member, and the ANC does not agree with how we treat these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you see, your last part is also part of the problem that, yes, I think it's not ANC policy at all, not even the EFF, and I think not even the DA, if I'm not mistaken. But some may say the problem has been caused by ANC's poor management of the entire migration process over the years. So, going back to your point, it was what I said earlier on, I think the problem has been caused for years. Now, you can't undo the problem in one day and have mass migration of people like on a world war type of scale. It's just not possible. On the other hand, and I saw the other day, there were about, I think, 9 Bangladeshis who tried to get into South Africa and they were arrested at the airport. Now, I think, yes, send them home the same time. That's fine. But those who are living here all the time, then the processes have to be very, very different. If the reasons they are here in the first place, forget their intentions, has been a mess up from our side, something to consider. Jabu in Bloemfontein, hi.
Hi, Ashraf, how are you?
Yeah, good indeed. Go for it, Jabu. What's your point?
Yes, Ashraf. First time call on your show.
Oh, welcome to the show. Welcome indeed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, indeed. Your latter part, the Bangladeshis, the Ethiopians, I haven't seen any movement whatsoever from them. And Ashraf, the issue of local economy, truth be told, in terms of the sponsor shops or the tuck shop, is really invaded by them. I'm not blaming them, but I blame those who are here illegally. So the progressive intention of government to fund, local people in terms of the sponsorship sector shall never thrive unless, illegal migrants who are in that sector leave this country. And I just want to appeal to my fellow South Africans. It is not worth it to be involved in the march and become violent, because you are going to be arrested. You're going to have a criminal record that is going to haunt you for the rest of your life. So be there. Those who will be marching, but let it be sanity. Let sanity prevail, and they must not be violent.
Okay, well, I think you've made a very important point, Jabu. Thanks for calling in. You're right about the criminal record. Don't even go there. It's just against the law, bottom line to it. And you're going to have that attached to your name. But the other part, and I think this is just something I want to add, regarding townships, and there's been this move towards growing township economies, you have to wonder how come we haven't succeeded in that in a big scale over the years, where other communities, Bangladeshis, Somalians, Ethiopians, have seen gaps and they've delivered in those gaps, providing a service and making a profit, right? Now, I know when I first encountered some Somalians about 15, 20 years ago, I was immensely aware immediately just how networked they were. They were like miles ahead of us in terms of what we were thinking. And you just wondered, why would we have not partnered with them actually in creating these new, this new economy? Why did that never happen? Interesting one indeed. Tokozani in Durban, hi.
Hi, Ashraf. Ashraf, I'm a little bit perturbed by the doctor from Kopanang, Dr. Makini.
Yeah.
And I'm also perturbed that people who live in those leafy suburbs who don't know the messes that is done by immigrants or foreign, be it foreign illegal immigrants or Nigerians or whoever. We never had such things. I'm telling you, you cannot have a shop in just one. People can use common sense, a little bit of grey matter. A shop that should be open at 10 a.m. and closes at 3 a.m. Who's still buying from that shop? And you find those people. I was paying electricity when I was staying by myself on my flat, paying 5,000 rand for electricity, only to find it was rerouted to their barber shop, what you call the laundry, and the other issues.
So bottom line, what are you saying? Bottom line today?
The bottom line, I'm saying those. This is not United States of Africa. It's South Africa. People need to go and fix. It's high time our presidents or anyone tell Nangakwa to take his own people,
tell
Okay.
the Mozambicans to take their
All
own
right,
people.
Dokozani got that. You made your point. I tell you what, just on that one very quickly, if what you're saying may be true, how come then South Africans in the United States of South Africa haven't even looked after each other? How come we haven't done that on our own? We haven't done it. 30 odd years into democracy, what have South Africans done for South Africans in uplifting the standards of all the people of our own country? Think about that too.
This June, Youth Month, SAFM brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation only on SAFM. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Now, we meant to talk about this earlier on. Let's talk about, safer education in Gauteng. It sounds like a contradiction. Why would you even need to be talking about it? But we are. Onwabile Lubelwana is the Gauteng Department of Education spokesperson. Appreciate you connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much, and I greet you and the listeners at home.
Thank you. So give us the context here. Why the call for safer, spaces in education in Gauteng?
Thank you very much. MEC recognizes that schools are a microcosm of society. A mirror of what is happening in our society. Therefore, it is very important to be able to address some of the social ills that manifest themselves in schools.
Right. Okay. So, but I mean, as you said, if it's a microcosm, does it then suggest that for many, many schools, these issues of violence and gangsterism and bullying and maybe, drug peddling is prevalent in those schools?
It is prevalent because, as I said previously, spill over, but the MEC has elevated interventions to ensure that the incident reporting systems improved. There is a psychosocial support services, and there's depression, anxiety groups inside the schools to ensure that every negative impact from the society is halted.
But is that a new implementation, or you're planning to do that?
It's not a plan, it's elevating, it's doing it at a much more systematic and higher scale.
But is it working?
It is working. In the 606 schools with camera and expansion in terms of installing face recognition and biometrics to be able to track some of the incidents, AI features that are able to tell you who is that person. So these are things that are innovative in the space to improve the already existing systems, and this includes working with the communities to identify some of the perpetrators.
Give us an idea of how many schools are we talking about in which areas within Gauteng?
So the Matthew Goniwe School of Leadership and Governance conducted a study which found that there are high-risk schools across the 15 districts, and even made recommendations in terms of ensuring that there's all forms of support, including counseling services. So this is a broad, comprehensive approach to solving matters. If you notice, in the past weeks, MEC is conducting 45 meetings. We are now around the 23rd or 22nd meeting, which MEC is consolidating a social compact on education in the country.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, and I wish it's going to work. But if we look at the high levels of crime and social delinquency in our country, particularly at township level, then none of these things are working anyway, isn't it? Why would this be different? And I'm hoping that you have a good answer, because it can be different.
Yes, it has to work. It is working. Some of the members of the community have actually come with solutions. These include mobilizing volunteers who are experienced with safety and crowd control and learner behavior, and professionals who are dealing with adolescents' deviancy. And this includes ensuring that all members of society, churches, the religious sector, tech associations are able to assist government to control the amount of violence and crimes in schools.
Okay. Give us, just to wrap up, give us 3 key interventions and timelines so that we can see a difference then.
Yes. So the key interventions include the expanded psychosocial support services, stronger school-based safety structures, targeted interventions on bullying, substance abuse, and learner well-being. And this also includes improved incident reporting systems. And these are the things which are happening currently, and some of them will be significantly improved by the end of the term.
Okay, just the last thing. What then? I mean, I would take it if those schools are unsafe. Parents would not want their children to be in those schools right now anyway. Isn't that one of the biggest problems, therefore, in terms of overcrowding of better schools versus others in Gauteng?
Yes, there are overcrowding. There are overcrowded schools, but through the community outreach, MEC has been able to also mobilize the business sector, people who are willing to enter into a triple P model, who are submitting proposals that they want to assist government in building schools and ensure that they assist to alleviate the pressures and solve issues of overcrowding.
Okay, let's leave it at that. I appreciate your time. Honorable Level 1 at the Gauteng Department of Education spokesperson. They want to up the safety at many schools in Gauteng. Well, reasons are pretty obvious. You know why. Let's get to some of your comments before we conclude.
Gore, Ashraf and Tumi, I think the guy Crutch did very well. He did not stop and waste time responding to nature. When nature calls, look who respond. He did well, otherwise he would not have broken the record. He would have maybe wasted some few minutes. And by not responding, either way, he has done better, really. Some of us, when we run the 100 meters dash, 200 meters dash, we have the butterflies early in the race. But he did well.
Well, he did well. The point I'm making is the call of nature is what propelled him to break the record. So if you ever see people running fast, even at work, you must just know what they're up to.
Ashraf, good afternoon. It's Ndumisa from Waterfall in KZN. You know, the silence from the AU right now is deafening. I'm expecting them as the highest body of African morals, ethics, and the rule of law to be coming out and saying, South Africa, you need to apply your immigration laws consistently, and please be fair to the other African nations. That's number one. Number two, to also say to you African nations who allow your own people to leave and enter other nations illegally,